Chapter 1. Reincarnated as a Dragon. In the stillness of the night, Yang Jian lay upon his bed, engrossed in a novel. He was reclined on his side, propped against his pillow, while his phone continued to charge beside him. Yet, in an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, plunging him into an abyss of endless blackness. As he awoke from this void, Yang Jian found his mind a blank slate. Struggling to open his eyes, he discerned a blurry panorama around him, everything cloaked in a chaotic haze, accompanied by a cacophony of eerie sounds echoing in his ears. Am I dreaming? With a vigorous shake of his head, clarity began to seep back into Yang Jian's consciousness. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, the largest of the white shadows in his line of sight coalesced, slowly transforming into a colossal entity that sent a jolt of fear coursing through him, nearly prompting him to leap up. Before him lay a fearsome beast, entirely clad in a chilling white hue. Its back was adorned with a pair of wings, resembling those of an oversized bat, sinewy and robust. The creature's surface glistened like ice crystals, its white scales smooth and resplendent, reflecting a shimmering luminescence. These scales were arranged in a tight, orderly manner, interlocking seamlessly, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. In Yang Jian's eyes, the beast appeared gargantuan even in its languid repose on the ground. It resembled a massive, imposing edifice. The oppressive aura radiating from it momentarily stole Yang Jian's breath away. The white beast fixed its cold, vertical pupils upon him, as if awaiting something. In that moment, Yang Jian's body trembled, and he stood transfixed, his eyes filled with confusion. A torrent of memories surged into his mind, intertwining and clashing with his own recollections. This overwhelming influx of knowledge was vast, laden with bewildering insights that engulfed him swiftly. Within mere seconds, he regained his composure. The legacy of the dragon. I have transformed into a white dragon. The formidable creature before me is my dragon mother. The recent flood of knowledge illuminated Yang Jian's predicament. Simultaneously, the white dragon mother's gaze remained fixed on her newly hatched offspring, a flicker of perplexity crossing her features. Among all dragon species, white dragons are the smallest, and newly hatched dragonling typically resembles the size of an adult wolf or dog, often even smaller. Yet, this particular hatchling, having just emerged from its shell, was already comparable in size to a typical lion or tiger, its physique more robust and muscular than that of an ordinary dragonling, a stature usually attained only weeks later. Moreover, unlike typical white dragon hatchlings, Yang Jian's scales gleamed like a polished mirror, reflecting light with a pristine whiteness. However, at the nape of his neck, a peculiar cluster of dark scales stood in stark contrast, forming a circular band that exuded an indescribable allure. Is it possible I have become a mindless dragon beast? At this moment, the white dragon mother displayed signs of impatience, frost emanating from her nostrils, crystallizing upon contact with the ground into translucent ice. She regarded Yang Jian with a cold stare, a hint of anthropomorphized danger flickering in her pale yellow eyes. In response, Yang Jian felt a surge of anxiety, a series of melodic syllables spilled from his lips. Gallant Augustus. Sol, Beryllian. This was his true name as a dragon. To articulate one's true name shortly after birth signifies that this newly emerged dragonling has inherited the legacy of the dragons, avoiding the fate of becoming a mindless creature driven solely by instinct, thus securing a relatively safe period for growth, free from the threat of rejection or death by its mother. Though his appearance was somewhat peculiar, the utterance of his true name confirmed that he was indeed a genuine dragon, causing the trepidation in the white dragon mother's eyes to dissipate gradually. She closed her eyes and drifted into a languid slumber. After proclaiming his true name, Yang Jian shook his head vigorously, a profound sense of hunger gnawing at his insides. Turning to the shattered eggshell beside him, he lowered his head and began to nibble at it. The taste is delightful, cool, and reminiscent of chocolate. The shells of dragon eggs are rich in essential nutrients and inorganic materials that promote the growth of bones and scales, constituting the first meal of a hatchling. Savoring the flavor, Yang Jian shook his head in delight, his tail swaying as he feasted upon the chocolate-flavored shell. Once satisfied, the young dragon meticulously organized his memories, stealing glances at the white dragon mother resting not far from him. Regardless of how many times he gazed upon her, he was consistently awed by the fierce yet beautiful beast, dwarfed by her imposing presence. The white dragon mother's size is relatively small compared to other dragon species. Yang Jian mused silently. Simultaneously, he glimpsed his own reflection in the gleaming scales of the white dragon mother. His eyes were not the pale yellow of the white dragon mother, but rather a pair of dazzling platinum orbs, bright and captivating. In a gathering of dragons, he would undoubtedly be the most striking among them. Dragon eye colors vary widely: jet black, pale yellow, brown, azure, deep purple, and countless others. However, platinum is exceedingly rare. Additionally, Galen's limbs were robust, muscular, and his white scales, due to his recent birth, were even smoother and more lustrous than those of the white dragon mother, reflecting light like a mirror. His wings, broad and resilient as sails, boasted a wingspan somewhat longer than his body length, with a proportion of approximately 1:6 between shoulder height and body length, rendering him both lithe and powerful. He also took note of the intricate ring of dark scales encircling his neck. A built-in black necklace? It appears rather appealing. Yang Jian was taken aback for a moment, but dismissed any further contemplation. After all, in a vast forest, one could encounter myriad dragons. Anomalies during birth were not uncommon, and a peculiar ring of dark scales was hardly a significant deviation. Such slightly mutated dragons are documented in the Legacy of Dragons, known as anomalous dragons. Though these anomalous dragons often exhibit diminished strength compared to their normal counterparts, occasionally they emerge as exceptionally powerful individuals. I hope my mutation is favorable, Yang Jian thought to himself. After discerning his appearance, Yang Jian cast his gaze upon his sharp, glistening claws, silently reiterating his lengthy, true name. Let the name Yang Jian fade into the past. From now on, I shall be Galen, a white dragon by the name of Galen. In this moment, Galen's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he felt a sense of trepidation at having entered an entirely new world, while on the other, he was exhilarated by glimpses of the world's splendid facets revealed through the dragon legacy. Dragons, the undead, giants, elves, spellcasters, elements, demons, the abyss, gods. Since I am here, I shall make peace with it. Galen inhaled deeply, gently closing his eyes before slowly reopening them, his spirit now considerably more tranquil. To be reincarnated as a dragon, rather than a pitiful slime or goblin, is an unparalleled stroke of fortune. Crack, crack. A series of subtle cracking sounds captured Galen's attention. He turned to see the source of the noise emanating from the intact dragon egg beside him. He observed the sizable egg, akin to a grinding stone, quivering slightly, fissures appearing and multiplying upon its surface. Inside, the dragonling struggled valiantly, and moments later, it finally broke free from its shell. Unlike Galen, who had remained dazed for an extended period, this newly emerged dragonling, upon encountering the outside world, emitted a juvenile roar before uttering its true dragon name. Sierra, Rose Vanessa, Rebecca. Sierra's voice was tender and soft, giving Galen a distinct impression of a lowly-like tone. 2. The eyes that discover beauty. Sierra was only half the size of Galen. Her physique lacked the robust musculature of his own. Instead, she exhibited a graceful, streamlined form, her scales appearing soft and delicate. Her tail was long and rounded, with proportions from base to tip approaching perfection. She was a remarkably beautiful little female dragon. Moreover, according to the records in the Dragon Legacy, there exists no reproductive isolation between dragons and other species, nor among dragons themselves. The moment this notion crossed his mind, Galen's heart tightened, startling him greatly. Having embraced the Dragon Legacy, his aesthetic sensibilities had evolved, blending his original human perceptions with a unique appreciation for the beauty inherent in all biological species. In terms of dragon aesthetics, Galen would describe it as possessing a pair of eyes capable of discerning beauty with an almost perverse acuity. This ability was potent enough to perceive beauty in any species or form of life, even in slimes. Countless beings in this world possess draconic blood, and the unique aesthetic sense of dragons, coupled with their lack of reproductive isolation, has significantly contributed to the diversity of species. In the realm of draconic aesthetics, the dragoness here is undoubtedly a captivating figure, drawing the attention of many with her graceful demeanor. At this moment, Galen found himself perplexed, uncertain whether the human Yang Jian had assumed the form of a dragon, or if the white dragon named Galen had inadvertently consumed a human soul. Regardless, the adaptable Galen swiftly embraced his identity as a dragon. The overwhelming legacy of dragonkind, accumulated over millennia, began to obscure the memory of his former human self. After revealing her true draconic name, Sierra cast a glance at her dragon brother, who had been fixated upon her. A few moments later, she flicked her elongated, elegant tail, diverting her gaze and turning her back on Galen, as she began to nibble on her eggshell. I wonder what her egg tastes like. Is it similar to mine? Noticing Sierra's intense focus on her meal, Galen stealthily approached, his eyes fixed ahead, and then, with a flick of his tail, he gathered several scattered fragments of the eggshell and promptly stuffed them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. A creamy flavor enveloped his senses, soft and sweet, reminiscent of ice cream, a taste mirrored in Sierra herself. Delightful indeed. As Galen savored the delectable morsels, contemplating whether to pilfer more, he was suddenly startled by a heavy, labored breath. Turning, he was met with the fearsome visage of his white dragon mother. Evidently, although Sierra had been oblivious, Galen's furtive actions had not escaped the notice of the white dragoness. Yet, she merely gazed silently at Galen, displaying no intent to thwart his actions. Instead, she regarded him with a curious expression, observing his subsequent moves. Among all dragon races, the white dragon is perhaps the least concerned with the well-being of hatchlings. Even other dragons of the wicked variety, while cruel, cunning, and self-serving, tend to exhibit a modicum of care for their offspring, providing sustenance and protection, ensuring that the younglings do not perish easily. The duty of nurturing progeny is inscribed within the legacy of dragonkind, a requirement imposed by Tiamat, the goddess of evil dragons, upon the chromatic dragons. A species coveted by many, no matter how powerful, faces extinction if it neglects its young. As one of the most exalted beings across myriad realms, dragons are naturally free from such anti-biological flaws. Yet the white dragon stands apart. For many, the act of bearing young is not driven by a sense of duty to propagate, but rather a pursuit of pleasure, a quest for the primal ecstasy inherent in the act of reproduction, inadvertently resulting in the birth of hatchlings. Especially so for Galen's white dragon mother, a youthful dragon just over 90 years old, still some time away from true adulthood. At this moment, she was not prepared to care for her offspring. This instance marked the white dragoness' inaugural experience of motherhood. With Galen experiencing his first moments as a hatchling and his mother her first as a dragoness, neither could impose strict expectations upon the other. From Galen's draconic perspective, his white dragon mother appeared exceedingly youthful, while her scales bore slight signs of roughness. The majority retained a smooth, reflective sheen. When a white dragon hatchling is born, its scales gleam like a mirror, yet grow increasingly coarse and robust with age. However, unable to decipher his mother's thoughts beneath her penetrating gaze, Galen could only manage an awkward smile, extracting the last piece of the eggshell still lingering in his mouth. Prodding the oblivious Sierra, Galen reluctantly returned the fragment to her, a pained expression on his face. Believing it to be a piece of lacking even a modicum of gratitude, she turned away to continue feasting on her own eggshell. From the perspective of the white dragon's inherently selfish nature, he likely perceived Galen's act of offering her the eggshell as rather foolish. Despite Galen's significantly larger stature, nearly double hers, it did nothing to quell Hill's disdain. Simultaneously, Galen felt that his hunger remained unabated. Dragons experience rapid growth. From the moment of birth, they enter a state of insatiable hunger for all forms of nourishment. With hatchlings capable of consuming food several times their size, ordinarily, a dragon mother would prepare prey for her hatchlings upon their arrival. Clearly, The white dragon mother was far from competent, having provided nothing for her offspring. The substance contained within the eggshell was insufficient to satiate the appetite of a remarkably ravenous hatchling, especially one as large as Galen, that he was famished, to the point where he contemplated gnawing on the ground itself. The dragon's diet is exceedingly diverse, possessing a stomach that can be likened to a furnace for all things: carnivorous, herbivorous, metallic, mineral, magical items. Dragons can consume nearly any material. Their digestive system's astonishingly robust, though many substances are not particularly palatable to them. Soil and stone are among the acceptable foods for dragons, providing inorganic materials that can accelerate the growth of scales and bones. Many hatchlings resort to eating dirt when desperately hungry. Yet, generally, dragons refuse to compromise their dignity, choosing to endure hunger rather than resort to consuming earth. Proud creatures that they are, dragons will never submit to mere hunger. Crack. Driven by his hunger, Galen took action, lowering his head to bite into the smooth ground. However, as he sank his teeth into the surface, he was met with a sharp pain in his jaws, leaving only shallow white marks on the cave floor. It was unyielding. Alas, life as a dragon is fraught with difficulties. Unlike the soft earth of jungles or wetlands, Galen's birthplace was an endless expanse of ice. His nest, a serpentine structure, was lined with walls and ceilings resembling mirrors of ice crystals, most likely crafted by the white dragon mother herself. As many white dragons favored such nests, the cave floor, too, was coated in a layer of ice crystals. The white dragon has a penchant for constructing nests from ice crystals, and the unique structure of their claws provides a non-slip advantage. Due to the prolonged exposure to sub-zero temperatures of the icy plains, coupled with the chill emanating from the white dragon mother, these ice crystals were remarkably hard, akin to magically fortified surfaces. With a hardness comparable to steel, if not superior in resilience, Galen would eventually be able to bite through it as he matured, but not at present. The poor hatchling was unable even to gnaw at the ice to alleviate his hunger, and his teeth were now sore. Life is indeed challenging. The young dragon sighed. Galen winced at his aching teeth, his eyelids drooping as he adopted a pitiful demeanor while gazing at the white dragon mother. He opened his mouth and pointed with his claws towards his empty mud. A morsel, perhaps, from my beloved and generous white dragon mother, he thought. The vocal cords of a newly hatched dragon are relatively fragile, preventing Galen from articulating complete dragon language or the common tongue of the continent. Uttering his lengthy true name had already caused discomfort in his throat. It would likely take 2 to 3 weeks before he could speak normally and clearly. Meanwhile, Galen's gestures proved fruitless. He received no response. As the white dragon mother regarded him with an expression of bemusement, Galen, emboldened, slowly approached the white dragon mother, attempting to rub against her majestic head. Seeking to charm her with his endearing antics, for the sake of food, he was willing to employ every tactic at his disposal. In his previous life as a human, Galen had a cat that would behave similarly. Regardless of its usual mischief, when hunger struck, it would present a pitiful visage, rubbing against his hand or pant leg, compelling him to indulge it with treats. Galen hoped this strategy would prove effective with the white dragon mother as well. Yet, perhaps akin to how most humans find the offspring of other creatures charming while perceiving their own as unattractive, the white dragon mother regarded the foolishly adorable hatchling with indifference. Her gaze was sharp and frigid, devoid of words, as she simply stared at Galen, causing him to shiver and retreat in trepidation. The familial bonds between dragons were scarcely existent. Feigning nonchalance, Galen redirected his attention to the other 4 intact dragon eggs. These shells were also gently trembling, with fine cracks beginning to spread across their surfaces. The hatchlings within were stirring, eager to break free, though it appeared they would require more time. It remained uncertain how many siblings would ultimately emerge. Dragons typically lay between 2 to 6 eggs at a time, and the white dragon mother had laid 6, a commendable number among dragons. The most common clutch size is 3 or 4, with over 90% of dragon species falling within that range. Thus, the likelihood of a dragon mother like the white dragon having such a large brood is a mere 5%. When my brothers and sisters are born, it should be permissible for me to claim a portion of the eggshell. The egg size could only reach the chest of Galen, and it was likely that they contained ordinary hatchling dragons. Galen lowered his gaze to observe his own notably robust and towering draconic form, and a sense of inflated confidence surged within him, making him feel capable of taking on 4 opponents at once. His tongue instinctively flicked across his lips as he leaned against the wall, maintaining a steady gaze while stealthily inching closer to the location of the dragon eggs. The white dragon matron was still watching him. compelling Galen to conceal his intentions. However, he couldn't help but doubt that she could maintain her unwavering stare upon him. Even if discovered, perhaps the white dragon matron would not intervene, for after all, pilfering the shell of a hatchling was not a grave offense. It was merely the uncertainty of the white dragon matron's limits that led Galen to return the smallest fragment of a shell. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, the ground of the nest, covered in hard ice crystals, trembled slightly. Turning his head, he saw that the white dragon matron had shifted her body, seemingly stretching her muscles. Akin to a languorous yawn, she cast a glance at the other dragon eggs, which were gently swaying, her pale yellow eyes devoid of any emotion. Galen had witnessed that expression on more than one occasion. Despite the white dragon's intellect being the least among dragonkind, with a thought process more akin to that of a wild predator, she still possessed an intelligence that surpassed many other races. It seemed she merely found no interest in her own progeny. Subsequently, the white dragon matron rose slowly, her shadow enveloping Galen entirely, the overwhelming weight of her massive form pressing down upon him, causing a momentary sensation of breathlessness. After stretching her wings, she trudged toward the entrance of the nest, glancing back momentarily before turning away, her wings unfurling as her colossal silhouette vanished into the swirling snow outside. Galen cautiously advanced toward the nest's entrance. Upon nearing, he focused his gaze outward, and the sight before him momentarily stole his breath away. Flakes of snow, resembling velvet, cascaded from the heavens, settling upon the already pristine white ground. The howling wind, almost visible to the naked eye, traversed through the crevices of the icy cliffs, its mournful sound resonating through this vast expanse seemingly composed of ice, snow, and crystal. In the far distance, winter wolves, indistinct to Galen's vision, crouched low against the blizzard, leaving behind paw prints that were quickly concealed by the falling snow, while frost tigers lay in ambush within the snow, their dimly wild eyes peering out, patiently awaiting the approach of their prey. In this silver-clad realm of extreme cold, countless resilient beings continued their struggle for survival. Together, they wove a breathtaking tapestry of freedom amidst the frost-laden heavens. This was a landscape Galen had never before encountered, and he found himself at a loss to articulate his feelings, though he was profoundly moved. Regaining his composure, Galen lifted his dragon head and gazed far into the distance. There lay a colossal mountain range, seemingly endless, undulating like a dragon's spine, adorned with layers of ancient snow that reflected a faint, crystalline glow, stretching from the east to the south for thousands of kilometers. It comprised countless hills and valleys, forming a natural barrier that separated the frigid northern tundra from the human territory of the Duchy of Warwick, the extreme northern tundra, a desolate wasteland, due to the existence and uniqueness of the dragon's heritage. Dragons are, in many respects, beings born with an innate understanding of the world. Galen, merely peering out over the steep cliff of the nest, suddenly had the name of his region flash into his mind. Dragons, being among the most elite beings across various realms, owe their status not only to their formidable physiques, sharp claws, and powerful magical abilities, but also to the significant influence of their inherited wisdom. The white dragon matron's nest was perched on a sheer cliff of an ice mountain, over 500 meters above the ground. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air from such heights, Galen craned his neck to peer down. Through the thick, swirling snow, he could only discern layers of heavy, pristine snow silently accumulating below. The recent heavy snowfall had engulfed the entire northern world, rendering the true landscape of the tundra nearly invisible. He gently flapped his wide dragon wings, a sense of intuition stirring within him, suggesting that he might safely descend from such a height, without daring to attempt to fly out of the nest. Galen returned cautiously inside. With the absence of the white dragon matron's imposing presence, Galen's gaze was immediately drawn to the depths of the nest, where various glowing objects beckoned him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered heaps of exquisite weapons, armor, scrolls, and an array of gemstones that shimmered faintly. Crystals, agates, emeralds, diamonds. While most were ordinary gems, many pulsed with magical energy, particularly the diamonds. The white dragon had a penchant for collecting diamonds, for the radiant light reflected by these gems illuminated her crystalline nest with a dazzling brilliance. Galen's platinum scales sparkled in the light, momentarily overwhelming him with wonder. He, too, had inherited the dragon's love for treasure and greed. In his past life as a human, his greatest pleasure came from watching his savings steadily grow. The confluence of his avaricious traits from both lives erupted with astonishing force at this moment. Galen instinctively swallowed hard, his mind racing as he boldly contemplated how to claim the gems before him as his own. With an abundance of gemstones laid before him, he resolved to take just one, specifically. The smallest and least conspicuous one. At this moment, Galen had completely cast aside any thoughts of pilfering his siblings' eggshells. The advantages of consuming a gemstone far outweighed those of mere eggshells. The energy contained within magical gems could accelerate a hatchling's growth, aiding it in surpassing the perilous stages of infancy. Even ordinary gemstones contributed to the development of a hatchling's scales and bones. The white dragon matron was undoubtedly aware of this, yet her selfish and treasure-obsessed nature precluded her from sharing her bounty with her hatchlings. Typically, while hatchlings possess an innate affinity for treasure, they dare not covet the matron's possessions, not out of reverence, but because the disparity between them is too great, making their intentions easily detectable, often resulting in a severe reprimand. As a hatchling matures into adolescence, gaining strength and a fervent desire for treasure and territory, the matron would unhesitatingly drive them away to ensure that the increasingly formidable adolescent dragons would not fixate on her. Galen's determination was resolute. The most vulnerable period in a dragon's life is during infancy, a reality exacerbated by the matron's negligence and the frailty of hatchlings. To swiftly navigate through this perilous stage, Galen had set his sights on the gemstones. As the weakest of the white dragon hatchlings, without any extraordinary abilities to assist him, he understood that if he did not dare to take some risks, his chances of reaching adulthood were grim. The mortality rate among white dragon hatchlings was alarmingly high. Dragons die with their roots in the sky. A dragon without treasure is not fat. Bold dragons may thrive, while timid ones perish before long. Galen slapped his claw, formulating a feasible plan. He promptly returned to the entrance of the nest to survey his surroundings. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, there was still no sign of the white dragon matron. It appeared she would require some time before returning. Returning to the depths of the nest, he found his sister, Sierra, had finished her meal of eggshells, her sinuous form crouched on the ground like a hound. Her smooth-scaled head swayed with curiosity as she watched Galen's movements. Within the nest, it was just Sierra and Galen, alongside the gently swaying dragon eggs. The eggs were dull, and she had little else to occupy her interest apart from Galen. Galen knew that if Sierra were to catch sight of him with the white dragon matron's magical gemstone, she would undoubtedly betray him upon the matron's return, relishing the spectacle of Galen being cast out of the nest. The first challenge of dragonhood lay in borrowing a gemstone from the white dragon matron's treasury. The first hurdle, how to successfully evade the witness. The platinum dragon's eyes, resembling those of Galen, narrowed slightly, glimmering with an enigmatic light. Possessing an exceptional intuition, he'll seem to sense the malice directed towards her, anxiously swaying her elongated dragon tail. Galen flashed a grin at Hill, striving to project an appearance of friendliness. However, the juvenile yet sharp dragon teeth in his mouth rendered him somewhat endearing yet menacing. Under the vigilant gaze of Hill's wary eyes, Galen cautiously approached her. From the moment of his birth, he resembled a lion or tiger in size, significantly larger than Hill, exuding an overwhelming presence. This ominous advance immediately compelled Hill to retreat, like a maiden cornered by nefarious individuals. The dragoness Hill soon found herself with no escape. Leaning against the reflective ice crystal wall, she shook her petite dragon head in indignation, growling at Galen with her mouth agape, assuming a stance of warning and threat, revealing her tender, pearly dragon teeth. The intellect of juvenile white dragons is generally low, ranking among the least of the wicked dragon species. Even with the heritage of dragons, they often act more on instinct akin to beasts. As they age, the intelligence of white dragons gradually increases, reaching a level comparable to that of normal humans in their youth, with most adult white dragons capable of casting spells, possessing the intelligence to become adept sorcerers. However, Hill remained in a naive stage, easily deceived. Don't blink. Big Brother Dragon will show you a treasure. Galen shook his tightly clenched dragon claw, gradually extending it. His deliberate movements instantly captured Hill's attention, and as he had hoped, she lowered her head, focusing her gaze on his dragon-clawed eye. In an instant, with lightning speed, Galen's dragon head, adorned with layered chitinous armor, jerked back, his neck arching like a taut bowstring, before crashing down abruptly. In that moment, the collision of the hard, bony armor resonated throughout the lair. Duong, a crisp and powerful sound echoed within the den. Thanks to the highly reflective ice crystal walls, the sound reverberated like an echo in a valley, lingering and resonating, causing the slightly trembling dragon eggs to shake more vigorously, suggesting an earlier hatching time. Opposite him, Hill fell silent, her limbs giving way, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. Rendered unconscious by Galen's headbutt, Dragonkind possesses an incredibly resilient vitality. A single blow to the head posed no threat to Hill's safety. Galen controlled his strength, and she would merely be unconscious for half an hour at most. Hill, the world of dragons is fraught with peril. You must not be so easily deceived in the future, Galen remarked solemnly to the unconscious Hill, his expression earnest, showing no hint of remorse for his repeated torment of her. Subsequently, Galen excitedly rubbed his dragon claws and quickly scurried deeper into the nest piled high with treasures. The first challenge had been successfully passed. Now came the second challenge. How to make it difficult for the white dragon mother to discover the theft of the treasure. Galen raised his head, surveying the various treasures that could bury him. The malevolent hues reflected within his platinum eyes. He took a deep breath, his mind racing. Dragons possess remarkable memories. Even ancient dragons who have lived for 1,000 years can vividly recall the monsters they hunted in their youth. The skies they flew through, the jungles they traversed, and the stones they gnawed on. Every detail etched in their minds. This ability to remember with photographic precision is formidable. With such memory and a greedy obsession for treasure, dragons will keep a meticulous count of their hoards. Even the smallest missing gem will be readily noticed. In light of this, Galen pondered carefully. To avoid incurring the wrath of the white dragon mother and to deceive her senses, several conditions must be met. First, the gem taken must be isolated and at the very bottom, unable to lean against other gems. Otherwise, any movement would likely trigger a chain reaction. Second, a similar substitute must be procured to fill the void left by the stolen gem. Isolated gems at the very bottom. Galen's eyes flickered as he scanned the pile of treasures, quickly locking onto a target. It was a diamond-shaped white crystal located at the far left edge of the treasure mound. Nestled at the bottom corner, roughly the size of a baby's fist, which made Galen yearn for it. If it were a magical gem, a substitute imbued with similar magical properties would be necessary. Galen slowly approached the diamond-shaped white crystal, refraining from any hasty actions. He selected it not only because it captivated him, but also due to the ice attribute magic it contained. With each breath, dragons absorb elemental energy from their surroundings. Most of this energy washes over their bodies and dissipates, promoting the growth of their scales and flesh. However, some energy is retained within them, capable of reacting with unique substances in their bodies, serving as a weapon to be expelled when needed, known as dragon breath. Thus, dragon breath is not merely a spell-like ability. Ordinary spell resistance is often ineffective against it, making it a formidable attack method. Excluding benevolent dragons and gem dragons, the other dragons of the wicked type, ranked by average strength, are red dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, and black dragons, each with their respective breath types: fire, lightning, poison mist, and acid. These four types inhabit volcanoes, deserts, jungles, and abysses. In contrast, the white dragon, residing in the icy plains, ranks last, often the type most frequently slain by adventurers seeking the title of Dragon Slayer. The breath of the white dragon is the crystallized form of ice attribute magic. Frost dragon breath, or ice dragon breath, is referred to by various names depending on the region and customs, but the meaning remains the same. Galen paced in place, his brow furrowed. The arc of dragon skin above a dragon's eye is akin to a dragon's eyebrow. To use dragon breath, he would need to expel a piece of ice crystal identical in shape to the white crystal while adjusting the magical concentration to prevent detection by the white dragon mother. This seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere hatchling. Merely taking a mundane gem devoid of magical properties, Galen felt somewhat discontented. Resolutely, he opened his dragon mouth, just as fish swim instinctively. Galen successfully expelled a plume of frost dragon breath. How could he know without trying? Even if he failed now, opportunities would arise in the future. If the white dragon mother knew how much he coveted her treasure, she would surely scold him as an unfilial child. He considered it an opportunity to gain experience and practice. Yet, as he matured, the white dragon mother's vigilance would only deepen. Thus, Galen hoped to succeed this time. He inhaled deeply, extending his dragon claw, exhaling streams of frost while manipulating his breathing rhythm and the degree of his mouth's opening to shape the frost into his desired form. With the white dragon mother potentially returning at any moment, Galen's mind raced to the brink of overheating. In such circumstances, he was pleasantly surprised to discover an unusual, extraordinary talent for finely manipulating magical energy. The magical energy, typically capricious, surprisingly yielded to his control, becoming obedient and docile. What he initially believed to be the greatest challenge proved less daunting than anticipated. His skills advanced rapidly, the frost in his mouth concentrating in a specific area. transforming from irregular ice crystals to a well-formed diamond shape in just a few minutes. It turns out I am a little genius. Galen paused his movements, taking a deep breath as he scrutinized the diamond-shaped ice crystal held within his claws. It resembled white crystal, yet its clarity was still somewhat lacking. At first glance, they appeared identical, but upon closer inspection, the differences became evident. With a firm grip, the dragon crushed the crystal, and without hesitation, he opened his mouth to consume it. Unwilling to waste anything, he approached the entrance of his lair and cast a glance outward, but the snow-blanketed landscape still revealed no sign of the white dragoness. Galen remained at the mouth of the cave, periodically peering outside while simultaneously fine-tuning the clarity of the ice crystal he was crafting. During this time, his sister, Sierre, stirred slightly, showing signs of awakening. Galen promptly approached her to administer another blow from the dragon hammer, causing Sierre to roll her eyes and fall back into a stupor. Minutes passed, and as Galen gazed at the transparent diamond ice crystal at the tip of his claw, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. He glanced outside the cave once more before swiftly retreating deeper into its confines, cautiously using both claws to lift the magical crystal. Throughout the entire process, Galen held his breath to avoid disturbing any other gems. Should the amassed treasure be disordered, the white dragoness would undoubtedly scrutinize it immediately. Grasping the magical crystal, Galen gently returned his handcrafted imitation ice crystal to its original place, his movements delicate, reminiscent of a fierce tiger delicately sniffing a rose. Truly, hailing from the land of flower cultivation, he possessed an innate talent for imitation. Holding the exquisite, shimmering magical crystal, Galen took a gentle sniff. The magical crystal bore no scent. Tilting his head back and parting his jaws, he released his grip, allowing the magical crystal to plummet into his seemingly bottomless maw. Gulp. As he swallowed with vigor, his previously empty stomach suddenly felt replenished. Simultaneously, a wave of coldness rapidly surged from his stomach, flowing like a stream throughout his entire being. Wherever the stream coursed, a gentle tremor was felt, as if countless tiny hands and mouths were tenderly massaging him. The white dragoness reveled in the cold, and for Galen, it was an exceedingly pleasant sensation. It was akin to a languorous summer afternoon, basking in the sun after a day of toil, seeking the gentle embrace of a soft, delicate maiden for a full-body massage, culminating in a refreshing sip of icy carbonated beverage. The feeling of utter relaxation was unforgettable. A low growl escaped Galen, his eyes narrowing slightly as he surrendered to a rippling dragon's roar. He needed to expedite the digestion of this magical energy. Dragon scales possessed formidable anti-magic properties, particularly against corresponding magical energies of their own element. An adult dragon could withstand most spells, becoming a nightmare for many sorcerers. As long as Galen kept his mouth firmly closed, even the white dragoness would find it challenging to detect the surging ice elemental magic within him. However, Galen was keen to avoid drawing undue attention. His size and unique appearance were already sufficiently conspicuous. Any strange behavior, such as exhaling through his nostrils, would likely arouse the white dragoness's suspicion. Galen did not underestimate the nearly adult white dragoness, and so he quickly scurried to the edge of the cave, pressing himself against the ground as he absorbed the magical energy emanating from the crystal, all the while keeping a vigilant watch for any signs of the white dragoness's return. With each fragment of crystal that melted away in his furnace-like belly, waves of frosty magical energy surged forth, eliciting another contented dragon's rumble from him. Though this magical crystal was not of high rank and occupied a corner of the white dragoness's collection, for a recently hatched hatchling, it was nothing short of a treasure. After a brief span of time, Galen spotted a faint white silhouette, braving the swirling snow, rapidly approaching the cliffside lair perched hundreds of meters high. The figure gradually became clearer to the naked eye. It was none other than the white dragoness. Realizing that she was about to return, a shiver ran down Galen's spine. Although he believed that the anti-magic dragon scales would conceal his inner magical energy from her detection, the guilt of his clandestine actions weighed heavily on him, prompting him to strive for a flawless execution. Consequently, Galen concentrated on digesting the magical crystal within him, the rapid surges of magical energy cascading through him, leaving him pleasantly tinged with a sense of euphoria. As the figure of the white dragoness grew increasingly distinct, Galen noted that approximately a quarter of the crystal remained undigested, and with her speed, she would arrive in under 30 seconds. Panic surged within him. Hurry, hurry, faster! The silhouette of the white dragoness was now unmistakable. Even through the howling snow, Galen could discern her icy, pale yellow eyes. In that instant, the intricate black scales encircling his neck gleamed with a deep, enigmatic light. The world of swirling ice and snow seemed to freeze in that moment, as time itself stood still, like a silent tableau paused at the press of a button. Galen could clearly see the snowflakes suspended in midair, the winds whipping through the flurries, and the rigid figure of the white dragoness amidst the chilly gusts. What was happening? In a moment of reverie, Galen lifted his gaze. He seemed to behold an ethereal river, engulfing the entire firmament, its waters imbued with an enigmatic and arcane essence, flowing unceasingly at a constant, eternal pace. A colossal dragon-shaped specter spiraled above, as if it were the sovereign of this illusory river, gazing down upon him with its resplendent platinum-hued eyes. The time dragon, obscuring the heavens, bore tightly fitted silvery scales, extraordinarily broad wings, and an immense, mountain-like body that exuded both power and grace, rendering the white dragoness before it as diminutive as a child's figurine. Irregular lines of black scales radiated from the gargantuan form, reminiscent of the rings of a tree. Suffused with a uniquely profound aura, the dragon-shaped apparition bestowed upon Galen a knowing smile before sweeping its tail and transforming into a flash of white light, instantly diminishing in size and vanishing into his very being. Concurrently, the magical crystal within Galen seemed to experience an eternity within that fleeting moment, dissipating into nothingness. The tidal waves of magic merged into his core, enriching his essence. Simultaneously, a plethora of new knowledge surged into Galen's mind, as if it had always been a part of him. The river of time, the mastery of temporal abilities, the time dragon's reverse flow. His future self had lent his present self a fragment of time. Galen stared, entranced, at the vanishing dragon specter, the howling cold winds, and the descending crystalline snowflakes, a sudden epiphany blossoming within him. His emotions soaring and plunging like a roller coaster. It dawned upon him that he was a time dragon cloaked in the guise of a white dragon. Or rather, a pseudo-time dragon. According to the chronicles of dragon lineage, disregarding the multitude of dragon beasts and subspecies, the most common true dragons within the primary material plane, where Galen resided, numbered 15. The malevolent dragons, characterized by selfishness, brutality, and cruelty, known as chromatic dragons, included 5 varieties: red, blue, green, black, and white. Conversely, the benevolent dragons, revered by the righteous, known as metallic dragons, ranked in power with 5 types: gold, silver, brass, bronze, and copper, with gold and silver dragons being the most noble and powerful, typically residing in dragon nests and cities, while the other 3 predominantly dwelled in deserts, underwater, and in the Yellow Mountains. Additionally, there existed 5 gem dragons, maintaining neutrality between good and evil: amethyst, crystal, emerald, sapphire, and topaz dragons. Renowned for their high intelligence and gentle temperaments, generally shunning conflict: red, blue, green, black, white, gold, silver, brass, bronze, copper, amethyst, crystal, emerald, sapphire, topaz. These 15 types constituted the most prevalent true dragons. Beyond these, there were many rare true dragons, such as the Axis dragon, celestial dragon, and calamity dragon, whose formidable names signified their scarcity and elusive nature. Lastly, there were 3 exceedingly rare types of dragons, their numbers so minuscule as to be unfathomable, existing within the infinite worlds isolated by crystal barriers, possibly including realms beyond the primary material plane, their count unlikely to exceed 10. The might dragon, the rainbow dragon, and the time dragon, capable of breathing, consuming, and traversing time, ultimately manifesting as a tangible embodiment of time itself. They are referred to as legendary dragons. Born under natural circumstances, these dragons possess extraordinary power, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the planes, beneath the gods, and are termed legendary beings. However, due to their extreme rarity, natural reproduction is a mere stroke of luck, a 1 in a billion chance. The most probable means of their emergence is through bodily mutation. Among the 3 legendary dragons, the time dragon is occasionally referred to as the timeline dragon, epic dragon, or eternal dragon, and is considered the rarest and most potent of the legendary dragons. Galen absorbed the newfound knowledge swirling in his mind, utilizing the reflective ice crystals on the wall to scrutinize the black-scaled ring encircling his neck. This ring of black scales, no longer a mere decorative trinket in Galen's eyes, now held profound significance. Circular in nature, it might symbolize the cyclical nature of existence, or perhaps represent the ring of time. One of the classic emblems of temporality. He was an extraordinary time dragon, though he could not claim legendary status from birth, Being an anomalous dragon endowed him with immense growth potential, surpassing that of a conventional time dragon. Complemented by the frosty powers of the white dragon. No wonder my form surpasses that of Hill. Even the mightiest of dragons, the red dragon, is not as large upon birth. Galen took a deep breath, feeling a surge of excitement. While all adult dragons rank among the apex of the food chain, this is contingent upon avoiding recklessness and not provoking those far more terrifying, not to mention the lofty deities, such as legendary humans, demon lords, and archfiends, all possessing the capability to slay dragons. The comparatively weaker white dragons must tread with utmost caution. In this perilous world, the number of white dragons who reach adulthood is less than 1 in 10, often succumbing to hunting accidents, the hubris of their kind, or encounters with dragon-slaying human adventurers, and myriad other examples abound. Even as adults, before achieving sufficient longevity, they remain far from attaining dominion over their realms. The time dragon, however, is an entirely different matter. The disparity between a time dragon and a white dragon is akin to that between an adult dragon and an ordinary human. An adult time dragon possesses the privilege to converse on equal footing with the gods. As an extraordinary time dragon, should I grow sufficiently, perhaps I could ascend to the status of a dragon deity, or even become the supreme god of dragons. No, let me aim even higher, striving to become the god above gods. Galen felt as if his body had grown significantly lighter, buoyed by the exhilarating visions of an infinite future. Regardless of the creature, from the moment of birth, the future brims with endless possibilities. Yet with each choice, the path narrows, and these possibilities gradually diminish, ultimately fading into oblivion at this very moment. Galen, newly born upon the frigid northern tundra, too harbored boundless potential. What remained was to witness the choices he would make. With a resounding clap, Galen sharply brought his hand to his face, grounding the whimsical thoughts that threatened to lift him away. What was he thinking? Survival is the true path, no matter how potent one's potential. One must first endure to thrive. Those deities who have lived for millennia are not to be trifled with. A moment's carelessness could render one their plaything, should the identity of a time dragon become known. Countless god-level beings would eagerly seek to capture Galen. He harbored no desire to be flayed, skinned, and fashioned into a time artifact, nor to have his soul seized and his body usurped, or to be enslaved and turned into a mere toy, forever beneath the heel of another. Thus, it is best to cultivate in silence. Galen's dragon eyes shimmered as he promptly devised a growth plan. The plan was simple: to survive in the frigid northern tundra until he reached the age of 100. As an adult, he would likely possess the formidable might of a typical time dragon, perhaps even stronger due to his anomalous nature. The journey must be taken step by step. First, let him set a modest goal: to survive to adulthood. Dragons reach maturity at the age of 100, a span that may seem lengthy. However, with ample sustenance and a secure environment, the passage of a century can swiftly elapse amidst the cycles of eating and sleeping. The frigid expanse of the far north, known for its harsh and unforgiving geography, is also referred to as the cold desert. As the name suggests, it is a frozen wasteland, sparsely populated and home to a limited variety of life, with only a select few species possessing the resilience to survive in such icy conditions. Yet for Galen, as long as he remains composed and avoids recklessness, this desolate realm proves to be a suitable environment for growth. Its only significant drawback lies in the scarcity of food resources. The white dragoness landed gracefully, causing the ground of her lair to tremble slightly. Her immense, elongated wings folded against her sides as she regarded Galen with curiosity. Just as he raised a hand to deliver a playful punch to himself, with a flick of her tail, she discarded an object, which landed with a thud, capturing Galen's attention. It was a colossal, irregular ice crystal measuring 6 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Galen paused for a moment before looking closer. Encased within the ice crystal was a massive bear-like creature, its fur as white as snow. Standing 4 meters tall, the absence of blood upon its pelt indicated that it had not perished in a fierce battle, but rather succumbed to the cold. The Arctic grizzly, a predator positioned near the apex of the food chain in the far north, is known for its formidable size and ferocious combat abilities, complemented by a semblance of magical prowess. This magical capability resembles spells, but does not require lengthy incantations or intricate gestures. It is an innate ability that relies solely on the user's mental acuity and instinct, akin to what is often referred to as a talent. Yet, before the soon-to-be matured white dragoness, the Arctic grizzly was merely prey. True dragons, after all, are the supreme beings across various realms, possessing unparalleled dominance. Galen mused to himself. Realizing that the white dragoness had indeed prepared a meal for them, she was not as irresponsible as he initially thought. This seemed to reflect her approach to nurturing the hatchlings, providing care, albeit not excessively. Soon, the white dragoness shifted her position and lay down upon the rugged ice bed formed from the ice crystals, closing her eyes to enter a state of rest. Noticing that the white dragoness had not detected the theft of treasures, Galen let out a sigh of relief. After absorbing the energy from the gemstone, he now felt a sense of fullness coursing through him, not quite hungry. Patting his belly, he turned to devour the frozen bear. While not ravenous, he still found pleasure in continuing to eat. The ice crystal proved to be less formidable than anticipated, crumbling effortlessly in the white dragoness's mouth. Akin to delicate snowflake pastries, as he feasted on the tender paw meat of the bear. The warmth of its blood, the chewy texture of the bear's flesh, and the delightful crunch of the crushed ice crystals combined to create an unexpectedly exquisite flavor. He had expected a repulsive metallic taste. Yet the unique palate of dragons allowed for the enjoyment of fresh blood meals. Before long, Galen was wholly engrossed in his feast. Dragons are renowned for their insatiable appetites, and it was only after consuming the essence of flesh from the two forelimbs, devouring more than his own body weight in meat, that Galen finally felt a sense of satiation. That moment, a faint dragon's roar echoed from not far away. Heel shook her head and slowly rose to her feet. Her expression one of confusion, as if she had lost a fragment of her memory, accompanied by a slight headache. However, upon sighting the food, her worries were swiftly cast aside, and she rushed over with gleaming eyes. Galen found it amusing and was about to tease the young dragoness further when an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, compelling him to close his eyes, drawn by the icy breath of the ice crystal bed. He groggily crawled onto the white dragoness's icy resting place and fell asleep beside her. Sensing Galen's proximity, the white dragoness opened her eyes and raised a wing, prepared to sweep him off the bed. However, after a brief hesitation, she lowered her wing once more, closed her eyes, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Perhaps this was the extent of her gentleness. A week later, the relentless blizzard that had persisted for nearly half a month finally began to subside, revealing a pristine and clear azure sky above the far north. The entire landscape remained shrouded in a blanket of white snow, exuding an atmosphere of solitude and chill, aside from the howling winds. No other sounds could be heard. The high-hanging orange sun cast down rays of light that, while lacking warmth, adorned the white world with a delicate golden hue, creating a shimmering effect throughout the landscape. The growth of the hatchlings was rapid, their bodies transformed almost daily. A week after their birth, the hatchlings had developed robust bones and their claws and fangs were beginning to showcase their potency, enabling them to leave the nest and attempt hunting. Galen, his sister Heel, and two younger dragon siblings stood lined up at the edge of the dragon's lair, peering downwards. The white dragoness had laid 6 eggs in total. Yet 2 of the hatchlings that emerged were not true dragons. Having failed to receive the dragon's heritage, the white dragoness had ruthlessly cast them from her territory in front of the other younglings, likely leading to their demise in the vast, icy wilderness. Golden sunlight streamed diagonally onto the nest's edge, refracting through the ice crystals and casting its glow upon the hatchlings. Heel had developed further over the course of the week, growing taller and stronger. The sunlight now bestowed upon her a gilded appearance, blending beautifully with the smooth, mirror-like scales that adorned her body, rendering her quite a sight to behold. The 2 younger dragon brothers were, well, they were still in their early stages. Galen flexed his expansive wings, his body having grown significantly larger, gently nudging his siblings aside. Having absorbed the energy from the magical gemstone, he had not opened his eyes throughout the week, remaining in a state of slumber while rapidly growing, appearing to be on an entirely different level compared to Heel and the others that a few hours prior, Galen had awakened, upon realizing that he had been sleeping so close to the white dragoness. A shiver ran through him, yet seeing her remain undisturbed offered him reassurance. The white dragoness continued to sleep soundly, impervious to the playful nudges and calls of her young. Galen believed she must feel their calls but chose to ignore them. Blissfully lost in her slumber. One can never rouse a dragon feigning sleep. The bear meat the white dragoness had brought back was now consumed, leaving the hatchlings, including Galen, with empty stomachs that rumbled with hunger. They gathered at the entrance of the lair, perched precariously on a steep ice cliff 500 meters high, ready to venture forth and hunt for themselves. This could not be deemed irresponsible on the part of the white dragoness. Mature dragons typically do not provide an abundance of food for their hatchlings, instead supplying just enough to sustain daily activities, encouraging the hatchlings to hunt small creatures to hone their skills and strengthen their bodies. Every adult dragon has undergone this process. As apex predators, the hatchlings, now a week old, had developed formidable strength capable of taking on ordinary lions and tigers, thanks to their hard scales and sharp claws. Take flight. Galen gazed down at the endless expanse of white snow below, a mere 500 meters from the dragon's lair, and felt a twinge of anxiety. Unlike his younger siblings, who acted primarily on instinct, his greater intellect brought forth a wave of doubt, causing him to hesitate before taking flight. In his previous life, he had harbored a fear of heights, often feeling an irrational urge to leap from great heights. Although that sensation was absent now, a lingering uncertainty remained within him. 500 meters is quite a height. If I were to falter and fall, Galen inhaled sharply at the thought, envisioning a gruesome fate. Yet as a dragon, soaring through the skies was a destiny he could not evade. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, he calmed his racing heart and glanced at his wings, which were now comparable in length to his body. With a mental command, his folded wings unfurled like an arm extending, swiftly beginning to beat. As his wings moved, the magical energy surrounding him danced like playful sprites, wrapping around Galen's form and creating a buoyant force that lifted his sturdy hindquarters off the ground by several feet. He was airborne. Dragon flight relies primarily on a passive magical ability, akin to being bestowed with a fixed flight spell of a notably high caliber. While dragon wings are large and powerful, their structure alone cannot bear the weight of a dragon. Meanwhile, as Galen practiced his flight, Heel and the younger siblings had already taken to the skies, eagerly flapping their wings and soaring away from the lair, reveling in the azure expanse above, displaying remarkable agility during their first flight. They appeared to possess an innate mastery of the art of flying. Galen, why are you still not joining us? With a deft twirl in the air, Sierra turned her gaze towards Galen, who was several sizes larger than herself, and spoke to him in the tongue of dragons. Her voice, soft and clear, rang like silver bells dancing in the breeze. Simultaneously, the two dragon brothers also looked towards Galen, inquiring in the dragon language. Galen, are you perhaps feeling frightened? Galen glanced dismissively at the two dragon brothers, who he couldn't be bothered to remember by name, and huffed. Is that how one speaks to an elder brother? He lifted his gaze to the vast expanse of the snow-white world, his eyes drifting toward the distant pale golden horizon. Suddenly, with a powerful flap of his wings, he surged forth, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, leaving the dragon's lair behind. The biting cold wind and scattered snowflakes enveloped him. Upon glancing down, he realized he was hovering over 500 meters above the ground, each snowflake resembling grains of sand, blanketing the entirety of his view. The anticipated fear and discomfort did not materialize. Instead, Galen felt a momentary pause, followed by a sense of expansiveness and freedom, a bold spirit stirring within him as he reveled in the limitless sky. He was eager to soar and dance through the boundless realm of ice and snow, relishing the exhilarating chill of the wind and snow against his scales. However, there was a matter to attend to first. Let me first teach you a lesson on how to treat a dragon with respect. Galen squinted at the two dragon brothers, who were a mere 10 meters away. Perhaps influenced by the wicked nature of the white dragon, Galen's demeanor had taken on a less congenial tone. Like the two brothers who couldn't resist provoking him, he felt compelled to respond in kind, to instruct them on the proper conduct befitting a dragon. Galen was aware of the subtle shift in his character, a vestige of his humanity, yet he did not resist it. Rather, he found it amusing. He chose to embrace this transformation, recognizing the necessity of establishing his dominance among the brothers. The first dragon brother and the second dragon brother exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. A second later, they simultaneously beat their wings and darted towards Galen from either side. Dragons, beings ruled by strength, especially wicked ones, had scant regard for familial bonds. Even young dragons would assert their status through combat. Though Galen was the eldest and larger than them, true power was the only measure of respect among such proud creatures. Size alone would not suffice to command their attention. The first dragon brother, slightly swifter, lunged at Galen, his claw aimed unceremoniously at Galen's face. In a swift motion, Galen lowered his head, his massive form, akin to a heavyweight tank, barreling forward, under the weight of his imposing presence. The first dragon brother faltered. With a thud, the first dragon brother was sent sprawling, as if a mere doll, pinned by Galen's claw around his neck and forced into the snow, creating a dragon-shaped imprint. What followed was a barrage of hefty blows. The first dragon brother, defiant, glared at Galen and let out a roar. Roar. Ah! Just as he uttered a sound, Galen's claw clasped his face firmly, pressing it into the snow and rubbing it back and forth. The helpless whimpers echoing around them. While size may not dictate everything, it was certainly sufficient for Galen to unleash a thorough beating on the young dragon. Cough. Although it was not something to boast about. The violent instincts within Galen were ignited, and he relished the moment. The second dragon brother, who had charged alongside the first, witnessed Galen's swift subjugation of his sibling and immediately tucked his tail. Hovering at a distance, too intimidated to intervene, the charming and delicate dragoness, Sierra, approached the second dragon brother and, in a somewhat coaxing tone, said, "Why don't you go assist Charles? Otherwise, after Galen finishes with him, you'll be next." Charles was the name of the first dragon brother. If you help Charles now, you might still have a chance against Galen. Sierra appeared to possess a higher intellect than the average young white dragon. Unlike the two foolish brothers who dared provoke Galen despite his formidable size, the second dragon brother hesitated for a moment, then steeled his resolve and dove down towards Galen, with a swift sweep of his wings. Galen dismissed the second dragon brother, sending him crashing into the snow. Then, with one claw on each of the two dragon brothers' heads, he pressed them intimately against the icy ground beneath the snow. From 100 meters in the air, Sierra watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a melodious dragon's chuckle. Poor Tom, thus deceived by the great Sierra, found himself in a predicament. Tom was the name of the second dragon brother. Moments later, Charles and Tom lay thoroughly subdued by Galen, bruised and battered, belly up in surrender, indicating their willingness to heed Galen's commands and accept him as their true elder brother, letting go of the foolish dragon brothers. Galen looked up at Sierra and remarked, "I heard every word you said." Glorious Sierra. Sierra's expression of pride momentarily faltered, and she regarded Galen warily, asking, "Galen, what are you planning to do?" Galen flexed his claws and gently replied, "Come down now and allow me to land a few punches, and I shall let it go. Or you can start running, and I will catch you like I did with those two, and give you a thorough beating." Upon hearing Galen's threat, Sierra displayed a moment of hesitation, clearly contemplating her options. Meanwhile, Galen, having released the two pitiful dragon brothers, addressed Sierra, "When I count to 3, if you have yet to decide, I shall fly up and strike you." The next moment, just as Sierra was still deliberating, Galen's mouth broke into a smile. 3. Boom! With a powerful flap of his wings, Galen inhaled deeply and shot up into the sky at remarkable speed. By the time Sierra registered his movement, he was already before her, raising his massive head and preparing to bring it crashing down upon her petite form. Normal young dragons could not match Galen's velocity. In fact, even he had just discovered this newfound speed. In moments of heightened focus, it felt as if time itself had accelerated, and his movements flowed seamlessly as if under the influence of some enhancement. Bang! Their reflective scales collided, sending Sierra flying several meters, clutching her head as she cried out, "You only moved after counting to 3. That's cheating." Galen pursued her, delivering a series of blows, saying, "Indeed, I only moved after counting to 3. Where is the fault in that?" Minutes later, Sierra too found herself pinned in the snow, belly up and pleading for mercy, thus acknowledging Galen's dominance. These young dragons simply would not listen without a proper thrashing. Galen stretched his limbs, while Sierra, Charles, and Tom, all sporting bruised faces, exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude. Yet, upon seeing their own reflections in each other, they could not help but glare at Galen in indignation. Thud, thud, thud. With 3 decisive punches, Galen shook his claw, now shaped like a fist, and declared, "If you glare any further, I'll knock your heads." As the diminutive dragon instinctively recoiled, it dared not meet Galen's gaze directly. The proud and haughty hatchling, fearless in most regards, could only be subdued through sheer force. Galen, humming a merry tune, suddenly found the life of a dragon quite appealing. The capricious nature of malevolent dragons, who revered strength above all else, resonated with him deeply. 4 Hatchlings soared gracefully within a kilometer of the dragon's lair, gradually dispersing as they searched for prey within their line of sight. In the territory ruled by the white dragon mother. Centered around the icy cliff nest, formidable magical creatures and ferocious beasts were either expelled or slain, or brought under her dominion. The closer one approached the dragon's nest, the greater the safety one enjoyed. Unless fate dealt a cruel hand, hatchlings seldom met their demise near the lair. Before long, Galen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he spotted a foxwolf. Not a magical creature, the foxwolf occupied the lowest rungs of the food chain. Easily crushable by the hatchlings, with a powerful beat of his wings, he dove down, extending his claws to seize the fox-wolf. Galen's mind sharpened with intense focus. He felt that familiar sensation of time accelerating around him. His speed surging dramatically, just as the fox-wolf sensed the predator's presence and began to burrow into the snow. Galen's claws ensnared it, snapping its neck with a swift crack. The fox-wolf, comparable in size to an average wolf, measuring about 1.5 meters in length, alleviated Galen's hunger somewhat after consumption. Yet, he still felt famished in this rapid growth phase. Hatchlings possessed remarkable digestive capabilities, and hunger returned swiftly. However, rather than hastily seeking more prey, he contemplated his newfound abilities that a week of deep slumber not only enlarged Galen's form, but also bestowed upon him an ability akin to time manipulation. This ability appeared to be passive. Its precise mechanics eluded him, but he discerned that when he concentrated intensely, he experienced an acceleration effect of approximately 50%. This was not merely an increase in movement speed. Rather, it was as if the flow of time around him quickened, enhancing all aspects of his speed, attack, evasion, and reaction. As for the technique he had inadvertently employed, known as the temporal dragon's reverse flow, which allowed him to borrow time from his future self, Galen was eager to experiment with it deliberately. Yet, despite several attempts, he yielded no results. He suspected that it was not a matter of his inability, but rather that his future self was unwilling to cooperate, setting aside the temporal dragon's reverse flow for the moment. Galen resolved to thoroughly investigate his time manipulation ability. With this determination, he set off, searching for prey while testing his newly acquired skills. As half a day passed, time should have ushered in nightfall. Yet, the sky remained unchanged. This peculiar phenomenon stemmed from the unique geography of the far northern ice plains, where the cycle of day and night spans 6 months. Half a year of perpetual daylight followed by half a year of eternal darkness. Currently, they were experiencing the phenomenon of continuous daylight. Galen's demeanor grew somewhat weary as he landed upon the snow-covered expanse, leaving a faint imprint of a dragon in the ice, his expression contemplative. The maximum limit of his acceleration effect was double, which he could actively control. Multiple uses in a short time left him feeling mentally fatigued, reminiscent of the exhaustion felt after sleepless nights as a human. His mind growing foggy, he could only accelerate himself and not decelerate others. Having gained a clearer understanding of his abilities, Galen pondered a fitting name for this power before he could deliberate further. A name emerged from his inherited memories, time manipulation. Galen mused, "It is called time manipulation, yet it seems to only afford me acceleration." He had initially wished to name it time acceleration, but recognizing that it already bore a fixed title, he decided against altering it. Time manipulation could only be used for acceleration, with a cap of double speed, likely due to his nascent mastery of it. Perhaps in the future, he could attain an effect worthy of its name. He reflected. Now, Galen was no longer hungry. Thanks to his time manipulation acceleration, he had captured a considerable amount of food. Although the creatures inhabiting this harsh environment were generally alert and wary, even ordinary beasts could detect his presence. They were unable to escape his pursuit. Without lingering long, Galen flew toward the nearby dragon's lair. Before reaching the nest, he spotted 2 dragon brothers and a dragon sister, all looking dejected, as if they had suffered a setback. Upon seeing Galen, Sierra eagerly inquired, "Galen, how much prey have you caught?" Galen frowned slightly, retorting, "Do you wish to be reprimanded? Address me as Brother Galen." Sierra hesitated, but ultimately complied with a feeble, "Brother Galen," which satisfied Galen, who then replied, "Not much, perhaps around 10 or so, just foxwolves, white-furred tigers, and cold leopards. 10 or so. Charles's eyes widened. "You must be jesting." Tom expressed disbelief. Upon hearing this, Galen understood why the hatchlings appeared despondent. They likely had not captured much prey themselves, leaving them both hungry and disheartened. However, Galen found hunting to be quite straightforward. Despite being newly hatched, these young dragons possessed the strength to tear apart tigers and leopards. Why, then, were they struggling to catch prey? He was puzzled. At that moment, a white python emerged from the snow, catching Sierra's eye. Her eyes brightened, and she immediately accelerated, attempting to snatch the white python from the air. Yet, before she could draw near, the python, startled like a frightened rabbit, quickly burrowed into the ice and snow, vanishing in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Galen felt a sudden clarity that he scrutinized the hatchlings more closely and sensed a palpable aura of power emanating from them, an essence belonging to the apex predators of this world. The dragons might. In the draconic heritage, this was more accurately described as a fierce presence. Mature dragons, with their imposing aura, could immobilize many creatures within their territory with a mere thought, their spirits ensnared. In combat with equals, this dragon might could exert psychological pressure, serving as a potent supernatural ability. Such supernatural abilities are those that are unaffected by magical resistances and are difficult to counter or dispel. Encompassing dragon breath and Galen's newly acquired time manipulation ability, hatchlings also possess this dragon might, though they cannot wield it at will, nor is it potent enough to paralyze their prey. Instead, it tends to startle them. Upon returning to the dragon's lair, the white dragon lady lay sprawled on her colossal crystalline bed, deep in slumber, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Galen found a spot to recline, closing his eyes to restore his spirit while gradually attuning himself to his own aura. His ability to capture prey stemmed from the acceleration of time manipulation, allowing him to seize his targets with a significant disparity in speed. The draconic might he exuded, much like the three younger dragons, emanated unconsciously. This was not a favorable situation. Especially during their formative years, the uncontrollable draconic aura could serve as a beacon, enabling enemies to locate the hatchlings by tracing the source of their power. The first lesson for a young dragon was to master the fierce control of their aura, to learn how to regulate their draconic might. Not only Galen, but also Hill, Charles, and Tom were diligently working to contain their auras, preventing any indiscriminate leakage. The difference lay in Galen's remarkable aptitude. Upon realizing the necessity of controlling his aura, he managed to master it effortlessly in just over half an hour. This innate talent was one of the advantages bestowed by his lineage as a time dragon. Within the legacy of dragons, there exists a saying regarding time dragons: any knowledge, skill, or language is inherently a native skill of the time dragon. This implies that any skill that can be acquired through learning is easily grasped by a time dragon. Exemplified by his effortless command over the subtleties of magical energy when utilizing the white dragon lady's enchanted gems. After expending considerable mental energy on time manipulation and mastering the ebb and flow of his aura, Galen closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep. This slumber was merely a means to swiftly recuperate his mental state, not the deep hibernation that fosters evolution and the acquisition of new abilities. True draconic slumber requires ample time and energy reserves, not simply the act of sleeping. Before long, Galen was jolted awake. Turning his head, he beheld the magnificent white dragon lady stretching her wings, her pale yellow eyes shimmering with satisfaction from her comfortable slumber. However, this satisfaction vanished the instant she laid eyes on the hatchlings that it seemed the white dragon lady harbored a disdain for the younglings. Galen mused. Shortly thereafter, she exited the lair, only to return with a freshly slain and frozen magical creature, a winter wolf. A magnificent beast of pure white fur, barely surpassing the rank of dragonkind. The hatchling's eyes gleamed with hunger, and they lunged towards the food. The white dragon lady promptly intervened, with her sharp claws. She cleaved the winter wolf into 4 portions, pushing the largest piece before Galen, while distributing the 3 smaller portions to Hill, Charles, and Tom. Galen blinked and, with no reservations, began to feast heartily. The winter wolf was a delicacy not meant for the hatchlings at their current stage. It was a rare sustenance solely provided by the white dragon lady, significantly enhancing the growth of the hatchlings, imbued with rich energy, had it not been for the explicit allocation of portions by the white dragon lady. He might have considered snatching more from his dragon siblings. Galen understood perfectly well the reason he received the largest share. He was growing at an unprecedented rate, the most formidable among this clutch of hatchlings. Embodying the principle of strength above all else, even in the distribution of food, the weak could only be ruthlessly cast aside. The 3 younger dragons displayed expressions of resentment, their gazes fixed upon Galen's bounty, their eyes betraying a glint of greed. However, with the white dragon lady present, and having experienced a significant loss at Galen's hands, they dared not attempt to seize anything. After delivering the meal to the hatchlings, the white dragon lady returned to her slumber. One could only wonder what delightful dreams held her captive, rendering her reluctant to awaken. Upon finishing his meal and taking a brief respite to recuperate, Galen, invigorated and brimming with energy, took flight from the lair to hunt alone. To expedite his growth, he required a copious amount of sustenance. The more, the better. With the white dragon lady providing insufficient nourishment, he had no choice but to procure it himself. Fortunately, the vicinity of the icy cliff lair was devoid of formidable magical creatures, alleviating some of his concerns. Furthermore, the abundance of prey in this territory, chosen by the white dragon lady, was indeed substantial. Observing Galen's departure from the lair to hunt, The three younger dragons quickly made the same decision, relying on his robust physique, superior to that of the average hatchling, and his ability to manipulate time for acceleration. Galen returned from each hunt with a bountiful catch, only opting to return to the lair for a brief rest when fatigue began to set in. Once he felt sufficiently restored, he would embark on yet another hunting expedition. Under the perpetual daylight, time flowed steadily onward. During his hunts, Galen continued to explore the capabilities of other time dragons. Though perhaps due to his tender age, he had yet to yield any significant discoveries. Nevertheless, his combat skills gradually improved with each hunt. As for the three younger dragons, they often returned empty-handed, their efforts proving futile. However, as dragons, even the weakest among the chromatic dragons, the white dragon was not to be underestimated. After several weeks of practice, during which they learned to control their auras and execute ambushes from beneath water or ice, they began to see their own successes. No longer suffering from hunger, the white dragon lady, adhering to her nonchalant approach, provided the hatchlings with a single magical creature to hunt each week. This was always a time of great joy for the younglings. The blood and flesh of magical creatures constituted the finest nourishment for them, rich in energy and nutrients far exceeding those of ordinary beasts. Galen, without exception, was favored, consistently receiving the largest share, inciting envy and resentment in the three younger dragons. Yet they remained powerless to act. Life settled into a predictable rhythm. Though devoid of excitement, it was marked by safety and stability. Hunting, honing abilities, awaiting the dragon lady's feeding, and dealing with the occasional provocations from his siblings, who never seemed to learn their lesson. Time passed swiftly, and these simple yet fulfilling days soon slipped away. Days turned into nights, and the cycle of the moon continued its dance, after experiencing a period of polar night followed by polar day. The entire northern ice field was cloaked in darkness when a 6-meter-long, 8-meter wingspan white behemoth leaped from the icy cliff layer, soaring freely in the howling winds. Galen's scales gleamed as if newly polished. Devoid of any marks of time's passage, his claws were robust, his wings billowed like sails, and his tail resembled a spear, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Most striking were his platinum-colored dragon eyes and the band of tightly interlocked black scales encircling his neck. The dragon hatchling phase lasts from birth to 6 years of age. Yet, at merely a year and a half, still within this phase, Galen had already attained a physique comparable to that of an adolescent dragon. Akin to one that had lived for over 25 years, this astonishing growth rate rendered Galen himself astounded. It was as though time flowed at an accelerated pace for him. However, after coming to terms with his powers, he gradually accepted this prodigious rate of growth. Following numerous cycles of slumber and maturation, Galen began to perceive the world around him not merely as the sky, earth, ice, and creatures, but as a vast, illusory river invisible to other beings. This was the river of time, a concrete manifestation of time itself, appearing to Galen as a flowing river. Perhaps in the understanding of other creatures, it resembled a colossal tree reaching toward the heavens or gentle gusts of wind. The entirety of the primary material plane, no, all planes, even the layers of elemental essence between the planes, existed within the river of time. This river enveloped everything. All things dwelled within it: the falling snow, the flowing ice, the howling wind, the sky, the earth, the celestial bodies. As Galen breathed, in addition to inhaling air and elemental energy, he also consumed wisps of the illusory river's waters, acquiring a unique power he termed the power of time. This power served as the source of energy for his time manipulation. The reason he mastered time acceleration before slowing or reversing it was that the river of time perpetually flowed forward. Swimming against the current proved significantly more challenging to a young time dragon. He seemed to embody the very essence of the river of time, and with its aid, his growth rate was exponentially faster than that of ordinary dragons. Moreover, the passage of time not only rendered him increasingly powerful, but left no detrimental effects upon him. Unlike ordinary white dragons, whose scales lose their luster with age, Galen's scales retained a mirror-like sheen. Beautiful and resplendent, as if they had never undergone the trials of time. Only natural disasters and human calamities could vanquish a time dragon. The relentless passage of time was powerless to affect him. Beneath the night sky, Galen, who had grown considerably, felt a twinge of worry. The white dragon lady's gaze towards him had begun to shift ominously. She likely no longer wished to nurture him. Without the presence of the white dragon mother, the tranquil life of steady development is destined to vanish into oblivion. Logically, the dragon mother would at least rear the hatchling until it surpasses the fledgling stage and attains a degree of self-preservation. Before expelling it from the nest to fend for itself, even the most cold-hearted and ruthless of dragons would not allow a fledgling to perish without any means of survival. However, Galen, this mere hatchling not yet a year old, has already grown to a size approaching that of a juvenile white dragon. The gaze of the white dragon mother towards Galen is now filled with wariness and impatience, and it is likely that she will soon drive him out of the dragon's lair. Though Galen has acquired some ability for self-preservation and has mastered new skills beyond the manipulation of time, he ultimately pales in comparison to a fully mature dragon. In this perilous world. Once separated from the white dragon mother, he will have to tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice. Galen is already contemplating his future. He occasionally takes risks by soaring to the edges of the white dragon mother's territory, scanning the horizon from great heights in search of suitable locations for his development, places where he can swiftly find refuge once expelled. A life of wandering and hardship is not what Galen desires. It is far too dangerous. Beneath the cover of night, Galen flaps his wings, his scales reflecting the moonlight like a mirror. Instead of drawing attention, they blend seamlessly into the night sky, providing him with an excellent camouflage. To those with less keen eyesight, Galen might easily be mistaken for a dark cloud drifting across the starlit sky. At this moment, the extreme northern ice plains are adorned with a tapestry of stars, the celestial bodies and the moon appearing simultaneously, creating a breathtaking scene reminiscent of a dream. As Galen flies beneath such a night sky, he feels the very air around him invigorated, although this is not his first flight. The exhilarating sensation of soaring high above always fills Galen with joy. After a brief while, Galen reaches the boundary of the white dragon mother's territory, the area where the white dragon mother resides. Aside from the towering 1,000-meter-high ice cliff, is predominantly an expansive plain. To the south stretches a vast mountain range composed of countless hills and peaks, home to innumerable magical creatures, humanoid beings, and underground anomalies. Galen flies towards the faintly visible colossal mountain range. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid approaching the mountains, as they are far more perilous than the extreme northern ice plains. Galen has traversed the 1,000-meter-high ice cliff, moving deeper into the frozen expanse, yet the further north he ventures, the harsher the environment becomes, increasingly desolate and devoid of life. In such surroundings, Galen lacks the confidence to find sufficient food. His appetite is substantial, requiring him to consume several times his body weight in food each week merely to sustain himself. Venturing deeper into the inhospitable northern ice plains, he might perish from hunger before encountering any external threats. The notion of a time dragon dying of starvation would undoubtedly incite laughter among all intelligent beings. Despite flying towards the southern mountains, Galen is merely seeking a suitable location. He has no intention of leaving the extreme northern ice plains until he has gained sufficient strength. In this world, the most dangerous creatures are, in fact, humans. One of the esteemed titles favored by human adventurers is that of Dragon Slayer, and upon the sighting of an evil dragon, countless human adventurers flock to seize the opportunity to become heroes of dragon slaying. The body of a dragon, its teeth, claws, and scales constitute superior magical materials, representing untold wealth in the human realm. Once fellow beings, they are now the ones Galen must be most wary of. He feels the capriciousness of fate, and the image of that azure planet flashes through his mind. He muses that once he becomes powerful enough, perhaps he might return to the blue star for a grand display. Such a possibility is not beyond the realm of feasibility. The rules governing matter across different planes exhibit vast disparities. Due to the similarities between Earth and the primary material plane, it is highly probable that the blue star exists somewhere within the primary material plane. In Galen's current understanding, a plane refers to a collection of myriad worlds. These worlds vary in size and shape. They may be a landmass, a planet, a star system, or even the vast cosmos. The relationship between planes and worlds resembles a large bubble encasing countless smaller bubbles. The membrane separating these bubbles is known as the crystal wall, and the fluid between the crystal walls is referred to as the burning essence. Aside from powerful tools like teleportation arrays and magical ships, as well as certain special spells, some formidable beings possess the innate ability to traverse worlds and planes directly, time dragons being one of them. Galen has an inkling that once he becomes powerful, he will undoubtedly be able to navigate through the river of time, even journeying to the past and future. Returning to the present, he remains a worried hatchling on the verge of expulsion. Galen circles high above, his gaze scanning the ground in search of a suitable refuge. A moment later, his eyes brighten as he identifies an area approximately 15 kilometers away, a winding, small ice river. All dragons are amphibious creatures, and Galen considers that perhaps he might one day reside underwater for a time. Establishing a nest at the bottom of the ice river would provide exceptional concealment and safety. With this thought, Galen decides to investigate the vicinity of the small ice river to ascertain whether any formidable creatures reside there, such as frost giants or winter wolves. He casts a final glance at the location of the dragon's nest, takes a deep breath, and then departs from the white dragon mother's territory. Upon crossing an invisible boundary, the overwhelming pressure associated with powerful dragons dissipates. P.S. Dear readers, please refrain from hoarding books. The current recommendation process on Chidian highly relies on readership data, and regulations do not permit multiple updates. It is not too late to support after the book is published. I implore you. Chapter 12. Seizing the thread of time, the small ice river lies approximately 15 kilometers from Galen's current position, and at full speed, he could reach it in no time. However, having left the safety of the white dragon mother's territory, Galen maintains a vigilant caution. He suppresses his dragon might and moderates his flying speed to prevent the generation of howling winds and noise that might attract the attention of powerful entities. Yet, after flying approximately 5 kilometers, with 10 kilometers still to go to the small ice river, trouble finds him unexpectedly. A colossal eagle with a wingspan exceeding Galen's by a full 10 meters swoops above him. Upon spotting Galen, its swiftly moving body momentarily hesitates before heading directly towards him without a second thought. Galen hears the commotion and looks up. The creature, adorned in white feathers and surrounded by swirling winds, enters his line of sight. A magical creature, the white feather ice wind eagle. Galen feels a chill run down his spine, yet he does not succumb to panic. This is not his first encounter with magical beings. While within the territory of the white dragon mother, he has encountered numerous magical creatures, albeit none as formidable as this one. Over the past year, he has slain some magical creatures, but most were insignificant beings like the frost serpent or wind bird. The white feather ice wind eagle before him, however, is of considerable size, appearing to be even larger than Galen at first glance. With a piercing sound that cuts through the air, the white feather ice wind eagle approaches Galen like a fighter jet. As it flaps its wings, a gust of cold wind surges forth, accompanied by a rain of countless tiny ice needles cascading towards Galen. A mere feathered beast. While I do not seek trouble, it does not mean I am easy prey. This is a perfect opportunity to test my new abilities. Galen, wary of attracting the attention of beings akin to the white dragon mother, is not particularly concerned about the white feather ice wind eagle. He snorts softly, opens his mouth, and unleashes a breath towards the eagle. Instead of the frosty breath characteristic of the white dragon, what emerges causes the eagle to falter momentarily. In its view, Galen appears merely to be mimicking the act of breathing fire without actually exhaling any dragon breath. Is this little white dragon foolish? Yu Bingfeng pondered in confusion. Suddenly, an invisible and intangible linear wave surged past him. He let out a terrified shriek, his body swiftly losing strength, his eyes becoming clouded, and his once vibrant feathers dimming. The flow of his magical energy turned extremely obscure and sluggish, while his body suffered an unavoidable energy assault, resulting in torn feathers and blood splattering. This was a new ability recently acquired by Galen, belonging to the time dragon, known as the line of temporal plunder. This linear and imperceptible draconic breath was nearly invisible to the naked eye, as it stemmed from a supernatural power that even ordinary detection magic struggled to sense. Regaining his senses, Yu Bingfeng hurriedly dodged, escaping the attack range of the line of temporal plunder. Galen closed his mouth, for the consumption of the line was considerable, and he refrained from further pursuing with his draconic breath, instead activating the accelerated state of time manipulation. The flow of time around him quickened to twice its normal speed, rendering his movements remarkably agile and swift, contrasting sharply with his physical size. The cold wind and icy needles grazed Galen's body, which he deftly evaded. In the aftermath, Yu Bingfeng, severely wounded by the line of temporal plunder, found his vision blurring, only to see Galen's figure now alarmingly close. Time for an ambush. Galen's claws descended upon him with the white dragoness let out another low roar. The piercing winds of the far northern ice plains howled fiercely, buffeting against Galen, yet they were nowhere near as cold as her demeanor. Enduring the pain in silence, Galen remained voiceless. His expression darkened slightly as he unfurled his dragon wings with resolute determination. Rising high and leaping over the icy cliffs, continuing northward towards the nesting site he had already chosen. During this journey, his furious emotions gradually cooled. Casting a glance back towards the cliffs, Gallon's gaze was icy and silent. If he were simply ordered to leave, it would have posed no issue. The cliffs belonged to the White Dragoness, and being expelled would not warrant any complaint from him. However, the notion of being struck before the expulsion was something Gallon found intolerable. He retracted his gaze, firmly etching the White Dragoness into his memory. Before long, Gallon departed the confines of the White Dragoness's territory, arriving at a small glacier under the shroud of the polar night. As he looked down at the meandering waters of the river, he descended and disturbed a group of nearby terror lizards. Though referred to as lizards, they bore a striking resemblance to crocodiles. Growing to about 4 meters in length and weighing up to 2 tons in adulthood, their bodies were encased in a thick layer of armored scales with sharp claws and a notable intelligence, rendering them quite cunning. This group of terror lizards numbered 33 in total. The largest among them, their leader, measured 5 meters in length, a mere fraction shorter than Gallon himself. Upon sighting Gallon, the terror lizard leader raised its head and, accompanied by the others, encircled him, hissing and flicking its long, sensitive tongue as its pupils narrowed into slits. Gallon's gaze remained calm, his platinum dragon eyes gleaming brightly. With a sudden flourish, he spread his wings, an 8-meter wingspan casting a vast shadow upon the snow-white ground, dwarfing the terror lizards beneath him. With a powerful motion, an invisible dragon might emanated from Gallon, sweeping over the group of terror lizards in an instant. One by one, they became frantic and agitated. The terror lizard leader struggled to withstand Gallon's dragon might, but under the weight of Gallon's silent, unwavering gaze, it began to retreat step by step. In its retreat, it let out a roar and unleashed a brilliant fireball, yet Gallon's dragon wings swept it away effortlessly, reducing it to mere sparks, without inflicting any harm upon his wings, as if he had brushed away a light breeze instead of a fiery explosion. The dragon's magical immunity was indeed formidable. While a pure white dragon could largely resist cold damage but would be wary of fire, Gallon, as the time dragon of another essence, possessed an almost complete immunity to all elemental damage. The fireball only registered as a slight warmth to him. This attack drained the terror lizard leader of its last vestige of courage, and it slowly lowered itself to the ground, whimpering softly. Too fearful to meet Gallon's gaze, the other terror lizards had already prostrated themselves, some even trembling in fear or frozen in place. Once he retracted his dragon might, Gallon beckoned to the terror lizard leader. Momentarily stunned, the terror lizard leader cautiously approached Gallon, its heavy body moving like an armored vehicle, lowering its head adorned with fearsome, jagged horns. Gallon extended a claw, playfully stroking the leader's head. The texture was coarse, akin to sandpaper, yet surprisingly pleasant. The terror lizard leader offered no resistance, reveling in Gallon's touch. For a true dragon, subduing subordinates was a simple endeavor, with a display of dragon might. Most beings would surrender their resistance. Sometimes, even creatures of equal power struggle to withstand a dragon's presence, as it transcends mere intimidation. It is a supernatural ability. Some beings even seek out true dragons, eager to become their vassals. Particularly the dog-headed ones, whose blood contains a trace of dragon essence and who exhibit a blind reverence towards true dragons. After subjugating the terror lizard leader, the other terror lizards rose, encircling Gallon and bowing while hissing, seemingly pledging their loyalty. This group of terror lizards had effectively become Gallon's vassals, servants, spies, and, when necessary, reserves of sustenance. Before long, Gallon replicated his method, gathering a nearby group of over 40 white hunting hounds as his vassals. He was situated in the upper reaches of the small glacier, where he intended to establish his nest within the river, thus planning to either eliminate or convert all nearby creatures into his subordinates. The 8-meter wingspan of the white giant dragon soared through the skies, gliding along the river while his platinum-colored eyes surveyed the snow-clad world below. Moments later, Gallon's expression shifted to one of surprise and curiosity as he spotted a peculiar gathering of beings. After a brief contemplation, he flapped his dragon wings, stirring up a gust of wind, and sped towards the sight he had observed. Below, a collection of translucent, silvery beings, resembling ice crystals, lifted their heads with a hint of trepidation as they gazed upon the approaching dragon. With a thud, Gallon landed upon the ground, scrutinizing the clan of humanoid beings residing near the small glacier. More precisely, they were elemental life forms. Before Gallon stood approximately 70 undulating ice houses, roughly constructed yet imbued with a rugged beauty. The inhabitants of these ice shelters were humanoid beings ranging from 1 to 2 meters tall, seemingly crystallized from ice, with distinct facial features that appeared sculpted, yet curiously capable of subtle expressions. Their exquisite forms possessed an androgynous beauty. Elemental water life? Gallon pondered thoughtfully. At first glance, he had identified them as water elementals, but upon closer inspection, they were distinctly different. Water elementals typically possessed a semi-fluid form, whereas these beings were solid ice crystals, likely a mutated form of water elemental life. As such creatures were not documented in the Dragoness legacy, Galen decided to name them the ice spirits of the far north. The sight of a gathering of elemental life in the far northern ice plains filled Galen with unexpected delight. His joy stemmed from the fact that elemental beings were often sentient, capable of communication, unlike the terror lizards and white hunting hounds, who could not comprehend Galen's directives accurately. If he were to make the ice spirits his vassals, issuing commands would become significantly more convenient. Galen was surprised because elemental beings were exceedingly rare within the primary material plane. These extraordinary life forms primarily resided in inner planes that were not part of the primary material plane but were intricately linked to it. The primary material plane consists of a balanced composition of various energies and elements, giving rise to a diverse array of life forms. In contrast, inner planes are pure elemental realms, dominated by a single element or energy. With a singular environment that can be perilous, the 6 inner planes are earth, water, fire, air, wind, positive energy, and negative energy. Elemental beings within the primary material plane are often remnants of summoning magic, perhaps left behind by a careless mage who lost their conjured creatures. Given the environmental conditions of the primary material plane, the natural emergence of elemental beings is nearly impossible. As Galen contemplated, the tallest of the ice spirits approached him, both fearful and respectful, speaking in the common tongue. Great true dragon, it is our honor to have you grace this place. How may we serve you? Indeed, they possessed intelligence, and Galen's eyes brightened. He gazed at the ice spirit before him and spoke in a deep voice. This river shall henceforth be my domain. You will serve as my vassals, offering me all that you possess. I, Galen the true dragon, future lord of the ice plains, shall provide you with the protection of a dragon, having just lost the protection of the white dragoness. Galen now sought to extend his guardianship over other beings. Upon hearing Galen's declaration, the ice spirits displayed no signs of rebellion. Rather, they joyfully knelt, proclaiming, "It is the supreme honor of the Glacier clan to be accepted as vassals by the great true dragon." Amidst the intricate nuances of conversation, there lies a palpable excitement at having Galen, the true dragon, as an ally. Galen himself is taken aback. He had anticipated a fierce battle to subdue this group of extreme northern ice spirits before winning their allegiance. In Galen's understanding, elemental beings are typically spellcasters, possessing formidable combat abilities and an inherent pride that leads them to disdain flesh and blood life forms. Although he is a true dragon, he muses that it would be quite a challenge to compel these elemental beings to submit merely by a tremor of his draconic form. After a moment of contemplation, Galen addresses the ice spirit before him. "State your name." "Master, your humble subordinate is named Roy Bingha," comes the reply. "Very well, Roy. Now, demonstrate your abilities to me." Galen steps forward, gesturing for Roy Bingha to launch an attack. If his assumptions are correct, this group of extreme northern ice spirits must be significantly weaker than typical elemental beings. Otherwise, they would not so eagerly wish to become his vassals, the strongest of the Ice River tribe. Roy Bingha hesitates, a troubled expression crossing his face, unwilling to strike at Galen. With impatience, Galen flicks his dragon wing and states, "Do not squander time. I shall not hold your attack against you." With that, Roy Bingha finally relaxes, raising his crystalline arm to conjure a translucent dagger of ice, which he hurls toward Galen. The icy dagger lands upon Galen's dragon scales, shattering into fragments without inflicting any harm. With an encouraging gaze, Galen urges, "Well done, continue." Yet, under Galen's watchful eyes, Roy Bingha lowers his head in embarrassment, admitting, "Master, I can only employ this one technique, the cold dagger." Galen, due to the harsh and unforgiving climate, 90% of the creatures inhabiting the icy plains possess a high resistance to frost, rendering Galen completely immune to the meager damage inflicted by the ice dagger. He is not even scratched, limited to a singular, inferior spell, particularly one of the ice element, suggests that these extreme northern ice spirits can only exist as the lowest tier of life in the frigid expanse. In terms of strength, the ice spirits are even inferior to the terrifying lizards. After a moment of reflection, Galen inquires, "How did your tribe come into existence?" Roy Bingha's face brightens with admiration as he recalls. 1,000 years ago, a revered mage created our ancestors and left us upon the ice plains. Created, rather than summoned. This indicates that the extreme northern ice spirits are not a product of nature. Galen surmises that these elemental beings are likely the result of a failed experiment by an unknown mage, who perhaps sought to create elemental beings capable of wielding powerful frost magic, only to abandon them upon discovering their feeble abilities. No wonder the White Dragon matriarch did not take these beings as her vassals. Perhaps she deemed their strength beneath her notice. Galen contemplates this, simultaneously deciding to offer these unfortunate elemental beings an opportunity, recognizing that their weakness poses a challenge for him. With this thought, Galen exhales a frosty breath, causing a multitude of ice crystals to coalesce under his precise control into a pool of ice several meters in diameter. Such a feat would be impossible for an ordinary white dragon, yet for Galen, it is second nature. Endowed with the essence of a time dragon, he enjoys a unique affinity with the elements, akin to being their favored progenitor. The elements, which are often aloof and difficult to command for other beings, eagerly respond to Galen, executing his every thought with unwavering loyalty and without hesitation. The elements within the vicinity of Galen even shift in activity according to his moods. After creating the ice pool, Galen pierces the tip of his finger, allowing several drops of his scorching dragon blood to fall. Roy Bingha, realizing Galen's intent, gasps heavily and kneels, fervently declaring, "Master, the Ice River tribe shall become your most loyal vassals, crushing all your enemies." As the dragon blood drips into the ice pool, it nearly melts the frost. Then, Galen directs the water from the meandering ice river into the pool, filling it with a diluted crimson hue of dragon blood. "This shall suffice for your kin's transformation," Galen states, his tone leveled at by accepting his bloodline. They will become dragon-blooded beings. True dragons possess a unique biological structure known as the basal blood vessels, regarded as the core of their elemental power, endowing them with formidable quasi-spellcasting abilities and supernatural strength. This trait is also the most effective means of distinguishing true dragons from various lesser dragons. The dragon blood flowing through the basal vessels is imbued with a potent aggressiveness, capable of transforming even elemental beings. Those who undergo this transformation are collectively referred to as dragon-blooded beings, harboring an innate reverence for their dragon blood master, treating him like a god or emperor. Thus, dragon-blooded beings are the true core vassals of the true dragon, while those who have not undergone transformation are often relegated to mere reserves or cannon fodder. Galen wonders to himself whether his dragon blood might bestow upon them even a semblance of the power to influence time. Eagerly awaiting the outcome, as time passes, one by one, the extreme northern ice spirits bathe in the diluted dragon blood, exuding a faint aura of draconic majesty and officially becoming dragon-blooded beings. Subsequently, the ice spirits gather in reverence beneath Galen's dragon wings, their faces alight with newfound joy and loyalty. Thus, he acquires his first batch of sentient vassals. 2 months later, the once tranquil Ice River tribe has transformed into a lively hub near the bustling ice dwellings. Various creatures such as terrifying lizards, white hunting dogs, and tidal crabs traverse harmoniously alongside the ice spirits. Galen has chosen to nest near the river segment of the Ice River tribe, gathering his other subdued vassals here as well. The strength and potential of the ice spirits who have accepted the dragon blood have significantly increased. However, to Galen's disappointment, these enhancements are solely reflected in their frost magic abilities, with none exhibiting powers to manipulate time. It seems they have only acquired the bloodline of the white dragon, lacking even a trace of the time dragon's essence. Yet, after his initial disappointment, Galen quickly comes to terms with the situation. If the bloodline capable of influencing time were so easily attainable, the time dragon would not be regarded as a legendary true dragon. Beneath the icy, profound waters, it appears as though a colossal beast stirs, creating tumultuous waves upon the surface of the serpentine river. A shadowy figure, 8 meters in length, can be faintly discerned beneath the water. It is Galen in the brief span of 2 months, following a period of deep slumber, although he has not gained new abilities pertaining to time. His physique has grown considerably. His robust dragon form now stretches 8 meters in length, with a shoulder height of 1.6 meters when on all fours, and a wingspan nearing 10 meters. Moreover, he has mastered a quasi-spellcasting ability characteristic of juvenile white dragons. This rate of growth would astonish any true dragon. His primary sustenance consists of the massive hoofed yaks hunted by the ice spirits and their companions, which average 4 meters in length and weigh 3 tons. Their thunderous gallops making them formidable adversaries, yet they are no match for Galen's vassals. 90% of the tribe's members are occupied with hunting blood food for Galen, yet their efforts only barely meet his satisfaction. compelling him to supplement his diet with magical creatures from time to time. On the other hand, as the lord of this domain, Galen has not been idle. For instance, when the hunting party encounters formidable magical creatures, Galen intervenes to dispatch them once he is certain of his ability to do so. Similarly, if fierce predators threaten the tribe and the Ice River tribe is unable to defend itself, Galen will step in as necessary. Such instances are rare, occurring only once in the past 2 months. At this moment, Galen is pursuing a school of fish beneath the Ice River, robust, well-fed Ice River sharks. Averaging 2 meters in length, their jaws filled with jagged teeth yet devoid of magical abilities, mere ordinary beasts. Under Galen's agile pursuit, they have no capacity for resistance, akin to fish caught on a hook. The flavor of these Ice River sharks is delightful, their meat tender and refreshingly cold, making them one of his favorite delicacies. However, as their numbers are not abundant, Galen regards them merely as a treat to satisfy his appetite. Crack! With a single bite, Galen simultaneously devoured 2 Ice River sharks, savoring their exquisite taste as he chewed them into his belly. The remaining Ice River sharks, in a state of panic, hastily fled, yet Galen made no effort to pursue. Instead, he relished the delightful and chewy texture, turning to dive deeper into the river, arriving at a dragon's lair nestled at the riverbed. This lair, constructed in the deepest part of the icy river, lay approximately 50 meters beneath the surface, emanating a faint cold glow in the dim depths. It was a creation of Galen S., a labor of a day spent as a diligent excavator, digging and sculpting the earth, followed by a layer of glistening ice crystals formed through his breath of frost. Although somewhat curved, it presented an overall L shape, short at the top and elongated at the bottom. At the deepest point of the lair lay Galen's resting place. The anatomy of dragon eyes is unique. Beneath their eyelids lies a nictitating membrane that waterproofs them, and their pupils possess a lens-like structure that focuses light, allowing them to gather sufficient illumination even in darkness, thus granting them the ability of night vision. Despite the profound darkness underwater, it posed no obstacle to Galen's sight. To him, it merely seemed slightly dimmer. Yet he could still discern clearly the deepest recess of his lair. Galen emulated the white dragon matron, fashioning an ice bed large enough for his form to recline. Given the frigid temperature of the northern river waters, the ice within was exceptionally difficult to melt, requiring only minimal effort from him to maintain. Upon his grand ice bed lay not only emptiness, but also a battered suit of armor, riddled with stubborn rust stains, alongside a similarly corroded sword. As he reclined upon the icy surface, Galen toyed with the rusted armor and sword, feeling the weight of the time and history they embodied. He caressed them gently, a look of satisfaction gracing his visage. These relics were unearthed from the riverbed's silt during the construction of his lair, and from the moment he first laid eyes on them, he was captivated. It was not the objects themselves that drew him in, but rather the traces of time they bore. For Galen, items steeped in the passage of ages held far greater allure than gold or gems. Of course, while gold and gems did possess a certain charm for Galen, they paled in comparison to the allure of unique artifacts that had withstood the ravages of time. Should he come across gold or gems that had also endured the ages, it would be ideal. Being in the presence of such treasures, Galen felt as though the pace at which he consumed time subtly increased. The abilities he wielded, such as manipulating and siphoning the threads of time, required the expenditure of temporal energy, making the rate at which he consumed time an important factor for him. Burying them and later excavating them after a lengthy period would yield even more time-experienced treasures. This was the thought that lingered in Galen's mind. However, due to the scarcity of his current collection, he hesitated to actually act upon this notion. Next, clutching his cherished artifacts, Galen closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, swiftly digesting the massive weight of the giant hoofed yaks and ice river sharks he had just consumed. The total weight of this meal surpassed even his own tonnage, as dragons are capable of consuming creatures heavier than themselves in a single sitting. Half a day later, as Galen awoke, he reluctantly left his ice bed, placing the time-worn armor and rusted sword beside him. With a body that now spanned 8 meters in length, his form glided through the water with the grace of a nimble fish. His dragon wings folded at his sides, adopting a streamlined posture as he swiftly ascended to the surface. As he burst forth from the water, a cascade of crystalline droplets cascaded down his white-scaled body, rendering him an ethereal figure as if a celestial being had descended. A few ice spirits from the far north beheld Galen and bowed their heads in reverence, uttering, "Hail to the great true dragon." Viewing this place as his domain, Galen welcomed the ice spirits as his kin, and their lives improved at a visible pace. Creatures like the terror lizards and white hunting dogs, once mere playthings for him, transformed into beloved companions. With the protection of a true dragon, even a juvenile dragon such as Galen was a rare boon that in exchange for their guardianship and the transformation of their essence. The ice spirits offered their labored elemental beings. They required no flesh or blood for sustenance, thriving solely on the abundant ice elements present in the northern air, making them easy to care for. Their hunting yields, consisting of less desirable creatures, were utilized to feed the mindless companions like the terror lizards, while the sumptuous giant hoofed yaks were provided as sustenance for Galen. Galen, acknowledging the ice spirit's respect, offered no reply. As a true dragon, he needed not respond to the reverence of his kin. Acceptance was sufficient. With a graceful sweep of his wings, Galen departed toward the northern expanse, soaring to a location far removed from the eyes of his kin. There, he clawed the snow aside to reveal the gray-brown frozen earth beneath and excavated a small pit. Glancing around to ensure no other creatures were present, Galen turned, positioning his noble hindquarters above the freshly dug hole. With a claw supporting his spiked chin, he gazed contemplatively at the immaculate night sky, exerting a slight force as he pondered the essence of dragonhood, with a resounding sound akin to thunder. Galen expelled waste with remarkable vigor. The look of relief crossed his dragon visage, for having consumed a substantial amount. The refuse accumulated within him was considerable. Moments later, he left behind a precious dragon dung that would surely delight the white hunting dogs. With a light cough, he turned away, his tail sweeping over the snow to conceal the valuable deposit. Alas, in the wilderness without a proper toilet, one must make do. The true dragon, from time to time, would soar through the skies, occasionally dropping upon unsuspecting individuals, granting them a fleeting encounter with the essence of a true dragon. However, despite his transformation, Galen still harbored a hint of shame. He felt there was something improper about addressing his physiological needs in the wild. The idea of aerial disposal weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, absent any better solution, he longed for the day when he could sustain himself solely by consuming time or elemental energy, rather than flesh. Resolving such matters in the icy river would be the least conspicuous and safest option, though he hoped never to discover remnants of such actions within his own lair. Having relieved himself of his burdens and feeling unencumbered, Galen prepared to return to his territory along the icy river. However, just as he was about to depart, he sensed a presence approaching from behind, causing his gaze to sharpen as he turned. A robust humanoid creature, towering at 9 feet, or roughly 3 meters, was stealthily advancing towards him. Upon being noticed, their eyes met, and the atmosphere became thick with tension as the creature froze in its approach. Yuga, the Bonebreaker, was an ogre hailing from a small tribe of approximately 40 members known as the Bonebreaker clan. Recently matured, he sought a formidable prey to prove his bravery and strength, eager to flaunt his might before his fellow ogres and elevate his status within the clan, as well as gain the right to select a mate. Yuga considered himself quite clever, believing that aside from the clan's leader, a two-headed ogre skilled in magic, none were his intellectual equals among a gathering of rather dim-witted ogres. Yuga felt a profound sense of disconnection. As for the more astute leader, Yuga rationalized that it was only natural for him to be outmatched, given that he had 2 heads while he possessed only one. One fateful day, observing the two-headed leader flaunting his connections with female ogres while commanding the other ogres, a bold thought ignited within Yuga. If Galen were to discover his intentions, he might aptly articulate them with a fitting phrase: a true man should seize the mantle. This thought took root in Yuga's mind, spreading like wildfire. According to the traditions of the Bonebreaker clan, mature ogres were afforded the opportunity to challenge their leader. Triumphing over the leader would grant them the right to usurp the position and become the new chief. Yet the two-headed leader was the most formidable in the clan's history, possessing a throne constructed from the skulls of challengers. Yuga, however, did not intend to charge in recklessly like the other challengers. He planned to bide his time until the leader grew weak with age, waiting for the opportune moment to issue his challenge. But before that, Yuga needed to establish himself as a true adult ogre. To complete his rite of passage, the mighty Yuga could even hunt dragons, Yuga Sugo boasted to his kin, and then, amidst the reverent gazes of the other ogres, he strode boldly away, venturing onto the icy expanse beyond the tribe. Throughout his journey, Yuga Suego relied on his robust physique, complemented by a mind far sharper than that of the average ogre, employing traps and ambushes to dispatch numerous hunters on the frozen plains. Yet, Dissatisfaction lingered in his heart, for the two-headed ogre chieftain had once slain a colossal ice serpent nearly 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel, a feat far more formidable than any of his own quarry. It was not until he had traversed 100 miles from the Suego tribe that he chanced upon a small white dragon, engaged in its natural function. Yuga Suego was acutely aware of the might of true dragons. Even if this particular one was among the weakest of its kind, that he contemplated turning back, pretending he had seen nothing, for that seemed the wisest course. However, the thought of his grand proclamations potentially bearing fruit, the image of ogres flocking around him, and the attention of the plump and alluring ogre maiden spurred him onward. He resolved to stealthily ambush the diminutive white dragon with the hefty wooden maul he carried. Should he succeed, his dreams would be within reach. The annals of the Suego tribe would forever record the name of Yuga Suego, for he would have slain a true dragon in his adulthood. As Yuga Suego envisioned this glorious triumph, he crept forward with utmost caution towards the little white dragon. Yet, just as this notion took root in his mind, and before he could take a single step, the small dragon suddenly whirled around, its gaze brimming with lethal intent. Yuga Suego froze, his mind flooded with all manner of terrifying tales about dragons, engulfing him in panic. A forced smile contorted his face as he stammered to Galen. "Noble true dragon, Yuga Suego merely passes through here, harboring no ill will." As he spoke, he attempted to discreetly conceal the wooden maul behind him, but the gesture was painfully transparent. Galen turned his head. His massive dragon form pivoting toward the creature before him, standing nearly 3 meters tall, with rough, dark skin and a powerful, muscular build. The ogre had white pupils set within deep black sclera, exuding a foul stench. Fangs bared, clad in rudimentary tan leather, and wielding a large, blood-stained, blackened wooden maul. Upon realizing it had been discovered, the ogre muttered in a tongue Galen did not comprehend. Among the dragon's lineage, only the dragon tongue and the common tongue existed. Whereas the ogres communicated in giant speech, a language Galen did not know, rendering him unable to understand. After finishing his speech, the ogre managed to force an extremely grotesque grin. "Laugh, will you?" Galen seethed, recalling the last time he had felt such ire. His face devoid of warmth, he suddenly unfurled his wings, advancing with a fierce gust, and unleashed a frigid breath that struck the ogre with an overwhelming force. Many believed that a dragon's breath was merely a common ability, akin to a means of consumption, comparable to a giant's tail sweep or the flapping of wings, as well as various true dragon spells. However, this notion was a grave misunderstanding. The breath of dragons was not a trivial skill. It was a potent, formidable signature ability, demanding the utmost respect from any creature. Even an adult dragon could not sustain the act of breathing fire for long. Galen initiated with a trump card. In the face of the ogre's astonishment, the conical frost breath swiftly enveloped the ogre's form, encasing it in a thick layer of ice. In midair, a white figure wielded its dragon wings, conjuring a howling cold wind, and swiftly returned to the skies above its territory. Spotting an uninhabited patch of land, Galen released the crystalline mass he had captured. Thud, the block of ice he had gripped fell, creating a depression in the ground. The commotion attracted the attention of many ice spirits from the far north, but upon recognizing their lord's return, they resumed their activities, seemingly unperturbed. Enclosed within the ice, the ogre's form remained vividly alive. Its countenance still marked by terror. Galen folded his wings and descended, scrutinizing the icy prison before him. He had not slain the ogre. He had merely frozen it, showing mercy, for it still lived. The rationale behind this decision was not that Galen had developed a fondness for the ogre, but rather that, in the moment he exhaled his breath, he had tempered his rage, considering that ogres were inherently social creatures, rarely found alone. The appearance of a single ogre indicated the presence of an ogre tribe in the vicinity. An ogre tribe? Indeed, this northern ice expanse offered no respite for dragons. Galen had no desire to awaken from slumber to find his domain overtaken by ogres, only to discover himself encircled by a horde. Simmering in a pot seasoned with ginger and garlic. He regarded the frozen ogre before him, contemplating. He began to manipulate the ice, transforming it into magical elements that gradually melted away. With a thud, the ogre collapsed to the ground, still bearing traces of frostbite, yet its exceptional physique allowed it to open its eyes merely minutes later, dazedly surveying its surroundings. Upon lifting its gaze and catching sight of Galen's dragon form, the ogre appeared to be stricken with fear. It discarded the wooden maul and prostrated itself before Galen, uttering phrases in the giant tongue that Galen could not decipher. Galen propped his chin upon his claw, examining the kneeling ogre with a curious gaze. This particular ogre did not seem as foolish as the rest. Within the dragon lineage, there existed records of the ogre race, often characterized by their reckless, impulsive nature and robust physiques capable of adapting to various climates. Across the continent of Noah, where Galen resided, ogres could be found in forests, swamps, deserts, and frozen plains, a classic race indeed. After a moment's reflection, Galen unfurled his wings, casting a shadow over the ogre's trembling body. "I in the common tongue of Noah," he inquired. "Do you speak the common tongue?" The ogre, upon hearing Galen's voice, lifted its head in bewilderment. Observing its reaction, Galen furrowed his brow, realizing that this creature likely only spoke giant speech. Given the language barrier, it would prove difficult to extract information about the ogre tribe, and keeping the creature alive served little purpose. It would be better suited as a meal for the terror lizards and white hunting hounds within the glacial territory. The ogre reeked of foulness and bore an exceedingly grotesque appearance, rendering it unappetizing to Galen. With this thought, Galen's gaze toward the ogre grew perilous. The ogre, sensing the imminent threat, stiffened, desperately chattering away in a torrent of words. Upon hearing some familiar terms, Galen's attention was piqued. "True dragon, spare my life." Strangely, despite it being his first encounter with giant speech, and having no prior understanding of it, he found himself grasping the meanings of certain words after listening attentively to the ogre's rapid speech in the current context. He recalled the legends of the time dragon documented within the dragon lineage. Any knowledge, skill, or language belonged to the time dragon's domain. It seemed he possessed an extraordinary talent for languages. Galen recognized this realization and gradually tempered his murderous intent. The reason for this newfound awareness lay in the fact that the knowledge from the dragon lineage was not simply thrust into the dragon's mind, but rather resembled a treasure trove hidden deep within, activated under specific conditions, allowing relevant information to surface naturally. A kind of conditional knowledge transfer. Simultaneously, the ogre discerned the dissipating threat and sighed in relief. However, just as it ceased its pleas for mercy, it was met with Galen's piercing platinum dragon gaze, prompting it to bow its head once more in supplication. After a moment of contemplation, Galen stifled the ogre's pleas for mercy and began to communicate using gestures and a few words he had recently learned. Being an intelligent creature, the ogre, although unable to speak the same language, could still grasp some basic meanings through gestures, especially as Galen had just acquired a smattering of giant vocabulary. Initially, it proved challenging. But as the ogre realized Galen sought to learn its language, the process gradually became simpler. Galen pointed to the ground, and the ogre, taken aback, responded in giant speech. Balakan, meaning earth, then, raising his gaze to the sky. The ogre comprehended and remarked upon the pitch-black, cloudless night. Lakas, the sky. Thus, time gradually slipped away, and Galen, like a child who has just acquired a new toy, eagerly immersed himself in the study of a new language. One by one, vocabulary words were comprehended by him, which he then wove into interconnected sentences, mastering more sentence structures and grammatical rules as his foundation expanded, accelerating his learning process. Within the brief span of 3 days, Galen had already managed to engage in rudimentary communication with the ogre, his command of the giant tongue still somewhat rudimentary, yet sufficient for daily discourse. Throughout this entire learning journey, he exhibited no trace of impatience. Rather, he felt an exhilarating joy from acquiring new knowledge, a feeling so delightful that it surprised him. On the other hand, Galen marveled at his own linguistic talent, realizing that he had grasped a language primarily through the ogre's verbal instructions. If only I had possessed such an ability in my past life, or even just the joy of learning new knowledge. Speaking of which, he had now mastered 5 languages: Draconic, Noah's common tongue, Giant speech, Mandarin, and English. Mandarin required no elaboration, while his foundation in English had been solid. Now, bolstered by the temporal dragon's linguistic aptitude, he had self-taught himself to a deeper understanding. With this thought, Galen shook his head. Casting aside the past, after steadying his mind, he looked at the weary and haggard ogre and inquired in giant speech, "Yuga, how many inhabitants are there in your bone-shattered tribe?" As he spoke, he gestured for the frost spirits of the far north to bring over a portion of food for the fearsome lizard and white hunting dog, a basin filled with writhing, plump ice-field worms. These worms lived beneath the snow, surviving primarily by consuming it, yet their flesh was quite delectable. Under Galen's guidance, the frost spirits had begun to cultivate them as a staple food for their beasts of companionship. As long as one did not mind the fat, juicy bodies, they were surprisingly pleasant to eat. Galen occasionally indulged in them as a snack. Their cold, refreshing texture was accompanied by a delightful, fresh scent reminiscent of snowmelt. Yuga, having gone 3 days without sustenance, devoured the ice-field worms voraciously while responding to Galen. Our Bone Shatter tribe consists of a total of 44 members, a 2-headed ogre chief, 22 male adult ogres, 10 female adult ogres, and 11 juvenile ogres. This traitorous informant unreservedly divulged the details of his tribe. A 2-headed ogre, Galen felt a jolt of surprise. Within the ogre race, most members were brutish warriors like Yuga, wielding large wooden clubs, but occasionally, a highly intelligent subspecies capable of wielding magic would emerge, known as ogre wizards. While not all ogre wizards are 2-headed, all 2-headed ogres are invariably ogre wizards, in addition to their formidable physiques. They possess the capacity to cast spells. With 2 heads, they can think in parallel, making them significantly stronger than typical ogre wizards that in Noah's continent. Those who can cast spells wield considerable power. A mage capable of casting spells of the 9th circle or higher is akin to a human nuclear bomb, earning immense respect wherever they go. Their words capable of swaying royal decisions. The most revered identity will always be that of a mage. Reality does not resemble a game. Considerations of occupational balance are unnecessary. A wealthy mage in Noah's continent can overpower a dozen warriors of the same level, and beyond combat prowess, spells can accomplish many wondrous feats, such as teleportation circles, city shields, and interdimensional summons. A 2-headed ogre poses a significant challenge. Based on Galen's understanding, a typical young dragon would have little chance against a 2-headed ogre, particularly if the latter possesses advanced spells. For ordinary ogres, while they are indeed strong, they do not pose a substantial threat to him. Contemplating this, Galen wore a pensive expression. After a moment's silence, he asked, "How far is the Bone Shatter tribe from here?" Yuga scratched his head and replied, "Not far. Only about 50 kilometers. 50 kilometers, to an ordinary person." This might seem a considerable distance, yet for Galen or a creature like the ogre, it is but a trivial number. Before Galen could inquire further, Yuga's next words caused his expression to shift. "The tribesfolk occasionally venture near this ice river to hunt. There is a water source here, and prey frequents the area. Different races possess varying habits and customs. Ogres are a filth-loving and chaotic race that shuns water." If Galen had discovered the small ice river earlier, it would likely have been claimed by ogres. Galen furrowed his dragon brows, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. This implied that he was constantly at risk of encountering the ogre tribe's threat. While the situation might be manageable during normal times, if he were discovered in his lair while in slumber, it could become perilous, particularly with the 2-headed ogre requiring vigilance. After a moment's thought, Galen spoke in a deep voice. "Tell me everything you know about the abilities of the 2-headed ogre chief." Yuga's eyes lit up, fully aware that Galen intended to confront his chief. Under Galen's curious gaze, he eagerly replied, "Our chief is named Bone Shatter, and he is about the same height as Yuga." Minutes later, Yuga Bone Shatter had provided Galen with a detailed account of the 2-headed ogre's information. Gazing at him with hopeful anticipation, Galen pondered briefly, remaining silent. After a moment, he scrutinized Yuga Bone Shatter thoughtfully and asked, "Now, tell me, why are you so eager to share this information with me?" Yuga Bone Shatter sheepishly scratched his head and, with a seemingly foolish grin, replied, "Because Yuga wishes to become the chief, and he is Yuga's greatest obstacle." Pausing for a moment, Yuga Bone Shatter sincerely knelt before Galen and proclaimed, "Great true dragon, if you can slay Sarah and allow Yuga to become the chief of the Bone Shatter tribe, I, Yuga Bone Shatter, pledge to you in the name of the Sun God that the Bone Shatter tribe will respect you and serve you." The Sun God? Galen raised an eyebrow in surprise. When did ogres come to worship the Sun God? Shouldn't they be venerating deities of strength or courage? Moreover, there is no true Sun God in Noah's continent. Galen found himself puzzled. According to his draconic heritage, no such deity existed in Noah's realm. Yet he did not dwell on this matter. After all, Noah's continent is teeming with deities, and countless faiths abound. Perhaps this sun god is a recently emerged deity not yet recorded in his draconic legacy. However, regardless, to swear in the name of a god, whether real or false, is a serious matter. Those who violate their oaths will surely face the wrath of the gods. In a world where deities exist, swearing in the name of a god is the most solemn of contracts, not to be taken lightly. As for Yuga Bone Shatter's suggestion to kill the two-headed ogre chief, Galen felt a flicker of temptation. According to Yuga Bone Shatter's description, Although the chief could cast spells, the only spell he had used was a branching bolt of lightning. It stands to reason. Mastering spells is not an easy feat. While the two-headed ogre is indeed a rare subspecies, they are not particularly remarkable as magical beings. After gaining some understanding of the two-headed ogre through Yuga Bone Shatter's insights, Galen began to contemplate strategies to deal with it. How could he allow others to slumber beside his bed, especially in the case of the ferocious ogre tribe, which consumes anything? Of course, if he could bring this tribe under his control, it would be a boon. Their overall strength far exceeds that of all his current vassals. Subjugating them would alleviate many of his concerns. Currently, in the icy river territory, while the frost spirits of the far north have been transformed into draconic bloodlines, and their strength is steadily growing. They are still in their infancy and remain too weak. The fearsome lizard and white hunting dog pets are not particularly strong either. The inclusion of the ogre tribe could significantly bolster the strength of the icy river territory. If any trouble arose, it would not always require Galen to intervene. Additionally, as his body matures, his appetite has grown increasingly demanding. The hunting yields of his vassals have started to fall short of satisfying his hunger. He requires more vassals. Before his next slumber, he must either destroy or subjugate this ogre tribe. After a brief period of reflection, Galen made his decision. He turned to Yuga Bone Shatter, his expression unchanged, and calmly inquired, "How does the strength of the adult ogres in the Bone Shatter tribe compare to yours?" Yuga Bone Shatter paused for a moment before responding. Aside from the chief, Yuga is already the strongest ogre. Although it has just reached adulthood, it has already proven itself unbeatable against ordinary ogres within the tribe. Otherwise, the notion of usurping the chief would not have arisen. Galen appraised Yuga's physique, standing 3 meters tall. Beneath a simple tanned hide garment lay a mass of hard, bulging muscles. The average height of adult ogres ranges from 2 meters 60 to 3 meters, and Yuga the Bone Breaker indeed possesses a notably large stature among them. 19 Cloud Mist Technique. My lord, are you contemplating how to deal with the common ogre warriors? Each species occasionally births anomalies. Yuga the Bone Breaker possesses an intellect that rivals that of an ordinary human, far surpassing that of typical ogres. It is perceptive and has discerned Galen's intentions. For Yuga the Bone Breaker, these past few days have been nothing short of a dream. Initially, it foolishly provoked a true dragon, anticipating a grim fate within the dragon's belly, only to experience a turn of events where the dragon chose not to slay it. Instead, it astonished the ogres by learning the language of giants in a matter of days and was offered the chance to supplant the two-headed ogre. The desire to become chief has nearly driven it mad, and naturally, it would not let such an opportunity slip by. Moreover, yielding to a true dragon, even one that is still juvenile, is not a matter of shame. Galen nodded calmly, observing Yuga the Bone Breaker's hesitance, and spoke in a deep voice. Speak your mind. That he had already discerned Yuga's uniqueness compared to ordinary ogres and did not underestimate its intellect. Yuga the Bone Breaker joyfully nodded, then thumped its chest, exuding confidence in its deep voice. Yuga knows the habits and preferences of Sarah. I can lure him out from the tribe as long as the true dragon can slay Sarah. All the ogres of the Bonebreaker tribe will become your loyal servants. Galen looked at Yuga in surprise, privately acknowledging it as a remarkable traitor. To become chief, it would readily betray its entire tribe to the dragon. If that two-headed ogre knew that such a traitor had emerged from its tribe. Galen shook his head in silent mourning for the two-headed ogre. After pondering for a moment, Galen inquired about various details concerning the two-headed ogre and instructed Yuga the Bonebreaker to indicate the general direction of the Bonebreaker tribe. He advised it to remain temporarily within the Ice River territory and, with a powerful flap of his wings, vanished into the vast night sky. In the air, Galen glanced down at the now distant Ice River territory before retracting his gaze and soaring towards the Bonebreaker tribe. He did not impose any restrictive spells on Yuga the Bonebreaker, as he currently lacked the ability to cast spells, nor did he limit Yuga's mobility, merely verbally instructing it to stay within the Ice River territory. This was also a test to ascertain whether this ogre genuinely sought to leverage Galen's power to become the chief. If it truly possessed enough wit, when Galen returned to the Ice River territory, he should still find it where he had left it. Otherwise, Galen would have no choice but to devise a means to annihilate the Bonebreaker tribe rather than subjugate it. High above, amidst the howling cold winds, Galen experienced an exhilarating rush. Without the aid of spells, an adult dragon can fly at full speed for several days. If maintaining a controlled speed, it can glide continuously for up to half a month. By utilizing high-altitude air currents to conserve energy, with enough patience to endure the monotony, it could even soar for an entire year. This formidable endurance is attributed to the dragon's powerful heart, which serves as its source of vitality. A dragon's heart contains 4 massive chambers that ceaselessly pump, providing an unending supply of strength. Due to the heart's robustness, some scholars studying dragons have even claimed that if a hard rock were placed within an ancient dragon's heart, just one heartbeat would suffice to crush it into powder. Galen fully extended his 10-meter wingspan, gliding through the air on the currents, his speed not particularly fast. Being merely a young dragon, he was not yet capable of flying at full speed for several days. To conserve energy for unforeseen circumstances, Galen opted for the most efficient gliding technique. Although slower, it offered steadiness, and he was in no rush. Due to the unique polar night environment, the northern ice plains were perpetually shrouded in darkness, making it somewhat challenging to discern the passage of time. However, Galen's acute sense of time and spatial awareness prevented him from misjudging the hours. As he gazed down, he spotted a peculiar small basin. The ice plain basin appeared bowl-shaped, with a number of disordered small black dots barely visible within. Possessing extraordinary distance vision, a true dragon can see several kilometers away as long as no obstacles obstruct its view. With focused concentration, Galen could discern the scattered flurries of snow miles away. Peering intently, he clearly saw that those small black dots were crude, hastily constructed huts made of stones piled together, surrounded by robust ogres tending to a large iron pot over a campfire. The pot bubbled with a thick, yellow broth, occasionally revealing the limbs of unidentified ice plain beasts bobbing to the surface, which looked rather gruesome. Although ogres are known as man-eaters, they do not exclusively consume humanoid beings. They prey upon anything weaker than themselves that they can hunt. Some ogres residing deep within the mountains may never encounter a humanoid throughout their lives. At the heart of the Bonebreaker tribe, within a large stone hut adorned with layers of animal hides, a 3-meter-tall ogre was fervently praying to a wooden, spherical, pitch-black sculpture, muttering incantations. With its dark, coarse skin, characteristic black sclerae, and white pupils, it resembled other ogres in appearance. The only stark difference was its 2 heads, one large and one small, positioned closely together. Both heads were half-closed, directing their prayers towards the sculpture. Suddenly, the 2-headed ogre seemed to sense something, abruptly opening its eyes. The gaze of the larger head sparkled with a wisdom surpassing that of the smaller head. It seized a long staff and a bloodstained mace from the weapon rack within the hut, striding out with purpose and surveying its surroundings with suspicion. After detecting no anomalies, the 2-headed ogre looked up, all 4 eyes scanning the night sky. However, besides the insubstantial clouds, the vast expanse was filled solely with countless twinkling stars. "Chief, what are you looking at? Is there something to eat in the sky?" An ogre ventured closer, mimicking the 2-headed ogre's posture, but upon finding nothing, asked curiously. The larger head's eyes emitted a blue glow as it continued gazing at the night sky, not retracting its gaze until several minutes had passed. The 2 heads exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison, stating, "Nothing, just a mere illusion." With that, it returned to the stone hut, placing its weapons down and resuming its devout prayers. As the 2-headed ogre prayed, in a realm unseen by ordinary eyes, tendrils of black mist extended from the sculpture, like tentacles, brushing against the 2-headed ogre's body. Each contact sent a shiver through its form, deepening the fervor reflected on its grotesque visage. In the high altitude, Galen was enveloped in a dim, unremarkable mist, seemingly merging with the nocturnal sky. Observing the 2-headed ogre emerging from the hut and scanning its surroundings with suspicion, he felt a chill run down his spine. This 2-headed ogre was formidable, possessing the ability to vaguely sense his presence even from such a distance. Had it not been for the cloud manipulation ability he mastered upon awakening from his previous slumber, Galen would likely have been exposed. The cloud manipulation, capable of conjuring a mist that confounds visual perception and obscures certain magical detection abilities, is a quasi-magical skill that young white dragons can acquire, serving excellently for stealthy movement. Galen had grasped it even in his draconic hatchling stage. Of course, his current size is no less formidable than that of a typical adolescent white dragon, perhaps even surpassing it subtly. Without dispelling the cloud manipulation, Galen circled in the skies above the Bonebreaker tribe, meticulously observing the situation below. After a span of several minutes, he imperceptibly nodded, confirming that the number of adult ogres here was indeed as Yuga had stated, devoid of exaggeration. After a brief moment of contemplation, Galen turned to depart, though he did not return directly to the icy territory. Instead, he conducted a search in a radius of 20 miles around the Bonebreaker tribe. He flew at a moderate pace, his keen gaze surveying the various terrains of the ice fields below. Galen was in pursuit of a suitable ambush location. Dragons, though innately powerful, do not favor direct confrontation or exposure. Rather, they prefer sudden strikes from above or emerging from the ground. Despite possessing scales and wings, many of a dragon's traits resemble those of felines rather than reptiles. As time ticked away, approximately an hour and a half later, Galen's body stilled, a look of delight appearing in his eyes. He folded his wings, dissipating the surrounding mist, and dove downward. Soon, Galen alighted upon an exceptionally smooth expanse of ice, turning his neck to survey his surroundings. Beneath him lay a crystalline lake, spanning several miles. In the frigid northern tundra, the low temperatures facilitate the freezing of such still waters, which only reveal their liquid state during the brief warm spells of the year. This locale is ideally suited for an ambush by a white dragon, as recent weather had not produced heavy snowfall that could conceal a dragon's bulk. Thus, an attack from beneath the ice became the optimal choice. Given the ogre's aversion to water, upon landing on the ice, Galen cautiously shifted his body, unexpectedly discovering that the surface could indeed support his weight. Initially, he had presumed the ice was sufficiently solid. However, after moving with increasing agility and even running for a while, Galen realized he had misjudged. His ability to traverse the ice without hindrance was primarily due to his draconic physique. The instant his claws made contact with the ice, a peculiar force emerged to support his body, and the friction enhanced by his scaled claws allowed him to move freely across the slick surface, even more swiftly than on solid ground. Like the wind itself, walking on ice, a unique ability of the white dragon. Such extraordinary capabilities are entirely unaffected by spells, anti-magic fields, or areas devoid of magic. Galen's ice walking stems from his distinctive biological structure, akin to abilities like enhanced vision and dark vision, rather than from spells or supernatural forces. After frolicking on the ice for a moment, Galen flapped his wings and soared back to his icy domain. His round trip took several hours, and if the ogre Yuga Bonebreaker intended to take advantage of the situation to flee, he should have long since vacated the icy territory. Yet, when Galen gazed down from the heights, he still beheld the familiar robust figure. Yuga Bonebreaker was engaged in a spar with the frost spirit Roy Ice River, bellowing like a tank as he charged toward Roy, causing the ground to tremble with his might. A look of apprehension appeared on Roy Ice River's crystalline face. With a swift motion, he summoned elemental forces from the surrounding space, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes from his palm, far more potent than the ice stagger he had demonstrated to Galen over 2 months prior. Regrettably, the dense rain of ice spikes merely elicited a grimace from Yuga Bonebreaker, leaving white marks on his coarse, dark skin without inflicting any true wounds. The ogre's hide was remarkably resilient, impervious to the icy projectiles. Moments later, Yuga Bonebreaker strode confidently toward the frost spirit, seized Roy Ice River in one hand, and laughed heartily, proclaiming in giant tongue, "Little one, I have triumphed. To defeat the future leader of the Bonebreaker tribe, you have much ground to cover." Roy Ice River could not comprehend the giant tongue, but gauging Yuga's expression, he surmised the essence of his words. Although he had lost, Roy felt a thrill at his growing prowess as a draconic being. Previously, the mere sight of an ogre would have deterred him from battle, compelling him to retreat. Now, however, he could engage in a contest, albeit a challenging one. Not one to concede defeat. Roy Ice River, entirely composed of ice crystals, merely lamented, "Please put me down. I concede." Yuga Bonebreaker possessed immense strength, effortlessly lifting several tons as though it were child's play. Held in Yuga's grasp, Roy Ice River felt as though he might be crushed into shards of ice at any moment, while the frost spirit would not perish if shattered before exhausting his magical energy. It was nonetheless an unpleasant experience. Yuga Bonebreaker tilted his head back with pride, oblivious to the common tongue, unaware of Roy's words, and continued to laugh boisterously, just as Roy prepared to gesture for Yuga to understand. His countenance brightened, filled with reverence as he glanced behind Yuga Bonebreaker. Yuga's expression froze as he noticed a shadow extending from behind him. Enveloping his own, he gently released Roy Ice River, mechanically turning his neck to behold the source. "True dragon, you have returned." A smile forced its way onto Yuga Bonebreaker's grotesque visage. Internally astonished, he realized the true dragon's massive form descended without a whisper of wind. Galen's expression betrayed no emotion as he remarked, "It seems you have been getting along quite well with my kin." Yuga Bonebreaker scratched his head, feeling bashful. The other ogres in the tribe are rather dull. Your kin are as clever as I, and I enjoy conversing with them. Despite the language barrier, the mere exchange of gestures made Yuga feel that the frost spirit was far more communicative than the ogres in his tribe. He even entertained the notion of learning the common tongue. Eager to engage with other sentient beings, Galen dismissed the ogre, turning his attention to Royais River, encouraging him, though you may not yet rival the ogre. Your potential for growth is vast. In time, you shall not be outmatched. Keep striving. A simple word of encouragement illuminated Roy Bingha's face with profound gratitude. The motivation from a true dragon is indeed a rare occurrence. In an instant, Galen grasped Yuga Swagu's shoulder with his claw, and amidst the creature's puzzled gaze, he unfurled his dragon wings, lifting it into the air. The ogre's several tons of weight felt like a mere toy under the dragon's grasp. Trembling as it was swiftly elevated into the heights, Galen, soaring with an ogre in tow, began to feel a tinge of fatigue despite his robust stamina after a while. However, the frigid winds at such altitudes posed little challenge to Yuga Swagu, who, having adapted to the extreme northern tundra, wore only simple, coarse animal skin and had evolved a notable resistance to the cold. Yet, it continued to tremble uncontrollably, too fearful to glance downward, seemingly afflicted by acrophobia. Any creature unaccustomed to flight, when seized and elevated thousands of meters into the air, with the howling winds ringing in their ears and their life resting at the mercy of their captor, would inevitably succumb to fear that a mere slip of Galen's hand could send the ogre plummeting to a gruesome demise. A mere smear of flesh unrecognizable in its former form. It is a common tactic among dragons to elevate troublesome prey before discarding them from great heights. And a true dragon is capable of lifting creatures of equal or even greater mass than itself. Were it not for his intention to subdue the ogre tribe, Galen could have relied solely on his ability to fly, occasionally dropping objects from the sky to instill dread. After a time, Galen brought Yuga Swagu to rest upon the thick ice of an icy lake. The ogre's legs wobbled as it took a few tentative steps, its mind still clouded in a daze, as if struggling to adjust after their descent from such heights. Minutes passed before it gradually regained its composure, observing the ice's substantial thickness capable of supporting the ogre's weight. Galen wore a satisfied expression. This location was indeed more suitable for an ambush, at least sufficient to lure their target. Once Yuga Swagu appeared lucid, Galen gestured towards the ice beneath them and stated, "Bring the two-headed ogre here. Your task will be complete." He did not elaborate on how to deal with the two-headed ogre. Yuga gazed across the expanse of ice and nodded, saying, "I am familiar with this place. At my pace, it will take 4 hours to travel to and from the Swagu tribe." Pausing, it turned to Galen and inquired, "Great true dragon, do you wish to confront Chief Syra immediately? Shall I depart at once?" The urgency in its voice reflected its desperation to usurp the position of the two-headed ogre leader. Galen remained calm, betraying no shift in emotion, merely nodding his dragon head and replying, "Enough chatter. Make haste." Upon recalling the two weapons the two-headed ogre carried when they exited their dwelling, Galen added, "Ensure it does not bring its weapons along." His resolve was unwavering. Having decided to eliminate the threat posed by the two-headed ogre, he intended to act without delay, for the longer they waited, the greater the likelihood of unforeseen complications. Yuga Swagu nodded vigorously. "Understood, great true dragon. I shall not disappoint you." With a wave of his dragon claw, Galen signaled Yuga Swagu to commence its mission. Without hesitation, the ogre turned and swiftly departed, its figure gradually vanishing into the vastness of the night. Boom! The mighty dragon's foot crashed down upon the ice, sending cracks sprawling like a spider's web. Subsequently, the ice shattered along the fissures, revealing the serene waters below. Galen inhaled deeply, then moved his body, parting the floating ice and submerging into the lake's depths. The frigid waters, capable of freezing a person within seconds, had no adverse effect on Galen. Rather, he found it invigorating, refreshing his spirit. With a frosty breath, he exhaled a chilling mist, sealing the ice surface once more, causing Galen's figure to vanish beneath the frozen layer. Above, tranquility reigned once more. The white dragon's scales, blending seamlessly with the ice and snow, stirred not a ripple as he glided below, his close-set scales silently suppressing the water's flow. In the extreme northern tundra, the white dragon stood as the most formidable hunter. Under the ambush of the white dragon, few prey could survive, especially one empowered by the essence of time itself. Galen, the two-headed ogre, would be no exception. Beneath the ice, Galen awaited patiently. Should any creature venture onto the ice, even without visual contact, He could discern their position, number, and approximate weight through the slightest vibrations. Under the protection of his white dragon mother, the year and more spent honing his hunting skills had not been in vain. As a competent white dragon hunter, these abilities were second nature to Galen. Yuga Swegu, having departed the icy lake's vicinity, hurried towards the sunken basin where the Swegu tribe resided. Along the way, it hunted down a robust white-furred tiger, claiming it as a rite of passage. Although the white tiger was merely a sizable, ordinary beast compared to the prey it previously hunted, Yuga Swegu was beyond caring that it excitedly hoisted the catch and marched back to the Swegu tribe. Sharp-eyed ogres soon spotted Yuga, and a commotion ensued as numerous ogres scrambled from the ground or emerged from their dwellings to gaze at Yuga Swegu and its prey, the 4-meter-long white tiger. Muscular and ferocious, drew much admiration from the ogres. Yuga, you have become a worthy adult ogre. The sun god will take pride in you and ever watch over you. After a flurry of praise, the ogres shamelessly dragged Yuga Swegu's catch away, skinning it, butchering it, and tossing it into a large iron pot. Yuga Swegu showed no reaction. The spoils of an adult ogre's hunt were meant for the tribe's mature members to share, signifying its acceptance as one of them, no longer a weakling in need of protection. Just as the white tiger was taken away, Yuga Swegu hastened towards the lavish stone dwelling of the two-headed ogre. Adorned with animal skins, it moved with urgency, not bothering to knock, bursting through the entrance. Chief, I have discovered traces of a human mage, upon entering. Just as the two-headed ogre was about to express its displeasure and reprimand Yuga, the latter swiftly spoke the words that brought a gleam of excitement to the ogre's countenance. Stepping forward, the two-headed ogre, towering over Yuga with its dual heads and 4 eyes fixated on the ogre, exuded an overwhelming presence. Yuga Swegu, are you certain? The larger head was particularly elated, while the smaller one appeared indifferent, seemingly lost in thoughts of delectable treats, drooling slightly. Yuga Swegu nodded fervently. I am certain. The two-headed ogre regained its composure, the larger head questioning, what of the human mage's strength? Yuga Swegu contemplated briefly before responding hastily, stronger than Yuga, but definitely not a match for you. Chief, that I discovered the human mage to the east. He was engaged in battle with a swift-winged leopard and did not notice my presence. Furthermore, although the mage defeated the leopard, he sustained injuries and surely cannot flee far. Upon hearing Yuga Swegu's words, the larger head of the two-headed ogre widened its eyes in disbelief, barking, then what are you waiting for, you fool? Hurry and lead the way. Despite the polar night enveloping the extreme northern tundra, the land remained aglow, a brilliant expanse of white under a silver sheen. Snowflakes and ice crystals reflected the starlight and moonlight, casting a breathtaking brilliance akin to daylight, with darkness only lurking in the narrow ice valleys. Amidst the howling cold wind, 2 3-meter-tall humanoid beings moved swiftly across the snowy expanse. Yuga Swegu and the two-headed ogre. The two-headed ogre wielded a hefty black-spiked mace in its right hand and a staff in its left, charging forward like an armored vehicle, its speed belying its seemingly cumbersome form. Next to it, Yuga Swegu raced alongside, both figures leaving behind 2 streaks of black in the pristine white landscape, fearful that the human mage might escape beyond their reach. The two-headed ogre had taken only Yuga Swegu as a guide, casting a hastened spell upon themselves to amplify their speed as they passed over a gently rising snowbank. A sudden rush of wind followed. The snow erupted as if concealing a buried cannonball, sending countless crystalline snowflakes swirling toward the two-headed ogre. A fierce glint flashed in the ogre's eyes, seeking death. With a mighty swing, it brought down its dark, hefty mace, infused with a frenzied strength and howling winds, striking true against a beast resembling a raptor that had stealthily approached through the snowy veil. Thud! The beast let out a mournful cry, its body sent flying like a ragged toy, warm blood splattering and staining the snow, creating a vivid tapestry of red and white. The two-headed ogre paid no heed, continuing its march forward, while Yuga, the bonebreaker, swallowed nervously, trailing closely behind. During their journey, several oblivious creatures of the icy plains launched surprise attacks, only to be crushed into pulp by the dark mace or reduced to ashes by spells. Posing little more than trivial hindrances to the two-headed ogre, Yuga, witnessing the ogre's overwhelming display of power, felt a twinge of anxiety. Doubts crept into its mind about whether Galen could indeed best the ogre. Yet the ambition to become a leader left Yuga with no alternative path to pursue. The two-headed ogre was in its prime. By the time it aged, Yuga would also be past its prime. Unable to wait for the day the ogre's strength waned, as the outline of the frozen lake began to emerge, Yuga suddenly recalled Galen's last admonition before departing, and its eyes flickered with determination. Moments later, Yuga broke the silence of their journey, addressing the two-headed ogre. "Leader, your weapon appears quite heavy. Would you like me to carry it for you? If we encounter that human mage ahead, you'll surely dispatch him with ease if you're in full strength." The two-headed ogre pondered this, recognizing the validity of the suggestion. Unaware of Yuga's ulterior motives, it relinquished the hefty dark mace into Yuga's care. While its left hand remained firmly clutching its staff, Yuga offered to assist further, but was met with a stern gaze that deterred it from speaking again. Thus, it bore the weighty mace and continued to follow the two-headed ogre. After some time, the two ogres stepped onto the icy expanse. The two-headed ogre surveyed the boundless ice before it, brow slightly furrowed. Yuga, trailing behind and hoisting the dark mace, stared vacantly, as its view revealed an expansive area devoid of any creatures, let alone the conspicuous form of Galen. The two-headed ogre, oblivious to Yuga's trepidation, hesitated momentarily before stepping onto the ice, its pace slowing due to the treacherous surface. Yuga followed anxiously beside it. Suddenly, the two-headed ogre's deep voice pierced the air, asking, "How far are we from the human mage?" Yuga, without hesitation, replied with the pre-prepared response, "Beyond the frozen lake, approximately 1 kilometer ahead." The two-headed ogre nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and continued its trek across the ice. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the icy surface, a dragon cloaked in mist that blended seamlessly with the water, concealing its presence and breath, stealthily advanced to a point 200 meters ahead of the ogre's path. Patiently waiting, Galen remained calm, utterly still, even halting his breath, resembling a lifeless dragon statue. The moment the ogres set foot on the ice, he sensed their approach, tightening his control over his breath in anticipation of the perfect ambush opportunity. Time seemed to slow as the ogres drew nearer to Galen's icy perch, their vigilance waning. Blissfully unaware of the dragon lying in wait, Galen silently calculated the distance between them. 200 meters. 150 meters, 100 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. As he felt the ice tremble beneath him, Galen's platinum eyes ignited with brilliance, his massive form surging forth, unleashing a dragon's might that suppressed the mind and erupted without restraint. Penetrating the ice and enveloping the surrounding area within 100 meters. Crack, crack. The ice instantly marred by a web of fissures. That moment of disturbance, the two-headed ogre's body seized under the influence of Galen's draconic presence. And as realization dawned, it leaped back in alarm from the crumbling terrain. Yet it was already too late. In the briefest instant, the overwhelming force of dragon might erupted, and shimmering platinum eyes emerged from the shattered ice. A blast of chilling frost breath surged from below, intermingled with shards of broken ice and sharp icicles, enveloping the two-headed ogre like a white tempest. The ambush had been meticulously prepared. Galen struck the ogre with devastating force, simultaneously encasing it in ice. The expressions of shock on its two heads were preserved vividly within the ice crystals, its body riddled with wounds from the piercing icicles. Thud. The ice quaked violently as Galen erupted from below, landing near the unbroken section of ice. The crystalline droplets cascaded down his scales, and the majestic emergence of the dragon left Yuga, the bone breaker, utterly astounded. Galen, now on solid ice, gazed at the two-headed ogre encased in frost. Aware that it still clung to life, he opened his maw once more, unleashing a more lethal stream of temporal siphon. He had envisioned combining the two types of breath, yet it remained unachievable for now. Simultaneously, on the ogre's tattered skin, veins resembling blackened arteries began to protrude, writhing violently beneath its surface. Just as the temporal siphon was set to make contact with the ice, a loud explosion erupted, and a thick cloud of black mist billowed forth, attempting to engulf Galen. Within this chaotic, grasping black mist, Galen sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence, strangeness, chaos, and madness. The shiver ran through him. He could not afford to be careless. Activating his maximum speed of time manipulation, his form transformed into a fleeting white shadow, still managing to grasp Yuga, evading the encroaching black fog. However, the temporal siphon he had just unleashed yielded no sensation of impact. This breath was peculiar, but it required age to fully manifest its potential. As a barely 2-year-old hatchling, Galen found it challenging to unleash the true power of the temporal siphon. It did not resemble a conventional spell. Galen regarded the 10-meter-wide area shrouded in black mist with a flicker of trepidation in his draconic eyes that he sensed acutely that this phenomenon was exceedingly dangerous, far beyond the realm of ordinary spells. For in his elemental perception as a dragon, the moment the black mist emerged, the elemental energies in the air recoiled, as if from a venomous serpent, unwilling to approach. Any elemental energy that failed to evade was absorbed into the black mist. Becoming part of it, did the two-headed ogre possess such an ability? It felt ominously wicked, as if birthed from the abyss or the chaotic powers of hell. Galen's mind swirled with unease. The abyss and the nine hells were two outer planes ruled by demons and devils, respectively, with countless legends documented across myriad worlds in the material plane. Indeed, almost all accounts of these entities devoted to destruction and chaos carried dire warnings. Even among dragons, there lingered admonitions in their heritage to avoid provoking demons and devils. As the malevolent aura of the black mist enveloped him, Galen was struck with profound doubt, glancing at Yuga. Yuga, stunned, gaped at the unfolding scene, appearing utterly bewildered, seemingly ignorant of the ogre's dark mist abilities. Upon regaining its wits, it jolted and sprinted away from Galen and the two-headed ogre, still burdened by the dark mace. Thud! A muffled sound suddenly resonated from within the black mist, akin to the powerful heartbeat of a colossal beast. The black mist then contracted slightly. Thud, thud, thud. As the initial heartbeat resonated, a powerful rhythm of thumping echoed incessantly. The dark mist simultaneously contracted in a rhythmic manner, on the verge of coalescing into a singular mass. Galen, unwilling to remain a mere spectator to this transformation, opened his mouth once more to unleash a breath of frosty dragon fire. However, the dark mist flickered as if alive, evading the icy breath with a lateral movement while continuing its contraction, attempting to utilize the thread of time to seize the advantage. He found it similarly perceived and deftly dodged. Witnessing this, Galen felt an intensified sense of caution. With his dragon wings unfurled, he contemplated an immediate retreat into the skies should the situation worsen. Yet, the two-headed ogre shrouded in the mist seemed to perceive Galen's thoughts with unsettling clarity. Boom! A column of white magical light pierced through the dark mist, soaring skyward, and rapidly expanding in all directions, enveloping an area of the sky in mere moments. Simultaneously, Galen felt a weight upon his body. As if ensnared by an unseen force, an unsettling sensation gripped him, and as he flapped his wings in an attempt to ascend, he could only stir a tempestuous wind. His heavy dragon form showed no inclination to take flight. The blockade of the skies served to suppress the flight capabilities of living beings, one of the most notorious dragon-slaying spells. Lacking a formal education in arcane knowledge, Galen found himself momentarily at a disadvantage. Yet he remained unperturbed. After all, it was merely his ability to fly that was hindered. Galen's true might did not reside solely in his aerial prowess, that, O creator of all, exalted and magnificent sun god. Your humble devotee, Sarasugo, offers you the heart of a dragon as a tribute. Bestow upon your faithful servant the might of the sun god, that I may bathe in the blood of dragons and proclaim your immortal glory to the world. A fervent and blood-tinged prayer emanated from the dark mist. As the final syllable fell, the mist, which had contracted several times, vanished entirely. More accurately, it was absorbed into the body of the two-headed ogre. Understanding the ogre's words, which were uttered in the common tongue, Galen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this creature would wield divine magic. Divine magic is a potent force bestowed by deities to their devout followers through fervent prayer, granting them unique abilities with peculiar and formidable effects. The notion of a two-headed ogre possessing such capabilities was unheard of even in the annals of dragon lore. Yet, the divine magic bestowed by the sun god exuded an aura of malevolence and chaos. When one speaks of the sun god, nearly 99% of sentient beings envision vitality, fervor, light, and life, Galen included. However, he could not reconcile the divine magic exhibited by the two-headed ogre with the benevolent nature of the sun god. The entire situation reeked of the uncanny, yet Galen had no time for further contemplation that in his line of sight. The two-headed ogre, now kneeling with writhing black veins adorning its body, slowly rose, its two heads and four bloodthirsty eyes fixated ravenously upon Galen. The black veins on its surface, upon closer inspection, appeared to be patterns formed from the dark mist, writhing as if alive. The injuries inflicted by Galen's icy breath had healed under the influence of this strange dark power. Moreover, behind the two-headed ogre, for long, black, fleshy tendrils extended menacingly, densely dotted with ominous eyeballs that spun restlessly in every direction, a sight that sent shivers down Galen's spine. What manner of creature is this? Galen had come to the grim conclusion that the deity worshipped by the two-headed ogre was undoubtedly not one of righteous existence. Drawing a deep breath, he expelled a torrent of surging ice-blue frosty breath. Concurrently, he activated the highest level of temporal acceleration he could muster, threefold. While consuming a significant amount of temporal energy, he extended this threefold effect to his breath, propelling the frosty dragon fire at astonishing speed, making it nearly impossible to evade, just as it had been during his ambush on the ogre. However, having nearly been slain by that surprise attack, the two-headed ogre was evidently prepared for the dragon's most renowned offensive maneuver. Wielding a staff, one of its heads murmured an arcane incantation while the other gaped its foul maw, summoning a fire-red pentagram inscribed with intricate runes that manifested before it, with a whoosh. A torrent of fire elements was drawn into the small head's mouth, morphing into a magma-like crimson radiance, flames igniting within its maw and raising the temperature around the two-headed ogre exponentially. In an instant, a jet of flame, rivaling Galen's icy breath in intensity, erupted from the small head's mouth, amplified by the pentagram, and collided directly with Galen's icy blue frosty breath. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from the collision of the two opposing elemental breaths, sending ripples outward and creating faint fissures in the ice below. Witnessing the ogre's fiery breath, Galen was astonished. He understood the miraculous nature of spells, yet seeing the creature wield a magic that mirrored his own dragon breath left him somewhat shaken. Not far away, Yuga Suigo watched anxiously as the two-headed ogre and Galen's breaths clashed, its complexion shifting from red to blue. It was clear to Yuga that while the fiery breath was unexpectedly fierce, its true potency paled in comparison to that of a true dragon, being gradually forced back by the frosty breath, inching ever closer to the two-headed ogre. Great dragon, please vanquish Sarah Suigo, Yuga silently prayed, placing its faith in Galen's prowess. After witnessing the leader's strength firsthand, it had relinquished any hope of usurping the leader's position, now relying solely on Galen for a chance of survival. But on the other side, mere moments later, Galen's frosty breath was on the verge of engulfing the two-headed ogre. However, while the small head unleashed its breath in defiance, the larger head was far from idle, continuously murmuring arcane words. It completed another spell during this window of opportunity. With a flicker, brilliant magical radiance erupted from the two-headed ogre, and just before being consumed by the frosty breath, it blinked and teleported to a position diagonally above Galen. Frowning, Galen raised his gaze as the frosty breath surged forth, laced with icy winds and crystalline shards, sweeping toward the two-headed ogre. Yet, the ogre executed a deft maneuver, evading the clearly telegraphed breath, while its black tendrils elongated and lunged toward Galen's head like a massive, multi-limbed arachnid. In close-quarters combat, dragon breath proved less effective. Thus, Galen refrained from wasting magical energy, sealing his mouth, his gaze sharpened, a peculiar expression gracing his features, with his powerful hind limbs and tail supporting his form. Galen rose to stand upright, his claws stirring a piercing wind as they sliced toward the airborne two-headed ogre. This entire sequence flowed seamlessly, his movements astonishingly agile, as though he existed within a time stream entirely distinct from that of the two-headed ogre. Accelerated threefold, Galen exhibited no fear of melee combat. Boom! His rapid claw strike intentionally avoided contact with the black tendrils, crashing forcefully into the ogre's midsection. The strength of his dragon muscles propelled the ogre, which towered over Galen, backward. Had the ogre not reacted just in time, using its black tendrils to shield its vital areas, Galen's strike could have proven fatal. Nevertheless, his razor-sharp claws left 4 gaping wounds across the ogre's body, exposing steaming internal organs. What left Galen astounded was the sight of the ogre's black mist-like veins thrashing wildly. Stitchin, the two-headed ogre, flickered and vanished from sight. Galen, with all his might, landed heavily upon the icy surface, causing it to shatter as he broke through, sending a cascade of water soaring like a waterfall. Upon realizing that he had not struck his target, Galen leapt from the water's surface, glancing at the two-headed ogre not far away, which had already healed from its injuries, and felt a twinge of concern. He had discerned its strategy. The two heads operated with striking clarity of purpose. One was tasked with engaging Galen in combat, enduring the agony and disorientation of battle, while the other remained singularly focused on casting spells, effectively merging the roles of a warrior and a mage. However, these concerns paled in comparison to the most formidable challenge, the sinister and malevolent spells it wielded. Meanwhile, the two-headed ogre was seized with dread. It had initially perceived the confrontation with a juvenile white dragon as a mere formality, yet Galen's astonishing speed rendered it nearly incredulous. Was this truly a white dragon? Where was the creature that moved like the wind, swift enough to take flight? The ogre unleashed a barrage of spells, but the toll of its own sorcery weighed heavily upon it, making sustained combat impossible. To compare its endurance and magical prowess against a dragon was undoubtedly a fool's errand. Realizing this, the two heads exchanged a resolute glance, their expressions betraying a sense of desperation. Galen, witnessing this exchange, felt a chill run through him. Aware that the ogre might be preparing to unleash its ultimate technique, he sensed that, despite the apparent back and forth, the ogre could not maintain its current state for long. O great and noble sun god, creator of all, please grant your faithful servant the strength to vanquish this evil dragon and present to you a worthy offering. After this heartfelt prayer, the ogre's larger head closed its eyes, dismissing all distractions as it intently recited incantations, channeling its most powerful magic. Meanwhile, the smaller head commanded the body, shrouded in dark mist, bracing itself and fixating on Galen as the incantations grew more solemn. Elemental energies began to coalesce around them, and a faint tingling sensation permeated the air. Within the spell's radius, Yuga the Bonebreaker touched his thinning hair and felt it stand on end. Galen, sensing the impending tempest of lightning, sprang into action, eager to deny the ogre any opportunity to cast its spell. Beneath his gleaming, reflective scales, his muscles tensed like steel cables, with all fours on the ground. He pounced like a great cat, utilizing his dragon wings to accelerate. Moving with the swiftness of a flash of white lightning in an instant, he closed the distance of dozens of meters, his wings unfurled, and an overwhelming aura of draconic might emanated from him, momentarily halting the ogre's spell casting. With a deafening whoosh, Galen's merciless claws fully extended, aimed at the ogre's larger head. The head, engrossed in unleashing its powerful spell, found itself unable to teleport away, yet under the control of the smaller head, the ogre defiantly retaliated. Though it could barely perceive Galen's movements, it managed to mount a feeble defense. Its muscular arms rose to block Galen's dragon claws. The impact reverberated with a series of dull thuds as Galen relentlessly battered the two-headed ogre, forcing it to stagger backward, blood and flesh splattering as its white bones were exposed, in the face of Galen's threefold speed assault. The two-headed ogre appeared utterly beleaguered, towering at 3 meters. Its robust form was a mass of sinew and fat, while Galen stood at approximately 1.60 meters, resembling the disparity between an ordinary human and a Siberian tiger. Yet, the ogre was not without its means of counterattack. 4 black tendrils, resembling serpents, now fixated their glistening eyes upon Galen, instilling a chill of dread within him, making him wary of their touch. With a swift whoosh, the black tendrils lunged towards Galen's dragon head. Their intent was clear. They aimed to burrow into his skull, heightening Galen's trepidation of their contact. He found himself devoting nearly half of his focus to countering the assault of the tendrils. As time trickled away, the relentless intensity of battle began to wear on him. His store of temporal power dwindled to less than 50%. Once the time energy he had absorbed from the river was exhausted and without adequate replenishment, maintaining his accelerated state would become increasingly difficult. It was evident that a juvenile white dragon's capabilities were no match for the two-headed ogre. Galen silently calculated, intending to retreat if his temporal energy fell to around 50% without achieving a decisive advantage. He was not incapable of defeating the ogre. He simply wished to avoid injury. Were he to disregard defense and attack with pure ferocity, the ogre would have been torn asunder long ago. The ogre's behavior was peculiar. The tendrils, coalesced from dark mist, felt dangerously potent, quelling any inclination Galen had to engage them directly. Yet moments later, the ogre's body appeared to be suffering under some unseen burden. Its smaller head contorted in agony, and its defensive posture faltered. Galen keenly seized upon this opportunity. With a sinister grin, he lashed out with his dragon tail, sweeping the ogre's legs out from under it, toppling it to the ground. Before the ogre could rise, Galen's weight bore down upon it, his claws pinning its arms, rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, he opened his maw, gathering an icy blue power that he aimed squarely at the larger head, which was still preparing its spell. With a thunderous roar, his frost breath surged forth like a torrent of river water. The ogre thrashed violently, its desperate struggle shattering the ice beneath them, and both plunged into the frigid depths of the lake. The icy water jolted Galen awake, but the two-headed ogre found itself nearly frozen to in its frantic thrashing. It unwittingly placed itself in an even more perilous situation. Under the icy lake, Galen's movements were unimpeded, almost gaining speed, as his icy breath pierced through the water, enveloping the ogre's upper body in a frigid embrace. Had Galen not clamped down on the ogre, its form would have been sent careening away by the force of his breath. With his full power unleashed at such close range, the two-headed ogre could no longer resist. Its body, along with the black tendrils, was swiftly encased in lifelike ice crystals, the thickness of which continued to grow. Galen could see clearly that the ogre had not yet perished. The dark misty veins on its surface writhed frantically, while the tendrils quivered, desperately attempting to shatter the ice and escape as they had before. But just as a saint would never suffer the same defeat twice, Galen unleashed a continuous torrent of frosty energy, denying the creature even the slightest chance of retaliation. The ogre's breath fell away sharply, and before long, it dissipated entirely. Succumbing to death, as Galen gazed upon the finally vanquished two-headed ogre, he released a long sigh of relief. Once he regained his composure, he felt an overwhelming chill in his throat, accompanied by an unusual dryness, as though an ice block were lodged within. This was the consequence of overextending his use of frost breath for an extended duration. That I am still too young. If I were to grow stronger, I could easily eliminate this creature with the power of time. Galen felt an intense urgency to enhance his abilities. The world was fraught with peril. He had initially assumed he was merely contending with a typical two-headed ogre, only to face its strange sorcery and powerful spells. His luck had been exceedingly poor. After a moment's contemplation, Galen hoisted the ogre's body and swam upward through the icy lake, breaking the surface to stand once more upon the ice. However, the scene that greeted him upon emerging widened his eyes in astonishment. High in the sky, at an altitude of roughly 500 meters, a massive black thundercloud had formed, its diameter spanning dozens of meters, crackling with silver lightning that danced wildly within, and it was drawing in elemental energy from the surrounding air, growing ever more formidable. Thunderstorm spell. Has it completed its incantation before perishing? The display was indeed remarkable. Yet it was now uncontrolled and posed no threat. Regarding the intelligence previously mentioned by Yuga Suigo, Galen has entirely dismissed it now. Observing Yuga Suigo's demeanor, it is evident that he himself is unaware of the true prowess of the two-headed ogre. The creature merely conjures forked lightning. The two-headed ogre has concealed its strength remarkably well, for reasons unknown, even withholding information from its own kin. Perhaps this is merely a precaution against betrayers like Yuga Suigo, thus retaining many hidden abilities. Indeed, it is a cautious two-headed ogre. Galen rubbed his temples, easing his somewhat fatigued mind, while gazing at the imposing dark thunderclouds looming in the sky. The spell that had confined the heavens had come to an end. He unfurled his dragon wings, lifting himself 3 feet into the air. Yet, instead of retreating at once, Galen took a keen interest in the silver serpents dancing within the tempestuous clouds. He was not situated directly beneath the ominous thunderclouds. It seemed the two-headed ogre had hastily cast the spell in its final moments, causing it to drift several hundred meters away from its intended position. Soon enough, the dark thundercloud amassed sufficient elemental energy, accompanied by the rumbling of distant thunder, akin to drums pounding in one's ears, deafening and palpable, filling the air with an acrid tension. Boom! A long, silver lightning serpent descended, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. It illuminated the night as if it were day. With the first strike of lightning, the spectacle of the spell commenced, arcs of lightning cascading down, imbued with searing heat and paralyzing force, continuously descending, dispelling the surrounding darkness, transforming the pitch of night into the brightness of day, as thunder rolled and flickered within the clouds. After 8 minutes, this grand display of lightning finally came to a close, the dense dark thunderclouds gradually dissipating. Galen regarded this simulation of celestial might with a glint of fascination in his eyes, a stirring sense of yearning blossoming within him. He possessed only the innate abilities and supernatural powers he had mastered. True magic remained a profound and uncharted territory to him, and his innate curiosity for the unknown mirrored a fondness for relics of bygone eras. Taking a deep breath of the crisp, frigid air of the tundra, Galen withdrew his gaze and glanced at the lifeless two-headed ogre, still ensconced in crystalline ice, its expression frozen in a final moment of defiance and fear, vividly preserved. The dark misty veins and the black tendrils that had once surrounded it had vanished as if they had never existed. Yet, the malevolent aura that had once instilled deep trepidation in Galen lingered in his mind. How had the two-headed ogre come into contact with this sun god? His brief contemplation was abruptly interrupted by an exuberant roar as Yuga Sugo rushed over, prostrating before Galen, exclaiming with fervor, "Great Dragon Lord! You have truly slain Sealer. The Suego tribe shall become your most formidable ally, clearing all obstacles in your path." Galen cast a glance at Yuga Suego, who bore the black spiked mace, his dragon visage betraying no overt expression. Nevertheless, he felt a measure of satisfaction with this relatively intelligent ogre. The black spiked mace that Yuga Sugo now wielded shimmered with a faint sanguine glow, and Galen could sense the flow of elemental power surrounding it. This was no ordinary weapon. Had the two-headed ogre wielded both this mace and a staff in combat against Galen, the outcome might have been quite different. That it was a spellcaster, but its formidable physique constituted a crucial aspect of its strength. "Come, follow me to the Sugo tribe," Galen roared, his voice reverberating through the air. He then grasped both Yuga Sugo and the frozen two-headed ogre, his dragon wings unfurling as he ascended to a height of 1,000 meters. The icy expanse below transforming into a picturesque miniature landscape, in the bowl-shaped basin. The Suego tribe's ogres were, as usual, gathered around a large cauldron, picking their noses and scratching their feet. The main course within the pot consisted of the white-furred giant tiger Yuga Suego had just hunted, haphazardly chopped into pieces alongside some indiscernible plants and other chunks of meat. The ogres primarily consumed meat. Yet they were indisputably omnivorous, generally preferring not to eat their blood meals raw, opting to cook their food when possible. Some ogres animatedly debated who was stronger, Yuga Suego or the chief, among the entire Sugo tribe. Only Yuga Suego and the two-headed ogre stood at 3 meters tall, towering over their kin, most of whom were around 2 meters and 70 centimeters in height. Yuga was surely no match for the chief, who wielded magic, or perhaps not. Yuga had just reached adulthood, and he might still grow taller. The chief was already aging. The ogres voiced their opinions, engaging in spirited discussions around the cauldron. Moments later, a keen-eyed ogre caught sight of a small white dot high in the night sky, which appeared to be growing larger. "Hey, that looks like a dragon." The ogre rubbed its eyes, and as the small dot became clearer in its vision, its mouth gaped open in terror, wide enough to fit a large fist. A dragon. In the sky, the horde of ogres looked up, beholding Galen's silhouette, clad in pristine white ice armor, with brilliant platinum dragon eyes, fearsome claws, and a mysterious ring of black scales. The aura of draconic majesty washed over them, rendering their breath shallow. However, the ogres, inherently bold and ferocious, upon realizing that Galen was not an adult dragon, scurried back to their huts to retrieve their weapons, primarily large clubs, with a few hefting massive axes. They stood ready, fixated on Galen as he descended towards the Sugo tribe. But in the air, Galen observed the ogre's reactions, a flicker of intrigue sparking in his gaze. Moments later, he descended to a height of several dozen meters. Before he could fully land, an ogre hurled a massive stone at him, muscles rippling in its arm. How audacious! Galen unleashed a blast of frost dragon breath, instantly freezing the oncoming boulder, rendering it inert. And then it fell back, ensnared by the icy breath. Whoosh! The frost dragon breath swept past the first ogre to attack, encasing it in ice, with a desire to establish his authority and intimidate the ogres. Galen showed no mercy. The frozen ogre was irrevocably dead. Wretched creatures, those who dare assault a true dragon must pay with their lives, Galen roared, his voice resonating with the power of a giant. Simultaneously, he released Yuga Suego and the two-headed ogre leader. Thud thud, Yuga Suego sprang to his feet, shouting at his dim-witted kin, "Do you wish to die? How dare you attack the mighty true dragon?" The chief sealer is dead, and now the Suego tribe shall fall under the dominion of the true dragon. Upon witnessing Galen effortlessly defeat a powerful member of their tribe, the other ogres, already filled with trepidation, glanced at one another, hesitating to make a move after hearing Yuga Suego's words. Galen maintained the aura of a true dragon, observing the ogres before him in silence. Yuga Suego, acting as his spokesperson, pounded the black spiked mace heavily against the ground, declaring, "I have spoken. Does anyone oppose? If you refuse to submit to the true dragon, your only fate is death. Those willing to bow before the great dragon, do so now. I shall lead the Suego tribe under the true dragon's banner, spreading his renown." This creature gave Galen the impression of a rather competent sycophant, one who could assist him in managing the ogre tribe. As Galen was disinclined to engage with the brutish and simplistic-minded creatures himself, most of the ogres, daunted by Galen's formidable presence, after a moment of hesitation, knelt before him, declaring their fealty. Galen silently regarded this spectacle. And once all the ogres, regardless of age or gender, had prostrated beneath his dragon wings, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "From this day forth, the Suego tribe shall become my vassals, my minions. To eliminate obstacles and tear apart our foes." The voice of the dragon resonated with a formidable and exalted timbre, accompanied by its awe-inspiring majesty, causing the ogres to bury their heads even deeper in submission. The Bone Crush tribe had never truly engaged in battle with a dragon, yet the ancestral tales passed down through generations had instilled in them a profound awareness of the dragon's might. Although their surrender was born of necessity, a significant portion of the ogres harbored an unrecognized sense of acquiescence. Being a race that revered the law of the jungle, the display of the dragon's power by Galen diminished their resistance. As for the first brave ogre who perished, no others dared to cast a glance in its direction. After subjugating the Bone Crush tribe, Galen lowered his gaze to the lifelike corpse of the two-headed ogre. A flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes, he pondered briefly before turning to Yuga Bone Crush beside him and commanding, "Come with me." Yuga Bone Crush, now elevated to a position of authority beneath the dragon and above over 40 ogres, visibly brimmed with excitement. Realizing that everything before him was bestowed by Galen, with a tone of reverence, he replied, "Yes, my lord." The structures of the Bone Crush tribe were primarily constructed from piles of stone, haphazardly scattered within a basin-like valley. The biting winds of the far northern ice plains were somewhat mitigated by the valley's natural barriers, rendering the temperature here relatively comfortable, a suitable habitat for most creatures. As Galen surveyed the conditions of the Bone Crush tribe, he made his way towards the dwelling of the two-headed ogre. Having previously scouted the enemy's territory, he was familiar with the location and arrived at a towering stone house within a couple of minutes. Standing 6 meters tall and covering an area of 100 square meters, the stone structure resembled a black, monstrous beast crouching upon the ground, with a door fashioned from large wooden planks towering 4 meters high. For the size of the two-headed ogre, this stone house was quite fitting. Regarding the dragon's proportions, aside from its wings and elongated neck, the rest of its body bore resemblance to felines, allowing Galen to enter the stone house comfortably when his wings were retracted. Upon entering the stone house, Galen surveyed the interior's arrangement. Various animal hides adorned the floor, and a faint scent of beast lingered in the air. Against the wall stood a large stone bed, similarly dressed in hides. While the walls were etched with cultural imprints inherited from ogre history, as Galen cast a cursory glance, his attention was swiftly drawn to a pitch-black wooden sculpture. The moment he beheld this dark sculpture, a shiver ran through him, and a serious wariness emerged upon his face. The sculpture was spherical, supported by a base reminiscent of entwined roots and vines that at first glance, it appeared to depict a black sun, with a ring of flames extending outward. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that these were actually numerous slender tentacles, each adorned with countless eyeballs. The surface of the sun sculpture was similarly engraved with a myriad of eyes, simple yet vividly lifelike, evoking a chilling sensation and emanating a peculiar malevolence. "What is this, Yuga?" Galen inquired, maintaining his gaze fixed upon the sculpture. Yuga Bone Crush blinked, responding, "My lord, this is the sun god venerated by our Bone Crush tribe." Though he spoke with respect, the tone lacked genuine devotion, merely a verbal acknowledgement without the fervor exhibited by the two-headed ogre chief. Galen was taken aback. "You call this thing a sun god?" It appears more akin to a malevolent deity, utterly disconnected from the divine essence of light and life. The sheer folly of considering such a figure as a sun god astonished him. A sudden surge of curiosity welled within him, compelling him to examine the dark sculpture more closely. Moments later, he found himself inexplicably entranced, his gaze fixating on the dense cluster of eyeballs, his body moving closer as if drawn by an unseen force. Yuga Bone Crush observed Galen's behavior with a look of confusion, sensing something was amiss, yet hesitating to intervene. Meanwhile, a chorus of whispers began to echo in Galen's mind, strangely, despite having never encountered such a language. He comprehended its meaning. He was born from the black mist, and he is the creator of the black mist that he brings darkness. He brings light. He composes life. He rewrites death. He is the creator of all. He is the supreme sun. How can the sun bring darkness? Galen suddenly jolted back to reality. To his horror, he realized he had unwittingly approached the dark sculpture to within 2 meters, his dragon claw reaching out as if to caress the enigmatic figure. With a powerful flap of his wings, Galen, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, accelerated to 3 times his normal speed, instantly retreating to the entrance, his gaze fixed warily upon the sun sculpture. It can influence my mind. The resilience of a dragon's spirit was renowned. Its cerebral structure was fortified, capable of resisting numerous mental spells. Even the release of its draconic majesty stemmed from its formidable psyche. Yet, to be swayed by a seemingly innocuous sun sculpture was nothing short of astounding. This object undoubtedly harbored considerable malevolent power. Otherwise, it could not have affected him. Galen, his expression grave, contemplated the implications, should he remain ensnared by those whispers. He risked becoming a faithful devotee of this so-called sun god. Yuga Bone Crush remained entirely unaffected, watching Galen's reaction with an expression of bewilderment. Uncertain of his master's intentions, Galen disregarded Yuga's curious gaze, fixated on the sun sculpture. Sensing the tentacles seemed to writhe to life, brandishing themselves threateningly, while the eyeballs appeared to spin into swirling vortices. Once again, the low murmurs reached his ears, compelling him to draw nearer, his gaze beginning to glaze over. Fortunately, Galen had mentally prepared himself for such a scenario. The moment he detected the disturbance within his mind, he swiftly extricated himself, regaining clarity. The peculiar behavior of the 2-headed ogre stemmed from this very sculpture. An evil deity was not a being he could afford to engage with at this juncture. He surmised that the sun sculpture exerted its influence through the gazes of its many eyes, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes, no longer meeting the gaze of those unsettling orbs. Indeed, upon doing so, the disquieting sensations dissipated. Galen, his gaze shifting, closed his eyes and unleashed a breath of icy blue dragon fire, encasing the sun sculpture in layers of ice, swiftly transforming it into an opaque ice block, obscuring the objects within. Peeking through slightly opened eyes at the now frozen artifact, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Unaffected by its influence, he sighed, turning to Yuga Bone Crush with utmost seriousness. Where did this sun sculpture come from? Are there any similar ones in other dwellings? Furthermore, how did you come to worship this sun god? Tell me everything you know. Yuga Swagon, though perplexed, complied with Galen's command and divulged information regarding the solar sculpture. Minutes later, Galen wore a contemplative expression, mulling over Yuga Swagon's words. The precise origins of the solar sculpture eluded his understanding, as it had been abruptly brought back by a 2-headed ogre during one of its excursions, claiming it to be a representation of the sun god and urging the ogres of the Swagon tribe to worship this deity. However, according to Yuga Swagon, apart from the 2-headed ogre, who was indeed a devout follower, the other ogres displayed a rather indifferent attitude towards the sun god. Galen fell into a pensive silence, contemplating how to manage the solar sculpture. The moment he considered its divine implications, a heightened sense of caution enveloped him. The deities wielding dominion over the world are the most formidable and immortal beings across countless realms. It mattered not that he was merely a whelp of a dragon. Even upon reaching a century of maturity, one must exercise utmost prudence in the presence of a god. Among the 5 wicked dragons, the resounding name of Tiamat, the dragon queen who has endured countless ages and witnessed myriad civilizations rise and fall, serves as a grim reminder of the god's terrifying power in the divine realm. She is but a lesser power, illustrating the sheer magnitude of divine strength. It is essential to note that she is first and foremost a dragon, and only subsequently a deity. Thus, the level of divine power does not equate to genuine might. The solar sculpture also bore connections to malevolent deities. Malevolent deities are characterized by their inherent brutality, viewing life as inconsequential and thriving on the harvesting of lives and the devouring of souls. Any sentient being. These deities represent an extreme danger. Historical records from the Noah continent affirm the existence of such malevolent deities. There are even sects devoted to these dark gods, engaging in activities such as live sacrifices, soul trading, and citywide massacres, acts that these zealots are capable of committing. Nonetheless, the cults of malevolent deities generally operate in secrecy. Their emergence incites a coalition of forces intent on their eradication. Galen, having perused the information on malevolent deities from the dragon's legacy, found no references related to the solar sculpture that in comparison to known malevolent deities. An unknown malevolent deity's sculpture undoubtedly warranted greater vigilance. Yet, Galen remained cautious without succumbing to fear. Most deities reside in outer planes, and entering the material realm is no simple feat. They can at most manifest in avatars or exert a trivial fraction of their divine power through specific means, primarily influencing the material realm through their followers. After pondering for several more minutes, Galen temporarily withdrew his gaze from the encased solar sculpture. Within the stone abode of the two-headed ogre, something piqued Galen's interest. He shifted his steps towards the only gray wooden table within the stone house. Upon the table lay an array of peculiar jars and vessels, including glass containers filled with a green liquid and the severed limbs of unknown creatures. Stacked in one corner of the table were 5 yellowed tomes, appearing to have aged somewhat, yet lacking in allure to Galen, indicating they were not ancient relics. Galen picked up the first tome with his dragon claw and, upon discerning the text, his expression brightened. The compendium of apprentices' tricks was inscribed in the common tongue of Noah, rendering it comprehensible to him. Could it be? Galen's eyes glimmered with fervor as he shifted his gaze to the other yellowed tomes. Principles of Spellcasting. The Gallant Paladin, Summary of Spells and Transmutation, and Bestiary. After perusing the titles of the 5 tomes, he noticed a rather peculiar volume among them. With a bemused expression, he picked up the Gallant Paladin. Instructed Yuga Swagon, who had been waiting nearby, to leave, and then carefully opened the cover, turning the pages with meticulousness, soon becoming engrossed in its contents. With his remarkable speed of reading, akin to skimming, Galen progressed swiftly through the 56 pages. Adorned with vibrant illustrations, the total word count was merely around 100,000, allowing him to finish in a short span. Initially, Galen approached the tome with a sense of forbidden curiosity, but to his surprise, he discovered a wealth of useful knowledge within the Gallant Paladin. The primary narrative chronicled the exploits of a paladin traversing the Noah continent, engaging in extravagant tales with a princess from a small kingdom, noblewomen, and aloof elves, even taming a female red dragon as a steed and conversing with the goddess of his faith and dreams. Overall, it resembled a dragon-centric harem novel. However, the descriptions of customs and hidden cultures across the Noah continent were absent from the dragon's legacy. Through his existing knowledge, Galen assessed that, while much of the content in the tome was exaggerated, it retained a semblance of truth. After setting aside the Gallant Paladin, Galen's demeanor shifted to earnestness as he reached for another volume with a black cover. Principles of Spellcasting. Gazing at the content, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he found himself immersed in its teachings, softly reciting aloud that a spell represents an independent magical effect, a process of reshaping the magical energy pervading the multiverse, ultimately manifesting in a specific manner within a designated area. When casting a spell, the caster must invoke the invisible yet omnipresent primal magic, interweaving and solidifying it in such a way that it vibrates and returns in a specific manner before releasing it to achieve the desired effect. Spells serve as a convenient tool, weapon, or protective barrier. They can create or mitigate damage, generate or eliminate specific conditions, and draw from or bestow life force. The spell's tier generally indicates its strength. Cantrips can be activated merely by thought. Yet high-tier spells demand the caster's full concentration. Certain specialized spells may require an immeasurable amount of materials or even the caster's vitality. Before a caster can utilize a spell, they must first engrave it within their consciousness or store its power within a magical item. The multitude of spell runes and incantations has evolved over time, most being the most effective means of communicating elemental energies. Commonly used runes include: an effective magic circle must possess a core magic ring. Basic incantation star diagram. Conduits, small circles on the star diagram, runes, and magical patterns, textures of the sun, moon, stars, etc. In contrast to his earlier skimming, Galen now absorbed each word with utmost seriousness, committing every character firmly to memory. He approached this unknown realm of knowledge with reverence. Through principles of spellcasting, he gradually attained a clearer understanding of the concept of spells, while the tome did not delineate specific spell models. It elucidated what spells truly are and provided the pronunciations and effects of commonly used runes, along with some foundational magic circle patterns, primarily simple triskelion formations. Upon completing his reading, Galen felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Acquiring new knowledge, regardless of its nature, always brought him joy and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This was a mental delight, a soulful exhilaration, evoking in him a tremor of excitement. His dragon claw, still clutching the tome, trembled slightly. I possess boundless time, an infallible memory, for I am an immortal dragon. One day, all knowledge across the realm shall be unveiled and comprehended by me. Galen's gaze sharpened, his platinum dragon eyes shimmering brilliantly. All along, Galen had harbored a sense of confusion, uncertain of his true purpose. Was it merely to survive and amass sufficient power? That was merely a passive existence, not a genuine yearning of the heart. Arriving in this unfamiliar world, transformed into a dragon, he had initially embraced a mindset of mere survival and resignation. Yet now he had solidified his aspirations and path. This realization had first begun to take shape when he learned the language of giants, experiencing the thrill of mastering new knowledge. But it was only now that Galen fully recognized and clarified his identity. Though his aspirations may seem somewhat unattainable, even deities are not omniscient. The fabled god of gods is not omnipotent. But so what? Can something achievable still be deemed an aspiration? The confusion within Galen dissipated like mist parting to reveal a clear sky. Time trickled away, and Galen eagerly absorbed the knowledge contained within several tomes. His dragon eyes reflecting a solemn intensity. 3 hours later, he set aside the final volume, Summoning and Transmutation Spells Overview. Among these texts, only this one and another titled Apprentice's Conjurations contained corresponding spell models and specific incantation runes. He exhaled a long, frosty breath, gently closing his eyes. His vision was shrouded in darkness, yet Galen concentrated all his mental faculties, painstakingly sketching a spell model in the shape of a 5-fingered hand. Inscribing foundational runes and incantations with his mental energy. Due to Galen's formidable mental power, this process of engraving the spell model in his consciousness felt effortless. Within mere minutes, a vividly lifelike hand-shaped spell model materialized in his mental realm. Every rune and intricate detail rendered with exquisite clarity. The first-level cantrip, Mage Hand, was the most commonly utilized spell, with nearly 99% of mages etching its model into their minds first. This first-level cantrip was so simple that it could be cast with mere thought. Galen opened his eyes and extended a dragon claw toward a glass vessel on the table. The magical energy stored within his blood surged forth, intertwining with the elemental forces in the air, forming a translucent hand that reached out and wobbled as it grasped the glass vessel, causing the strange green liquid within to bubble and froth. How delightful! Galen, akin to a child who has discovered a new toy, began pointing his fingers in delight, summoning numerous translucent mage hands to dance around him, each clutching different objects. If a human mage were to witness this spectacle, they would surely be taken aback. Remarkably, on his first attempt, he was able to cast the same spell multiple times with ease. After a brief moment of play, Galen paused, returning everything to its place, lost in thought, as he sensed something peculiar about the mage hand. Feeling it seemed somewhat out of place, seconds later, he realized the crux of the issue. The mage hand resembled a human palm, yet he was a dragon. It was indeed odd for a dragon to wield a human-like hand instead of a majestic and powerful claw. With this revelation, a thought formed in Galen's mind. He closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in his mental realm. It must possess claws as sharp as blades and scales impenetrable as fortresses. Galen began to reshape the spell model of Mage Hand, gradually transforming it into the likeness of his own dragon claw, with runes and incantations adorning the patterns, culminating in a fierce outline of a claw covered in dragon scales. The claw opened slightly, its tips sharp, as if it were poised to grasp the very fabric of the universe, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. Upon opening his eyes, Galen excitedly infused the spell model with magical energy. With a whoosh, the surrounding elemental forces swirled in response to Galen's call, conjuring a gust of wind. However, after the whirlwind, silence fell. Galen had failed. Yet, he felt neither surprise nor dismay. The model had transformed, becoming more intricate. The pathways for channeling magical energy had multiplied, and the number of rune nodes needed to increase as well. Galen scrutinized the claw model. Swiftly identifying the cause of his failure, he engraved the necessary runes onto the claw model once more, gradually refining it through repeated attempts. Approximately 20 minutes later, Galen took a deep breath, examining the vividly detailed claw model, every scale rendered with stunning clarity. However, due to the extensive filling of runes, what was originally a first-level cantrip, Mage Hand, had become too complex to be cast through mere thought alone. Galen uttered a somewhat obscure incantation, causing ripples to form in the surrounding air, which then coalesced into a menacing dragon claw the size of a basketball. Still translucent, yet the dragon scales looked lifelike, emanating a palpable sense of power. What level of spell should I classify this Mage Hand? Galen pondered, eyeing the dragon claw formed from the gathered elemental energy. He then aimed for the ground, commanding the claw to strike downwards. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a shower of dirt and stone, as the ground trembled violently, rivaling the force of Galen's own palm slamming to the earth. As the dust settled, a deep imprint of the dragon claw was revealed, tearing through the iron-hard, icy surface to a depth of 3 inches, with numerous fine cracks branching out like spider webs. Galen blinked in astonishment, a joyful expression spreading across his face. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Galen, well done. He could not help but applaud himself. The true dragon's combat prowess relies heavily on its formidable physique, extensive spellcasting abilities, and innate supernatural talents. Adult true dragons prefer to exert their dominance through their physical form while utilizing their magical prowess to aid in battle. However, the older the dragon, the less it relies on its claws, instead drawing upon its profound mastery of magic in combat. In later stages, the devastation wrought by spells would surpass that of the dragon's physical might. True dragons are the favored children of the elements, particularly adept at casting spells, with the time dragon being the most exceptional among them. Each time dragon, aside from their innate time-based abilities, learns countless spells, observing the destruction wrought by the dragon claw and considering the relationships between spell power, rune quantity, and spell levels. Galen concluded that it fell within the realm of a third-level spell. Upgrading it to a third-level spell would make it an original creation of his OWN. It would be inappropriate to continue calling it Mage Hand. According to the naming conventions of spells in the Noah continent, this spell should rightly be termed Galen's Dragon Claw Technique. Although Galen's Dragon Claw Technique sounds somewhat awkward, let us simply call it Dragon's Hand. Galen no longer confined himself to the single spell of Dragon's Hand. He gradually inscribed various first-level cantrip models into his consciousness. Light, Arcane Mark, Detect Magic, Dancing Lights. Regardless of their utility to Galen, he embraced them all, constructing a compendium of spell models. The quantity of first-level cantrips was not extensive, with only 9 recorded, most of which were of little use. The only one that piqued Galen's interest was the Arcane Mark cantrip. This cantrip allows the user to inscribe a personal mark onto an object, establishing a connection with the marked item even from a great distance. Thus, he could truly bury or discard certain items and later retrieve them after a long passage of time. However, the arcane mark can be dispelled by certain spells, so Galen made further modifications. When casting the arcane mark, he infused a trace of time energy, just a minuscule amount, equivalent to the time energy he could absorb in a single breath. Yet, even this small infusion was sufficient to achieve the effect he desired. Unless the opponent also wielded time energy and could perceive the existence of the river of time, they would be utterly unable to dispel the mark. Furthermore, due to Galen's sensitivity to time energy, coupled with the overwhelming power of the river of time that encircles all planes, he could vaguely sense the location of the mark even across different planes. The more time energy he infused, the clearer the perception became. After mastering the apprentice cantrips, Galen shifted his focus to the summoning and transmutation spells overview. This tome contained over 20 spell models, which, as the title suggested, belonged to the schools of summoning and transmutation. Galen stroked his chin, pondering. The dragon's hand utilized a plethora of foundational transmutation runes, categorizing it as a transmutation spell. The earlier two-headed ogre's imitation of dragon breath was similarly a transmutation spell, while the summoned storm clouds belonged to the summoning school. Through an introduction to the principles of spellcasting, Galen has come to understand that spells are categorized into 8 distinct academic schools: protection, conjuration, divination, enchantment, transmutation, illusion, necromancy, and alteration. Each school of magic possesses its own unique effects and functions, along with a set of foundational runes and incantations that are markedly different from those of other schools. The foundational runes and incantations of these 8 schools are akin to 8 profoundly esoteric languages that delve into the very essence of existence. This reality leads ordinary spellcasters to devote their entire lives to mastering but a single school of magic, choosing a solitary path until death, for the depth of study required for even one school is sufficient to occupy a lifetime. Even the immortals, in their quest to thoroughly comprehend a single school, require extensive epics to achieve such understanding, let alone the fleeting lives of mundane beings. The higher the rank of the spellcaster, the more singular their path becomes. Only those of exceptional talent, favored by the elements, dare to pursue the study of multiple schools concurrently. Galen, endowed with an elemental affinity akin to a beloved offspring of the elements, and fueled by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and truth, certainly does not confine himself to the study of merely one school of magic, nor does he limit himself solely to the arcane arts. Though his current exposure remains somewhat limited, most of his repertoire comprises spells of the 1st to 3rd tier, with only a handful of 4th and 5th tier spells at his disposal. Among the 4th tier spells, he has access to the transmutation spells of Dragon Breath, Mimicry, and Enlarge. The 4th tier conjuration spells include Fireball and Iceball. The sole 5th tier spell he possesses is the conjuration spell Storm of Lightning. Thanks to his photographic memory, the summaries of conjuration and transmutation spells are already imprinted in Galen's mind, allowing him to recall them without the need to consult texts. The two-headed ogre, when considered merely as a spellcaster, ranks as a mid-level mage. Galen reflects on the spells wielded by the two-headed ogre during their confrontation. Spells of the 1st to 3rd tier are classified as low-level spells, with those who master up to 3rd tier spells referred to as low-level spellcasters or low-level mages on the Noah continent. Following this classification, the 4th to 6th tiers are deemed mid-level, while the 7th to 9th tiers are categorized as high-level. The disparity between tiers grows increasingly pronounced as one ascends beyond the high level. One encounters the legendary mages, who command at least 9th tier legendary spells. While 9th tier spells are indeed powerful, the majority do not fall into the category of legendary spells. Only a select few 9th tier spells are considered legendary. At present, Galen, even alongside the White Dragon Lady, would likely find themselves no match for a legendary spellcaster. Though such beings are not easily encountered, Galen's thoughts briefly skim over the Dragon Breath Mimicry spell, as his curiosity is piqued by another 4th tier transmutation spell, Enlarge. Stretching his dragon wings and unfurling his body, his mirror-like scales shimmer, reflecting the various instruments within the stone chamber. He gazes at his own reflection, feeling quite pleased with his appearance as a striking dragon, though his current size does not evoke the same satisfaction. Enlarge should allow me to temporarily increase my length and girth, he muses, envisioning the illusory colossal dragon that dwells within the river of time, yearning for the day he might attain such a mountainous and terrifying form. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Galen suppresses his excitement and shifts his gaze to the frozen sun sculpture. Prior to delving into the study of formal spells, he intends to first address this peculiar artifact at in truth, while learning 0-tier cantrips. A portion of Galen's thoughts had been preoccupied with how to dispose of the sun sculpture. Caught in indecision, this artifact from the dark deity possesses an uncanny power that captivates him. Yet such fascination only serves to confirm its status as a treasure, albeit one imbued with malevolent energies. The black mist that promises to rapidly mend the flesh is a temptation for Galen, whose fervent curiosity urges him to explore its nature, despite the awareness of its dark origins. Dragons inherently possess admirable regenerative abilities. Minor injuries often heal after a mere rest. However, Achieving rapid regeneration during combat remains a challenge. This incites within Galen a sense of covetousness. Yet, mindful of the sun sculpture's potential dangers, he reflects that it may very well be a trap, designed to ensnare those ensorcelled by its power. Engaging with the sun sculpture would inevitably expose him to its bizarre influence. Galen is reluctant to unwittingly become a pawn of the dark deity, and after careful consideration, he resolves to destroy it, rejecting the fleeting allure of power that could lead him astray. Ugga, come here. Galen calls out in the language of giants, his voice resonating like thunder. Soon, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, the figure of Ugga the Bonebreaker comes into view. Master, how may I serve you? Ugga inquires respectfully after bowing. Galen extends a dragon claw, gesturing toward the sun sculpture, and states matter-of-factly, carry this sculpture outside and shatter it. He harbors no desire to engage directly, nor even to employ the spell dragon's hand to touch it from afar. Who knows what other strange abilities this dark deity's sculpture might possess that could inadvertently affect him? Ugga hesitates momentarily, seemingly wishing to inquire further, yet under Galen's steady gaze, he ultimately refrains from voicing his thoughts. As you command, great master. Ugga strides over to the sun sculpture, lifting it with some effort, his forehead veined with strain from the exertion. The sun sculpture is not particularly large, originally a sphere of about 1 meter in diameter, accompanied by a modest base. However, due to Galen's cautious handling, it has been encased in a weighty layer of ice. Its weight significantly increased. The biting cold of the frost causes Ugga to shiver involuntarily to avoid frostbite. He musters all his strength to swiftly carry the sun sculpture outside, placing it heavily on a patch of open ground. Drawing the attention of several ogres, Galen observes Ugga's close encounter with the ice crystal without any ill effects, a contemplative expression crossing his face, when he locks eyes with the orb atop the sun sculpture. Ugga too seems unaffected that I, along with the devout two-headed ogre, have felt its influence. Galen muses that it perhaps only targeting those with innate spellcasting potential. He shakes his head, dismissing the notion. Regardless, he is resolute in his intention to destroy this object, and its precise effects on various beings are of little concern to him. Striding forth, Galen exits the stone chamber, emerging into the open. His scales gleam like mirrors, his wings well-defined, and his claws sharp and fierce. As he makes his entrance, the gathered ogres gaze upon him with a hint of trepidation, evidently still reeling from his earlier display of might. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberates above the ogre basin. Boom! Following the sound, he sees Ugga the Bonebreaker wielding a dark spiked mace acquired from a two-headed ogre, raising it high before bringing it down with all his might onto the frost-covered ice. As he channels his full strength, bloodlight swirls around the mace, greatly amplifying its power. The surface of the frost crystal erupts with numerous cracks, yet it does not shatter completely, under the watchful gaze of his kin. Ugga's face reddens as he raises the dark mace once more, bringing it down with force. Boom! 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 The thunderous sounds echo relentlessly as the frost crystal is slowly battered down to the position of the sun sculpture itself. With anticipation in his eyes, Galen watches as Ugga's muscular arms strain, the dark mace slicing through the air towards the sun sculpture. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberates across the icy expanse. To Ugga's astonishment, the dark mace is repelled by a tremendous recoil, fracturing his grip and causing blood to flow from his hands, nearly striking him on the head. Meanwhile, the sun sculpture remains unmoved. Without even the faintest mark upon its surface, Galen's gaze sharpens, realizing that this object is indeed not so easily destroyed. Avoiding eye contact with the orb atop the sculpture, he surveys the onlookers and commands the eager ogres. My loyal kin, unleash all your prowess, employing your wisdom and strength to obliterate this sun sculpture. Pausing for emphasis, Galen bellows with a dragon's roar. To those who succeed, I shall bestow upon them the bloodline of true dragons. Once the number of subordinates reached a sufficient threshold, Galen resolved to no longer transform the dragon-vein subordinates. As casually as before, he intended to use the transformation of the dragon vein as a means of motivation. To invigorate the enthusiasm of his followers, the ice spirits of the far north found themselves in a fortuitous position. Simultaneously, upon hearing Galen's words, the ogres displayed expressions of excitement, their eyes gleaming as they eagerly fixated on the solar sculpture. Although ogres may be clumsy, they are indeed sentient beings with their own cultural heritage. They understood what dragon vein creatures were and recognized this as a rare opportunity. Some cunning ogres even contemplated that if they were to gain the chance of dragon vein transformation, they might challenge Yuga the Bonebreaker after greatly enhancing their strength, usurping his position to become the foremost ogre beneath the dragon's wings. After Galen spoke, observing his eager kin, Yuga the Bonebreaker took a deep breath and turned to Galen with sincerity, saying, "Master, please grant Yuga another chance to try." His words were laced with trepidation, fearing that his previous performance might diminish his standing in Galen's eyes. Galen remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Yuga the Bonebreaker was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, Master." Yuga is endlessly grateful. He then grew serious, parting the crowd of ogres as he began to retreat step by step until he stood over 20 meters away from the solar sculpture. Locking his gaze onto it, Yuga the Bonebreaker's body surged into motion as he tightly gripped his obsidian hammer and began to run. His several-ton weight left faint imprints on the ground with each step, exuding a fearsome presence. When he was merely 4 meters from the solar sculpture, Yuga the Bonebreaker let out a roar, leaping high into the air, his hands firmly clutching the obsidian hammer, raised high above his head. Utilizing the force of his descent and sprint to strike the solar sculpture, such a full-force blow would be something even Galen would be loath to endure. A moment later, the obsidian hammer, entwined in a sanguine glow, crashed into the corner of the solar sculpture. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Frost and ice crystals shattered into vast flakes, raining down upon the surrounding ogres, causing their skin to flush with a faint redness. Yet, they paid no heed to this minor pain, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yuga the Bonebreaker and the solar sculpture. Whoosh! The obsidian hammer was flung from Yuga's grasp by the overwhelming recoil. His large hand dripping with blood as he stood dazed, his face slightly pale, disbelief etched across his features. Before him, the solar sculpture had been driven 3 feet into the earth. Yet, astonishingly, it remained completely unscathed. As if Yuga the Bonebreaker's full-force strike were nothing more than a gentle breeze, that a chill ran through Galen's heart as he couldn't help but glance at the solar sculpture. The sensation of allure washing over him once more, his eyes seeming to transform into swirling black holes, drawing in his very spirit. However, with the vigilance already ingrained in him, Galen quickly broke free from the thrall and averted his gaze. "I am sorry, Master. Yuga has failed, betraying your trust." Yuga the Bonebreaker looked pale as he addressed Galen. Galen's expression remained unchanged, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. "Do your best," he simply replied before turning his attention to the other eager ogres. Speaking in a deep tone, "You all may give it a try." Subsequently, one by one, the ogres, faces alight with excitement, attempted their strikes, only to leave in disappointment. Some of the more astute ogres, upon realizing that their once proud brute strength was futile, resorted to setting the solar sculpture alight over a bonfire or tossing it into a large cauldron to boil, exhausting their limited intellect. Yet, without exception, none of these efforts bore fruit. The solar sculpture remained silent, enduring the ogre's antics. Troublesome indeed, Galen mused as he gazed upon the solar sculpture, diverting his gaze to avoid succumbing to its allure. Lost in thought, it seemed that mere physical means had no effect on the solar sculpture. It could not be destroyed, and casting it into some remote corner? Galen shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret at the thought of discarding such an item that bore divine significance. After all, it was an object tied to the gods, and he sensed, albeit vaguely, that despite its enigma, the solar sculpture might yield unexpected results if utilized wisely. Moments later, Galen withdrew his gaze, stroking his chin in contemplation, pondering that the pressing matter at hand was to discern which creatures the solar sculpture would affect. From the information gathered thus far, he and the two-headed ogre had both been influenced by its allure. Conversely, the ordinary ogres appeared completely immune to its effects, as if the sculpture were merely an ordinary wooden carving to them, impenetrable yet inconsequential. "Yuga, carry the solar sculpture over there." Galen pointed to a sizable open area. After Yuga transported the solar sculpture, he glanced at Galen, seemingly wanting to say something, but as Galen's dragon wings flared, unleashing a howling gale, he took to the skies, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Galen flew swiftly, returning to the ogre basin. The ogres had resumed their usual demeanor, gathered around a large cauldron, engaged in some conversation, while Yuga the Bonebreaker strode about, wielding his obsidian hammer, relishing the authority of an ogre chieftain. With a thud, Galen landed, retracting his dragon wings at his sides. The ice spirit of the far north had already been set down beside the solar sculpture. Master, the ice spirit looked at Galen with a hint of confusion. Unsure of what was required of it, Galen spoke in a low tone. Gaze upon the solar sculpture to your right. He suspected that the solar sculpture would only mesmerize creatures of higher intellect, thus rendering almost all ogres immune to its influence. Yuga the Bonebreaker's intelligence was relatively high among ordinary ogres, yet when compared to the ice spirit, it paled in comparison. Elemental beings generally possess intellect far exceeding that of adult humans. Even though the ice spirit may be a flawed creation, such flaws manifested in combat prowess rather than intellect. Following Galen's instructions, the ice spirit turned to face the solar sculpture. Galen unraveled the frost ice crystal, revealing the true form of the sculpture, its embedded orbs resembling a dark sun surrounded by intricate tendrils, exuding an aura of eerie and chilling dread. With apprehensive eyes, the ice spirit regarded the solar sculpture, surmising that this was the small experiment Galen had mentioned. However, it puzzled internally, questioning what sort of danger could arise from merely an oddly shaped sculpture. Galen silently observed the ice spirit's transformation. And as the first few snowflakes began to fall, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. For the initial 3 to 4 seconds, the ice spirit appeared completely normal, seemingly unaffected. Yet, once it gazed at the solar sculpture for over 5 seconds, a transformation occurred. The androgynous face of the ice spirit became vacant, its crystalline eyes clouded with confusion, as everything else in its vision seemed to fade away, leaving only the solar sculpture in existence. He birthed from the black fog. He is the creator of the black fog. He is the creator of all. He is the supreme sun. Whispers of unintelligible language drifted into the air, akin to the seductive murmurs of a devil, penetrating the very soul and causing the ice spirit of the far north to involuntarily reveal an expression of reverence. In that moment, the ice spirit began to advance, gradually approaching the sun sculpture. Observing this, Galen's countenance grew solemn, and he commanded in a low voice, "Halt!" A formidable dragon might surged forth from Galen, sweeping past the ice spirit. Under the influence of this draconic might, the ice spirit shuddered, a fleeting clarity illuminating its features as it gazed in astonishment at the sun sculpture. Yet, this glimmer of clarity was ephemeral, swiftly engulfed once more by the low murmurs, compelling it to continue its approach. Galen raised his draconic claw, uttering incantations to channel the elemental energies around him, gathering the power of the dragon's hand. However, after a moment's contemplation, he lowered his claw, halting his spellcasting, silently observing the ice spirit as it sank deeper under the strange influence of the sun sculpture. He sought to comprehend how this entity exerted its influence over living beings and how it bestowed that ominous power. As for the ice spirit, its fate had already been sealed. When the ice spirit drew within a meter of the sun sculpture, it gently closed its eyes, kneeling before the sculpture with an air of sacred devotion. Bowing its head, its face shrouded in shadow, a peculiar sound emanated from the ice spirit's lips, a language unknown in the lands of Noah. Galen listened intently. It was the very low whispers he had heard when he himself was ensnared. He meticulously noted each syllable's rise and fall, and owing to his exceptional linguistic talent, he had garnered some understanding of this dark tongue. Moments later, a disturbing occurrence unfolded before Galen's eyes. Tendrils of black mist, resembling fine threads or minute tentacles, extended from the sun sculpture, gently caressing the ice spirit's form, before vanishing into its crystalline flesh. The ice spirit, composed entirely of ice crystal, was an elemental being. Its semi-transparent body would make any intrusion immediately apparent. Yet, upon the mist's entry, it fully assimilated and disappeared, as if it were but an illusion, whether it was indeed an illusion. Galen knew all too well. His gaze sharpened. Sensing the energy fluctuations in the air, he perceived numerous elemental energies being drawn into the ice spirit's body by the black mist, gradually augmenting its essence. The rate of this augmentation surpassed even that of the ice spirit's growth following its transformation into a dragon vein creature. What was this black mist? Negative energy, the essence of hell, or the abyss? Or perhaps divine power? No. If it were true divine power, even a mere fragment would suffice to extinguish my life in an instant. The two-headed ogre had employed the power of the black mist against me in battle. Divine power can nearly disregard all spell resistance and physical defenses. Only those of divine origin or with powers equal to divine might can withstand it. Even legendary spellcasters or ancient red dragons faced the gravest peril against divine attacks. Galen refrained from interrupting the ice spirit's supplication, his dragon brow furrowed in contemplation of the nature of the black mist's energy. Time trickled by, the night upon the icy expanse remaining as profound as ever. After several minutes, the ice spirit, seemingly saturated with the power of the black mist, opened its eyes, rising slowly to face Galen. Galen ceased his musings, returning his gaze to the ice spirit, scrutinizing this being that had accepted the power of the dark god. Its appearance remained unchanged, as did its essence, still subdued and feeble as a reptile. Notably, the expression it bore before Galen was one of unwavering respect and reverence, as if he were still its sole master. "Great master, do you have further commands?" Under Galen's scrutinizing gaze, the ice spirit lowered its head respectfully, timidly inquiring. After a moment's contemplation, Galen replied, his expression impassive. Indeed, the ice spirit appeared momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "What?" Galen narrowed his eyes. Commanding in an unquestionable tone, "My loyal servant, I command you to take your own life immediately." The ice spirit's visage stiffened, bewildered as it queried, "Master." Its demeanor and tone suggested complete incomprehension regarding the suddenness of Galen's order. Before the ice spirit could utter any further pleas for mercy, Galen's claw twitched, incantations escaping his lips, and the elemental forces around him surged to life. Third-tier spell, Dragon's Hand. A vividly lifelike, translucent, and menacing dragon claw materialized above the ice spirit's head. Descending mercilessly, the ice spirit looked up in horror, black lines akin to veins suddenly manifesting upon its ice-blue form, attempting to resist Galen's onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's hand descended, crushing the ice spirit under its weight, shattering its form into shards of pale ice. Strangely, these shards were interconnected by black lines, subtly writhing, striving to knit themselves together. Galen scoffed softly, commanding the dragon's hand to repeatedly crush the remnants of the ice spirit until it was reduced to lifeless, icy dust. Despite having absorbed a fragment of the black mist's power, the ice spirit remained as vulnerable as an infant before Galen. After vanquishing the ice spirit, Galen summoned Yuga, the Bonebreaker, unaware of the events that had transpired. Yuga glanced at Galen's expression and ignored the pulverized remains of the ice spirit, awaiting Galen's command in silence. "Yuga, return and fetch a few ogres, then discard it into a remote crevice of the ice gorge." Galen exhaled a frosty breath, re-encasing the sun sculpture in in the frigid expanse of the northern tundra. These frostbound crystals could endure for decades, provided no living being sought to disturb them. As Yuga returned with several ogres to retrieve the heavy ice crystal, Galen inscribed a temporal mark upon the sun sculpture. The power of the time mark permeated through the frost crystals, directly branding the essence of the sun sculpture. The effects of temporal power were exceedingly satisfactory to the dragon. Such was the advantage of being a spellcaster. Magic could achieve the most fantastical feats. Offering myriad utilities, Yuga returned with 4 ogres, collectively hauling the weighty ice crystal, departing the ogre basin as per Galen's instructions, making their way toward a secluded ice gorge some 40 kilometers distant. Galen had previously traversed this deep gorge, its depth at least a kilometer, with winds as sharp as blades, its walls steep and jagged, devoid of any signs of life at the bottom. Disposing of the sun sculpture within would render it nearly inaccessible to other beings. When the time came for its use, he could rely on the connection of the temporal mark to retrieve it. Galen believed that this sculpture, capable of corrupting the minds of spellcasters, could serve a surprising purpose when the moment was right. For instance, should any kingdom or church discover Galen's trail and foolishly seek to slay a dragon, he could throw this object near their stronghold, allowing them to experience the might of the dark goddess sculpture. Not to mention, the followers of this dark deity possessed considerable intellect and adeptness at disguise. Having temporarily resolved the matter of the sun sculpture, Galen returned to the stone dwelling of the two-headed ogre within the ogre basin. Searching both inside and out for any other valuable treasures, if only there were other spellbooks of different schools of magic. Merely the schools of curses and transformations fail to satiate Galen's insatiable curiosity. His foremost interest lies in the realm of protective spells, not out of a fear of death, but rather a pure fascination with the intricacies of protective magic, a timeless dragon, whose strength only burgeons with age. It is only natural that his primary pursuit should be the study of protective arts. After perusing the illustrations within the tome of the gallant paladin, Galen set the book aside, gently closed his eyes, and invoked the zero-circle cantrip to detect magical auras. Objects imbued with elemental power emanate a faint luminescence, often imperceptible to the naked eye, yet discernible through the art of aura detection, referred to as elemental auras. Magical auras, or arcane auras, potent spells or formidable magical artifacts are often enveloped in a dazzling, blinding light. Should a novice mage employ aura detection to observe a legendary spell, it is not uncommon for the overwhelming brilliance to render them temporarily blind. As for the term arcane, it harks back to ancient magic, with only a dwindling number of practitioners still using it to describe spells today, that in contrast to the richly developed spells of contemporary schools. Ancient arcane incantations were often resource-intensive, though their potency far exceeded that of ordinary spells. The gallant paladin recounts tales of a grand archmage from another world who traversed the crystalline barrier aboard a magical vessel to forge a friendship with the protagonist. This illustrious archmage hailed from a civilization known as Nazriel, a beacon of magical grandeur, which kindled a sense of yearning within Galen. The title of Grand Archmage is tantamount to that of a legendary mage. Returning to the present, upon completing his aura detection, Galen opened his eyes and surveyed the stone chamber meticulously. As his gaze traversed the room, he paused momentarily upon sighting the oversized bed of the ogre. A flicker of excitement illuminating his countenance. Beneath the concealed bed frame, a radiant aura emerged, its outline reminiscent of the plump gemstones Galen so adored. He hastened forward, shattering the ogre's bed with a swift strike. Unveiling a hidden compartment beneath, gazing at the luminous elemental aura, Galen eagerly grasped the small wooden chest, extending his elongated, sharp claws to crush it. However, as his talons made contact with the chest and applied slight pressure, he felt a distinct resistance, a subtle yet palpable force pushing back. Though not overwhelmingly strong, he could easily overcome it with additional effort. Yet, such brutish tactics would undoubtedly alert the spell lock placed upon it, potentially damaging its contents. The zero-circle spell lock. The potency of spells generally correlates with their circle level, yet certain spells with unique effects, even at the zero-circle level, are favored by higher-tier casters. For instance, the arcane sigil and the spell lock currently binding the small wooden chest. Spell locks upon chests or portals can effectively thwart non-casters from prying into their contents. That a claw adorned with dagger-like talons tapped upon the wooden chest as Galen internally chanted. Open. The elemental fluctuations enveloping the chest rippled, layer upon layer dissipating into nothingness. Spell locks are considerably less effective against other spellcasters, as the zero-circle cantrip includes a specific counterspell known as the unlocking spell. Unless the caster of the spell lock possesses significantly greater power than the one attempting to unlock it, they cannot prevent another mage from breaching their defenses. Upon prying open the chest, Galen's eyes sparkled with unmistakable delight at the sight of the glittering gemstones within. Nestled quietly were 5 irregularly shaped gems, each the size of a pigeon's egg. Red agate, obsidian, white crystal, all radiating a soft luminescence. Swirling with elemental energy, their surroundings more vibrant than elsewhere in the Noah continent. These dazzling gems, akin to terrestrial stars, serve not only as adornments, but are also coveted magical artifacts by myriad beings. The gems possess the ability to attract elemental energy, capable of storing extraordinary magical power. The longer they exist, the better their quality and the more potent their effects. That a prime gemstone can harbor enough magic to sustain an entire high-circle spell. Moreover, the concentration of elemental energy surrounding the gems is heightened, allowing for accelerated growth when one lingers amidst them for extended periods. Galen picked up a vividly red agate, reminiscent of flames, and gently rubbed it against his face. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly opened his maw, bringing the gem closer, the process marked by uncertainty. Should he consume it outright or save it for later? Galen felt a pang of reluctance. His meager hoard consisted solely of a battered suit of armor and a rusty sword. Beyond his reluctance, he also grappled with the notion that consuming the gem outright would be an extravagant waste. Retaining the gemstone, Keeping it by his side for a decade would yield greater benefits for his magical prowess than a single swallow, and its quality would only improve over time. However, after a few moments of contemplation, Galen steeled himself and cast the red agate into his mouth. What he lacked most was the power to confront unforeseen dangers. Only when he possessed sufficient confidence would he be worthy of hoarding treasures. Though reluctant, Galen resolved to consume these beautiful little treasures. Do not blame me. Your timing is merely unfortunate. With a forceful gulp, he sent the red agate to his dragon's stomach, where his formidable digestive capabilities swiftly activated, breaking the gem down into pure magical essence that coursed through his limbs and body. Magic, the elemental energy absorbed into one's being, could be wielded at will. As the gem gradually dissolved, waves of magical energy gently swept over each of Galen's cells, invigorating his physique, prompting involuntary low rumblings of satisfaction within him. He felt a tingling warmth spreading throughout his body and, without a second thought, lifted the wooden chest, pouring its remaining contents directly into his mouth. The other 4 gemstones tumbled into his maw, entering his dragon's stomach, where they too were transformed into pure magical energy, cleansing and revitalizing Galen's form repeatedly. With 5 magical gems consumed, Galen's vision grew hazy. He sensed a vague drowsiness enveloping him. This fatigue was not born from mental exhaustion, but rather from his body having absorbed sufficient energy and nutrients, signaling that he was on the brink of another growth spurt and would soon require a period of slumber. It feels as though I still need a little more. The drowsiness lingered, though not profoundly felt, indicating that Galen was very close to entering a state of growth through sleep, yet still slightly short. Initially, he had intended to allocate time to study the spells recorded in the summaries of curses and transformations, but for Galen, the most effective means of enhancing his power remained the prospect of sleep-induced growth. Thus, he set aside the notion of spell study for the time being. He trudged heavily from the ogre's stone dwelling. After a few moments of thought, Galen summoned all the ogres and inquired whether any other gemstones could be found within the ogre basin, promising substantial rewards for those who would contribute. However, to Galen's disappointment, the 2-headed ogre's collection had been entirely exhausted. The ogres showed no interest in such glittering objects, lacking the aptitude for spellcasting. They could derive no benefit from the gems, rendering it unnecessary for them to hoard them, especially since the 2-headed ogre had already scoured the area, and those 5 gems were indeed all that remained. Out of caution, Galen employed the aura detection spell, surveying the ogre basin once more, and indeed found no trace of additional auras. This dim-witted group of ogres had not deceived him. Had they done so, he would have exacted a grave price from the one concealing the gemstones. In the future, should you discover any traces of gemstones, acquire them by any means necessary and present them to me. If it is beyond your capabilities, inform me immediately, and I shall handle it personally. Convey this message to all the ogres. Their master requires gems to adorn his lair. The Bonebreaker scratched his head, puzzled as to why both the esteemed true dragon and the former leader held such an interest in these seemingly worthless stones. Yet he respectfully nodded and responded, "As you wish, great master." With a slight tremor of his dragon wings, Galen prepared to return to the riverine dragon lair of the Ice River territory. However, just as he was about to take flight, he turned to saying, "Construct a dragon lair for me within the basin, built to the specifications of an adult dragon." Paused, carefully replying, "Master, the Bonebreaker tribe has a limited number of ogres." A lair of such specifications, Galen impatiently interrupted, his voice firm. "I only require results." Wu Jie, the Bone Crusher, turned pale and lowered his head, too intimidated to speak further. Galen softened his tone, paused momentarily, and said, "Bring me several robust ogres, and I shall grant you the opportunity for dragon vein transformation." Ogres, as large humanoid beings, possess considerable strength. A single ogre can easily contend with 5 extreme North Eye spirits. After undergoing dragon vein transformation, their power would further enhance, enabling Galen to hunt formidable magical creatures with their assistance. Upon hearing Galen's words, Wu Ga's face lit up with unrestrained joy, his emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. A few minutes later, Galen commenced the dragon vein transformation process, bestowing it upon 6 ogres, including Wu Jie the Bone Crusher. Apart from Wu Jie, who stood 3 meters tall, the other ogres measured around 2 meters 80 to 2 meters 90, making them towering figures of the Bone Crusher tribe. Galen was quite curious about how the dragon-vein ogres would manifest. However, the effects of dragon-vein transformation would not be immediately apparent. The ogres now felt drowsy and would only be regarded as true dragon-vein beings after they experienced a deep slumber akin to that of a dragon and subsequently awakened. Without lingering further, Galen, after delivering a few minor instructions, unfurled his dragon wings, stirring a tempestuous wind, and vanished into the night sky in an instant, after soaring for a while beneath the resplendent canopy of stars. Galen returned to the Ice River territory. The Ice River tribe, lacking one extreme North Ice spirit, remained unchanged, indifferent to the fate of the one that Galen had taken away. Many of them had mentally prepared themselves for the prospect of becoming the kin of the colorful dragon. As the lord of this domain, Galen was, in fact, quite merciful. At the very least, he refrained from senselessly inflicting violence upon his kin or slaughtering them for amusement. The term kin may sound pleasant, yet it merely serves as an alternative designation for servants. Galen wielded the power of life and death over them. Just then, a hunting party composed of extreme North Ice spirits, alongside terror lizards and white hunting dogs, returned with their spoils. 3 remarkably large yaks, bearing numerous wounds inflicted by frost or fireballs and barely clinging to life, were respectfully presented before Galen by the hunting party. A few white hunting dogs whimpered softly, affectionately nudging Galen's descending dragon claw. The white hunting dogs, adorned with ice blue fur interspersed with black patterns, appeared somewhat rotund, though not particularly endearing. They possessed impressively large jaws, filled with sharp fangs capable of delivering devastating bites. Moreover, these dogs could exhale frigid winds, wielding a form of magical ability. While their strength was inferior to that of the terror lizards, they vastly outnumbered them. That a single litter could yield 4 to 5 pups. And they frequently entered heat, demonstrating a commendable reproductive capacity. In just over 2 months, the population of white hunting dogs in the Ice River territory surged from over 50 to more than 100, establishing them as the backbone of the hunting party. These magical beings, commonly found in the extreme North Plains, were nightmares for many ordinary beasts, yet they behaved like domesticated pets in Galen's presence. Cautiously extending a drago, a number of white hunting hounds, tails wagging eagerly, surged forward, tearing into Galen's bounty. Galen, employing the icy breath of a frost dragon, encased a massive yak in crystalline ice. After devouring the other 2 directly, he crunched through the ice, mingling the icy shards with flesh and bone, swallowing them down with relish. This was one of his preferred methods of consumption. In the past, these 3 yaks would have satisfied his hunger adequately. However, at present, his body craved energy and nourishment, threatening to plunge him into slumber, leaving him feeling as though he had consumed nothing at all, still yearning for sustenance, with the other hunting parties yet to return. Galen was left to devise his own means of extracting the final vestiges of nourishment. He folded his dragon wings, and with a resounding splash, leaped into the flowing glacial river below. What had once been a relatively calm, meandering river suddenly became tumultuous, dark currents surging beneath, as a white shadow ravaged below, pursuing the native creatures of the river, schools of 2 to 3 meter long glacial sharks. In the face of Galen's merciless hunting, the poor little sharks stood no chance of survival. One after another, the delectable glacial sharks were consumed, and Galen felt a growing heaviness of drowsiness in his eyes. As time flowed by, the river continued to churn violently, countless crystalline droplets splashing onto the banks, attracting the curious gazes of the northern ice spirits. Approximately an hour later, the raging waters finally calmed, though a faint scarlet hue emerged, tinged with a mild scent of blood. After swallowing the last shark, Galen felt a twinge of regret. These glacial sharks were few in number yet exquisite in flavor. He had intended to sustain their population. However, with his current state, having grown more fatigued after consuming several yaks, he found himself unwilling to risk hunting magical creatures and thus turned his attention to the glacial sharks. With a tinge of guilt, Galen contemplated aiding the sharks if the opportunity arose in the future. Before he could ponder further, the overwhelming drowsiness crashed over him like a tidal wave. He realized it was time to sleep. With a graceful motion, he maneuvered as fluidly as a fish and swiftly descended into the riverbed dragon lair. He hoped this slumber would grant him new temporal abilities, cradling his battered armor and rusty sword. He lay down upon the icy bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into a deep, drowsy sleep. As Galen succumbed to his slumber and the passage of time, hundreds of kilometers to the south of his dragon lair. Beyond treacherous mountains, through dark and dense forests, and across the undulating perilous mountain ranges, a grand city could be seen further south. Here, the environment was devoid of perpetual daylight or night. It was indeed daytime. The sun shone brightly, casting a golden hue over the magnificent city that in days gone by. This scene would have appeared dreamily beautiful, with the tulip banners of the Duchy of Walker fluttering in the sunlight. But today was different, for the grand city was now strewn with the wreckage of buildings, the air filled with cries of anguish, as elite soldiers clad in steel armor, riding mighty warhorses and wielding fine weapons, navigated through the ruins and flames, slaughtering its denizens. Blood flowers fell to the ground, trampled by iron steeds, forming grotesque patterns on the earth. Despite the sunny weather, the Duchy of Walker, ravaged by war, seemed ensnared in a dark, infernal abyss. With no citizens feeling warmth or comfort, the invaders hailed from further south, from the Duchy of Masha. Both the Duchy of Walker and the Duchy of Masha belonged to the Imo Kingdom. Ruled by the Tulip Duke and the Thorn Duke respectively, the Imo Kingdom declined. Akin to a colossal whale on the verge of collapse, its flesh and blood became prey to the hungry hunters. Each inch of it reallocated and labeled for sale. The duchies, already harboring treacherous intentions, were eager to partake of the flesh of this aging beast, following the demise of the kingdom's chief legendary mage. Some duchies proactively ignited the flames of war, engaging in a brutal conflict with those loyal to the Imo Kingdom. The once tranquil southern continent of Noah was once again engulfed in flames of war. The smoke gradually engulfing the entire southern land. The Tulip Duke of the Duchy of Walker, aligned with the loyalist faction, found himself at a disadvantage in the conflict against the Duchy of Masha, who had summoned the aid of a red dragon. The tides of battle turned against him, and eventually his stronghold fell, culminating in the direct assault on the capital today. 1,000-strong brigade of Masha's iron cavalry shattered the streets, gradually advancing toward the Tulip Duke's castle under the guidance of two high-ranking mages. Yet, before they could initiate an attack, an elderly mage, enveloped in fiery red elemental light, ascended into the sky, accompanied by a boy and a girl, both wearing expressions of panic and fear. The preset aerial blockade spell failed to hinder the old mage. The two high-ranking mages from the Duchy of Masha immediately unleashed their spells in pursuit. In the midst of chase and escape, the group gradually ventured northward. 35 large dragons as night fell in silence. After nearly a month of sporadic light snow, thick, feather-like flakes began to descend, accompanied by howling cold winds, rendering visibility to mere meters, making it difficult to distinguish between man and beast. In such weather, most creatures of the extreme northern tundra would choose to remain in their burrows, venturing out only after the storm had subsided. Unless their stored warmth was nearly depleted and hunger became unbearable, they would risk the treacherous conditions to hunt. In a certain section of the extreme northern tundra, a winding glacial river lay. What had once been a gently flowing surface was now thickly coated with solid ice due to the sudden drop in temperature, sufficient to support the weight of several tons of terror lizards as they sprinted across it. Surrounding the river was a simple cluster of structures. The ice spirits of the extreme north displayed expressions of joy as they frolicked amidst the snowstorm. For them, such weather was a delight, as the abundant water elements nourished their crystalline forms, enhancing their strength, while their unique visual perception pierced through the blizzard, granting them an advantage. Beside the ice spirits' dwellings, simple shelters were erected for the terror lizards and white hunting hounds to rest. The white hounds, being ice-based magical creatures, were not particularly averse to the cold, but the terror lizards, imbued with fiery elemental power, found themselves drowsy and lethargic in such frigid conditions, fortunately, due to the slumber of their lord. There was no need to form a hunting party to venture out. 2 days later, within the serene realm of the glacial river, all the extreme northern ice spirits reveling in the chilling temperatures of the storm suddenly froze in place. Turning in unison to gaze at a section of the river sealed in ice, their faces reflecting awe, the slumbering terror lizards stirred, blinking in confusion, while the white hunting hounds barked excitedly. In the dragon lair, a massive white beast, adorned in pure crystalline armor, stirred slightly, its eyelids trembling as they slowly opened to reveal dazzling platinum dragon eyes. An overwhelming dragon might surged from the creature, sweeping through the space like a hurricane, causing all nearby beings to stiffen in its presence. rendering them momentarily immobile. After a month of deep slumber, Galen awoke. He shook his head, dispelling the last remnants of drowsiness, with his now clear dragon eyes. He surveyed his surroundings. What had once appeared spacious in the dragon lair now seemed considerably smaller. Feeling constricted, Galen sensed that if he stood upright, he could nearly touch the crystalline ceiling above. The lair had not diminished in size, rather, he had grown. Utilizing the crystal reflections on the lair's walls, Galen beheld his current form. His body was adorned with mirror-like, pure white scales, mysterious black scales encircling his neck. Sharp and formidable dragon claws, expansive wings with prominent musculature, and 4 horns curving backward. Dragon horns. Galen was momentarily taken aback, realizing a blind spot. His appearance had not changed significantly. His scales had merely become more prominent. And his face, dragon arms, and tail were adorned with numerous thorn-like keratinous spikes. However, the most remarkable transformation was the emergence of dragon horns atop his head. Galen lifted a dragon claw to touch the horns. A look of satisfaction spreading across his visage. Despite being a dragon, he had long felt a sense of regret for lacking these horns. Not only he, but several dragon siblings and the white dragon mother also bore no horns. As the white dragons, by their very nature, were hornless at this moment, 2 robust, prominent white dragon horns extended backward from the position of his dragon brows, while 2 smaller horns closely followed suit, gracefully curving back to create an imposing appearance. Simultaneously, Galen surveyed his current physique. To his astonishment, he discovered that during this slumber, he had grown from 8 meters to an impressive 12 meters, placing him firmly within the category of large dragons. There exists a clear classification regarding the size of dragons. 6 to 10 meters is considered medium, 10 to 18 meters is large, and 18 to 30 meters is classified as super large. The white dragon mother measured 16 meters, similarly categorized as large. Young white dragons could only grow to a large size, as the white dragons, being weaker, could not attain super large status until after their prime years. Unbeknownst to him, Galen had matured into a large dragon that would have terrified his hatchling self. He blinked, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, contemplating a potential contest with the white dragon mother. Although his size still fell short of hers, his accelerated prowess would enable him to evade her grasp, moving with such swiftness that he could easily outmaneuver her. The white dragon mother had yet to reach maturity and possessed limited magical abilities. Her combat relied primarily on her large dragon form, bolstered by her dragon breath and innate dragon might. While it may seem somewhat lacking, this was indeed the essence of the white dragon's capabilities. In comparison to Galen's diverse skill set, this was the pure essence of the white dragon's power, and even upon reaching maturity, it would not be deemed particularly formidable. Contemplating this, Galen was seized by a mischievous thought. To put it succinctly, yesterday you ignored me. Today, I am beyond your reach. The mere thought of the treasure accumulated by the white dragon mother ignited a sense of vengeful delight within him. He had not forgotten the incident of being ruthlessly banished by her. He yearned for an opportunity to confront her directly. If she proved no match for him, he would seize half of her treasures. Perhaps even 60%. After all, under her protection for over a year, Galen had navigated through his weakest phase. He felt grateful for her kindness and decided against being utterly ruthless, opting to take only 60% if he could prevail. The remaining 40% would serve as a token of gratitude for her guardianship. Were he a true malevolent dragon, he would have mercilessly claimed all her riches without hesitation, setting aside the notion of pilfering the white dragon mother's treasures for the time being. Galen redirected his focus onto himself. This recent slumber seemed to signify a monumental advancement. Had he indeed transitioned from a hatchling to a juvenile dragon, despite his slumber, he remained acutely aware of the passage of time. He knew that only a month had elapsed, and he was still under 2 years old, categorically still a hatchling by real-world standards. However, Galen was perplexed by the actual flow of time concerning his own development. Calculating his dragon age according to real-world time appeared somewhat incongruous. Not to mention, during his use of the accelerated state, the time he experienced was undoubtedly greater than that of other beings. The accelerated state did not merely enhance his agility, it genuinely heightened the flow of time around him. Shaking his head, Galen resolved to disregard his precise age, choosing instead to calculate his dragon age based on the real-world timeline. Galen widened his dragon eyes, gazing into the ethereal river of time, imperceptible to the naked eye and undetectable by magical means. He took a deep breath, the waters of the river of time mingling with the real icy river, flowing into his body in delicate strands. This single inhalation surpassed the combined essence of the previous 4 or 5 breaths. His connection to the river of time had strengthened with this growth. It was likely that his time-manipulating accelerated state had also improved. Galen was not in a rush to depart the dragon's lair. Instead, he silently explored the capabilities he had gained from his growth. Dragons did not immediately wield their newfound powers upon awakening. They required time to familiarize themselves with their state before fully mastering their enhanced abilities. Within the confines of the lair, Galen eagerly embarked on a series of self-exploratory experiments. He reveled in the gradual unveiling of the unknown, inching closer to the truth that a day later, the surface of the frozen river remained blanketed by a relentless snowfall, accumulating layers of snow that, if the blizzard persisted, would eventually transform into dense ice. Suddenly, a faint sound of rushing water echoed through the ice layers. Crack, crack. The hardened ice appeared to suffer a fierce impact from a heavy object, first revealing a web of fissures before shattering with a resounding crash, sending ice shards and water splattering. That a powerful and majestic figure leapt forth, its dragon form exposed to the feathery snowfall. Flakes of snow swirled around Galen's scales but failed to cling to him, swiftly sliding off. Even amidst the furious dance of the blizzard, not a single flake of snow adhered to his form. He exited the lair, driven not only by the desire to comprehend the newfound abilities he had acquired, but also by a more primal reason. Simply put, he was hungry. His slumber had depleted all his accumulated nutrients. And after exploring his capabilities, Galen found himself ravenous to the point of contemplating devouring the very earth. Fortunately, he had previously instructed the northern ice spirits to freeze 4 or 5 giant hoofed yaks for him to consume upon awakening. Such unappetizing meat was typically not to his liking. The texture was poor, the taste mediocre, and even when frozen, much of the nourishment would inevitably dissipate. However, his current hunger overshadowed these concerns, with a resonant roar that echoed with authority. Galen commanded the northern ice spirits to bring forth the stored provisions. Upon witnessing Galen's transformed appearance, the northern ice spirits were taken aback, their expressions reflecting growing respect and awe. The reputation of true dragons resonated throughout all intelligent species, with countless legends surrounding them. Yet, the northern ice spirits had never heard of a true dragon, particularly a white dragon, growing at such an astonishing pace. The strength of their master was a cause for celebration among his followers, especially those of dragon lineage. Joyful expressions surfaced on the faces of the northern ice spirits as they offered their respectful blessings and praises for Galen's growth. Great master, your wings shall encompass the entire northern ice field. Your name will resound throughout the Noah continent. Known to all and sundry, as Galen devoured his meal with fervor, he listened to the somewhat exaggerated praises from the northern ice spirits that it must be said. While slightly awkward, such efforts to commend him were quite invigorating. After finishing the previously stored food, Galen turned to Roy the icy river and spoke in a deep voice. Reassemble the hunting party and commence the hunt. Roy the icy river nodded eagerly, responding, at your command, great master. The blizzard would not hinder the northern ice spirits. Their strength would actually be enhanced in such weather, while the fearsome lizard might struggle. The white hunting hounds were more than sufficient. Galen considered this and instructed Roy the icy river. Demonstrate your current strength to me. I wish to see how much you have progressed. The disparity in strength among the northern ice spirits was not vast, and Roy the icy river could represent the abilities of the others to some extent. Roy the icy river nodded, its expression turning serious that it believed that should it display insufficient strength, it might incur Galen's displeasure. Being a dragon's follower was not a privilege granted to just any creature. With Galen's rapid growth, if they remained weak, failing to meet his demands for sustenance, they risked being abandoned. It raised its arms, and under Galen's calm gaze, gripped its left arm with its right hand and exerted a tremendous force. Crack! The left arm was torn asunder by the frigid spirit of the far north, instantaneously stretching and elongating into a sharp ice crystal spear, exuding an aura of intense cold, its tip menacingly acute. In the place where the arm had broken, clusters of ice crystals began to sprout, rapidly regenerating, though their hue appeared somewhat muted, lacking the hardness of the other parts of the body. Immediately thereafter, Roy the ice river brandished the ice crystal spear and charged toward Galen. As he dashed forward, he swung the spear, summoning the elemental forces around him. conjuring a tempest of ice needles akin to a torrential downpour, hundreds and thousands of icy projectiles cascading down upon Galen, with Roy the Ice River hot on his heels. A flicker of surprise crossed Galen's gaze. He had not closely observed the fluctuations in the strength of the far north's frigid spirit, but now it was fully revealed, having amplified immensely from its previous frailty that only wielded icy daggers. The sound of ice needles striking Galen resonated like a symphony of shattering glass, yet none left a trace upon him. Simultaneously, Roy the Ice River shouted with fervor, his arm raised high like a bow. As the ice crystal spear, propelled by a fierce wind, lunged toward Galen, Galen extended his dragon claw, positioning it to intercept the spear's advance. With a crisp crack, the spear had splintered, though it did not shatter completely. Roy the Ice River felt as if he had struck an impenetrable fortress. No matter how forcefully he pushed, he could not breach its defenses, and the tremendous recoil left his arm riddled with fractures. "Master, this is my most formidable attack," Roy the Ice River confessed. Lowering the ice crystal spear, his expression dimmed, a hint of trepidation shadowing his heart as he addressed Galen. Galen raised his hand, noticing a small white had appeared on the scales of his dragon claw. And reflecting on the elemental fluctuations stirred by the ice needle storm, he surmised that Roy the Ice River's strength had likely reached the level of a second-tier lower mage. However, the frigid spirit of the far north still had room for advancement. True elemental beings of intellect possessed power on par with mid-tier mages, and given their current rate of progress, they might soon reach the threshold of elemental life. "Not bad," Galen remarked, neither praising nor reproaching. His tone enigmatic, leaving Roy the Ice River in a state of uncertainty, leading him to contemplate the worst outcomes. After a moment of reflection, Galen advised Roy the Ice River, "In the future, focus your hunting efforts on magical creatures or medium to large beasts. I require sustenance of a higher caliber." He was not weary of the giant hoofed yaks, which thrived amidst storms, their meat rich and flavorful, a favored delicacy of Galen. Yet, following this recent growth, the ordinary flesh of beasts could no longer provide him with sufficient nourishment. He needed sustenance infused with elemental energy to expedite his next growth phase. In response, Roy the Ice River nodded earnestly, determined to prove his worth, declaring, "Rest assured, my master, your loyal servant shall not disappoint you." With a slight nod, Galen unfurled his dragon wings, his form disappearing into the blinding blizzard. The sustenance he had just consumed merely alleviated a fraction of his hunger. He needed to personally engage in the hunt for magical creatures to satisfy the burgeoning appetite of his dragon stomach and simultaneously test his newly acquired abilities. Under the deepening night, an expanse of white snow and ice unfolded. Flurries of snowflakes, akin to white sprites, cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the vast northern tundra in a blanket of white. The howling storm swept through the air, diminishing even Galen's line of sight, compelling him to ascend several hundred meters into the sky, scanning the swirling snow for suitable prey. Rather than relying on his naked eye, he employed the detection of spiritual light. Most magical creatures, unless endowed with innate camouflage, would reveal the elemental energy coursing through their blood in the form of spiritual light, observable by the caster. Some mages gauge the intensity of this light to discern the strength of their opponents, determining whether to engage or evade. Naturally, this method serves only as a reference. Any magical creature possessing a modicum of camouflage can suppress its spiritual light within a certain range. For instance, true dragons, due to the formidable anti-magic properties of their scales, cannot be perceived through ordinary spiritual light detection spells, and coupled with their acute vision and heightened biological awareness, typically, if one perceives the presence of a dragon, it implies they are being observed in turn. Moreover, owing to the diversity of life, some magical beings may emit spiritual light far exceeding their actual strength to intimidate adversaries. Tio returned to the matter at hand. Amid the ravaging blizzard of the far north tundra, Galen deemed the use of spiritual light detection the most prudent choice for tracking magical creatures. However, in such inclement weather, even magical beings were scarce in their movements, most preferring to remain within the safety of their lairs. Should their lairs be sufficiently deep and fortified, spiritual light detection would prove ineffective, given that the southern regions hosted a greater variety of life and a more abundant supply of prey. Galen was flying southward. He felt confident that, with his current strength, as long as he refrained from provoking legendary mage-level foes, he could traverse the continent with ease, for dragons are indeed apex predators in the food chain. He was gradually mastering the true capabilities of the time dragon hatchling. Furthermore, despite the white dragon's reputation as the shame of the five-colored dragons, this was merely in comparison to other true dragons. An adult white dragon could roam the continent with impunity. Few would dare to provoke a fully grown dragon. Regardless of its kind, Galen's current form had reached that of a young white dragon. And he possessed the spell-like abilities typical of this stage, indistinguishable from any ordinary young white dragon. What set him apart was his primary identity as a time dragon, his overall strength already sufficient to step beyond the far north tundra and wreak havoc in a region. Nevertheless, he deemed it unnecessary as long as the far north tundra could satisfy his dietary needs. He had no inclination to depart from this place. Utilizing the fierce cold winds, Galen glided effortlessly, conserving his strength. The membranes of his dragon wings responding to the gusts, he gazed down upon the vast expanse of white, his platinum dragon eyes meticulously scanning every inch of land below, seeking suitable prey. The further south he ventured, the warmer the temperature became, and the intensity of the blizzard diminished, revealing numerous ordinary beasts, including several large creatures, and even a few ferocious types. The so-called ferocious types were beasts that exhibited no magical abilities but had mutated under the influence of elemental forces. Typically possessing remarkable physiques, most being large creatures capable of maximizing their innate capabilities. Each ferocious type was a formidable predator. Galen held no interest in hunting these ferocious types. They were exceedingly perceptive, with keen biological instincts that made the hunt troublesome. More importantly, the rewards from hunting them were unsatisfactory. Their flesh lacked elemental energy, rendering it no more effective than that of a few giant hoofed yaks. Before long, Galen soared past the head of a ferocious tiger. This beast, entirely snow-white and measuring a full 10 meters in length, glanced up at Galen, its body instinctively tensing and poised to spring. The silver gradients of the far north tundra shimmered beneath the swirling snow. Galen cast a fleeting glance at the ferocious tiger, marveling at its imposing physique, before resolutely continuing on his way. The flesh of the feline predator was not particularly delectable, and its combat prowess was formidable. Moreover, Galen's objective lay with magical creatures, and he had no desire to engage in a protracted confrontation with such a beast. As Galen's dragon wings fluttered, gradually vanishing from view, the silver gradient of the extreme northern tundra retracted its gaze and resumed its stealthy concealment within the thick blanket of snow, patiently awaiting the arrival of unsuspecting prey. In the skies above, Galen continued his flight, scanning for suitable quarry. Approximately 12 minutes later, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes as he noticed a conspicuous elemental aura cutting through the blizzard. Upon turning to investigate, he beheld an equally snow-white, robust creature, the extreme northern bear, cautiously navigating through the tempest, as if guarding something precious. The sight of the extreme northern bear instantly conjured memories of the first meal that the white dragoness had brought back for the hatchlings. Perhaps it was the profound impression left by his initial encounter with the flesh of a magical creature that rendered the taste of the extreme northern bear an indelible memory for Galen. Particularly the delightful chewiness of its succulent paw. The mere thought of it now triggered a swift secretion of dragon saliva, accompanied by a pang of hunger in his belly. The extreme northern bear before him was even larger than the one brought back by the white dragoness. As a robust member of the bear family, it could reach a height of 9 meters when rearing up, undeniably a colossal entity, its visual impact nearly rivaling that of Galen, who measured 12 meters in length. The elongated form of the dragon, with its lengthy tail and neck, accounted for a significant portion of its overall size. Currently, if Galen were to descend on all fours, his shoulder height would be around 2.5 meters. And when standing upright, he would exceed 6 meters, approximately half of his total length. It seemed an opportune moment to test his new abilities. The extreme northern bear stood as an apex predator within the food chain of the tundra. Its formidable physique and powerful magical-like capabilities rendering it almost invulnerable to foes. Yet, by mere chance, dragons were among its few adversaries. As Galen became aware of the bear, it too became cognizant of his presence. The extreme northern bear, known for its irritable temperament, was a creature prone to aggression, always prepared for a fight. However, to Galen's surprise, upon sighting him, this particular bear merely adopted a combative stance, emitting a low growl laden with warning. The sound pierced through the howling winds, resonating clearly in Galen's ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he fixed his gaze on the extreme northern bear, his focus intensifying as he inhaled deeply. The power of time surged around him. accelerating the flow of time's river in his vicinity. Accelerated state, fivefold speed. With a sudden flap of his wings, Galen's form transformed into a white blur, slicing through the swirling snow like a straight line. Plummeting towards the extreme northern bear at breakneck speed to the untrained eye, Galen's fivefold acceleration rendered him nearly invisible, akin to a massive, dragon-shaped bullet fired from a chamber, reaching the bear's front in an instant. The extreme northern bear lacked dynamic vision, yet its instinctive reactions, honed as a top-tier magical creature, allowed it to glimpse Galen's silhouette at the last moment. However, it was too late to mount any defense, as Galen's razor-sharp claws were already upon it. With a swift motion, Galen's claws pierced through the bear's shoulder, tearing through fur and flesh to reach the bone beneath. The bear's massive frame was sent flying, propelled by Galen's grip, skidding hundreds of meters across the snow-laden ground, leaving a deep trench in its wake. While a cry of excruciating pain reverberated from its MAW.as, the extreme northern bear regained its senses. It raised its massive claws, not to strike at Galen, but instead, they came crashing down upon the earth. In an instant, a torrent of elemental energy coalesced, surging from the ground like an impending volcanic eruption. Thick ice spikes, each measuring several meters in length, erupted from the earth, centered around the extreme northern bear, slicing through the air towards Galen. Some of these formidable ice spikes collided with Galen's scaled hide, shattering upon impact, while he simultaneously released his grip and darted away from the epicenter of the elemental explosion. His defenses held firm, with only a few cracks adorning his scales, but the protection of his wings was notably less robust. A careless injury was not worth the risk. The freed extreme northern bear rose up, roaring furiously at Galen, yet the blood streaming from its shoulders hinted at a hollow bravado. Galen furrowed his brow. Realizing he had underestimated his own strength, the innate power of the time dragon was formidable. He believed that merely relying on his current fivefold acceleration was sufficient to overpower many formidable magical creatures. The newly acquired ability of time manipulation seemed capable of resolving conflicts without the need for direct confrontation. As Galen pondered, the extreme northern bear could no longer contain itself, charging recklessly despite its injuries. A layer of icy armor forming around its body, with jagged ice spikes protruding from its joints, rushing headlong towards Galen. Galen was taken aback. This creature, fully aware of its inferiority, still sought its demise. Truly a ferocious bear, displaying an unyielding temperament, seemingly devoid of the instinct to flee. It was time to test his new capabilities, albeit feeling it might be somewhat excessive for this encounter. Galen did not flinch or evade. Instead, he folded his wings and descended, positioning himself directly in the path of the oncoming extreme northern bear. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the bear as it charged forward, each thunderous step leaving deep imprints in the snow. As time ticked away, the moment arrived when the bear's paw crossed into Galen's 20-meter radius. With his thoughts concentrated and his demeanor resolute, Galen unleashed an invisible wave of energy that enveloped the extreme northern bear, seizing the area within a 20-meter diameter. Within this realm, all movement came to an abrupt halt, as if a pause button had been pressed. Only Galen remained free to act, the swirling snow, biting winds, and even the ferocious bear, all frozen in time. Outside the stilled zone, the blizzard continued unabated, wind howling as if in a different world. Yet within Galen's sphere, everything lay in suspension, causing snow to accumulate along the edges in a white arc. This was the magical ability of time suspension. As he activated this power, Galen's time energy flowed like a torrent, and his magical energy followed suit, albeit at a slightly lesser drain. Thus, he did not hesitate. A breath of frosty dragon fire erupted from his maw, striking the extreme northern bear directly, swiftly encasing it in ice. Now a motionless target, the bear faced the full brunt of the dragon's breath at close range. As Galen executed his actions, the consumption of both time energy and magical energy accelerated. He felt a pang of regret as he ended the time suspension. In an instant, the howling wind resumed its tumultuous roar. The blizzard within that small area reactivated. The extreme northern bear, bewildered and unaware of its fate, found its life force dwindling to nothing amidst the crystalline ice, losing its capacity for thought before succumbing entirely. Such a demise was devoid of suffering. After all, its consciousness lingered on the moment it approached Galen. At 2 years of age, the range of his time suspension extended to a 20-meter diameter, potentially increasing by 10 meters with each passing year. Alas, it could not yet be directly applied to a target. Perhaps one day it could. Galen gazed thoughtfully at the lifeless bear, pondering the implications of its sudden demise. The energy cost of time suspension was greater than that of his previous ability, time theft, but the effects were undeniably extraordinary. If the target fell victim to it, Galen could dictate the outcome before his time energy was depleted, making it a formidable asset in altering the tide of battle. Time theft was now aptly renamed Time Breath. White Dragoness, he chuckled softly. I shall seek you out shortly. Galen blinked, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a radiant, sunny grin. Having experienced the true power of quintuple speed and time stasis, Galen was now certain that the young White Dragoness, still in her adolescence, could not contend with him as he approached the great northern behemoth. Intending to relish this sumptuous feast, two faint whimpers, mingled with the howling snowstorm, caught his attention. He paused momentarily, then turned his head, where Galen had dispatched the great northern behemoth. Two barely awake bear cubs were exposed to the tempest, whimpering pitifully, their small bodies trembling in the biting cold. This, Galen's brows furrowed. The moment he laid eyes on the two cubs, he understood the seemingly peculiar behavior of the great northern behemoth. After all, no matter how irritable, a creature should possess the instinct for survival. It had charged at Galen, perhaps because he stood between it and the cubs, forcing it to fight desperately. With this thought, Galen shook his head, his mind drifting back to the merciless White Dragoness. In a similar situation, she would likely have fled without hesitation to preserve her own life. The bonds of kinship among evil dragons were indeed tenuous. Galen turned and approached the two great northern behemoth cubs, unfurling his dragon wings to shield them from the swirling snow and frigid winds, alleviating their discomfort. The cubs scrambled about in the snow, burrowing through the drifts until they found their way to Galen's feet. With limited intelligence akin to that of a terror lizard, raising them would yield little meat. Galen scooped up the two cubs, securing the frozen body of the great northern behemoth with his hind limbs, and took flight towards the ogre basin. Lacking any warming spells, the cubs might succumb to the cold if left too long. Their fur was insufficient to provide adequate warmth. In the ogre basin, there were shelters to block the wind and a bonfire for warmth, making it a more suitable place to settle the bear cubs, while also allowing him to inspect the progress of his new dragon lair. Some time later, amidst the harsh weather of a blizzard sweeping across the great northern icefield, Galen returned to the ogre basin. Due to the unique structure of the basin, it usually served as a barrier against snow, and in the past, the ground and buildings rarely bore any accumulation. However, the current unprecedented snowfall was evidently beyond the basin's capacity to intercept. As the indifferent white blanketed the land, the ogres, who typically enjoyed lounging directly on the ground, were now mostly absent, preferring to stay inside their dwellings. The ogres of the great northern icefield had evolved commendable resistance to the cold due to the climate. But this ability was limited. If lost in a blizzard, they could easily freeze to death. Yet, while most ogres were sheltering from the storm, a few anomalies lay conspicuously in the snow, idly scratching their heads. There were 5 ogres in total, each impressively towering, surpassing the typical height limit for their kind. The stoutest among them reached a height of 3.5 meters, while the others exceeded 3 meters. Their muscular forms reminiscent of demonic bodybuilders, wholly unperturbed by the blizzard. In addition to their unusually large stature, their bodies bore scattered patches of silver-scaled armor, exuding a chilling aura, somewhat akin to dragon scales, less formidable than true dragon scales, yet far superior to those of ordinary scaled creatures. Simultaneously, as Galen approached the ogre basin, the peculiar ogres paused momentarily, instinctively raising their heads. Through the blinding snow, a live figure flapped its wings, dispersing the swirling snow, gradually becoming clearer as it descended towards the ogre basin. Galen gazed down at the peculiar ogres, and upon the first sight of them, he sensed the presence of his own bloodline within them. Is this how dragon-blooded ogres appear? There were no records regarding dragon-blooded ogres in the Dragon Legacy, and Galen had little knowledge of them. However, merely judging by their size, it was evident that these ogres had significantly enhanced their power post-transformation. Elemental energies coursed through their veins, indicating that dragon-blooded ogres had become magical beings, capable of casting spells. The largest ogre bore resemblance to Yuga the Bonebreaker. At that moment, Yuga bowed his head respectfully, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on your awakening from slumber. You have grown even stronger." Without needing to be prompted, he continued, "The dragon lair has been completed. Shall I take you there now?" Galen shook his head, releasing his grip and placing the trembling cubs on the ground. As soon as the cubs touched the earth, they emitted indistinct whimpering sounds. "Get these little ones some food. We cannot let them freeze to death." Following Galen's command, one of the dragon-blooded ogres stepped forward, leading the great northern behemoth cubs into a relatively warm dwelling, where they found a nursing female ogre to care for them. During this time, Galen devoured an entire mature great northern behemoth. The chewy, flavorful meat, layered with textures, combined with the crisp ice crystals, created a delightful taste that brought a look of enjoyment to Galen's face as he feasted heartily, soon consuming every morsel, including skin and bones. The richly infused elemental energy within the meat left Galen elated, as the lingering hunger he had felt since awakening finally dissipated. After finishing the great northern behemoth, Galen instructed Yuga to guide him to the location of the dragon lair. On the way, Galen inquired, "Have you awakened any new abilities since the dragon blood transformation?" Yuga the Bonebreaker promptly replied, "Master's bloodline is immensely powerful, granting me and the other 4 ogres some control over ice-based spells." Observing the appearance of the dragon-blooded ogres, Galen pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there anything else?" Yuga hesitated slightly before truthfully answering, "No, that is all." Galen withdrew his gaze, choosing not to press further. It seemed that the dragon blood transformation indeed only conferred the bloodline of the white dragon. However, Galen sensed that his own white dragon bloodline felt significantly stronger than that of an ordinary white dragon, likely due to the influence of the time dragon's essence. A few minutes later, Galen arrived at the site where the ogres had constructed his dragon lair. He focused his gaze and beheld a cave-like lair situated on the edge of the basin's stone walls. Due to the limited height of the basin's walls, the lair was approximately 50 meters above ground, not particularly lofty. "Master, this is your dragon lair," Yuga the Bonebreaker said somewhat nervously. Galen nodded, flapping his wings to ascend and enter the lair. Inside the winding cave, the walls were adorned with a layer of ice crystals, lending brightness and spaciousness, ample enough to accommodate the movements of an adult white dragon. The deepest part lay a bed crafted from ice crystals, strikingly similar to the lair of the white dragoness, both in location and design, as Yuga had constructed it according to Galen's specifications. The lair beneath the river had merely served as a temporary refuge, not aligning with Galen's preferences. Perhaps due to having spent his weakest period in the lair of the white dragoness, he had subconsciously developed a fondness for cave-like lairs built on steep cliffs. The ordered imitation lair commanded from the ogres would likely become obsolete. Its height was insufficient to offer a panoramic view of the great northern ice field. Before succumbing to slumber, Galen had not anticipated such a significant enhancement in his prowess. Had he known that the white dragon lady would prove no match for him, he would have refrained from allowing the ogres to construct a dragon's nest. The rationale was straightforward. He would have opted to seize the white dragon lady's lair directly, driving her away. The thought of her ruthlessly expelling him from the dragon's nest made him ponder what might transpire next. Galen mused quietly to himself. Within the icy cliff's dragon nest, the white dragon lady, who was impatiently observing 3 young hatchlings, abruptly turned her head, scanning her surroundings with a sense of unease, as an inexplicable foreboding stirred within her. Dragons possessed an uncanny instinct, which heightened her agitation, causing her to fidget restlessly within the nest. Unbeknownst to Galen, the white dragon lady was preoccupied with her thoughts as he stepped forward to the crystalline dragon bed, where he then lay down. His elongated tail curled protectively around him, serving as a pillow for his head, while his wings unfolded to create a snug, enclosed space. The white noise of the howling blizzard outside lulled Galen into a brief slumber, a position reminiscent of a feline, which he favored. Upon awakening, he resolved to seek out the 2 Arctic bear cubs he had entrusted to the ogre's care, though he had instructed the ogres to look after them. The absence of their biological parents could pose challenges in their adaptation to a new environment, increasing their chances of demise. As Galen approached the edge of the nest, intending to take flight, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the fabric of time. His movements faltered as he glanced around in astonishment, gazing into the ethereal river of time, typically calm and undisturbed. The river now rippled with pronounced waves and folds in close proximity to him, as if some force were agitating the waters of time. What is happening? Galen braced himself, his gaze fixed intently on the temporal ripples, poised for action. A moment later, the agitated waters of the river transformed into a reflective surface, revealing a scene that left Galen utterly astonished. There lay a hatchling, a young dragon perched at the cave's entrance, anxiously gazing at the approaching dragon lady. In that instant, Galen felt an urgent plea emanating from the hatchling. as if it sought his assistance. It wishes to borrow my power over time. A sense of clarity dawned upon Galen. The hatchling, in a moment of desperation, had unconsciously invoked the flow of time to seek help from its future self. While this realization was startling, it was not the source of his profound shock. Rather, it was the fact that the hatchling before him was unmistakably a red dragon, a young dragon adorned with vibrant crimson scales, budding horns, and a circlet of black scales around its wrists. The approaching dragon lady was none other than the red dragon lady, markedly larger than the white dragon lady, her robust form radiating an awe-inspiring energy of fire, far surpassing the white dragon lady in strength. Moreover, the nest in which this dragon resided was not located within the icy cliff's lair, nor even on the Arctic tundra. Instead, it lay within a volcano, surrounded by dark brown earth and stone, with parched ground revealing the slow flow of molten lava beneath, the air distorting from the intense heat. The only similarity they shared, aside from their platinum dragon eyes, was that both had opportunistically consumed a gem belonging to their respective dragon ladies while they were absent. What is the meaning of this? Galen found himself bewildered. How could he be the future of this creature? Especially given their differing species? The passage of time seemed to slow as the red dragon lady drew nearer to the cave, the hatchling's anxious expression intensifying. If discovered by the red dragon lady, it would be expelled from the nest, defenseless as a mere hatchling. Observing the urgency on its face, Galen empathized deeply, recalling the moments when his own heart raced with anxiety, nearly leaping from his chest. With time pressing on him, Galen resolved to assist the red hatchling, and he opened his bright eyes, channeling the power of time within him, instinctively infusing it into the ripples of time, in the timeline of the red hatchling. Time abruptly froze. Galen's temporal energy manifested as a colossal white dragon, ascending from the illusory river of time, appearing before the astonished red hatchling. In a flash, the white dragon transformed into a streak of light, merging with the red hatchling, accelerating its absorption of the magical gem. In that fleeting moment, Galen perceived the confusion in the hatchling's eyes, a reflection of its acceptance of the legacy of the time dragon. Despite their differing appearances, origins, and even species, Galen was certain in his heart that this hatchling was indeed a past version of himself, possessing the same soul. Simultaneously, the ripples of time gradually dissipated, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. Yet, the enigma lingering within Galen's mind remained unresolved. Contemplating this extraordinary occurrence, he furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Could it be that the alternate timelines of myself do not necessarily result in the reincarnation as a white dragon? Perhaps alongside this red Galen, there also existed a golden Galen, a silver Galen, or even a pure legendary time dragon. Suddenly, Galen recalled the colossal dragon shadow he had once glimpsed. The shadow bore little resemblance to his current form, save for the pair of platinum eyes they shared. Initially, he had firmly believed that he would evolve into that very figure, with ashen scales and irregular black scale rings. But after this peculiar incident, his certainty wavered. It now appeared that the future targets chosen by the flow of time were not confined to the timeline Galen inhabited. He paced back and forth within the dragon's nest, deep in thought, contemplating the myriad possibilities. After half an hour, he shook his head to clear his mind, his gaze regaining its clarity as he halted his movements, emerging from his reverie. From birth to death, a creature experiences countless choices throughout its life, each choice representing a divergence. The branches of the river of time were as innumerable as the stars in the sky. Only the present me is truly real. The future is merely a possibility. It may come to fruition, or it may not, depending entirely on my choices. Galen could not ascertain whether this notion was correct, although he possessed the power of time and enjoyed the favor of the temporal realm. His understanding of the vast, enigmatic river of time was but a mere fraction. As for the completely different past version of himself, he could only surmise an explanation rooted in alternate timelines. In his own timeline, he was a white dragon anomaly, but that was not necessarily the case in others. As his thoughts settled into calm rationality, Galen became aware of a peculiar transformation within himself. His body had subtly diminished in size, a change so slight that it was nearly imperceptible. Had he not been particularly attuned to his own physique, he might not have noticed it at all. Furthermore, the powers of time and magic within him had diminished considerably, as if time itself had regressed for him. Galen, this must be the price of granting aid across differing timelines. With this realization, a spark of inspiration ignited within Galen, leading him to conceive a feasible plan. He took a deep breath, focusing his mind, and turned his gaze toward the river of time. Let us see if I can reclaim what I've lost. The ability of the Time Dragon Reverse Flow has always been within him. Galen invoked the Time Dragon Reverse Flow, releasing tendrils of intangible temporal energy that flowed along the river of time, carrying Galen's plea towards a possible future, in hopes of receiving a response. However, much to his disappointment, the Time Dragon Reverse Flow proved to be as ineffective as ever, failing to borrow time. The river of time flowed with its ancient, unperturbed pace, producing not even a hint of disturbance, as tranquil as if nothing had ever occurred. Observing this, Galen sighed and ceased the Time Dragon Reverse Flow, deciding not to squander his temporal energy in vain. He had only been successful the first time he employed the Time Dragon Reverse Flow. Since then, not a single attempt had yielded results, leaving Galen irked and cursing his future self for being so miserly. There was no question of his ability to wield the power correctly. The sole possibility for the lack of response lay in the unwillingness of the other party to lend. The desire to borrow time from his future self had come to naught. Yet Galen remained undeterred. He had grown rather numb to it. Simultaneously, he silently vowed that if his past self were to invoke the Time Dragon Reverse Flow again, he would never lend unless it were a matter of life and death. If his future self refused to lend to his present self, what reason would his present self have to lend to his past self? The might of time is indeed enigmatic and inscrutable. I wonder when I will truly comprehend time and wield it in my grasp. Galen shook his head. As the saying goes, nothing in this world is insurmountable, provided one is willing to relinquish. Since he could not fathom it now, Galen chose to cast the matter aside, opting to reflect on the reasons when his understanding of the river of time deepens. Next, he departed from this imitation dragon's lair, first venturing into the Ogre Basin to check on the two young Arctic bears. In just a few days, due to Galen's specific instructions, the ogres here had taken great care to ensure the two cubs were well looked after, constructing a cozy nest for them from warm hides within a hut, with a fire crackling nearby, tended by a female ogre. Upon seeing the cubs again, Galen was astonished to find that in merely 2 or 3 days, they had already grown plump and somewhat robust. Indeed, magical creatures possess extraordinary qualities. They adapted swiftly, thriving even without the care of kin.as. Galen observed the chubby little bears. He couldn't help but think of the deliciousness of fully grown Arctic bears. Swallowing hard unconsciously, he felt a bit unsated. The little bears, oblivious to Galen's intentions, perhaps due to the shelter from the blizzard that allowed them to imprint Galen's scent, excitedly scampered towards him, using all 4 limbs in a playful tumble, nuzzling against his dragon claws. Galen paused for a moment, then extended his sharp talons to gently stroke the cubs' backs. Unlike the coarse, needle-like fur of adult Arctic bears, the newly born cubs had long, soft, and supple fur, which felt delightful to touch. However, due to the razor-sharpness of his claws, he could easily harm the little bears with a careless jab, so he only played with them for a minute or 2 before retracting his claws. By the time they reached adulthood, he suspected he would no longer require minions of the Arctic bear's caliber. They would likely serve merely as pets. Galen was well aware of his own circumstances. His growth rate was exceedingly rapid. As for the Arctic bears, he had read detailed accounts of them in the Monster Compendium. They reach maturity at 30 years and gradually acquire magical abilities by their 20s. In 20 or 30 years, Galen mused, provided he was still alive, he could hardly envision any other role for them beyond that of pets. Yet, in the desolate expanse of the Arctic wasteland, with little in the way of entertainment, his life revolved around eating, sleeping, and studying magic. Keeping a pet to occasionally play with was a meager form of amusement. After entrusting the care of the cubs to the responsible female ogre, Galen instructed Yuga the Bonebreaker that his future diet should consist of magical creatures, commanding the ogres to hunt blood meals for him. With Yuga's solemn promise, Galen unfurled his dragon wings and ascended into the air, vanishing into the swirling blizzard in an instant. With the howling winds and snowflakes like goose feathers swirling in the night sky, a broad smile spread across his face as he set his sights firmly on the northern reaches. "White Dragon Mother, I am coming," he roared inwardly, unable to suppress his excitement, and his flight speed increased once more. In his mind, he recalled several notable locations in descending order from north to south: the Ice Cliff Dragon's Lair, the Ice River Territory, and the Ogre Basin. As he progressed from the Ogre Basin towards the Ice Cliff Dragon's Lair, he passed over his Ice River Territory, noticing that only about a quarter of the Arctic spirits remained behind, while the rest had formed a hunting party to procure prey for Galen. With such minions at his disposal, Galen would no longer be burdened with the constant need to hunt for himself, allowing him more time for other pursuits. This had been his primary objective in gathering followers from the outset. The White Dragon Mother should be in the Ice Cliff Dragon's lair now. Based on Galen's understanding of her, she greatly preferred to remain in the Ice Cliff Dragon's lair during such blizzard conditions, often sleeping in, and even forgetting her usual weekly duty of bringing food for the hatchlings. More accurately, she was simply too lazy to take responsibility. If all went as expected, the White Dragon Mother would be sound asleep, completely unaware of her beloved offspring's imminent arrival at the same time. Galen recalled the trove of treasures she had amassed, resembling a small hill, and a glimmer of green light sparked in his eyes as he quickened his pace, his heart ablaze. The magical gems the White Dragon Mother had hoarded. She was too stingy to consume. With so many magical gems, my treasury shall finally be filled to the brim. Galen's affection for magical gems rivaled that of any avaricious dragon, placing him among the most fervent of collectors. These gems, having undergone a miraculous evolution over long periods, were imbued with ancient properties and echoed the passage of time, making it nearly impossible for Galen not to love them. To lie atop a bed of colorful magical gems would indeed be a delightful experience. However, as he contemplated the wealth accumulated by the White Dragon Mother, a flicker of doubt crossed his face. How had she acquired such a vast fortune with her strength, when he was weaker? He had not noticed, but now, upon reflection, he realized her pile of treasures was rather abnormal. If she were adept at raiding and frequently plundering other species, it might explain her wealth. Yet, the White Dragon Mother was a lazy dragon, often lounging in the Ice Cliff Dragon's lair. Compared to humans, she resembled a 16-year-old girl who spent her days cooped up at home, accompanied by a few small children. Oh, how had she come by so many treasures? Galen's expression turned peculiar as he entertained various hypotheses. Could it be that the White Dragon Father had gifted her these treasures in courtship? That seemed unlikely, while rare prey might be a plausible gift. Presenting treasures would be akin to severing one's own lifeblood. Galen shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. Soon, he braved the swirling snowstorm and beheld the familiar territory of the White Dragon Lady, due to the blizzard. The landscape had been utterly transformed and now appeared unrecognizable. However, having resided in this domain for a year and a half, Galen was quite familiar with its boundaries. Moreover, the faint draconic aura belonging to the White Dragon Lady lingered in the air. This aura was not an overtly aggressive supernatural force. Rather, it emanated naturally from the presence of dragons dwelling nearby, their true essence permeating the surroundings. Sensing the familiar presence of the White Dragon Lady, Galen's claws clashed together, producing a resonant sound akin to metal striking metal. He was filled with a restless eagerness. Ignoring the subtle warning embedded within the draconic aura, Galen strode confidently into the White Dragon Lady's territory. The howling winds and frenzied snow swirled around him as he approached the icy cliff dragon nest with a formidable determination. Amidst the tempestuous blizzard, Galen maintained an impressive speed as he advanced towards the icy cliff dragon nest. He made no effort to conceal his presence, intending for the White Dragon Lady to directly perceive his arrival, curious to witness her incredulous expression. However, much to his disappointment, as the outline of the icy cliff dragon nest came into view, the figure of the White Dragon Lady remained absent. It seemed she had succumbed to a deep slumber, oblivious even to the presence of her eldest son. Yet, as Galen drew within a kilometer of the icy cliff dragon nest, 3 small white dragon figures peered cautiously from the edge of the nest. Upon detecting the familiar essence, the 3 little white dragons, astonished, flew out of the nest and appeared before Galen. He paused, grinning at his long-lost dragon siblings. Compared to Galen, who had grown into a 12-meter-long formidable dragon, the ordinary 2-year-old white dragon hatchlings appeared diminutive and vulnerable, measuring less than 3 meters in length, rendering them pitiable and helpless in his presence. Their courage to approach Galen stemmed from the distinctive black-scaled collar encircling his neck and the exceedingly familiar aura, confirming his identity as their elder brother, who had been exiled 6 months prior. I asked that Galen. Charles, the younger brother, hesitantly inquired, though he already knew the answer. Observing the little dragons, who had scarcely changed, Galen maintained a somewhat amiable demeanor and remarked, "What, have you forgotten me so swiftly?" Pausing momentarily, his gaze turned increasingly perilous as he waved a claw capable of swatting a white hatchling into oblivion, stating, "Do I need to teach you how to address me? You must show sufficient respect to your elder brother." The little dragons exchanged glances, feeling a heavy sense of oppression in the imposing presence of Galen. A weighty feeling, akin to a mountain, bore down upon them. Having been subjected to Galen's discipline since their hatching until they were over a year old, The three little dragons, realizing Galen's newfound strength, timidly called out, "Galen, bro." Galen nodded, choosing not to dwell on their initial hesitance. Moments later, his sister, Seer, mustered her courage and asked with a hint of confusion, "Galen, bro, why have you returned? Mother has expelled you from the territory. If she awakens to find you here, she will surely punish you." "Punish me? Who will punish whom is yet to be determined." Galen's gaze drifted past his siblings towards the icy cliff dragon nest, and he did not respond to Seer's query, calmly commanding in the dragon tongue. "Go awaken our mother and inform her that I, Galen, have returned. At this proximity, Galen had already sensed the white dragon lady's essence residing within the nest, tranquil and undisturbed, just as Galen had surmised. She was indeed asleep. The little dragons hesitated. "Huh?" Galen's expression darkened. Before he could utter another word, the frightened hatchlings hurriedly turned and scurried back into the nest, calling for the white dragon lady. In the midst of the raging blizzard, Galen patiently awaited their return, his wings flapping lightly to disperse the surrounding snowstorm. Moments later, the little dragons emerged from the nest, somewhat unsteady in flight as they struggled to maintain their balance, and reported to Galen, "Mother is sleeping too soundly. We cannot awaken her." Galen remained silent, as was his custom when it came to the hatchlings' calls. He was not surprised, but calmly instructed his siblings. "Step aside. Do not obstruct my path." The little dragons stood bewildered, momentarily taken aback. However, when they witnessed Galen open his jaws, a dangerous ice-blue glow emanating from within, a chilling realization struck them, and they quickly darted aside. The power of Galen's frost dragon breath was formidable enough to instill fear even in the white dragon lady, although he had yet to master the complete fusion of his frost dragon breath with the essence of time. The former had been significantly enhanced due to the influence of temporal energy, surpassing the potency of a typical white dragon's breath. Aimed at the icy cliff dragon nest, Galen, after gathering his strength, trembled slightly. Boom! The ice-blue frost dragon breath sliced through the air, instantly striking the entrance of the icy cliff dragon nest, where it crystallized into clusters of sharp ice shards, simultaneously deep within the cave. The slumbering white dragon lady sensed the surge of formidable magic, abruptly opening her pale yellow dragon eyes with a fierce expression, her wings unfurling, casting a dragon-shaped shadow upon the ground. Who dares invade the territory of the great white dragon Salia? Such audacity! With a resounding and clear dragon roar, the white dragon lady, measuring 16 meters in length, surged forth from the nest, her powerful form cleaving through the icy shards formed by the frost dragon breath, which shattered against her scales. 95 years of age, the white dragon lady had yet to reach full maturity, yet her strength was not significantly inferior to that of an average adult white dragon. After all, in just 5 more years, she would officially reach adulthood. In contrast, Galen's size was comparable to that of a youthful white dragon merely 50 years into its life, still falling short in comparison to the white dragon lady. In mere seconds, the white dragon lady burst forth from the nest, her wings stirring the winds and snow, coming into view before Galen. Observing the familiar white behemoth, Galen fell silent, having ceased his breath attack. Simultaneously, the white dragon lady, upon recognizing Galen's form, momentarily faltered in her rapid flight, her eyes reflecting palpable astonishment and an inkling of unimaginable shock. While she did not pay much attention to hatchlings, she was well aware of what her eldest son looked like. Although she knew that Galen had grown rapidly, seeing him surpass 10 meters in size after a mere 6 months was still somewhat beyond her comprehension. "Galen," the white dragon lady tilted her head, cautiously inquiring in a clear tone of dragon language. Galen nodded and replied, "It is I." After a brief pause, he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "I have returned." The white dragon lady hesitated slightly, her gaze sharpening as she coldly remarked, "Returned? This is my territory. While you may be my blood descendant, your presence is not welcome here." Despite the astonishing rate of Galen's growth, the white dragon lady, now reassured by her superior size, felt no fear towards him. Her demeanor shifted from initial astonishment to a composed indifference, her words accompanied by an icy breath that served as a subtle warning. "Leave at once." Upon hearing the white dragon lady's unceremonious command, Galen erupted into a booming laughter, the sound reverberating through the blizzard. Amidst her increasingly cautious gaze, Galen ceased his laughter, his eyes sharp as he articulated each word deliberately. "I may leave. However, before I do, I hope Mother can grant me one request." The white dragon lady instinctively inquired, "What is it?" Galen flapped his wings, declaring, "Hand over 80% of the treasures in your lair, and I shall take my leave." After a brief pause, he added with a cutting tone, "Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to theft." Initially, he had intended to request only 60%, but seeing the White Dragon Lady's indifferent demeanor ignited his anger, prompting him to revise his demands. The White Dragon Lady was momentarily taken aback, doubting whether she had misheard. Upon grasping the implications of Gowron's words, her gaze turned frigid, and the formidable aura of a near-adult dragon erupted forth, swiftly bearing down on Gowron. This pulsing draconic power was inherently intangible. However, the swirling snowflakes, influenced by the dragon's might, formed a circular ripple that surged toward Gowron. Unflinching, Gowron allowed the dragon's aura to brush against him. A hum resonated in his mind, as though he beheld a pair of dragon eyes infused with a predatory malice, exuding the authority of a creature at the apex of the food chain. In less than half a second, Gowron freed himself from the oppressive force of the White Dragon Lady, while the ripples created by the falling snow merely caressed his skin like a gentle breeze. Leaving no impact whatsoever, did I demand 80% of your treasures, or I shall resort to taking them by force, he declared boldly. If it comes to me personally seizing them, not a single gem nor coin shall remain for you. Gowron, undeterred by the overwhelming draconic presence, stood resolute. With a powerful beat of his wings, he fully extended them to either side, lifting his head high, his four sinuous and majestic horns pointing skyward, his platinum eyes locked onto the White Dragon Lady. And his own draconic aura unfurled like a tempest, sweeping toward her. As true dragons, the influence of their respective auras was comparatively limited. Yet, the mere act of releasing such power signified a warning, a signal of impending confrontation. The White Dragon Lady's eyes fixated on Gowron, bewildered by the source of his confidence and audacity. With a scoff, she remarked, "So you covet my treasures? It seems my decision to expel you is undeniably correct." After a brief pause, a glint of danger flickered in her eyes. "Your growth over the past 6 months has emboldened you to challenge me, but the disparity in Dragon Age cannot be bridged by mere acceleration of growth. Gowron, my ignorant firstborn, today I shall impart a lesson that you will remember with blood. It is the utmost folly to provoke an elder dragon," in stark contrast to the relatively composed Gowron. The White Dragon Lady epitomized the essence of a malevolent dragon. She was quick-tempered, self-serving, and utterly indifferent. Having realized Gowron's intentions toward her treasures, her patience dwindled to naught. Under Gowron's scrutinizing gaze, she arched her elongated neck, her white scales shimmering brilliantly. Elemental energies began to stir, and the wind around them transformed into a mournful howl, swirling violently, as if it were a blade slicing through the air. Wind manipulation. With the elemental energies igniting, a tumultuous vortex, dozens of yards in diameter, materialized instantaneously, spiraling at high velocity and engulfing the snowflakes within, surging toward Gowron with tremendous force. The storm was like a knife, shredding countless diamond-shaped snowflakes into fragments. Unwilling to endure the full brunt of an adult dragon's pseudo-magical prowess, Gowron swiftly harnessed the power of time, activating a 5-fold acceleration. The tempest moved rapidly. Without this enhancement, evasion would have been perilous. In a flash, Gowron's speed surpassed that of the storm, propelling him upward as if he were a straight white line piercing through the blizzard, vanishing from sight just as he was about to be engulfed. Escaping the White Dragon Lady's perception, the White Dragon Lady blinked in confusion. Where did the dragon go? Her haughty nature led her to believe that a single use of wind manipulation would easily subdue Gowron and thwart his rebellious aspirations. Considering this was a pseudo-magical ability reserved for dragons nearing maturity and was quite formidable, failing to strike Gowron and losing sight of him instilled a sense of unease within her. At that very moment, Gowron, having ascended to an altitude of over 500 meters and concealed within a shroud of mist, gazed down at the White Dragon Lady as she searched for him. He inhaled deeply, his magical energy surging within him, coalescing in his mouth. The White Dragon Lady was the strongest creature he had encountered thus far, while he believed she was not his match. He did not underestimate her. In the heat of battle, his composure was restored. His aim was to teach the White Dragon Lady a lesson, not to slay her, so he refrained from using the time plunder ability. As the frost dragon breath gathered in his mouth, Gowron, moving at 200 meters per second, retracted his wings, his body plummeting like a white meteor, approximately 2 seconds later. As the White Dragon Lady sensed a gust of wind bearing down from above, she was momentarily stunned and abruptly looked up, in her line of sight. Gowron's jaws were agape, an icy blue glow churning within. His body spiraled downward, his wings unfurled like sails, and he was now less than 100 meters from the White Dragon Lady. Simultaneously, a resounding boom echoed as the frost dragon breath erupted forth, the icy blue column crashing onto the white dragon lady. Given the proximity, she had no time to evade. The frost dragon breath, infused with bone-chilling winds and countless icy spikes, struck her with tremendous force, propelling her downward as if she were caught in a waterfall. The dragon's breath was one of the most powerful offensive techniques of a true dragon. The white dragon lady bore the brunt of it at close range, and it was a most unpleasant experience, had she not possessed a high resistance to cold-based attacks as a fellow white dragon. This direct hit could have easily cost her half her life. Even so, she found herself in a dire predicament. Buried beneath a foot of snow, her body was ensnared by clusters of ice crystals, and her scales bore numerous scratches from the impact of the icy shards. She blinked in disbelief, an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage surging within her upon realizing that a mere 2-year-old hatchling had managed to knock her from the sky. The harsh reality of being toppled by her own hatchling was a bitter pill for the white dragon lady to swallow. Though she had underestimated him, the fact remained that she had found herself at a disadvantage from the outset. Being bested by her own offspring was a disgrace for any dragon, and the pride inherent in dragonkind ignited a seething fury within her. Gowron. Her crystalline roar resonated with fury. Yet, to Gowron's ears, it brought a twinge of vindictive pleasure, a wave of elation washing over him, as if a heavy stone that had long weighed upon his heart had finally been lifted. The more she experienced humiliation and rage, the more he reveled in it. Salia, are all adult dragons this feeble, or is it just you who is particularly weak? As the dragon wings unfurled, Galen hovered in the air, looking down at the white dragon lady, unreservedly mocking her by name, devoid of any honorifics. This taunt only served to exacerbate her indignation, and Galen's condescending gaze ignited her fury. With a furious roar, the heavy snow surrounding her erupted like a tempestuous white deluge. In an instant, the white dragon lady soared into the sky, her sharp claws extending forward, aiming to viciously grasp at Galen. In her swift movement, spanning 16 meters, the white dragon lady resembled a dragon-shaped fighter jet. Propelled by a howling wind and ferocious power, her strength eclipsed that of Galen. At her age, her magical capabilities were merely supplementary. She primarily relied on her robust true dragon physique for combat, with her claws serving as her most formidable weapons. Among all true dragons, although the white dragon was considered the weakest, it possessed its own advantages, residing in the frigid tundra. The white dragon's claws were broader and sharper compared to other dragons, allowing her to traverse slippery ice without hindrance. Once she ensnared her prey, she could easily rend flesh and pierce bones. However, the white dragon's intellect was considerably inferior to that of her draconic kin, as she often acted on primal instincts. Yet, this very instinct rendered the white dragon a natural-born hunter. Once she detected an opponent's weakness and gained the upper hand in battle, the threat she posed would soar dramatically. At this moment, having resolved to teach her eldest son a stern lesson, the fury in the white dragon lady's gaze had almost entirely dissipated, replaced by a cold indifference as she scrutinized Galen's every move. Galen, sensing the shift, felt a chill run through him. He understood that her arrogance had been completely tempered, and she was now fully committed to this mother-son confrontation. As the white dragon lady lunged towards him, Galen ascended with remarkable speed, executing a swift maneuver that resembled a white line piercing upward, then slicing through the blizzard in a sudden arc, moving from in front of the white dragon lady to behind her in mere moments. Reacting quickly, the white dragon lady pivoted, her gaze locking onto Galen. Simultaneously, he unleashed a frosty breath, a beam of ice-blue light hurtling towards her wings. Yet, this time, Galen's familiar tactic proved ineffective. The white dragon lady adeptly evaded the icy breath through her instinctual combat reflexes. Having learned from her previous misstep, she opened her jaws wide, conjuring a blinding ice-blue radiance that swirled and churned, causing a sharp drop in temperature around her. Moments later, a thicker and longer frosty breath erupted from her mouth. Boom! A vast, conical wave of dragon breath enveloped Galen like a torrential storm. The speed of the dragon breath was unmatched, making it one of the most threatening forms of attack among dragons. Even at 5 times Galen's speed, he could not outpace it. Much stronger than my frosty breath. Truly a dragon on the verge of maturity, Galen mused to himself, observing the expanse of ice-blue light before him. He executed a swift lateral maneuver, his movements fluid and precise. At the same time, the white dragon lady rotated her neck, her body swiftly following suit. The sweeping frosty breath trailing closely behind Galen and leaving a trail of biting ice crystals in the air that increasingly constrained his movement. Glancing back at the rapidly approaching white dragon lady and her frosty breath, Galen abruptly halted, pivoting to descend, his body nearly grazing the icy breath as he boldly advanced towards the white dragon lady. In her moment of confusion, Galen's lips curled into a sly smile that in the next heartbeat, as the white dragon lady turned her neck and the frosty breath was about to envelop him. An invisible wave of energy erupted, emanating from Galen and expanding outward in all directions. Time froze. In an instant, an area with a 20-meter radius around Galen was ensnared in a temporal stasis. The white dragon lady, caught at the edge of this stilled zone, remained suspended in midair, the flurries of snow and howling winds equally immobilized, along with the conical frosty breath that lingered in the air. Galen could perceive every sharp ice crystal contained within the frosty breath, feeling the extreme cold radiating from it. The white dragon lady appeared like a lifelike white sculpture, her face still etched with confusion. The surreal scene of suspended time felt dreamlike, and even upon witnessing it for the second time, Galen was astonished by the sheer potency of this ability, however, aware of the substantial energy consumption required for such a time halt. Galen had no leisure to admire the spectacle. Gazing at the immobilized white dragon lady, a bold idea took root in his mind, and he grinned wickedly. Without delay, Galen surged forward, swiftly positioning himself behind the white dragon lady. In the blink of an eye, time resumed its flow as the winds roared back to life. The white dragon lady blinked in bewilderment, her head turning in confusion, momentarily ceasing her assault of dragon breath. Suddenly, she heard the sound of wings flapping directly behind her, alarmingly close. The white dragon lady's heart raced. She could not comprehend how Galen had vanished so suddenly, having been within her line of sight just moments ago, only to reappear without warning at her back. Before she could react, Galen's claws clenched into fists, raised high, and came crashing down upon her head. Skull splitter, thud. The force of the blow was staggering, shattering some of the scales atop the white dragon lady's head and sending shockwaves through her mind. A pained cry escaped her lips as she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her vision blurring and the winds around her growing deafeningly fierce. Struggling to maintain control, her body swayed as if intoxicated, and she began to plummet once more. When her body struck the ground, it compressed the thick snow into a solid, dragon-shaped mound of ice. Yet, the resilient physique of a dragon prevailed. The white dragon lady shook her head, quickly regaining her senses. Observing this turn of events, Galen contemplated, "My strength still falls short. Otherwise, I could have knocked her out with a single blow." He wasted no time allowing her to recover, propelling himself downward like a cannonball. Hurtling towards the white dragon lady, with tremendous force, Galen collided with her, his smaller frame lifting her entirely off the ground, and the two colossal dragons tumbled, sending snow flying in every direction, leaving deep furrows in their wake. Seizing the opportunity while the white dragon lady was still disoriented, Galen pinned her to the snow, his claws poised to rain down blows upon her skull. Thud. A left hook sent the head of the white dragon lady tilting to the side. Before she could fully turn, a swift right hook followed. Thud, thud, thud. Galen was still in his acceleration state, and his dragon fists, akin to those of a massive punching machine, rained down upon the white dragon lady's head. Each strike accompanied by the dull sound of flesh colliding. If it weren't for the fact that Galen's acceleration merely increased the flow of time without enhancing the kinetic energy of his blows to match reality, it might have only taken 2 punches to incapacitate the white dragon lady. Amidst the tempestuous barrage of dragon punches, the white dragon lady appeared pitiable, frail, and helpless. She attempted to retaliate repeatedly, striving to cast spell-like abilities to escape her current predicament. Yet Galen interrupted her time and again. Even her spell-like abilities, which required no incantation, were hampered by the disarray of her thoughts and the lack of focus brought on by the relentless pounding. After several seconds, she could no longer endure the humiliation of being so ruthlessly assaulted. Overwhelmed with shame and fury, she resisted the wave of dizziness and swiftly opened her dragon maw, aiming directly at Galen. At that moment, Galen was relishing the thrill of combat. The nearly adult dragon physique of the white dragon lady was robust, teeming with vitality, making her an ideal punching bag. However, he did not let his guard down. Upon noticing that she had shaken off her dizziness and was preparing to unleash a breath attack, his eyes narrowed, and the power of time began to build within him. What followed caused Galen to tense up. Instead of the expected frosty breath, her tongue deftly curled to retrieve a scroll from within her maw. The dragon's tongue, laden with numerous nerves and resembling that of a lizard in structure, was capable of remarkable contortions, far surpassing the dexterity of a human hand. Many dragons favored using their tongues to coil around their treasured possessions for safekeeping. Upon the scroll, Galen discerned a pronounced elemental glimmer, indicating it was indeed a magical artifact. Presumably, this scroll was a spell scroll of considerable significance, likely a high-tier spell given its status as a prized possession of the White Dragon Lady. Galen could not allow her the opportunity to wield such a scroll. Though her movements were swift, his were swifter. Time, stop. In an instant, a feather-like blizzard froze in place. The White Dragon Lady stood motionless. Her mouth slightly agape, her moist, steaming pink tongue curled around the spell scroll, her eyes betraying evident humiliation and indignation. Galen let out a soft huff, unfurling his dragon claw, deftly maneuvering past the jagged dragon teeth to retrieve the scroll from her mouth, brushing against her tongue and acquiring a bit of her saliva in the process. Remarkably, the scroll was impervious to moisture, appearing pristine as if freshly washed, its texture reminiscent of silk. Once he extracted the scroll, time resumed its flow. The White Dragon Lady, still oblivious to what had transpired, wore a smug expression as she roared in a triumphant dragon's voice, "Galen, you cannot hope to match me." Her words were laden with the exhilaration of an impending victory. Yet, as her declaration hung in the air, she suddenly froze. The sensation in her mouth was amiss. The spell scroll was gone. The expression of triumph on her face turned to one of shock as she hastily searched with her tongue, but could find no trace of the scroll. Meanwhile, Galen smiled slightly, revealing the pale yellow scroll in the palm of his claw as he said, "Are you looking for this?" The White Dragon Lady lunged to seize it, but Galen's claw redirected her head with ease, robbing her of any strength to resist. With a flick of his claw, Galen tucked the scroll away, shaking his head with a faint sigh, and added with a tone of pity, "You didn't even notice when I snatched the scroll. Celia, you are far too weak to have birthed a dragon as exceptional as I." The White Dragon Lady glared at Galen, her heart swelling with humiliation and rage, her eyes glistening with the threat of tears. After all, her age among dragons was akin to that of a young girl, and her temperament lacked the steadiness and maturity required to cope with such an ordeal. It was likely few dragons had faced a fate as ignoble as hers. Observing her expression, Galen felt a fleeting thrill of vindication, yet as he beheld her on the verge of tears, an unexpected pang of guilt surfaced within him. It seemed as though he were the one bullying her, despite her initial cruel expulsion and her harsh demeanor. You. Before she could articulate her thoughts, the White Dragon Lady succumbed to the dual blows of mental and physical anguish, her eyes rolling back as she fainted to the ground. Galen paused, taken aback by her sudden collapse. It was unexpected that she had reached her limits. Although he had held back, the numerous punches to her head had ultimately proven too much, a testament to her strength that she had endured this long. Were she an ordinary magical creature, she would have been reduced to a mere pulp by now. "Humph, that I'll teach you to expel me," Galen scoffed lightly, hesitating for a moment before laboriously lifting the unconscious White Dragon Lady. And with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the icy dragon's lair. From the moment Galen and the White Dragon Lady had clashed, to her being struck down twice, and finally to him riding atop her and delivering merciless blows. All of this unfolded before the wide-eyed gaze of three little hatchling dragons. Throughout the entire ordeal, they dared not intervene, fearful that their battling parent figures would inadvertently crush them in the fray. Now, they stood in stunned silence, scarcely believing their eyes. Mother has been knocked out by Galen." Charles gulped nervously. How could Galen have grown so rapidly? Even Mother is no longer his match. Tom's expression was one of envy. "I can't shake off this unsettling feeling," Hill muttered, sensing an ache in its body. The three exchanged glances, collectively recalling the terror they had once experienced under Galen's dominion. "What should we do now?" "I don't know." For a moment, they hesitated at the entrance of the icy dragon's lair, unsure whether to approach or to retreat, their expressions clouded with confusion. Galen, meanwhile, surveyed the familiar crystalline walls and floor of the cavern, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. "This place seems most pleasing to the eye. It shall be mine." He then set the unconscious White Dragon Lady aside, his expression contemplative. Galen was determined to exact revenge on the White Dragon Lady who had cast him aside. Yet now that he had truly defeated her, he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Should he confront her with her treasures, revealing that he had pilfered one of them since birth, and then proceed to strike her progeny? Outside the icy dragon's lair, the three hatchlings shivered in unison, bewildered by the unfolding events. After only a few moments of contemplation, Galen's train of thought was interrupted by what he had long desired, the treasures of the White Dragon Lady. Crystals, agates, emeralds, diamonds, a dazzling array of gemstones, magical artifacts imbued with elemental light, exquisite weapons, and armor. These treasures reflected brilliantly upon the mirror-like ice walls, casting glimmers into Galen's eyes. His gaze sparkled with excitement, and after delivering another punch to ensure the white dragon lady would not awaken too soon, he turned his attention to the trove that now belonged to him. However, as he scrutinized the treasures more closely, his initial excitement began to wane, replaced by a sense of confusion. So many gemstones. Yet the surrounding elemental energy seemed insufficient to match their quantity. What could be amiss? With a heart full of doubt, Galen approached the pile of gemstones, using his dragon claw to prod at them. The sound of clattering, as the outermost layer of jewels slid and fell, their crisp collisions resonated in Galen's ears like the most exquisite symphony, upon the complete scattering of the outer gems. Revealing the inner layer, Galen was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he finally understood the truth behind how the young white dragon had amassed such a wealth of gems. This revelation left Galen utterly speechless. Inwardly cursing the white dragon as a vain creature, one who deceived even herself, the true gemstones were merely a thin veneer on the surface. Beneath lay primarily the tusks of a large beast. Smooth and reflective, elongated and sharp, undeniably aesthetically pleasing. Yet, regardless of their appearance, they remained mere tusks. Real teeth, not some gilded imitation. With a sigh, Galen scrutinized them, discerning that these tusks belonged to a formidable creature of the icy plains, the mighty mammoth. The mammoth was a prominent species of the frozen tundra, and within the territory of the white dragon resided a herd of several hundred mammoths, their heights ranging between 3 to 4 meters and their weight starting from 20 tons. Serving as the white dragon's primary sustenance, she had previously warned several young dragons against provoking the mammoths, for the juvenile dragons were no match for such colossal beasts. Apart from dragons, frost wolves, and the ferocious polar bears, the mammoth had virtually no natural enemies in the frigid north. However, Galen could never have anticipated that she would clandestinely collect the mammoth's tusks to masquerade them as gemstones, just to make her little treasure trove appear more abundant. Galen. The entire worth of these tusks scarcely equated to that of a single genuine magical gemstone, aside from the mammoth's tusks. The pile was also filled with irregularly shaped magical ice crystals crafted by the white dragon, emanating waves of coldness, deceivingly masquerading as rare and noble magical gemstones that it turned out that even dragons could put on pretenses to appear grander than they were. Galen felt deceived, casting an irritated glance at the unconscious white dragon. Reflecting on his earlier theft of the gemstones, he pondered if he had taken a few more, perhaps he would have uncovered this truth. Alas, he had been too young then, his perception of elemental energy not as keen as now, and had naively believed in the white dragon's ability to amass such wealth. Now, observing her true hoard, Galen was compelled to question how she ever managed to sleep soundly. However, he decided not to demand too much from the white dragon, considering she was still not truly of age. Accepting this reality, Galen began meticulously counting his magical gemstones. Before long, the unconscious white dragon stirred slightly, emitting an unconscious low dragon's growl as she slowly awakened from her slumber. Her head throbbed with pain, and her vision remained somewhat blurred. Not yet fully restored, but sufficient for movement, the vitality of a true dragon was remarkably robust. As long as they were not killed outright, they could quickly recover from wounds. The moment her eyes fluttered open, the white dragon beheld Galen, who was counting his gemstones, wearing an expression that was a mix of disdain and delight. My gemstones, Galen, what do you intend to do? Do not touch my gemstones. The white dragon's eyes widened in alarm as she rose, stretching her wings, and fiercely roared at Galen, preparing to charge at him in a fit of rage. Yet, still not fully recovered, her movements were clumsy, presenting no real threat in Galen's eyes. With a flick of his tail, he sent the white dragon crashing against the icy crystal wall, prompting her to emit a soft whimper of discontent. Her voice was too faint for Galen to discern its meaning, but he guessed it was likely a string of curses. Enveloping all the genuine magical gemstones within his dragon's arms, Galen buried his head within them, taking a deep breath before turning to the white dragon with a calm demeanor, saying, "Salia, it appears you have yet to grasp the reality. You are no longer my equal, and in the frigid north, strength reigns supreme. This lair, these treasures, have changed ownership the moment I defeated you." Pausing, his tone turned ominous, and his expression serious, he continued, "They are now my possessions. You would do well to entertain no notions otherwise. Salia glanced at the meager fortune she had painstakingly amassed over 50 years through kidnapping a princess and robbing human caravans, now being seized by her own kin. Tears of indignation began to well up in her eyes. Yet, her pride as a dragon forbade her from succumbing to such weakness. Battling against her sense of humiliation, Salia felt a tumult of emotions within her. Meanwhile, Galen swept his tail, casting aside the mammoth tusks and magical ice crystals he found utterly uninteresting before Salia. I am curious as to why you included the tusks and magical ice crystals among your gemstones. Was it merely to give the illusion of greater wealth? Galen smirked, his gaze peculiar, as he unveiled her ruse before her very eyes. Upon seeing the tusks and magical crystals, Salia's composure faltered, momentarily overshadowing her anger over the theft. Stammering, she explained, I simply have an affinity for tusks akin to my fondness for gemstones. It's not to feign a grand collection. Do not slander me. Galen nodded, refraining from further pricking at her fragile vanity. I see. If that is the case, then consider these tusks and magical crystals a gift, a token of gratitude for over a year of shelter. Galen pushed the items toward the white dragon with an air of magnanimity. Salia's spirits plummeted, torn between wanting Galen to leave her some gemstones and her pride preventing her from voicing such a request. She had resigned herself to the loss of her treasures to Galen. Acknowledging the common reality among dragons, the strong seize the wealth of the weak, a norm that seldom results in death, Salia had similarly robbed other weaker young dragons. Yet, being outmaneuvered by a mere 2-year-old hatchling was a unique humiliation. Gazing at Galen's impressive 12-meter-long form, Salia felt a sense of disorientation. Is this truly a 2-year-old? She could not fathom how Galen had grown so rapidly. Oh, Dragon Mother, do you truly favor this hatchling? Salia sighed inwardly. Galen, observing the conflicted expression on the white dragon's face, issued an eviction notice, stating, Enough. Take your belongings and leave with Sierra and the others. The Ice Cliff Dragon Lair and this territory now belong to me. However, unlike you, I shall not be heartless. I permit you to traverse my new domain and hunt here, provided you offer suitable compensation. Salia, she shot a glare at Galen, but upon witnessing his poised claws, a dull pain pulsed through her head, prompting her to retract her neck. Yet, she summoned her courage to respond with a haughty huff. What I, Salia, have lost, I shall one day reclaim with my own hands. Galen, do not become too complacent. Just as Galen was about to return a gemstone he had previously stolen from Salia, he retracted it upon hearing her words. I await that day, but know the consequences shall be yours to bear. Galen did not believe that any creature he surpassed would have the opportunity to overtake him again. Such was the confidence of the time dragon. As time flowed, the disparity between Salia and himself would only widen. In that moment, under Galen's watchful gaze, the white dragon reluctantly gathered the tusks and magical crystals, slowly moving toward the edge of the lair. She reached the precipice, gazing at the landscape that no longer belonged to her. She could not help but cast a wistful glance back at Galen. Meanwhile, Galen reveled in his newfound treasures, paying her no further heed. With a disdainful snort, Salia unfurled her wings and soared from the lair, her mood darkening further as she spotted the 3 young dragons waiting in the raging blizzard outside. Their presence reminded her painfully of Galen as her eldest son. First brood, yet it produced such a dragon. I shall never bear offspring again. In her heart, the white dragon mother resolutely contemplated. Initially, the act of laying dragon eggs was merely a source of amusement for her. However, when the hatchlings truly emerged from their shells, demanding a portion of her time and energy for their care, she found herself growing somewhat impatient, regretting her hasty decision. Although mature dragons cannot entirely control reproduction according to their desires, the likelihood of pregnancy diminishes to a terrifying degree if they are unwilling. Nevertheless, most true dragons tend to bear offspring during their adult or prime years. As they age, the chances of conception plummet drastically upon entering old age, leaving the prospect of descendants to mere luck. With a sense of dissatisfaction, she cast a glance at the 3 hatchlings, signaling them to follow her. Soon, a large dragon and 3 small ones gradually vanished into the blizzard, departing from Galen's territory. Inside the ice cliff dragon nest, Galen's gaze flickered as he closed his eyes. Within his mind, a small point of light was rapidly moving. This luminous point indicated the current location of the white dragon mother. Despite having been driven from her territory, she appeared undeterred, seemingly with her own plans, resolutely heading northeast. His awareness of her movement stemmed from a temporal mark he had discreetly placed upon her. located at the tip of her tail, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Galen opened his eyes, sensing the diminishing presence of the white dragon mother, and shortly thereafter withdrew his focus. He began to assess his acquisitions. 76 magical gemstones of various attributes and vibrant hues surrounded him, swirling with elemental brilliance and emanating waves of magical energy that invigorated the elemental forces in the surrounding air. Beside these gemstones, Galen felt an extraordinary ease in his breathing. The flow of magical energy within him quickened, and his efficiency in absorbing and transforming the elemental energy from the air significantly improved. This sensation was akin to emerging from a narrow, oppressive chamber into a vast, refreshing prairie, uplifting his spirit. In addition to the magical gemstones, the nest was adorned with standardized steel armors and weapons, sufficient to equip a 100-strong battalion. These items were the most conspicuous features of the Ice Cliff dragon nest. The intricate patterns embossed upon them bore a resemblance to tulips. Had the white dragon mother indeed launched an assault upon human forces? Galen mused silently, observing the uniform designs on the armors and weapons. Although they were not magical artifacts, their exquisite craftsmanship caused them to glimmer with a metallic sheen, rendering them quite valuable, albeit unfortunate that Galen had no subordinates capable of wielding such armaments. Both the ogres and the frost spirits of the far north were significantly larger than humans. As his gaze drifted past the armors and weapons, Galen turned his attention to a collection of spell scrolls. These scrolls were rolled into cylindrical shapes, displaying a variety of colors and forming a triangular arrangement, wide at the base and tapering towards the top, utilizing a minor illusion to detect their magical aura. He observed that the light emanating from the scrolls was faint at the bottom and grew progressively brighter towards the top, indicating their quality was arranged in order. The scroll radiating the brightest light, so dazzling it was almost blinding, was a pale yellow scroll currently held in Galen's possession. Upon this scroll was inscribed a symbol resembling a horizontally oriented oval, intersected by a cross-shaped starburst, with pointed spikes protruding outward from the main body. Galen recognized this symbol as the emblem of the School of Transmutation. It signified that this particular scroll contained a transmutation spell. Transmutation spells are among the most direct and potent in terms of destructive capability, typically accompanied by visually striking effects, and their impact and damage in combat far exceed that of other spells of similar tier. The quintessential transmutation spell is the Fireball. Practitioners with alternative beliefs often dedicate their lives to researching its myriad variants. Returning to the matter at hand. Beneath the transmutation symbol were inscribed words in the Noah common tongue. 7th ring spell, Violent Maw Vortex. This name seemed more reminiscent of transformation or summoning spells than transmutation, yet Galen understood that one must not deduce the effects of a spell solely from its name. His knowledge of spells stemmed from tomes acquired from a two-headed ogre, the highest tier of which only encompassed mid-level 5-ring spells. In contrast, 7-ring spells belong to the realm of high-level sorcery, wielded by few and formidable spellcasters whose combat prowess rivals that of adult dragons. It was fortunate that the white dragon mother had not employed it. Otherwise, I would surely have faced dire consequences, Galen thought, recalling the tempest of silver lightning unleashed by the thunderstorm spell, mimicking the white dragon mother. He solemnly tucked the Violent Maw Vortex scroll into his mouth, pressing it beneath his tongue as a hidden trump card. However, from where did the white dragon mother acquire a 7-ring spell scroll? Perhaps it was a gift from an unknown dragon father. That seemed quite plausible. Galen shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. As for the other spell scrolls, Galen examined them with equal diligence. There were a total of 47 scrolls, encompassing spells from various schools, yet their levels were considerably lower, ranging from 1 to 5 rings. Among them, only 1 was a 5-ring spell scroll, 3 were 4-ring spell scrolls, while the remainder were lower-tier spells from 1 to 3 rings. The lower-tier spell scrolls were of little consequence to Galen, but those of mid-tier and above were quite valuable and useful to him. If the white dragon mother had taken the 4-ring and 5-ring scrolls upon leaving the nest, I suspect matters would not have been so straightforward. At the very least, the consumption of temporal power would have been significantly greater. The median spell possesses lethal effects even against young dragons. The white dragon mother underestimated her adversary, failing to anticipate that Galen truly possessed the strength to defeat her, transferring all the magical gemstones onto the crystalline bed. Galen adjusted his posture and reclined upon it. Due to the hardness of dragon scales, their sensitivity to external stimuli is rather diminished. Thus, the angular gemstones serve as the most suitable bedding for a dragon. The only drawback is that the quantity of gemstones remains insufficient to completely cover the crystalline bed. leaving it somewhat lacking. Reclining upon the gem-encrusted bed, Galen found a measure of comfort as he closed his eyes. This time, he chose not to directly consume the magical gemstones. Rather, the substantial aggregation of these gems would yield a commendable effect in attracting elemental energy. By adopting a long-term perspective, retaining them in his vicinity is indeed the wisest course of action. Galen was no longer feeble and no longer needed to engage in desperate measures. In his accelerated state, seizing the breath of time, with the ability to halt it. Just these three abilities of the time dragon are sufficient for him to confront the vast majority of foes. In this frigid expanse of the extreme northern ice field, Galen felt he was not far from invincibility and saw no necessity to reach adulthood. In fact, attaining the capabilities of a typical time dragon, hatchling would suffice. At that point, he could depart the extreme northern ice field and venture forth into the broader continent. Embarking on a quest for knowledge and the unknown, he coiled his tail, curled his body, and with a flick of his dragon claws, fell into a semblance of slumber. The surroundings returned to their former silence. Aside from the change of ownership of the ice cliff dragon nest, no other alterations were apparent. A week later, the blizzard gradually subsided. The weather of the extreme northern ice field underwent a transformation. Aside from the waning storm, the night sky that had long shrouded the ice field grew considerably lighter, resembling the dim light of dawn. The night still lingered, but it would not be long before the polar night vanished, giving way to the half-year-long polar day. The temperature was set to rise, and during the warmest periods, the ice and snow would melt for a time, allowing the otherwise frigid extreme northern ice field to regain some semblance of life. The pinnacle of the ice cliff dragon nest, a 1,000-meter-high precipice, Galen unfurled his dragon wings, spreading them wide, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed his domain. What was once the territory of the white dragon mother had now been officially claimed by Galen. Upon awakening, he had not idled. Galen soared around the perimeter of the ice cliff territory at high speed, making several circuits while leaving his dragon scent at the borders, thereby asserting his dominion over the land. Subsequently, the small gathering that had previously occupied the winding glacial river had now relocated to the ice cliff territory. The current ice spirits of the extreme north were establishing new dwellings not far from the dragon nest. Under Galen's directives, in addition to constructing standard housing, they were also to build concealed watchtowers and delineate farming areas. Life was gradually evolving from primitive simplicity toward a more civilized existence. However, relying solely on hunting proved to be rather inefficient for procuring food. Thus, Galen imparted some knowledge regarding farming to the ice spirits of the extreme north. In truth, he himself possessed only a limited understanding, largely gleaned from fragmented memories of his previous life. Nevertheless, the ice spirits were highly intelligent beings, as long as he could illuminate a clear path for them. They possessed the capacity for extrapolation and required little concern from Galen. Yet, this was merely the beginning, necessitating a period of accumulation. In reality, were it not for the fact that the ice spirits were elemental beings that could survive without flesh-based sustenance, they likely would have developed corresponding farming techniques by now. As for the ogres, Galen did not permit them to relocate to the ice cliff territory. He understood the wisdom of not placing all his eggs in one basket. Consolidating all forces in one location was not a wise decision. Moreover, the terrain of the ogre basin was rather unique, and with a recently constructed mountain dragon nest, abandoning it would be somewhat wasteful. The Bone Shatter tribe had already resided there for nearly a millennium. Galen placed minimal demands on the Bone Shatter tribe. Their primary obligation was to contribute at least one medium-sized magical creature to him each week. The approximate size of Galen when he was expelled from the dragon nest fell within the medium range of magical beings. This requirement had been rather challenging for the previous ogre tribe. But now, with several formidable dragonblood ogres in their ranks, it was a perfectly reasonable expectation. Yuga Bone Shatter felt immensely fortunate for his earlier choice. Observing the thriving Bone Shatter tribe and believing he had indeed chosen the right benevolent master to follow for eternity, Galen gazed into the distance, his vision piercing through the scattered snowfall, transcending space as he looked southward. The silhouette of the southern mountain range resembled a colossal dragon lying upon the earth, with mountains, hills, and forests composing its formidable spine, undulating and separating the extreme northern ice field from the fertile southern lands. What kind of spectacle awaited beyond that mountain range? Recently, Galen often pondered this question in his mind. Wherever he found himself, as long as he soared high above and gazed southward without any obstructions, he could see the silently winding southern mountain range. This ignited a curiosity within him. The snow-blanketed, silver-clad extreme northern ice field, while beautiful, was painfully desolate. with a lamentably low density of species and a monotonous landscape devoid of novelty. Having spent 2 years here, Galen felt a growing yearning for the outside world. After quietly contemplating for several minutes, he withdrew his gaze, flapped his dragon wings, and descended from the precipice, moving toward the gathering place of the ice spirits of the extreme north. Yesterday, Roy Ice River had bravely approached Galen, hoping that Lord Galen would grace the Ice River tribe with his presence during a traditional festival, the Bango Festival, a grand celebration of the Ice River tribe. Of course, grand merely referred to its significance in contrast to their daily lives. Due to the ice spirits' minimal desires, the Bango Festival was, in truth, quite simple. The festival's name directly emulates a sound from the Noah common tongue. It symbolizes blessings and wishes for the birth of life, as well as aspirations for a brighter future. Through Roy Ice River's descriptions, Galen, upon grasping the specific content of the Bango Festival, maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, though inwardly he was overwhelmed with astonishment. In Galen's understanding, the Bango Festival, in essence, served as a collective mating feast for the ice spirits, occurring once every 20 years, a grand-scale reproductive event, imagining the myriad scenarios that might unfold during the Bango Festival. Galen, with a mindset of exploring the customs of different races, accepted Roy Ice River's earnest invitation. As the Bango Festival was about to commence, Galen departed the ice cliff and arrived at the current location of the Ice River tribe. Here, a circular clearing with a diameter of over 200 meters had been prepared, surrounded by ice spirits eagerly anticipating the festival's start, their androgynous faces alight with joy and expectation. Roy Ice River stood at the center of the circular clearing, arms waving as he recited traditional festival blessings. Upon seeing Galen's powerful form, Roy Ice River's eyes shone with reverence, and like the other ice spirits, he bowed his head in awe, stating, "Thank you, Master, for choosing to attend our festival. Your presence brings glory to the Ice River tribe." Galen nodded gently, his gaze calm as he replied, "Proceed with your celebrations according to your customs. Do not mind my presence." As his eyes roamed, Galen noticed an imposing throne of icy crystals, seemingly fixed to the ground, standing not far from him. This was the viewing seat prepared for him by the ice spirits, crafted through their ice-manipulating abilities to accommodate his draconic form. While it was not particularly refined, its rough and rugged appearance imparted a sense of untamed wildness. Galen settled upon the icy throne, keenly observing the ice spirits, eager to see how they would proceed. From his understanding, the ice spirits did not possess distinct genders. They were androgynous beings, their bodies entirely composed of solid ice crystals, with appearances nearly identical and devoid of reproductive organs. Time passed incrementally, and the expressions of the ice spirits grew solemn and grave. Roy Ice River raised his arm, his voice resonating brightly and expansively. Bango, surrounding the circular clearing, 100 ice spirits echoed in unison, their voices intertwining in a harmonious crescendo. Bango, bango, bango. This word, imbued with special significance, began to resonate in the skies above the ice cliff territory, gradually echoing into the distance. Meanwhile, Galen, while observing the movements of the ice spirits of the far north, playfully teased 2 fluffy bear cubs with his dragon tail, tossing them back and forth. Having survived their initial perilous phase, the cubs were rescued from the ogre basin by him, nourished by the milk of the white hounds and a modicum of meat, and they had begun to consume flesh, albeit in limited quantities. With the storm having abated, the current temperature posed no threat to the bear cubs. Now, their eyes were wide open, regarding Galen as their kin, displaying affectionate behavior. In contrast to Galen, the bear cubs exhibited a fierce demeanor towards his other companions. However, Galen treated them as pets, occasionally engaging them in playful antics, while mostly allowing them to roam freely. The bear cubs relished the little games Galen devised to amuse them, attempting to grasp his tail, though they were invariably toppled over, but remained undeterred, quickly scrambling back to continue their playful pursuit. Exuding boundless energy and showing no interest in the ice spirits of the far north, Galen, with unwavering attention, contemplated the forthcoming developments of the Bango Festival. Soon, all the ice spirits of the far north congregated in a circular clearing. Concurrently, the elemental energies in the surroundings began to surge, and a distinct aura of elemental luminescence enveloped the ice spirits, while an abundance of enigmatic runes flickered into visibility on the circular ground beneath them. Amidst the solemn yet jubilant sounds of Bango, Galen observed slender rays of light emerging from the bodies of the ice spirits. The positions and quantities of these rays varied among the different ice spirits, with no more than 4 appearing at once, while most possessed only a single ray. Some rays bisected their forms entirely, while others merely delineated sections the size of an arm. The greater the division, the more rays manifested, and the more exhilarated the expressions on the ice spirits' faces became. This seemed to signify a positive occurrence for them. As he witnessed this, Galen was momentarily taken aback, intuitively grasping their method of reproduction. Indeed, as the bango sounds grew increasingly fervent and intense, the rays that severed their bodies became progressively radiant, the milky light almost taking on a tangible form. The sound of crackling filled the air. One by one, the bodies of the ice spirits began to fracture along the milky rays, yet their faces bore no semblance of pain. Instead, they radiated an uncontrollable joy, akin to witnessing the miraculous birth of new life. The gathering elemental energy captivated the bear cubs' attention. They paused their playful tussle with Galen's tail, blinking their round eyes in curiosity as they observed the ice spirits slowly splitting apart. Time trickled by as the complete forms of the ice spirits were divided. Subsequently, the separated bodies began to transform, with elemental energy coalescing within them, sprouting clusters of crystalline ice, rapidly forming human-like limbs, and before long, they morphed into newly born ice spirits, albeit significantly smaller, gradually opening their crystalline eyes. Beside the newly birthed ice spirits, the ones that had split their forms also sprouted ice crystals, almost simultaneously restoring their completeness. However, this method of generating new life was not without its cost. The elemental luminescence upon them noticeably dimmed, and the larger the divided body, the more diminished the elemental aura, leading to a natural decline in their strength. Galen could discern through the fluctuations of the elemental aura that this weakening was not permanent. It would not be long before recovery occurred. Utilizing elemental power for self-splitting reproduction, as solid elemental beings, this method of propagation was the most energy efficient for the ice spirits. Even failed creations possess an instinctual drive to perpetuate their race. Although Galen did not witness the scene he had envisioned, he felt no disappointment. Overall, he had broadened his horizons, witnessing more miracles of life, gaining some insights, and acquiring a smattering of superfluous knowledge that, on the other hand, Roy, having completed the reproduction, appeared somewhat weakened, yet promptly offered his respect to Galen, bringing forth his 2 bewildered newborn ice spirits, sincerely stating, "Great Master, these newborns shall one day become your companions." Fighting for you, the newborn ice spirits appeared dazed, more akin to lifelike ice sculptures than sentient beings. Were it not for the occasional glimmer of consciousness in their eyes, it would be challenging to discern their living nature. The ice spirits lacked the ability to pass down knowledge. The newborns would need to learn from the elders from the very beginning. In the countless realms of the infinite world, there existed wondrous beings capable of acquiring knowledge at birth. Yet they were invariably formidable creatures, and the ice spirits did not belong to this category. Galen observed the bewildered newborn ice spirits, sensing a faint trace of dragon lineage emanating from them. The identity of being a dragon-blooded creature had indeed been transmitted, sparing Galen the need for further transformation. The newborn ice spirits gazed at Galen, their eyes reflecting a natural fear due to his imposing aura, yet simultaneously drawn to him by a sense of belonging from their bloodline. They instinctively cast him reverent glances. They understood nothing. This sentiment arose purely from instinct. The 2 bear cubs, curious, crawled over and looked up at the newborn ice spirits. Realizing they were being observed, the newborn ice spirits curiously lowered their heads to meet their gaze. A few seconds of mutual observation passed before the bear cubs instantly adopted a fierce demeanor, emitting low growls as if warning the newborn ice spirits to cease their scrutiny. Startled, the newborn ice spirits averted their gaze, shrinking back. "How long will it take for these newborns to grow into ice spirits like you?" Galen inquired. Roy, still bearing traces of exhaustion, yet visibly joyful, replied, "It will only take one." Before he could finish, Galen's expression suddenly shifted, and he sprang to his feet, turning to face the south. This action startled the ice spirits gathered for the Bango Festival, drawing numerous gazes. Yet, before they could inquire about the cause of the disturbance, they were simultaneously struck with horror as they beheld the southern sky above the frozen wastes, inexplicably tinged with a crimson hue. Resembling a roiling, burning cloud of flames, the 2 typically fierce bear cubs, sensing something amiss, buried their heads in the snow, trembling like ostriches. Galen's eyes narrowed with vigilance, his expression grave and composed, even from a distance. He could still feel the destructive force, the glaring crimson elemental luminescence becoming the most prominent color in his line of sight. Someone was casting a high-level spell over there. An astonishing surge of elemental energy rolled and gathered like a tidal tsunami. A high-level spellcaster had arrived in the frozen wastes and unleashed a powerful high-level spell. In a flurry of thoughts, Galen disregarded the ice spirits and bear cubs, unfurling his dragon wings and soaring into the tumultuous winds. Ascending to a height of 1,000 meters to scrutinize the area of elemental upheaval more closely, the brilliance of the spell completely obscured the already sparse starlight and moonlight. The dim night sky was veiled in hues reminiscent of fiery clouds. Amidst the crimson glow of the spell, a red sphere, appearing no larger than a barrel yet exceptionally radiant and resplendent, began to rise slowly before erupting violently without hesitation. A wave of hot wind surged forth, flames billowing, driving away vast expanses of clouds, forming a towering mushroom cloud of fire. Boom! Upon witnessing the explosion, Galen felt a jolt in his eyelids, as if an ear-splitting blast resonated in his ears. Though he did not truly hear it, the elemental energies surrounding him quivered simultaneously, particularly the fire element, which surged with an almost boiling ferocity, creating faint ripples in the air. His acute sensitivity to the elements conveyed this impression to Galen. The crimson orb appeared diminutive, yet Galen was positioned at a considerable distance from the point of casting. In truth, it might well be a colossal fireball with a diameter of several hundred meters. Remaining vigilant and fully focused, Galen observed without blinking. Shortly after the casting of this unknown high-level spell, a wave of residual heat swept through the icy cliffs, extending further into the distance. Although the heat wave lacked lethality due to its vast dispersal, failing to even melt the snow, its ability to travel such distances attested to its formidable power. The fiery mushroom cloud billowed for over 10 minutes, its violent force gradually subsiding, only to dissipate completely after more than half an hour. It was likely a high-level pyrokinetic spell, such overwhelming potency. Galen inhaled sharply, mixed with the hot wind, his eyes betraying a clear sense of trepidation. The might of high-level transmutation spells equated to that of strategic missiles, capable of affecting areas spanning thousands, even tens of thousands of meters. That red orb undoubtedly belonged to the realm of high-level spells. Should he find himself within the core zone, Galen did not believe his slight frame could withstand it. His magical immunity, though formidable, was still limited by his youth. The lower-tier spells merely scratched the surface. Mid-tier spells could shatter scales and inflict wounds, while high-level spells could claim lives. That Galen's yearning for a broader world was tempered by his apprehension of such formidable forces, prompting him to remain within the frigid expanse of the far north. In contrast to the adult true dragons, who primarily relied on physical prowess in battle, high-level mages wielded a plethora of devastating techniques, capable of unleashing terrifying destruction given sufficient preparation. Although it was unlikely that the spell was directed at him, it was prudent to avoid drawing attention, for encountering the caster of such a spell could spell disaster. Galen's gaze shifted as he cautioned his kin against venturing out indiscriminately, then set off towards the icy river territory. The least conspicuous hiding spot remained the dragon nest nestled beneath the riverbed of a small glacial stream. This exemplified the advantage of having multiple dragon lairs. In the face of unexpected events, one could seek refuge. Both the icy cliff nest and the ogre basin were too conspicuous, easily attracting the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. High-level casters, as elite forces, were unperturbed by adult dragons. While flying, Galen pondered how he might confront an adversary of such caliber. Accelerated state. If the distance was considerable, he might detect the threat and have a chance to escape at 5 times the speed. However, if the distance was short, he would be in dire straits. For the time-draining breath, its efficacy was largely contingent upon Galen's age. Despite its unique ability to age opponents, its true power was not particularly formidable. Of course, should his foe be in their twilight years, a mere breath of the time-draining effect could very well result in their immediate demise. Among his abilities, the most formidable was Time Stop. Should the opponent remain unsuspecting and allow a dragon to approach within 20 meters, even a legendary mage would be at Galen's mercy. If he were to encounter such a formidable foe now, he might invoke the temporal dragon to seek assistance from his future self, who would likely, perhaps, agree to aid him. Galen understood himself well, although not particularly generous. If his past self were to find themselves in a life-threatening predicament and reach out for help, he would not hesitate to assist. Even at a significant cost, he could not bear to watch himself perish. Moreover, he harbored an instinctual feeling that different timelines of himself, whether past or future, were of paramount importance, inseparable parts of his being. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he could not perpetually rely on his future self for assistance. The power borrowed from the temporal dragon was not a free lunch. It all demanded repayment. Garen took several deep breaths. Calming his somewhat restless mind, he moved his tongue, deftly unfurling the spell scroll beneath him, savoring its silky texture. The seventh ring transmutation spell, Vicious Maw Vortex. Having now witnessed high-level magic firsthand, Garen pondered that he might have underestimated the power of this scroll. Though it may not rival the most renowned fire-based transmutation spells, it surely could not be far behind. The only regret was his ignorance of the specific effects of Vicious Maw Vortex. The scroll bore no accompanying instructions, and with only a single use, there was no opportunity for experimentation. Garen felt the spell scroll in his mouth. A sharp and dangerous glint flashed in his platinum dragon eyes. In the face of such a formidable opponent, he resolved to entice them closer. If he could successfully employ Time Stop, then using the breath of time and this Vicious Maw Vortex scroll. Garen silently contemplated, simulating potential battle scenarios. Engaging directly would be challenging, yet if his adversary let down their guard even slightly, the chance for a counterattack upon successfully invoking Time Stop was significantly high. Before long, Garen spotted the familiar small glacial river. He immediately dove, transforming into a graceful arc of white, splashing countless crystalline droplets before disappearing beneath the icy waters. The once abundant glacial sharks, now drastically diminished in number, scattered in panic at the sight of the returning dragon, their escape frantic and indiscriminate. Garen paid no heed to these delectable creatures and directly returned to his somewhat cramped riverbed lair. He then closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and gradually drifted into a state of slumber. When dragons enter sleep, their presence diminishes to an almost imperceptible level, if one did not witness it firsthand. They could easily pass over a true dragon without realizing its existence. Thus, Garen intended to rest and evade the current turmoil. An hour and a half prior, the Duke of Tulip's father, the high-ranking mage Morton Tulip, journeyed across the slowly shifting ice with his grandson and granddaughter in the continent of Noah. Nobles typically favored beautiful and noble, or symbolically significant names as surnames, with many southern principalities gravitating towards plant names such as tulip, thistle, and bellflower. After months of warfare with the Duchy of Moxa, the Duchy of Walker faced utter defeat. The reasons for this defeat lay not only in the enemy's formidable forces, particularly their robust cavalry, but also in a critical localized conflict where the Duchy of Walker's high-ranking mage succumbed to the intervention of a red dragon, resulting in the annihilation of all their ranks. Morton did not participate in that battle. A remarkably gifted spellcaster, he cast his first third-ring spell, Fireball, at the tender age of 14, and by 20, he had ascended to mid-ranking status, earning a formidable reputation with his adept explosive fireball. His fondness for fireball spells, coupled with the philosophy of resolving dilemmas through fireballs, instilled fear in both his enemies and allies, leading to him acquiring numerous monikers: Fireball Brute, Explosion Maniac, and Savage Red Flame. Such titles for a learned mage serve as a testament to Morton's inclination to resolve troubles with fireball spells. He stepped into the high-ranking realm at 50. However, due to an injury sustained in his youth, he remained at the 7th ring high level, ceasing his explorations across the continent and returning home to become a revered elder mage. Morton shunned power and status, dedicating himself to the pursuit of stronger, faster, and more potent fireball variations, believing it to be an art form. Though his body forbade him from casting spells beyond the 7th ring, he remained engrossed in theoretical research, tirelessly devoted to his studies. Given that few dared provoke a renowned high-ranking mage specializing in fireball spells, his son, Rio Tulip, emerged victorious in the power struggle, ascending to the throne of the Duchy of Walker. He was respectfully referred to as Duke Tulip or King Walker. Duke Tulip perished in battle, a campaign that altered the stagnant state of affairs due to his military service. Morton's temperament mellowed with age. He lost his once impulsive disposition of unleashing fireballs at the slightest provocation. Instead, he grew increasingly absorbed in his research, gradually fading from the public eye. When the Duchy of Moxa besieged the city, he had just unsealed his long-dormant mage tower and emerged, only to receive news of his son's demise and the shifting political landscape. Enraged, Morton yearned to reduce every soldier of the Duchy of Moxa to ashes. But the Thistle Duke, evidently aware of Morton's reputation, dispatched 2 high-ranking mages to accompany him, intent on breaching the city and eradicating the Tulip family to prevent future retribution that in earlier times. Morton would have recklessly unleashed his fury, even at the cost of his own life, ensuring that his enemies paid dearly. However, that was no longer an option, for his son had left behind 2 young children. Unlike Morton, who approached the twilight of his years, the children had their entire lives ahead of them. Observing their fearful and anxious expressions, Morton steadied his heart, deciding to flee the southern kingdom, leading them deeper into the frigid northern expanse while being relentlessly pursued by the 2 high-ranking mages. Due to the specialization in fireball spells, high-ranking mages of the transmutation school were akin to human-shaped nuclear bombs. No one would feel at ease with such an enemy lurking in the shadows. As they traversed the icy wasteland, Morton recalled a dear friend he had made in his youth, a kind-hearted, innocent soul who relished aiding weaker beings and championing justice. He crossed plains, navigated forests, and scaled mountains, finally reaching the icy expanse. Yet, under the relentless pursuit of 2 high-ranking mages whose power rivaled his peak, Morton's old wounds flared up, his pace slowed, and burdened with 2 children needing care. He realized it was only a matter of time before he was caught. At that point, his magical energy would be depleted from fleeing, leaving him utterly defenseless. Ultimately, Morton chose to halt, recuperate, and await the enemy's approach. The 2 children, merely 6 years old, Lilith Tulip and Amidst Tulip, gazed at Morton with concern. "Grandfather, how do you feel?" The small girl with golden hair, fair skin, and eyes as clear as the azure sky inquired timidly. "How reminiscent," Morton thought as he looked at Lilith, warmth surging within him, his eyes glimmering with memories that will carry you. "Please don't give up," the young boy Amidst declared, his voice tender yet imbued with a maturity that surpassed his years. Like Lilith, he possessed golden hair, though his eyes were brown, and his complexion bore a sun-kissed hue, unlike Lilith's porcelain-like skin. Hearing his grandson's words, Morton smiled gently, ruffling their heads. "Silly children, your grandfather is quite formidable. But in truth, I may not be able to accompany you any further." The old mage sighed softly within. His only solace lay in the fact that both children had inherited his talent. At merely 6 years old, they could cast some simple first-ring spells, all of which were transmutation-based and quite potent, equipped with excellent magical items. As long as fortune did not frown upon them, and they avoided encounters with top-tier predators like white dragons or winter wolves, they stood a good chance of reaching his old friend. Lilith clenched her small fists, exclaiming, "Grandfather is the best. We'll drive away those bad people, and then we can go home." Amos, unlike his sister, was not so naive. From Morton's slightly melancholic expression, he understood that the old mage would not find the confrontation as effortless as he claimed. If that were the case, why had he only now decided to face them head-on? The young boy gritted his teeth, silent, as a fierce flame of vengeance ignited within him. Time passed quietly, and soon 2 figures appeared on the horizon, both men of approximately 40 years of age. Their faces exuding wisdom and elemental energies radiating impressively around them. "Morton, surrender the lava key, and we shall grant you the chance to live, provided you never set foot on the lands of the southern principalities again and sign a contract before the God of Light, pledging never to seek revenge against the forces of the Duchy of Moxa." The high-ranking mage of the manipulation school flickered with a strange light in his eyes, as formless mental energy surged through the air towards the old mage. Morton's stance remained unwavering, surrounded by a magical field that severed the underhanded manipulation spells of his adversary. "Time is indeed merciless. My era has already slipped away," Morton mused with self-deprecation. The 2 unfamiliar high-ranking mages before him displayed an air of assured victory, devoid of any hint of caution. In his heyday, had any mage of equal standing dared to appear before him with such brazen confidence. He remained silent, drawing the 2 youths close, and solemnly removed a ring from his finger, entrusting it to Amos while whispering a few incantations through a sound-transmitting spell. In that instant, the old mage's expression transformed, becoming solemn, grave, and austere, yet tinged with a fervent zeal, as he uttered obscure incantations. Were any familiar friends or foes from his earlier days to witness the old mage's visage, they would undoubtedly flee at once rather than linger. Yet the 2 high-ranking mages merely regarded him with cautious expressions. casting numerous counterspells and layering diverse protective shields upon themselves. That a pea-sized, luminous fireball manifested at the tip of Morton's staff, aimed directly at the two figures in the sky. A third circle fireball spell. The two high-ranking mages exchanged glances, for Morton's casting gesture bore a striking resemblance to that of the fireball spell. However, they understood that what Morton was conjuring could not possibly be a third circle fireball, prompting them to exercise greater caution and envelop themselves in additional defensive spells. Soon thereafter, the old mage's gaze turned fervently excited, yet his complexion suddenly grew haggard, as pale as parchment. He burned his life force and spirit, his magical energy gushing forth like a flood unleashed, continuously infusing the small fireball with an overwhelming surge. Ninth circle spell. Great Sun Fireball. More accurately, the ninth circle spell. Morton's Great Sun Fireball. That he remained at the seventh circle. Yet his mind constructed multiple spell models of both the eighth and ninth circles, all variations of the fireball spell. The price of casting was his very life. Please convey my regards to my worthless son. The old mage managed a pained smile, his already aged features seemingly aging a decade in an instant, exuding an air of exhaustion at that moment, under the astonished gazes of the two unknown high-ranking mages. The small fireball at the tip of his staff soared into the air, instantly materializing beside them, expanding abruptly into a dazzling miniature sun, engulfing the two entirely. Layers of shields shattered, spells faltered, the colossal fireball rolled incessantly, illuminating the sky, just as its name suggested, like a blazing sun at noon. Below, Morton tilted his head back, his gaze tranquil as he quietly reveled in the artistry of the spell's brilliance. Simultaneously, he squeezed out the last vestige of magical energy, forming a shield around the two children to shield them from the scorching aftermath of the Great Sun Fireball. Both children were enraptured by the resplendent glow of the spell, their faces alight with excitement. Oblivious to Morton's peculiar state, he propped himself up with his staff, barely standing, his eyes gradually glazing over, the reflection of the inferno filling his vision as his pupils slowly dilated. 2 days later, within the riverbed dragon's lair, not a whisper stirred. The river flowed serenely, the slumbering white dragon beneath yet to awaken. Simultaneously, within the territory of the ice cliff, the population of over 300 frost spirits remained peacefully in accordance with Galen's final instructions, with some training white hunting hounds and fearsome lizards, while others imparted various knowledge to the newborns, creating a harmonious atmosphere overall. However, in Galen's third domain, the Ogre Basin, the towering and robust Yuga the Bone Crusher found himself restless. For the past few days, he had led 4 other dragonblood ogres in search of medium-sized magical creatures for Galen, yet suitable prey had evaded them. The vast expanse of the extreme northern ice plains was inherently sparsely populated, with magical beings even more scarce. If fortune turned decidedly poor, encountering a magical creature within a week was not out of the realm of possibility. The repeated futility weighed heavily on Yuga the Bone Crusher's heart, as he had managed to hunt down but a single creature during this time. While he perceived Galen as a benevolent and compassionate lord, he understood profoundly that Galen would not tolerate a horde of inept subordinates incapable of accomplishing even minor tasks. To avoid being abandoned by the swiftly maturing true dragon lord, Yuga the Bone Crusher resolved to venture further south, in pursuit of a substantial bounty of magical creatures to serve as offerings for Galen. In the southern regions, the density of magical beings was somewhat higher. Uno, Jarnal, you 4 shall accompany me to leave the Bone Crusher tribe. This time we must capture prey that satisfies our master. Yuga the Bone Crusher summoned 4 dragon-blood ogres from the tribe, hefting a dark, blood-tinged mace, and strode purposefully out of the Ogre Basin, heading southward. The 5 dragon-blood ogres, each towering at least 3 meters, exuded an aura that bespoke of their formidable strength. They traversed the desolate ice plains, gradually distancing themselves from the Ogre Basin as time elapsed, heading ever southward. Along the way, the dragonblood ogres encountered numerous magical creatures, but regrettably, several medium-sized magical beings they came across possessed heightened senses, swiftly fleeing upon detecting the hostile presence of the ogres. While the ogres were robust and fierce, their swiftness was not their strong suit, leaving them helpless as they watched their quarry escape. Creatures capable of surviving in the extreme northern ice plains were inherently astute and alert. Alas, at this rate, Yuga shall be forsaken by his master. Galen's demand was for at least 1 medium-sized magical being, Yet merely meeting Galen's minimum requirement was not Yuga the Bone Crusher's desire. Otherwise, he could have already reported back. A sense of heaviness enveloped Yuga the Bone Crusher as he trudged through the scattered snowflakes. Accompanied by the other ogres, his gaze constantly shifting in search of a fitting target. In stark contrast, the other 4 dragon blood ogres appeared less invested, merely trailing behind, suspected of slacking off. Most ogres were inherently lazy, preferring to avoid using their intellect. Yuga the Bone Crusher, diligent and thoughtful, stood as an anomaly among them. Understanding his kin's nature, Yuga the Bone Crusher had employed numerous methods to attempt to instill a sense of responsibility within them. However, altering an organism's inherent nature was no simple feat. He could only turn a blind eye, hoping to subtly guide his kin through gradual influence. Silver-like snowflakes drifted from the sky. The group of dragon blood ogres arrived at a glacial highland. From the summit of the elevation, the view was expansive and the landscape vast, with the biting cold winds whipping against the exposed skin of the ogres. Below lay a gently sloping terrain. Further away were the plains. The extreme northern ice plains featured highlands, basins, hills, and ice valleys, but predominantly consisted of the endless barren white expanse. This moment, the dragonblood ogres were not in the mood to admire the sprawling crystalline vistas. For in their line of sight, upon the gentle slope ahead, 2 seemingly tender and delectable human children gazed up in astonishment, locking eyes with them in silence. A boy and a girl, both clad in exquisitely adorned robes inscribed with intricate runes. The frigid winds of the extreme north whistled past, thwarted by the invisible barrier emanating from their robes. Additionally, they adorned themselves with sparkling accessories on their wrists, necks, and fingers, radiating with a soft glow, drawing elemental energy from the surroundings. Most striking of all was the vibrant red staff the boy carried upon his back. The fire-red staff, measuring 1 meter and 3 centimeters, was adorned with flame-like patterns and exuded waves of warmth. At its apex lay a beautiful diamond-shaped crystal, within which fiery liquid roiled, unmistakably an object of extraordinary nature. After a moment of surprise, Yuga the Bone Crusher's heart swelled with elation. He remembered every command Galen had given him, particularly the desire to embellish the dragon's lair with magical gemstones. Now awakened with spell-like abilities post-transformation, Yuga the Bone Crusher could discern magical items, his gaze fixed eagerly upon the 2 human children. "Thank you, nature, for your bounty." Yuga the Bone Crusher roared in the tongue of giants. "Seize them." He charged ahead, striding towards the children with the ferocity of a tank, with the other ogres bellowing behind him in pursuit. "Run!" The young boy, upon regaining his senses, turned pale and seized the hand of the little girl, fleeing in haste. His instincts warned him that these peculiar and exceptionally robust ogres were formidable opponents he could not contend with. They darted away with remarkable swiftness, as agile as snow monkeys accustomed to surviving in the frigid northern tundras, evidently under the influence of some arcane enchantment. Roar, roar, roar. You cannot escape, delectable little morsels. Don't run. I shall devour you, one of the dragon-blooded ogres exclaimed, drooling with excitement. In the ogre's mind, there existed a singular conviction. Humans were exceedingly delectable. Yuga, the Bone Crusher, struck the ogre's head with a resounding slap. Scolding, such human delicacies are meant to be offered to the master. You fool. Wipe that drool away. Amos and Lilith, unable to comprehend the giant's tongue, nonetheless understood the ogre's malicious intent without the need for words. Their meaning unmistakable. Moments later, Amos and Lilith found themselves encircled by the dragon-blooded ogres, their faces ashen. Surrounding them was a dome of flame, a protective barrier that kept the ogres at bay. One ogre, curious, reached out to poke it, only to yelp in pain, clutching its finger and blowing on it as its skin reddened and steamed, owing to their inheritance of the bloodline of the white dragon. The dragon-blooded ogres exhibited low resistance to fire damage, and the quality of the fire-red staff allowed for the activation of defensive spells with minimal magical energy, yielding impressive results. Witnessing this, Yuga the Bone Crusher felt a surge of delight, for it indicated that the 2 human children were indeed fledgling spellcasters. The former 2-headed ogre chief had relished the flesh and blood of spellcasters, and Yuga mused that if Galen were to see the tribute he presented, he would surely be overjoyed. With this thought, Yuga slowly raised his dark, spiked mace. The muscles in his arms bulged like those of a small rodent, the mace entwined with crimson light, sending chills down Amos's spine. "Heh, little ones, you are now Yuga's trophies." Yuga the Bone Crusher cackled, gripping the mace with both hands and bringing it down with tremendous force. Thud, in the eyes of the terrified Amos and Lilith. The flame shield erupted with a shower of sparks, cracking audibly. Following the first strike, a relentless barrage of heavy blows rained down upon the flame shield, the fissures spreading like a spider's web. Soon, Amidst's magical energy was depleted, his complexion as pale as a sheet, in a dragon's lair adorned with a layer of ice crystals. A pair of platinum dragon eyes slowly opened. Galen stirred his body, intending to unfurl his dragon wings and stretch his muscles, but the confines of the cramped lair caused his wings to collide with the walls, leaving visible scratches that it should be safe now. He calculated that he had been asleep for nearly 2 weeks, his stomach now empty. A wave of hunger surged within him, grasping the remnants of shattered armor and a rusted iron sword. He swiftly departed from the riverbed lair, emerging once more beneath the expansive sky of the frigid northern tundra amidst a shower of sparkling droplets. The bright, gentle sunlight cascaded from above, gilding the snow-laden world in a golden hue. Galen gazed upward, spotting the silent sun radiating light and warmth, nurturing all life. The golden sunlight illuminated Galen's dragon scales, momentarily casting him in a resplendent glow, as if he had transformed from a white dragon into a golden one. While I slumbered, the polar night had passed, the polar day had arrived. Barring any extraordinary harsh weather, sunlight would envelop the northern tundra for 6 months. During this period, the ice and snow in many areas would melt, revealing the underlying brown permafrost, and resilient plants that had endured the polar night would soon blossom into life. After observing the beauty of the polar day, Galen flapped his wings and darted straight toward the ice cliff territory. Before long, he returned to the ice cliff lair. After tossing the 2 ancient artifacts he had unearthed into the lair, Galen soared into the howling cold wind, heading directly toward a region in the northwest corner of his domain. Minutes later, a herd of enormous mammoths appeared in Galen's line of sight. These colossal beasts roamed leisurely in groups. Their appearance resembled that of elephants, yet their bodies were more robust, shaking the ground with their movements. All while being covered in a thick layer of fur and possessing fearsome, spear-like white tusks that belonged to the white dragon mother. However, in contrast to their imposing size, this herd of mammoths exhibited a remarkably timid nature, particularly in the presence of dragons. Upon Galen's emergence, his draconic aura radiated outward, causing the hefty mammoths, weighing nearly as much as he did, to tremble uncontrollably, paralyzed by the supernatural mental pressure of his presence. Unable to flee, such a large size wasted, Galen shook his head, diving low and seizing an adult mammoth with his powerful claws, swiftly ascending. The panic-stricken mammoth broke free from the grip of the draconic aura. Thrashing about in midair, Galen lowered his head and exhaled a frost breath, effortlessly freezing the massive creature into an icy statue. Not a magical creature, nor a ferocious species, these beasts possessed lamentable elemental resistance, failing to withstand even a second, meeting their demise instantaneously. After returning to the lair with his meal, Galen's peripheral vision caught sight of the pile of spell scrolls. Suddenly, he remembered that among his spell scrolls lay a classic fireball spell. Since transforming into a dragon, he had yet to savor cooked food, and the mere thought of the savory aroma of roasted meat made him swallow hard. Would it be extravagant to use a fireball spell scroll to roast meat? Galen picked up the fireball scroll. Contrary to his previous assumptions, the fireball spell was not a low-tier spell, but rather a 3rd-tier spell. With one more tier, it could ascend to a mid-tier spell. In terms of sheer power, some 4th-tier spells could hardly rival the fireball spell. I have yet to utilize a spell scroll. I should practice for future use of the voracious tooth vortex. Galen contemplated a suitable rationale, and with a flick of his claw, unfurled the rolled spell scroll. Whoosh! Rich crimson elemental energy surged forth from the scroll, igniting spontaneously. Galen's gaze sharpened as he infused his mental energy into it. The principles of spellcasting had covered the use of spell scrolls. The first method involved tearing it open and tossing it at an enemy, akin to the most rudimentary grenade approach. While this was prone to accidental friendly fire, it could be utilized by anyone lacking magical knowledge. The second method entailed ripping it open and guiding the magical energy contained within the scroll with one's mental energy to lock onto a target, thus completing the spellcasting while expending only a minuscule amount of mental energy, with the spell's magical power entirely drawn from the scroll. This method yielded high precision and was less prone to error, but could only be employed by spellcasters, limiting its accessibility. Galen channeled the magical energy of the fireball spell, locking onto the nearby mammoth's body. The flames promptly contracted, transforming into a pea-sized fireball that appeared harmless. even somewhat adorable, yet Galen could keenly perceive the highly compressed elemental energy within. Under his control, the tiny fireball zipped forth with a whoosh, landing on the mammoth's frozen carcass. Boom! The air shook violently. A wave of heat washing over him. Blazing flames erupted, engulfing a radius of approximately 7 meters, incinerating the entire mammoth in a fiery embrace. Galen blinked in astonishment at the effects of this classic spell. Transformation magic. Alas, I lack knowledge of transformation spells. He recalled the mesmerizing glow of the spell he had witnessed a week prior, a yearning blossoming within him. The flames, devoid of any combustible support, gradually extinguished. Yet the fire ignited upon the mighty mammoth continued to blaze, its lush fur serving as excellent kindling. Soon, a rich, savory aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air, causing Galen's stomach to rumble in anticipation. After a brief wait, as the tantalizing scent of the mammoth meat enveloped him, Galen extinguished the flames and eagerly began to feast, despite lacking any spices and the cooking being less than perfect. The mammoth meat was not exquisite, yet Galen found satisfaction in it, having gone too long without a proper meal. In the palate of dragons, cooked and raw meat each held their unique allure, one fragrant and robust, the other exquisitely fresh. He could accept both. Before long, having devoured an entire mammoth, Galen licked his lips, still craving more. He set out to catch another mammoth, this time intending to eat it frozen for a change of flavor. However, as he returned to the dragon's lair, just before he could begin his meal, an excited shout, mingled with the sound of the wind, reached Galen's ears. Master, Yuga has something wonderful to present to you. You will surely adore it. Something wonderful? Could it be the magical gemstones I previously instructed? Galen pondered. Beneath the icy cliffs of the extreme north, bathed in the gentle golden light of the sun, Yuga the Bonebreaker appeared visibly thrilled, grasping a humanoid creature in one hand. Galen descended, his expression one of astonishment. He rubbed his eyes, fearing a misperception, yet upon a closer inspection, he beheld two frightened, humanoid children. Indeed, they were two small human beings, seemingly around 6 or 7 years of age, with innocent and unassuming faces. Human children? How could they possibly appear in the frigid expanse of the far north? A wave of curiosity surged within Galen, but before he could contemplate further, his attention was drawn to a myriad of magical artifacts shimmering with elemental light. Particularly captivating was a fiery red staff adorning Yuga's waist. Its elemental radiance blindingly brilliant, with vibrant flames swirling around the crystal at its tip. Within the crystal, clusters of flame-like liquid danced alluringly, exuding an air of mystique. Additionally, the two children were clothed in robes etched with runes. Exquisite necklaces, bracelets, and boots, all magical items, entwined with faint elemental glow. At the same moment, the two human children stood pale, gazing up at Galen's majestic dragon form with awe and terror. The shadow cast by his wings obscured the sunlight, enveloping the ogre along with them. The very name of the dragon, even at the tender age of 6, was known to them. In the continent of Noah, adults often recounted tales of the 5-colored dragon that devours humans, cautioning children against lingering outside at night. Beyond the 5-colored dragon, various benevolent dragons roamed human societies, leaving behind enchanting legends. Dragons were the most revered and feared beings among humans in Noah, without exception. Galen extended a clawed finger towards the fiery red staff. Yuga promptly released the two children, allowing them to tumble onto the cold, snowy ground, and then, with both hands raised, offered the staff to Galen with utmost reverence. In the territory of the true dragon, these mere children stood no chance of escape. There was no need to hold on to them any longer. Galen glanced at the two human children, remaining silent. Then he redirected his gaze, examining the fiery red staff, and in the tongue of giants, inquired of Yuga, "From where did you capture these two humans?" Yuga recounted the tale of their capture in detail. Finally, it licked its lips, seemingly recalling something, and addressed Galen. "Master, human flesh is delectable, especially that of young children. You should eat them while they are still warm, lest they freeze and become unappetizing," Galen replied. "You have tasted human flesh?" "No," Yuga stammered. Yuga only heard the old ogres speak of it, but those old ogres learned it from even older ones. Yuga the Bonebreaker awkwardly shook its head. It was exceedingly rare to encounter humans in the far north. Ordinary folk could not possibly traverse the desolate and frigid expanse of the extreme north. Galen turned his attention back to the two children, playing with the fiery red staff as he observed them. The little girl, with her delicate, pale complexion and a cascade of golden hair, was currently biting her lip, too frightened to utter a word, her head bowed in avoidance of Galen's gaze as her body trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the little boy beside her, seeing Galen's attention fixed on his sister, instinctively stepped forward, shielding her behind him, defiantly raising his chin to meet Galen's gaze. Galen paused, intrigued by the boy's courage. His platinum dragon eyes, sharp and menacing, naturally exuded an aura of draconic might as his focus fell upon the boy. The palpable fear of being targeted by a top-tier predator weighed heavily upon the boy. His complexion turning ashen, beads of sweat forming in the biting cold. As he gradually lowered his head, Galen, satisfied, retracted a hint of his draconic might. He held no fondness for those who dared to meet his gaze. Knowing that such creatures could easily be extinguished with a single breath, bravery, the courage of the weak holds no value that if he unleashed the full extent of his draconic presence, it would shatter their minds. That flicker of courage was inconsequential. From whence do you come, and why do you find yourselves in the far north? Galen inquired, looking down upon the two children, speaking in the common tongue of Noah. As he had suppressed his draconic might, the stout-hearted little boy managed to suppress his fear of the five-colored dragon, gazing up at Galen and stammering, "If you are to eat, then eat me. Spare my sister, she is foolish and not worth eating." The little girl beside him remained motionless, as if paralyzed by fear, her pupils dilated. Though she was the boy's sister, her demeanor starkly contrasted with his. Or perhaps her reaction was simply that of a typical human child encountering a colossal dragon. Galen's voice deepened, steady and calm. "Answer my question." The voice of a dragon possesses a penetrating power, rendering the boy's already pale countenance even paler, as if he were a sheet of paper submerged in water, crumbling at the slightest touch. Then, as if awakening from a stupor, the boy clenched his fists tightly, flames seemingly igniting in his eyes, and slowly began to recount what he knew to Galen. Galen listened intently to the boy's account, his expression contemplative. The southern human nations were embroiled in war, and the ripples of conflict had reached even the far north. "What are your names?" "My name is Amidst Tulip, and my sister is Lilith Tulip," the boy replied truthfully. Galen fell silent, contemplating how to handle the two human children, descendants of a high-ranking mage, while to the side, Amos, his voice strained and filled with trepidation, bravely declared, "Esteemed true dragon, if you cherish my grandfather's staff, then it is yours." Galen's gaze deepened, and he lowered his head slightly, saying, "You seem to have misunderstood. It is already mine, as are you." With a powerful thrust of his formidable dragon head, the breath he exhaled washed over Amos's face, causing the boy's heart to nearly cease its rhythm. The petite and fragile Lilith fainted instantly, collapsing to the ground without a sound. Galen observed the two human children, devoid of pity or sympathy for his kind. Free from prejudice or disdain, he regarded them with the same indifference he held for all creatures. From the moment of his birth, he had resembled a human clad in dragon skin, often reminiscing about his former humanity, his emotions wavering. But as time passed, he grew ever more pure. Galen was acutely aware of this transformation. Yet he had never resisted it, whether human or dragon. He simply was himself. As Galen reflected inwardly, Amos was racking his brain, desperately seeking a chance for survival for himself and his sister. After several agonizing seconds, Amos suddenly grasped at a glimmer of hope and exclaimed, "Esteemed true dragon, I wish to propose a trade with you." Galen's interest piqued, and he replied calmly, "You are but trophies of mine. What could you possibly offer in trade?" Recalling his grandfather's whispered words before his passing, Amos's expression darkened, yet he steeled himself and boldly offered, "This space ring contains my grandfather's spell research notes and numerous valuable magical materials." He extended his finger, and a delicate, ring-shaped artifact shimmered with brilliance. Galen cast a glance at the spatial ring and remarked, "Though it is upon you, it already belongs to me." Amos shook his head, voluntarily removing the ring and handing it to Galen, saying, "The spatial ring requires a specific incantation to unlock. Forcing it open will only result in the destruction of its contents." Galen held the spatial ring in his hand, scrutinizing it for a moment before attempting an unlocking spell. But to no avail. Indeed, it bore an unusual magical seal, one crafted by a high-ranking mage, which Galen could not decipher. He turned his gaze towards Amos, remaining silent, fearing that Galen might harbor murderous intent. Amos hastily implored, "I only wish to survive with my sister. I sincerely request that you accept the ring and, in the name of the dragon god, swear not to harm us and allow us to depart." I shall immediately reveal the unlocking incantation to you, my sister, and I will also vow before the god of light that we will not seek revenge against you by any means. Directly or indirectly. The young boy's expression was fraught with anxiety, his words measured as he awaited Galen's response. Subsequently, Galen examined the other magical items on them, finding no additional storage artifacts. After stripping away their magical possessions, Galen slowly stated, "Tell me the incantation, and I will let you go." Before joy could fully register on Amidst's face, Galen's voice halted, coldly adding, "However, one incantation and one ring. Do you truly believe it possible to compel a true dragon to swear by the name of a god?" Amidst's countenance tightened, speech eluding him beneath the shadow of Galen's dragon wings. What do you want?" Galen replied with a flat gaze and an inexplicable tone. "You may choose to trust a true dragon's promise. Then, you shall swear in the name of the god of light." Amidst's face fluctuated in color as he glanced at his unconscious sister. Under Galen's calm scrutiny, he finally bowed his head and said, "Mr. True Dragon, I believe in your promise." He then divulged the incantation to Galen. With the incantation in mind, Galen's mental energy extended to touch the spatial ring, and instantly, he perceived a space of several dozen cubic meters in his mind, filled with various spellcasting materials, similar wands, robes, scattered magical gemstones, and a plethora of gold coins, along with a dozen thick tomes that Galen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having recently seized the treasure of the White Dragon Mother, he was now acquiring even greater wealth, delivered to him effortlessly, which filled him with uncontainable delight. Meanwhile, Amidst's heart raced, anxiously gazing at Galen, aware that the fate of both himself and his sister hung in the balance. Galen fixed his gaze on Amidst, and in light of his good mood, finally spoke. "Swear. He was not a malevolent dragon. His temperament leaned towards neutrality, prioritizing his own interests over senseless slaughter and destruction." Amidst was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy, relief washing over him after surviving calamity. After making his vow, the unconscious Lilith stirred awake, still somewhat dazed as she too swore to the god. In Noah continent, swearing by the name of existing deities carried severe consequences should one break their vow. Invoking divine scrutiny and curses. "Roy, escort them beyond my territory." Upon receiving Galen's command, the frost spirit approached the two children, lifting them and carrying them away in accordance with Galen's instructions. Afterward, Galen returned to the ice cliff dragon nest with his newfound treasures. He discarded the frozen mammoth he had yet to consume as a reward for Yuga, the bone crusher, before returning to the dragon's lair. Within the ice cliff dragon nest, Galen's eyes gleamed as he examined the spatial ring. This petite, gleaming white ring, crafted to fit a human finger, was too small for him, even smaller than his dragon scales. Moments later, he uttered the incantation, focusing his intent on the spatial ring. Immediately, ripples of energy emanated from the ring, causing a multitude of items to cascade forth, forming a small pile in no time. Among these, the most numerous were unfamiliar magical materials, various plant specimens, biological tissues, and rune-engraved stones, all exceptionally well preserved. Furthermore, Galen was particularly intrigued by the magical gemstones, gold coins adorned with tulip patterns, and the dozen thick tomes. He poured all the magical gemstones and coins onto his crystalline bed, delighted to find they could barely cover its surface, albeit in a thin layer. Galen inhaled deeply, the intensified elemental energy enveloping him in comfort, quickening the flow of his blood. Soon after, he lay upon the uneven treasure-laden bed, storing the enigmatic magical materials within the spatial ring, placing it in a corner beside the bed. The thick tomes lay beside him, and Galen cautiously picked up the first one, his gaze fixated on its contents. This tome contained the insights of a high-ranking old mage on the school of transmutation spells, particularly an extensive focus on various fireball spells, which filled numerous pages, while other types were merely summarized in a few lines. In the realm of magic, spells divide into 8 schools, with fireballs and others. The peculiar obsession expressed in the words and script regarding fireball spells left Galen with a strange expression. Yet his curiosity only deepened as he continued reading. Time slipped away, and Galen meticulously perused the notes, his comprehension of transmutation spells, especially fireballs, growing increasingly profound, committing many foundational rune incantations to memory. Having set down the first tome, he shifted his attention to the second, then the third. His expression was grave yet tinged with the joy of acquiring knowledge. After an uninterrupted study spanning 3 full days, Galen exhaled slowly, closing the last tome with a sense of lingering desire for more. In total, there were 16 tomes. 11 documented the old mage's lifelong insights into spells, greatly enriching Galen's understanding of the transmutation school. However, what thrilled him more were the remaining 5 tomes. Should these 5 tomes be revealed, they would undoubtedly incite fierce competition and conflict among the transmutation mages of Noah continent, for they contained numerous high-ranking variants of the fireball spell, including 3 distinct types of 9-ring fireball spells, adorned with intricate and esoteric runes that left Galen feeling dizzy. The worth of these tomes surpassed all other treasures combined. Galen had etched the contents into his mind, yet he meticulously stored all the tomes away. He then softly closed his eyes, using his mental energy as a quill, concentrating his thoughts to gradually sketch a spell model resembling a burning fireball within his mind. Constructing a spell model was the first and most challenging step in spellcasting. This process demanded a robust mental strength from the caster to meticulously inscribe a flawless model within their consciousness, imagining every detail, the shape of the runes, their arrangement, and the angles of the lines. An ordinary person's mental strength, if untrained, would only suffice to carve simple geometric shapes in their awareness. Capturing all the intricate details of a burning fireball was no trivial feat. Galen's mental strength was sufficient. However, while constructing the spell model, he failed twice due to inexperience, consuming over an hour. On the 3rd attempt, he finally breathed a sigh of relief as his tense mind relaxed out a vivid fireball, composed of over 300 runes arranged in a unique formation, now floated within Galen's consciousness. It was done. Galen's face brightened with delight as he extended his dragon claw. Reciting the activation incantation for the fireball spell, he infused magical energy into the spell model. In the next moment, a tiny fireball, no larger than a pea, materialized at his fingertip, appearing as a trivial speck in comparison to his imposing form. The appearance of the 3-ring fireball spell seemed deceptively harmless. Just a diminutive fireball, who would suspect it to be the most potent among all low-tier spells? Go. With a mere thought, Galen flicked his finger, sending the small fireball soaring through the air, tracing a bright arc before striking the icy wall. Boom! A relentless heat wave surged forth, with clusters of flames raging fiercely, engulfing an area of approximately 10 meters in radius, transforming it into a miniature sea of fire, a sight of considerable grandeur. The spell I conjured with my own hands wielded significantly greater power than that of a mere spell scroll. Galen extended his dragon claw, placing it amidst the inferno to roast himself. A wave of heat washed over him. However, the brief contact was insufficient to inflict any pain. His constitution, primarily that of a time dragon, granted him remarkable resistance to various elemental damages, unlike that of a white dragon, whose susceptibility to fire-based attacks could nearly double the damage taken after enduring the flames for a considerable duration. Galen felt a faint, negligible sting. Had he not been attuned to it, he might have overlooked even that minor discomfort. This formidable spell, akin to a 4th-tier fireball, inflicted minimal harm upon him, and he was still but 2 years of age. Galen himself was uncertain of the extent of his magical resistance. The magical immunity of dragons typically increases with age, with even ordinary ancient dragons being immune to the majority of mid-tier spells. Galen speculated that upon reaching adulthood, perhaps only legendary spells would pose a challenge to him, rendering even high-tier spells ineffective against his prowess. After warming his hands, Galen exhaled a frosty breath, twisting his neck to freeze the surrounding raging flames. The burning inferno was encased within irregular clusters of ice crystals, resembling a work of art. Subsequently, Galen did not linger in the icy dragon lair. He soared outwards, seeking a more open and level expanse within his territory to practice and test the potency of spells. After all, a dragon's lair is primarily a place for rest and repose. At that moment, Galen held the crimson staff, deep in thought. Dragons, too, could utilize magical artifacts to augment their abilities, although the staff appeared diminutive in his grasp. Its effects remained unchanged. Just as one would wield a toothpick, Galen focused intently as he held the fiery staff. He cast the fireball spell once more, but instead of allowing his magical energy to be expelled directly, he guided it through the crimson staff. Suddenly, the staff illuminated with a fiery elemental brilliance, drawing in a vast amount of elemental energy into the crystal at its tip, thereby enhancing Galen's magical power. Ultimately, a fireball erupted from the top of the staff, hurtling towards the ground 40 meters away. With a resounding boom, a 15-meter radius was instantly enveloped in flames, the fireball's potency amplified by approximately 50%. The rapidly rising temperature melted away the surrounding snow, revealing the brown, frozen earth beneath. This power had already reached the level of a fourth-tier spell and was indeed stronger than an ordinary fourth-tier spell. The fire breath imitation technique once employed by the two-headed ogre paled in comparison to this fireball spell. Galen, grasping the small staff, felt a stir of emotions. The fireball spell, enhanced by the crimson staff, exhibited a significant increase in both its coverage and temperature. Such a fireball striking him could indeed inflict some damage. According to the old mage's notes, the third-tier fireball spell was the most basic of spells. The fourth-tier explosive fireball, the fifth-tier magma fireball, the sixth-tier blazing fireball. If these spells were further amplified by the crimson staff, their power made Galen keenly anticipate the future. The acceleration state and time stop did not possess direct lethal capabilities. What he currently lacked was a means of substantial destructive force. Simultaneously, Galen was struck by a thought. Could the acceleration effect of time manipulation be applied to spells? Most spells had rapid attack speeds, making them difficult to evade. If he could attack at 5 times the speed, Galen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly began to experiment. He cast the fireball spell while expending time energy, striving to extend the effects of the acceleration state outward. His initial attempts were predominantly failures. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. Yet, as time passed, the power of time gradually aligned with Galen's intent, attaching itself to the fireball spell he was casting. Whoosh! The speed doubled, rendering the fireball nearly invisible as it soared through the air, crashing into the ground and exploding into a vast conflagration. Only after the flames erupted did the deafening sound reach Galen's ears. The speed had exceeded the sound barrier. Galen's expression was a blend of joy and disappointment. He was elated that the acceleration state could indeed be applied to spells, yet disheartened that the acceleration's effect on spells was far inferior to that on his physical form, and also consumed more energy. He had utilized 5 times the speed of time energy, yet the fireball's velocity had only increased by a little over double. Given that the time spent was not excessive, Galen believed there was still room for improvement in the accelerated fireball spell. After a moment of disappointment, he quickly revitalized his spirits, even if it did not reach the acceleration effect of his physical form. Achieving half of that would be more than sufficient. His acceleration state was not static. Its efficacy would enhance as he aged. In the days that followed, Galen's life became monotonous, yet simple. He focused on learning spells, researching the integration of time energy with spells, and resting in the elementally vibrant dragon lair. Though tedious, he found joy in it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On a sunny, dry, and crisp day, Galen had just consumed a roasted ice-blade wolf, a powerful mammoth encased in ice crystals, and a 15-meter-long icefall serpent, feeling invigorated and brimming with magical energy. During this time, he had immersed himself in the study of spells and had not ventured out to hunt. All his sustenance had been provided by the extreme northern ice spirits and ogres, saving him considerable effort. To him, the greatest benefit of having subordinates lay in this as for the combat prowess and growth rate of these subordinates. They were negligible in his eyes. Having satisfied his hunger, Galen made his way to a vast expanse of ice-covered ground spanning hundreds of meters. Here, not a trace of snow remained. The black-brown, hardened frozen earth bore numerous marks left by spells. Charred blackened areas, frosted white patches, and cuts. The old mage's notes were filled primarily with research insights, documenting spell models mainly of higher-tier spells, with only a single model for 3rd to 6th tier spells available for Galen to learn. Currently, his mental and magical strength allowed him to cast 4th tier spells. His previous attempts to inscribe 5th tier spell models had ended in failure once his mental energy was depleted. The mental fortitude of dragons similarly increased with age, and each slumber brought substantial enhancement. The meditation methods employed by human spellcasters were ill-suited for dragons. Among the old mage's notes was a fireball meditation technique, wherein one envisioned a colossal fireball within the realm of consciousness, allowing the flames to scorch their awareness to hone their mental strength. Galen had attempted this. However, the minuscule increase in mental strength during his meditation paled in comparison to the natural growth achieved from a simple nap. At this juncture, Galen had mastered the 4th tier explosive fireball. The potency of this enhanced spell, augmented by acceleration and the staff, astonished even him. Apart from spells from the energy manipulation school, he had not neglected the incantations and transformation spells acquired from the two-headed ogre. The frost and cutting marks on the ground serving as evidence of these spell school's effects. The 4th tier spells of incantation included the Cold Pearl and Flame Pearl, while the fourth-tier transformation spells encompassed the dragon breath, imitation, and enlargement spells, all of which Galen had comprehended. His interest in those two incantation school's fourth-tier spells was not particularly high, as the frost dragon breath and explosive fireball served as their superior alternatives, rendering their effects somewhat redundant. His greatest curiosity lay in the recently learned enlargement spell. In the open space, Galen spread his dragon wings, eager to experiment. Infusing magical energy into the enlargement spell model, he directed it toward himself. In an instant, a rich elemental radiance enveloped his form. As the rising light swirled around him, his body began to expand at a visibly rapid pace. His wings widened and lengthened, and his horns thickened and grew larger. Before long, a formidable Galen, measuring 16 meters in length, stood in place, his wingspan nearly 20 meters, casting a vast shadow over the ground. Galen's face radiated excitement as he brought his dragon claw down heavily upon the earth. Crash! The ground trembled violently, earth and stones flying as a deep indentation resembling a dragon's claw was left behind. Surrounded by a network of gnarled fissures, the dragon's claw clenched into a fist. Power surging and coalescing, Galen mused that in such a state, he could likely knock out the white dragon lady with a single punch, sparing himself the trouble he had faced that day. Feeling the rapid depletion of magical energy within him, Galen, after a brief bout of exhilaration that left the ground in disarray, dispelled his giant transformation and reverted to his 12-meter form. The magical expenditure of the transformation was considerable. Yet having experienced a larger physique, this sudden return left Galen feeling somewhat disoriented. He pondered how long it would be before he could embrace the slumber of evolution, although he was uncertain of the exact timeline. Residing in the dragon's lair, where elemental energies thrived, led him to believe it would not be long. He hoped that during his next slumber, he would grow to the size of an adult white dragon, akin to his form when he had cast the giant transformation. It would be even more splendid if he could master some temporal abilities as well. At that moment, two bear cubs tumbled and rolled towards him playfully. Standing on their hind legs, they had already reached nearly 2 meters in height. Despite being mere cubs, their size was comparable to that of ordinary wild bears, and they had even acquired some rudimentary magical abilities. Their growth rate was significantly faster than that of typical Arctic bears, a phenomenon Galen suspected was influenced by his presence. Additionally, they bore a faint draconic aura. Despite Galen not having conducted any transformation on the bear cubs, non-draconic beings imbued with draconic blood can be classified into 3 distinct categories. The first comprises the followers who have undergone transformation by true dragons, which is the most common occurrence. The second category, like the bear cubs, is characterized by an unintentional absorption of draconic essence while dwelling within a true dragon's territory, gradually undergoing transformation over time. The third type consists of the progeny born from the union of a true dragon and another species, known as dragonkin. While true dragons and other beings do not face reproductive isolation, the probability of producing dragonkin offspring is notably lower, leading to their scarcity. However, first-generation dragonkin may possess over half of their draconic heritage, enabling them to transform into dragons and granting them strength surpassing that of ordinary draconic beings. Contemplating this, Galen was inevitably struck by a question. If a high-quality true dragon like myself were to sire dragonkin with beings of different races, would they inherit a portion of my temporal abilities? If I were to mate with another true dragon, would our offspring be a time dragon or a white dragon? Should I find another legendary draconic partner? Would my progeny simultaneously possess the abilities of both legendary dragons? Driven by a sudden desire to explore the unknown, Galen momentarily felt the urge to create a dragonkin, though this impulse was fleeting. As a young dragon not yet 3 years old, such matters were still beyond his contemplation. The 2 bear cubs approached Galen affectionately, playfully surrounding him. After toying with them for a few minutes, he returned to his icy lair. He lay on the crystalline bed adorned with gems and gold, finding a comfortable position, and closed his eyes to drift into a deep slumber, having mastered the 4 ring spells. Galen now found himself in a rather leisurely state, with no need to hunt and no new knowledge to acquire. Aside from resting and sleeping, he had little else to occupy his time. Nevertheless, even ordinary sleep contributed to growth, albeit far less effectively than the slumber of evolution. Galen, who enjoyed sleeping, often returned to his lair to indulge in several days of slumber, relishing the vibrant elemental energies that danced around him. At that moment, he began to understand why the white dragon lady spent so much time sleeping. 3 days later, Galen awoke, feeling invigorated, with nothing to occupy his time and a yearning to practice his spells. he decided to venture out for a hunt. He had already settled on his target. The savage tiger. He had hunted numerous magical creatures, but had never encountered a savage species before. An image of a large, snow-white feline materialized in his mind. It was indeed the savage tiger he had previously encountered, which appeared to be quite formidable. Ordinary creatures no longer piqued his interest. He sought prey at least on par with Arctic bears or winter wolves to ignite his hunting desire. Moreover, he had never tasted the flesh of a savage species. Although it lacked elemental energy, this creature, capable of overpowering most magical beings solely through its brute strength, promised to have a delightful flavor. The Arctic expanse was home to many feline hunters, primarily ordinary beasts, with a few magical beings among them. By observing the savage tiger's appearance, Galen deduced that its original form belonged to an ordinary beast known as the frost tiger. Unlike the tigers of Earth, which occupy the upper echelons of the food chain, the frost tiger is situated at a lower tier within the Arctic ecosystem, as it lacks magical abilities and is not particularly large, making it vulnerable to most Arctic creatures. However, upon becoming a savage beast, it ascended to the ranks of top-tier hunters, rivaling even the Arctic bears. The strength of these savage beasts derives from elemental energy. But the specifics of the savage transformation remain unrecorded in the dragon's legacy. The contrast in power before and after the transformation is staggering for an ordinary beast. If a true dragon, already at the pinnacle of the ecological hierarchy, were to undergo savage transformation, what sort of dramatic enhancement in strength would it experience? Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Galen found himself profoundly intrigued by the ferocious species. He ascended into the air, his dragon wings pulsating as he swiftly departed from the dragon's lair, leaving behind the icy cliffs. Bathed in the soft, golden sunlight, he soared towards the location of the savage frost tiger etched in his memory. In the frigid expanse of the far north, formidable creatures typically inhabit well-defined territories. As long as the ferocious frost tiger still drew breath, Galen could effortlessly trace its whereabouts by returning to the site of their last encounter. The perpetual daylight of the northern tundra, reflecting the brilliance of the snow, rendered the world a shimmering spectacle, akin to a scene from a dream. With the absence of blizzards, visibility was remarkably unobstructed. Galen flapped his dragon wings high above, casting his gaze downward upon the icy plains. His extraordinary vision allowed him to discern the ground clearly from thousands of meters above, following an extended period of relentless snowstorms. Numerous famished creatures emerged from their lairs, beginning to traverse the icy terrain. Along his journey, Galen witnessed a plethora of bloody hunts, where the weak were mercilessly slain, their flesh and bones consumed by the powerful. Such scenes unfolded in this alabaster world in a relentless cycle, from which even true dragons were not exempt. As he reveled in the freedom of the skies, Galen felt a renewed vigor in his breath. During his flight, he encountered several flying magical beings, including some of considerable size. However, upon catching sight of Galen from a distance, these magical creatures instinctively retreated, wary of his proximity, including a white-feathered icewind eagle he had previously hunted. Now matured into a young dragon, he no longer faced the underestimation that had once led to his ambush. Before long, Galen arrived at the location where he had previously encountered the ferocious frost tiger. Lowering his head, he scanned the surrounding area with the precision of a radar, a flicker of brilliance passing through his platinum dragon eyes that he cast a spell to detect elemental auras. Suddenly, the snow-blanketed world transformed into a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors before his eyes. Fire, wind, water, each elemental essence shimmered in distinct hues. In the far north, the prevalence of water and wind elements was significant, flooding Galen's vision with shades of cyan and blue, while the red fire element constituted a mere tenth. Only when he tilted his gaze upwards towards the sun hanging in the firmament could he perceive the intense, blinding crimson of the fire element. The ethereal, translucent hues of the elemental auras that permeated the space did not obstruct Galen's sight. Unlike the opaque auras clinging to magical creatures or artifacts, which were readily apparent to him, while ferocious species lacked magical abilities, their entire bodies had undergone mutation due to elemental energy stimulation. Enveloped in elemental auras, albeit fainter than those of magical beings, Galen patiently searched, soaring in circles through the air. Within less than 2 minutes, his gaze halted, locking onto his target, the ferocious frost tiger, its fur a brilliant white interspersed with black stripes. Lay languidly upon the snow, meticulously grooming its coat. Dried blood stained its jaws and claws, evidence of a recent victorious battle. Having not seen the creature for nearly 2 months, Galen noted its size had subtly increased. The last time he encountered the frost tiger, its length from head to tail was nearly 10 meters. Now, it had surpassed that mark, exceeding 10 meters in length, despite the dragon's elongated neck and the absence of wings typical of felines. The proportions of its torso, limbs, and tail bore resemblance to a cat. The ferocious frost tiger appeared only slightly smaller than Galen, while a typical frost tiger measures around 3 meters in length. The ferocious variety could grow to 10 meters, seemingly not yet reaching its full potential. The disparity in length was over threefold, yet the difference in overall power was far more complex than mere multiplication. The acute senses honed to their limit allowed the ferocious species to detect Galen's gaze from above. As it paused in its grooming, the frost tiger lowered its body, crouching slightly, and raised its head to scrutinize the dragon hovering in the air. Its mouth agape, revealing sharp fangs. Galen's expression remained tranquil. As he spread his wings, his shadow enveloped the frost tiger, a palpable dragonic presence sweeping over the scene. This supernatural aura momentarily rendered the frost tiger rigid, its body stiffening for several seconds. Yet, as it regained composure, it did not flee immediately. Instead, it became more vigilant, its eyes betraying a hint of challenge. It did not fear the might of the dragon. With a proud lift of its head, the ferocious frost tiger let out a thunderous roar that shattered the surrounding snow, sending ripples through the air with resounding force. After this display of defiance, the frost tiger remained motionless, fixated on Galen's every move. Observing the unyielding stance of the frost tiger, Galen's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening as he slowly opened his mouth. In the next moment, a resounding dragon's roar erupted. Infused with overwhelming draconic might, crashing forth like thunder amid a storm, surging towards the ferocious frost tiger, the commanding resonance of Galen's roar silenced all creatures within a radius of several kilometers, rendering them paralyzed. The ferocious frost tiger grew increasingly agitated by the booming dragon's call. Its fur bristled, and the earlier spark of challenge in its eyes transformed into palpable wariness, as it recognized that this dragon was not like the feeble prey it had encountered before. After establishing dominance over the ferocious frost tiger, Galen's gaze sharpened, now imbued with an air of danger. Mere felines dared to challenge a true dragon. He remained airborne, reducing his altitude only to bring the ferocious frost tiger within the range of his spells. Next, Galen parted his jaws, and under the watchful gaze of the frost tiger, he uttered the incantation for a fireball spell, extending his claw to point towards it. This gesture was not strictly necessary. It primarily served to guide his mental focus towards the target, ensuring a smoother release of his magical energy. Some spellcasters even choose to shout the name of their spells at the conclusion of their incantations. This practice, while seemingly superfluous, acts as a psychological stimulus to invigorate the spirit, channeling the magical essence and enhancing the spell's effect. A fireball the size of a pea materialized at the tip of Galen's sharp claw. Suddenly, it vanished, leaving behind a crimson afterimage as it soared through the air towards the ferocious frost tiger. The explosion of flames engulfed a 10-meter radius, yet the frost tiger was conspicuously absent from the inferno. The feline's dynamic vision was maximally engaged, allowing it to perceive the trajectory of the fireball spell. With a graceful leap infused with agility, it evaded the fiery projectile, having battled magical beings for years. The frost tiger was not deceived by the fireball's appearance. Its primal instincts sensed the impending danger. The transformation into a ferocious form did not enhance its intelligence, but it significantly amplified its instinctual responses. Galen pondered, his incantation unwavering as a series of pea-sized fireballs materialized before him, hurtling towards the ferocious frost tiger. The dragon's unique physiology enabled it to store far greater magical energy than human spellcasters. And blessed by the elements, Galen found the expenditure minimal. He felt capable of casting the fireball spell throughout the day. Meanwhile, the ferocious frost tiger, compelled by the onslaught of fireballs, leapt and twisted through the snow, its agile movements and exceptional dynamic vision allowing it to evade every fireball, transforming the surrounding area into a roaring sea of flames that illuminated the space in a fiery glow. With its confidence restored, the frost tiger let out a low growl directed at Galen after successfully dodging a barrage of fireballs. It crouched low, its well-defined muscles coiling, and with a powerful thrust, it propelled itself off the ground, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the ice beneath. With a rush of wind, the ferocious frost tiger leaped into the air, soaring 100 meters high as it lunged towards Galen. This remarkable display of leaping prowess caught Galen's attention. Within his platinum pupils reflected the rapidly approaching frost tiger, yet he remained composed. Under his control, the power of time extended outward, merging with an inconspicuous fireball. Intermingling with 5 others as they hurtled towards the ferocious frost tiger. The frost tiger had now fully adapted to the speed of the fireballs, twisting and flipping in the air to dodge the first 3. However, the 4th fireball, now enhanced in velocity, crashed down upon the ferocious frost tiger. A magnificent cluster of fiery blossoms unfurled in the air. The ferocious frost tiger let out a mournful wail, its fur ablaze as it plummeted towards the ground. Most creatures of the extreme northern ice plains possessed a high resistance to frost, but a feeble tolerance to flames, rendering fire-based spells nearly doubly damaging to them. The injured frost tiger rolled incessantly on the ground as the flames gradually extinguished. A ghastly, charred wound marred its right forepaw, standing out starkly against its fur. Galen twitched his nose, catching a whiff of the charred hair's scent mingling with a slightly sour aroma of meat, causing him to furrow his brow. The smell was akin to that of an ordinary frost tiger. His disappointment was palpable. Having tasted the flesh of a regular frost tiger before, he found it rather unpalatable. He had anticipated a distinctly different flavor from the ferocious variant, yet upon closer inspection, it bore no noticeable difference. Below, the wounded frost tiger, its desire to fight vanishing into thin air, suddenly leaped away. Sprinting rapidly in the opposite direction of Galen, its speed was remarkable. Even with its forelimb injured from the fireball spell, it outpaced 90% of the hunters on the ice plains. Unfortunately for it, Galen was not among those it could easily escape. With a powerful flap of his dragon wings, Galen accelerated, transforming his form into a swift white streak, diving downwards to land. Within a few breaths, he caught up to the frost tiger, positioning himself directly in its path. Unable to evade the chase, the frost tiger's eyes flashed with a desperate ferocity, its speed increasing rather than diminishing as it lunged towards Galen with a roar. However, as it crossed into a 20-meter radius of Galen, it froze momentarily, its gaze suddenly devoid of the dragon's presence, as if the colossal creature had been nothing more than an illusion. Simultaneously, the frost tiger's keen senses detected an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from above and behind. It swiftly turned its head, its vision reflecting a dragon's fist covered in white scales. Thud! A punch struck it squarely on the forehead. Lacking the defensive capabilities of the white dragon, the frost tiger's limbs buckled, collapsing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath it. Galen retracted his dragon fist, shaking his wrist. Time halted, and the enemy was left vulnerable to the onslaught. At this moment, the frost tiger was not dead. Merely stunned from the severe blow to its head, struggling to regain mobility. It gazed at Galen, emitting a haunting, defiant roar. This frost tiger was unpalatable, yet its combat prowess exceeded that of the extreme northern bears. Intrigued by its ferocity and recognizing its potential, Galen contemplated the idea of subduing it. Among his current followers, the most powerful was the dragon blood ogre, yet it remained inferior to the upper echelon of ice plain creatures. Unable to provide Galen with prey of the same caliber as the extreme northern bears, once the 2 bear cubs matured, they might achieve such prowess, but they were still far from that point. Without the ability to manipulate time, defeating the frost tiger would not have been so effortless. Capturing this formidable beast would yield a loyal ally of considerable stature. With this thought, Galen's gaze sharpened, and he exuded his draconic might. Weakened from its injuries, the frost tiger trembled under the oppressive aura, desperately resisting until it succumbed into unconsciousness. Galen seized the frost tiger, unfurling his dragon wings to ascend. Carrying it back to his icy domain. On the journey, Galen discovered that this creature was a female tiger, pondering curiously how it would find a mate in such a vast wilderness. Ferocious types were exceedingly rare. He had only encountered 2 or 3 in his lifetime, with this particular frost tiger being the largest among them. Upon returning to his icy territory, the extreme northern ice spirits, following Galen's command, collaborated to construct a massive crystalline cage, imprisoning the frost tiger within. Galen reinforced it with his frost dragon breath, ensuring that the severely injured frost tiger would not escape easily. 2 bear cubs approached out of curiosity, but upon being glared at by the awakening frost tiger, they shrank back behind Galen, only to emerge again to taunt the creature once they realized it posed no threat. Galen shooed away the mischievous cubs, and after the frost tiger's condition improved slightly, he unleashed his draconic might once more. However, this creature displayed a measure of defiance, despite trembling under the weight of the pressure. It steadfastly refused to exhibit any gestures of submission, its gaze fierce as it locked eyes with Galen. Galen remained unperturbed, commanding several extreme northern ice spirits to watch over the frost tiger before taking flight. A week later, he reappeared before the frost tiger. By this time, The frost tiger, having endured a prolonged absence of sustenance, was ravenously gnawing at the reinforced cage, its movements sluggish and lethargic that in its prime, it might have had a chance to break free. But in its current weakened state, such an endeavor was mere folly. Gallon placed a hind leg of a mighty mammoth outside the cage, calmly observing the frost tiger. The scent of blood ignited the frost tiger's instincts. It fixated eagerly on the food, drool pooling in its mouth as it let out a low, restless growl, frequently glancing at Gallon. Seizing the moment, Gallon employed his previous tactic, intensifying his gaze as he unleashed his draconic might once more. Overwhelmed by its frail condition, the instinct to survive, and the tantalizing allure of food, the frost tiger finally buckled under the pressure. It averted its gaze from Gallon and lay down, whimpering submissively. I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor. Gallon chuckled softly, tossing the mighty mammoth's hind leg into the cage. The frost tiger devoured the limb voraciously, seemingly understanding Gallon's sentiments. It rose to its feet, regaining a semblance of its former majesty, though now it bore a hint of submission in its eyes when facing Gallon. As he opened the crystalline cage, the fierce tiger emerged, letting out a resounding roar. Nearby, the two bear cubs trembled in fear. After exiting the icy prison, the frost tiger turned to Gallon, lowering its head and slowly approaching. Gallon stroked its head, giving it a hearty rub, reflecting on the joy of having a pet that he could touch without trepidation. 2 days later, having received nourishment, the frost tiger's condition quickly improved, becoming receptive to the dragon blood transformation. Gallon expended considerable dragon blood to facilitate this metamorphosis. Dragon blood followers understood his commands better and exhibited greater loyalty. Had it not been for its weakened state hindering the transformation, Gallon would have undertaken this 2 days prior. After soaking in dragon blood, the frost tiger succumbed to slumber, the dragon blood ferocious type. At last, he had a formidable ally. Anticipating the emergence of the dragon blood ferocious type, Gallon turned and soared back to his dragon nest, closing his eyes to rest. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another week had elapsed. Gallon opened his eyes, sensing a powerful presence lingering nearby, imbued with a faint, familiar draconic essence. Departing from his nest, he immediately turned his gaze to the sky. What met his eyes was a majestic white tiger. Its claws were razor-sharp, and beneath its thick fur lay a layer of scales, with a pair of robust, pointed dragon horns sprouting from its head. Its size remained unchanged, yet its aura had significantly intensified, undoubtedly indicating an increase in strength. Gallon beamed with delight as he descended. The frost tiger, transformed by the dragon blood, approached Gallon with newfound affection, extending its head towards his dragon claw. Eagerly, Gallon caressed its dragon horns and delved deeper into its fur to feel the metallic texture of its scales. Pressing his sharp dragon claws against the frost tiger's scaled armor, he applied a slight force, causing cracks to gradually appear. Just as he was about to break through, he halted his movements. The quality of its scales was still inferior to that of dragon scales, yet they provided a degree of protection. Gallon pondered for a moment and commanded the ferocious frost tiger to showcase its current abilities. Immediately, to Gallon's astonishment, the ferocious frost tiger let out a series of sneezes before opening its mouth to unleash a chilling blast of frost-laden wind. Interspersed with sharp ice crystals, its power was not comparable to that of a dragon's breath, resembling more that of an ordinary third-tier spell. Following the transformation of the dragon vein, the ferocious breed was now capable of utilizing spell-like abilities. And combined with its innate combat instincts, Gallon felt quite satisfied with this new subordinate. In the days that followed, the ferocious frost tiger was dispatched by Gallon to hunt superior magical creatures. Compared to the ice spirits of the far north and the ogres, its performance was remarkable, boasting an exceptionally high success rate in hunting. On one occasion, it even returned with a 3-headed frost serpent lizard. This formidable creature rivaled the size of a young white dragon and possessed the ability to wield 3 different elemental spell-like powers, surpassing even the fully grown ice bears of the far north. Thanks to the contributions of this powerful subordinate, Gallon could feast upon a greater abundance of high-quality prey, thereby further shortening the time until his next slumbering evolution. Amidst the dismal, overcast sky, the sun was obscured by dark clouds as thunder rumbled ominously, and the atmospheric pressure plummeted significantly. The biting cold wind howled mercilessly, and torrential rain fell in sheets, marking a rare occasion of rainfall upon the far northern ice fields. Throughout the year, it was only during summer that the far north experienced the occasional rain, with snow dominating 90% of the time, ranging from sporadic flurries to gentle snowfalls, and even heavy snowstorms. Thus, rainy days appeared exceedingly rare. During such downpours, Gallon found great solace in slumber, lulled to sleep by the sounds of thunder and rain. However, just as he closed his eyes and had yet to drift off, a powerful dragon's aura surged past him, rolling towards his lair with great force. The creatures caught in the wake of this overwhelming dragon's presence, aside from the ferocious frost tiger which roared defiantly, were nearly rendered weak, instinctively looking up in reverence the dragon's might. A pure and formidable supernatural force belonging to a true dragon. Gao Long narrowed his eyes, turning his gaze towards the entrance of his lair. Beneath the somber sky, a humanoid figure, standing only 1.7 meters tall, disregarded the dragon's aura and flew directly into Gao Long's icy domain, emanating an overwhelming presence of dragon's might. Salia, come forth, for I seek your counsel. A melodious voice, imbued with elegance, pierced through the rain, resonating perfectly within the confines of the lair, reaching Gao Long's ears. Is she here to seek the white dragon? Could she possibly be one of her kin? Gao Long mused internally. With a roar that barely contained his excitement, the ferocious frost tiger's growl echoed, revealing its eagerness for action. As always, it exhibited unwavering courage. Gao Long nodded in satisfaction. The ferocious breed possessed a higher resistance to dragon's might compared to ordinary magical creatures. And after the transformation of the dragon vein, imbued with the bloodline of dragons, the influence of other dragon's might on the ferocious frost tiger had become negligible. At the same time, Gao Long departed from his lair and emerged beneath the ominous black clouds. The rain poured heavily, droplets cascading from the heavens and splattering against Gao Long's dragon scales, creating crystalline sprays accompanied by delicate sounds. His mirror-like white scales reflected the rain-drenched far northern ice fields, casting the image of a fair-skinned woman with golden hair. Suspended in midair, Gao Long's wings fluttered gently, causing the rainwater to slide off his form as he scrutinized the woman before him, a flicker of wariness appearing in his gaze. The raindrops fell in cascading streams. Yet they parted around her, allowing her to remain dry and unperturbed amidst the downpour. Her long, cascading hair glimmered like a waterfall of pale gold, and her exposed skin resembled the purest milk, seemingly glowing softly. Her features were exquisite, with facial attributes that seemed meticulously crafted by a master artisan, her silver-white pupils glistening, long eyelashes framing them, and her full lips forming a captivating smile. She appeared to be an exceptionally charming young woman. Adorned in a white lace dress, a silver necklace gracing her neck, and delicate ornaments adorning her earlobes, exuding an aura of elegance and gentleness. Yet beneath this deceptively alluring exterior, Gao Long could distinctly sense a dragon's might far surpassing that of the white dragon. This was a true dragon in humanoid form, and not just any true dragon. Gao Long's eyes narrowed with vigilance as he contemplated. Salia is not here. This territory now belongs to me. Meanwhile, the humanoid true dragon gazed at Gao Long with a hint of curiosity, seemingly trying to discern what kind of dragon he was. A white dragon. But white dragons lack horns. Furthermore, he appeared far more robust than a typical white dragon, resembling a youthful dragon in stature. Yet his scales were pristine, as though he had never experienced the passage of time. Salia is not here. Thus, I must seek you. The humanoid true dragon spoke in a graceful tone, her words devoid of malice. After a brief pause, a friendly smile adorned her face, her voice melodious as she continued, as fellow true dragons, why not invite me in for a chat? The rain outside is quite heavy. She isn't seeking the white dragon. Gao Long thought of the two children, who had mentioned seeking refuge with an old wizard's acquaintance. This mysterious true dragon was likely one of the old wizard's friends. Gao Long's wariness diminished considerably, bound by oaths. Unless she deliberately sought the tragic demise of those two children, she would have no intention of causing him trouble. Having learned of his existence through the two children, she had indirectly entered the realm of his oath's influence. Furthermore, the manifestation of dragon's might in this space did not signify a declaration of war or provocation among dragons. Rather, it served as a courteous greeting, announcing her arrival to the domain's lord. It was the stealthy approach, devoid of any dragon's might and silent intrusion, that signaled the intent to engage in battle. Upon seeing Gao Long, she had already retracted her dragon's might, allowing the startled subordinates within the territory to gradually regain their composure. Let us converse here. Gao Long's tone remained neutral as he spoke. The humanoid true dragon paused, her expression unfazed by Gao Long's indifferent demeanor, and smiled gently. I come with goodwill. There is no need for such wariness. Gao Long contemplated for a moment, then replied, if that is the case, then reveal your true form. Although he harbored certain suspicions, he needed confirmation. Knowing precisely what type of dragon she was would allow him to choose the most suitable response. Regardless of her intentions, on the other hand, the humanoid true dragon listened to Galon's words, her dragon aura intensifying that a radiant glow enveloped her, transforming her garments into shimmering silver dragon scales, as dragon wings unfurled from her back, revealing sharp claws and a graceful tail. In the blink of an eye, a silver dragon, gleaming as if forged from pure metal, materialized before Galon's eyes, with a brilliant silver visage, broad wings, and elegantly smooth, small horns. The dragon's head was adorned with high, silver frills that extended from the crown to the tip of its tail. Indeed, a silver dragon. Galon gazed at the magnificent silver dragon, acutely aware of the immense power coursing through its form. This adult silver dragon, measuring 21 meters in length, belonged to the category of super-large true dragons, exuding a formidable presence. If it comes to a confrontation, I may not be able to best her at this moment. She surpasses the white dragon by a significant margin. Galon pondered deeply. His offensive capabilities, aside from the last resort 7-ring spell scroll, would struggle to defeat an adult silver dragon, even if the power of time were to be exhausted. Given the opponent's size, a single successful strike on Galon could decisively alter the course of the battle. Among the 15 varieties of true dragons commonly found in the material plane, the most powerful among the chromatic dragons is the red dragon. While the gold dragon reigns supreme among the metallic dragons, and the amethyst dragon holds the title among the gem dragons. If one were to rank these 15 true dragons by strength, there would be no doubt that the gold dragon would emerge as the strongest. The silver and red dragons, being of similar age and power, would equate to a venerable white dragon of over 400 years of age. The designation of dragon shame for the white dragon is not without reason. Furthermore, each gold dragon exists under the vigilant gaze of Bahamut, the god of good dragons, who, during his divine descent, often carries gold dragon hatchlings with him. Displaying an exceptional protective instinct, his attention towards silver dragons is somewhat less intense, yet still significant. Both gold and silver dragons are formidable foes. In addition to their already impressive strength, they exhibit remarkable unity, often calling upon allies to overwhelm their adversaries and potentially invoking the manifestations of dragon deities. Nevertheless, metallic dragons are known for their gentle and amicable nature, with gold and silver dragons standing out as paragons of benevolence, frequently extending selfless assistance to weaker beings, a true embodiment of altruism, rather than mere pretense. Unless confronted by exceedingly malevolent entities, they seldom resort to violence, preferring discourse and negotiation. Galon does not consider himself to be thoroughly malevolent. He possesses his own moral boundaries. He is neither virtuous nor wicked. If he were a purely evil dragon, then the two children would undoubtedly find it impossible to escape the clutches of a malevolent dragon. "You may call me Luna," the silver dragon declared, maintaining a respectful distance from Galon, signaling her lack of hostility. She had demonstrated sufficient sincerity, prompting Galon to nod in acknowledgement and say, "Come." He turned to enter the dragon's lair. With silver dragon Luna closely following as she approached the threshold of the lair, a radiant glow enveloped her, transforming her into the form of a female human. Inside the lair, Galon turned to Luna. Her face bore an expression of regret as she explained, "This lair is somewhat cramped for me, so I shall take on a human form." Although Luna's visible power far surpassed Galon's, she appeared oblivious to this fact, displaying no trace of draconic arrogance, instead exuding a demeanor that was exceedingly amiable and genial. Galon's expression shifted slightly as he shook his head and said, "It's quite all right. All dragons possess a sense of pride, and silver dragons are no exception. However, their pride manifests in a distinctly different manner. For instance, the pride of a red dragon is characterized by an air of superiority, demanding reverence and the submission of all wealth upon their presence. In contrast, silver dragons, believing themselves to be exceptionally gifted, tend to shy away from hurting the self-esteem of others, thus adopting a demeanor of humility and friendliness, often shrinking their formidable forms to prevent unintentional destruction. Luna's humility is, in itself, a form of pride. She perceives herself as superior to Galon and, out of consideration for his dignity, maintains a considerate and pleasant discourse. Galon suspected that her transformation into human form was not solely due to the confines of the lair, but rather an effort to accommodate his feelings, as Luna's size was indeed double that of Galon. A time dragon, cared for by a silver dragon's regard for self-esteem. Galon remained silent, lost in thought. "You may call me Galon." After a brief pause, he directly inquired, "Have you come here for the two offspring of Molten?" Luna, seated elegantly with her legs crossed atop a crystalline ice slab, nodded in response to Galen's question. Indeed, but it is not entirely so. After some deliberation, her expression grew somewhat awkward as she added, I seek Molten's relics, his flame staff and research notes to avoid any potential misunderstanding. She further clarified, they now belong to you. Hence, I shall offer equivalent items in exchange, and I hope you will agree. Galen observed her expression, refraining from an immediate answer. Instead, he asked, what was your relationship with Molten? Are his relics of significant importance to you? Luna hesitated for a moment before revealing. With a somewhat evasive expression, when I first reached adulthood, I traveled to human lands where I met Molten. He was my human friend and has aided me greatly. She continued, now that Molten has passed, his two offspring have sought me out, and I cannot turn a blind eye. I intend to care for them until they reach maturity. His grandson possesses considerable talent in transmutation spells. Yet I am not well versed in that discipline, which is why I desire Molten's flame staff and research notes to better instruct him in the arcane arts. Though the content was unproblematic, Luna's voice conveyed a sense of tension, her words faltering, and her brow furrowing as her gaze wandered. Galen felt a twinge of skepticism and candidly stated, I do not believe your words. Across from him, Luna parted her lips slightly, her complexion flushing, her voice wavering, her expression a struggle. Galen patiently regarded her. This peculiar state persisted for several minutes, and after a long sigh, the silver dragon regained her composure, offering Galen a faint smile. I still find myself unskilled in the art of deception. I hope you will not take offense, Galen replied. So it was your difficulty in lying that led to such odd behavior. He found it difficult to comprehend, yet was greatly astonished. Then refrain from deceit, and tell me the true reason you require these items. Galen asserted firmly. After acquiring the flame staff and the notes, Galen had devoted considerable time to studying them. Initially, he perceived nothing amiss, but as he utilized the flame staff increasingly, he began to sense an inexplicable connection to a distant location in the south. This feeling was faint, yet undeniably present. As for the notes, he found no apparent issues. Luna hesitated for an extended period, ultimately choosing not to reveal the truth to Galen. That I'm sorry, I cannot disclose that information. After a pause, she spoke earnestly to Galen. Trust me, neither the flame staff nor Molten's notes would hold any value for you. Galen chuckled softly, countering, and why is that? Luna lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Galen. You must be a white dragon. Although you present a demeanor distinct from ordinary white dragons, lacking their notorious capriciousness and malevolent ferocity, you are indeed a white dragon, are you not? Galen nodded, responding calmly, you are correct in your assumption. His overall appearance closely resembled that of a white dragon, yet he exuded handsomeness and majesty, making him a striking figure within draconic aesthetics. The flame staff augments fire-based spells, and I assume your notes pertain to the research of the fireball spell. As a white dragon, do you find these items appealing? After all, white dragons have always held a disdain for flames. However, Galen, being fundamentally a time dragon, harbored a fondness for all elemental energies, treating them with equal regard. All elemental energies were akin to wings for him. In response to Luna's inquiry, Galen demonstrated his abilities through action. He uttered an incantation, and the surrounding fire elemental energy obediently coalesced, forming a small fireball the size of a pea. Suspended before him. I am a white dragon, yet not an ordinary one. Fire elementals hold no distinction for me, just as any other element does. Contrary to your assumptions, I have a keen appreciation for the flame staff, and Molten's notes would be greatly beneficial to me. Before Galen, Luna's eyes widened, revealing a look of incredulity. It took her several moments to regain her composure. A young white dragon, self-taught in the fireball spell? Unheard of. She found herself in a state of bewilderment. Observing Galen's adeptness in casting spells, she had reason to believe that this somewhat peculiar white dragon had mastered spells of a higher echelon. At that moment, a shroud of mystery enveloped Galen and Luna's eyes. Neither the flame staff nor the notes will be entrusted to you. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. Garen issued an eviction order, his gaze narrowing as the power of time surged within him. Luna stood within a 20-meter radius, and transforming from her dragon form would require a moment, should she refuse to relinquish her intentions. Disregarding the lives of the two children and displaying hostility over her desire to seize, Garen would promptly invoke a time halt, followed by the utilization of the seven-ring scroll. While it would be challenging to slay her, inflicting significant injury to drive her away was certainly within his capabilities. However, such an outcome would bear grave repercussions, likely inciting the wrath of more than one silver dragon. Though metallic dragons are benevolent, benevolence does not equate to weakness. Under Garen's scrutiny, Luna's visage reflected frustration as she conceded, "Fine, fine, I understand." Garen exhaled in relief, silently lamenting the steadfast goodness of the metallic dragon, who, despite his repeated rejections, harbored no ill will. Were all creatures' natures akin to hers, countless disputes and casualties across myriad realms could be diminished. Please take your leave. Garen reaffirmed his eviction order. He did not wish to remain in the presence of a fully grown silver dragon for an extended period. Even if she was a rather striking female, in Garen's eyes, Luna's shimmering silver scales and her grand, elegantly proportioned dragon form were indeed captivating, stirring a faint flicker of admiration within him. Yet, this feeling was too subtle to compel him to act. If he were to seek a companion, he preferred one of equal standing, rather than a gold, silver, or red dragon. I am aware the fiery staff harbors secrets. You are reluctant to divulge them. I shall not press further. But I equally refuse to relinquish it to you. Meanwhile, upon hearing Garen's somewhat indifferent words, Luna appeared somewhat distressed, twirling her golden locks with her fingers. It was evident that she ardently desired Morton's relic. After a few moments of contemplation, she spoke. Then, "May I have Morton's notes? I will offer you something of greater value than those notes." To her. His notes were mere records. Fearing Garen's continued refusals, she added, "Furthermore, I promise to assist you once, provided it is for a righteous cause." Garen furrowed his brow, displeased as he replied, "I have made my position abundantly clear. No matter what conditions you propose, I shall not acquiesce." Although he had memorized the contents of Morton's notes, finding little utility in them, he suspected that, due to the peculiarities surrounding the fiery staff, the notes might conceal hidden truths yet to be uncovered. Simultaneously, Luna sighed, ultimately attempting one last time. "Are you truly not willing to reconsider? I would exchange a dragon soul stone." Garen let out a scoff, resolutely stating, "I do not," but paused, astonished. "A dragon soul stone? You possess a dragon soul stone?" Garen's reaction was not unfounded. Dragon soul stones are exceedingly rare and unique. They are formed near ancient dragon lairs, infused with the essence of elder dragons and through miraculous evolution, presenting only minuscule chances of emergence. Ordinary true dragons have finite lifespans, typically passing away in their 800-year mark unless extraordinary circumstances allow them to transcend life and death, thus becoming ancient dragons, whose lives are greatly extended and garnering respect even from hostile true dragons. Only the true dragons of ancient lineage instill trepidation in other beings, their numbers being exceedingly scarce. Dragon soul stones can only be birthed within ancient dragon dens, and their stringent conditions render their effects extraordinary. A dragon soul stone can provide true dragons with unparalleled benefits during their evolution and slumber, with a single slumber yielding results equivalent to 2 or 3 regular cycles, making it a rare treasure for true dragons, especially the immature ones, significantly shortening their growth period. Noticing Garen's interest in the dragon soul stones, Luna's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, "Indeed, I possess 2 dragon soul stones. I have already used one, leaving me with one. The initial stone's effects are paramount. Repeated usage is considered wasteful." With 2 stones in her possession, Garen could surmise the circumstances surrounding Luna's acquisition, feeling a twinge of envy. The familial bonds among metallic dragons surpass those of their chromatic counterparts significantly. Offending the young inevitably invites vengeance from the elders, particularly from gold and silver dragons, where transgressions could even provoke the dragon deity Bahamut. With the existence of a dragon soul stone, Garen's expression shifted, wavering in uncertainty. Recognizing Garen's burgeoning interest yet hesitating to commit, Luna mused, "How about this? Take some time to ponder it today. As it happens, I do not have the dragon soul stone with me at present. When I next return with the stone, you may make your decision then." Garen nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, let it be so." After finalizing the business at hand, Luna lingered, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Garen, her gaze flitting about him, particularly fixating on his 4 prominent dragon horns and the dark-scaled rings encircling his neck, especially the horns. In the draconic aesthetic, the presence and dimensions of horns are significant determinants of allure. A true dragon with impressive horns exudes a potent magnetism towards its opposite sex. Garen boasted not 1 pair, but 2, a rarity among true dragons who typically possess but a single pair. Under Luna's inquisitive gaze, Garen grew somewhat uncomfortable, his displeasure evident as he queried, "What are you staring at?" The mature, humanoid silver dragon's cheeks flushed as she candidly confessed, "I was admiring your horns." "I apologize. I have never before encountered a true dragon with two pairs of horns. They are quite unique and beautiful as oh, it was my appearance that captivated her." Garen's irritation dissipated as he graciously replied, "Feel free to look. I do not mind." However, upon his statement, Luna felt a sudden bashfulness, averting her gaze as she inquired, "This territory once belonged to Saria. What has become of her?" Garen, disinclined to elaborate, simply stated, "I do not know. I merely drove her away." With the aid of his time mark, he could effortlessly track the whereabouts of the white dragoness, yet he had not actively sought her location. And their interactions were presently minimal. Luna nodded, refraining from further inquiries, remarking, "You are the most peculiar white dragon I have encountered." Meanwhile, Garen contemplated the existence of more than just these few true dragons inhabiting the far north glacier. And after a moment of thought, he asked, "Luna, do you know how many true dragons reside in the far north glacier?" Luna blinked, replying, "The entire far north glacier? I do not know." Garen rephrased, "In the vicinity of my lair." "Do you know of any other true dragons?" Luna lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before slowly answering, "Beyond your lair, approximately 400 miles northward, there is a nearly mature female crystal dragon on a snow-capped mountain. 600 miles to the west, two male white dragons reside relatively close. One is a mature adult, the other just recently come of age. Beyond that, I am not certain." Pausing, Luna seemed to recall an amusing incident, saying, "I know of the crystal dragon in Saria because the crystal dragon once attempted to steal Saria's dragon egg, resulting in a scuffle near my territory. Had she succeeded, a benevolent white dragon might have emerged in the far north glacier." Such an event, Garen was taken aback. Had she succeeded, his white dragoness might have transformed into a crystal dragon. He mused, "Gem dragons possess a neutral disposition, and crystal dragons are the most amicable among them. Akin to metallic dragons, if born in a crystal dragon's lair, his early days would have been considerably more favorable." Reflecting on this, Garen felt regret for the crystal dragon's failure to pilfer the egg. After further conversation between the two dragons, Luna suddenly glanced outside the lair, her expression tinged with envy. "Brutal breeds are quite rare. None among my kin are of the brutal variety, let alone a brutal tiger." Garen chuckled softly, his demeanor softening towards Luna. "Indeed, brutal breeds differ significantly from ordinary magical creatures. It took a considerable effort for me to tame as Garen spoke. Luna gracefully rose to her feet, a playful smile gracing her lips. "I must take my leave now. When next we meet, I hope you will acquiesce to my request." Garen made no promises, calmly stating, "I will consider it." Subsequently, Luna did not revert to her draconic form. Remaining in her humanoid guise, she cast a spell, unfurling a pair of ethereal cloud-like wings from her back, and gracefully departed from Galant's dragon lair. Suddenly, a powerful and resonant roar echoed from below, as the ferocious frost tiger, filled with animosity towards Luna, bellowed incessantly upon witnessing her exit from Galant's domain, showing no trepidation towards the true dragon aura enveloping her. Galant emanated his draconic might, infused with his consciousness, soothing the agitated frost tiger. Simultaneously, he ascended once more to the jewel-encrusted bed, extracting all 16 volumes of Morton's notes, meticulously examining each one. As magical energy flowed, a glimmer flickered in his dragon eyes, activating the spell to detect spiritual essence. Galant turned the pages of the notes, his gaze sweeping over every line, hoping to uncover something extraordinary. However, as time elapsed, even after diligently perusing all 16 volumes, he found nothing amiss. No matter how he scrutinized them, aside from the knowledge contained within, there was nothing else of significance. The notebooks were crafted from fine papyrus, imbued with a faint magical essence, suitable for the creation of low-tier spell scrolls, yet they appeared ordinary in Galant's eyes. There were no hidden compartments, nor did he discover any secret codes or ciphers. He carefully held one of the notebooks, his mind beginning to recall Luna's various words and expressions. The silver dragon was not adept at deceit. He could thus discern her true intentions. After contemplating for several minutes, Galant glanced at the nearby red flame staff, pondering, could it be that her deceit was solely for the sake of the red flame staff, while Morton's notes were genuinely intended for Amidst to study spells? When Luna mentioned exchanging for Morton's notes, her demeanor had been entirely normal. Yet, it was also possible that her primary objective was indeed the notes, perhaps feigning her honesty to Galant. "I am likely overthinking this. She probably genuinely does not lie." Galen mused silently. He grasped the red flame staff, his gaze fixated upon the crystalline tip. Within the crystal, a liquid flowed like flames, resembling blossoming flowers of fire, extraordinarily beautiful and mysterious. The shaft of the red flame staff was crafted from some high-grade magical material. But Galen could discern that its core was the enigmatic crystal at the top. No matter how exquisite the staff's shaft material, it paled in comparison to the crystal, with focused intent. He channeled his mental energy to infuse magic into the red flame staff. Crimson elemental light surged and roiled, raising the temperature around him. Simultaneously, Galen gazed southward. That sensation returned. He faintly sensed a connection. Not to himself, but to the red flame staff. It seemed to encompass more than mere functionality, hinting at hidden secrets. An artifact of a high-ranking mage would naturally harbor some mysteries. Galen reined in his thoughts. The red flame staff swirling with tendrils of red light at his fingertips. From the contents of the notes, it was evident that Morton was no ordinary high-ranking mage. He had been one for several decades, yet had remained at the 7th tier due to injuries, as casting spells of higher tiers would exact a toll on his life. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances, this mage, exceptionally gifted in the school of transmutation, might have ascended to legendary status. The remnants he left behind warranted careful consideration. If it were merely to provide Morton's descendants with superior learning resources, sacrificing a dragon soul stone was. Galen's gaze flickered, suddenly realizing he might have fallen into a misconception. He had been attempting to fathom Luna's intentions through his own perspective, but Luna's character was quite different from his. She would not even lie. Galen was born to pilfer treasures from dragon mothers. What seemed trivial to Galen might hold great significance for Luna. As their values diverged, the silver dragon cherished friendships, particularly with humans, leaving behind tales that inspired admiration. Silver dragons often clashed with red dragons, yet the latter consistently suffered more defeats, as silver dragons would unite with their friends rather than fight alone. Once they established a bond of friendship, they treated each other with sincerity and enthusiasm. Thus, to facilitate Amidst's better understanding of transmutation spells, it was entirely plausible that she would genuinely offer a dragon soul stone as payment. Yet, this remained unconfirmed. Galen continued his examination of the notes. This process was not tedious for him. The repeated perusal deepened his understanding of the content. He dedicated an entire day to studying the notes. Yet ultimately, aside from gaining a deeper insight into their essence, he uncovered nothing else. Galen still found no irregularities within the notes. When Luna arrived with the Dragon Soul Stone, if no issues arose, he would proceed with the trade. He resolved within himself. For Galen, the value of the Dragon Soul Stone was immense. Each slumber enhanced his power significantly. During the same duration of slumber, his strength increased far more than that of other true dragons. With the Dragon Soul Stone, he could swiftly unlock the abilities of a time dragon. Galen's ambitions were modest. Utilizing the Dragon Soul Stone would suffice for him to master the inherent capabilities of a normal time dragon hatchling. As for the potential secrets concealed within the notes, secrets that remained elusive held no utility for him, and Luna's needs did not necessarily align with his own. The perceived value of things varied between them. Having come to this realization, Galen no longer fixated on the notes. He stored all the notebooks and the red flame staff within his spatial ring, placing the ring in his mouth, pressing it beneath his tongue like a 7th tier spell scroll. At that moment, Galen marveled once more at the dexterity of his tongue. He could even manipulate his tongue to twist into an S-shape or a wave-like form at will. Meanwhile, outside the dragon lair, a low growl emanated from the ferocious frost tiger. Galen's gaze shifted, and he stepped outside, lowering his head to peer down. The rare torrential rain had ceased, leaving the ground somewhat muddy, with many areas covered in standing water. A stark contrast to its usual snowy appearance. However, it would not be long before the water froze, and a few more light snowfalls would restore the landscape to its former glory. The frost tiger's fur was damp, dragging along a barely alive ice roar beast. This creature, resembling a bull yet the size of a mammoth, was a magical beast of considerable strength, difficult for anyone other than the frost tiger to subdue. Casting a commendatory glance at the frost tiger, Galen descended and gently patted its head. Well done. Return and rest. It lowered its head, gently nuzzling Galen's dragon claw, exhibiting a tender demeanor that entirely belied its earlier defiant disposition. After a few moments of this affectionate behavior, it gradually returned to its lair. At the base of the icy cliff, the ferocious frost tiger had excavated a simple, dark cavern, where it typically rested. Galen seized the ice howler and returned to the den for a hearty meal. Having devoted an entire day to meticulous study of his notes, he felt somewhat fatigued, so after satisfying his hunger, he sprawled on the gem-studded bedding, adjusting to a comfortable angle before closing his eyes and drifting into slumber at the same time. Heavy iron hooves traversed the southern Dragon Ridge Mountains, advancing solemnly toward the far northern ice plains. In the southern region of the Ogre Basin, Yuga the Bonebreaker was, as usual, leading several Dragonvein ogres on a hunting expedition. Following a torrential downpour, the northern ice plains basked in radiant sunshine, devoid of clouds, a rare instance of fine weather. Numerous creatures of the ice plains ventured out to revel in the gentle caress of the sun, including magical beings, having tasted the sweet rewards of hunting southward. Yuga the Bonebreaker had taken to frequently moving in that direction during hunts. Within the week, he and his kin had successfully hunted 3 large magical creatures, which were temporarily stored in the Ogre Basin to be presented as offerings to Galen when the time was right. Galen requested 1 offering each week, yet Yuga the Bonebreaker consistently exceeded expectations, demonstrating remarkable diligence. Apart from the ferocious frost tiger, Yuga and his fellow Dragonvein ogres were the primary providers of high-quality sustenance. In contrast, hunting parties comprised of the northern ice spirits, terror lizards, and white hunting hounds offered a greater quantity of average-quality food. Although numerous, their strength was not formidable. At that moment, 5 ogres, wielding large spiked hammers or hefty wooden clubs, clad in simple tan leather garments, ambled slowly across the sunlit northern ice plains. After a brief interval, Yuga the Bonebreaker paused, exchanging glances with the other ogres, just as they had crested a low ice hill. The silhouettes of 12 humans emerged nearly a kilometer away. Among them, 11 were robust and agile, dressed in simple light armor enchanted for cold resistance, with crossbows at their right hips and weapons hanging from their left. Advancing with meticulous caution, ever watchful of their surroundings, the 12th individual, clad in a gray robe, appeared to be around 30 years of age, wielding a modest short staff, with a badge pinned to his chest. Upon spotting the 5 towering Dragonvein ogres, the human group was equally taken aback. Yuga the Bonebreaker gazed skyward, filled with a sense of awe and gratitude, reflecting on the generous gifts of nature. It felt that its recent fortunes had been exceptionally favorable. The great true Dragon Master had little taste for tender young flesh. Perhaps these adult humans would be more to his liking. A few seconds after the ogres and humans encountered one another, before the ogres could launch an attack, the mage among the human group exclaimed in a serious tone, "Ogres, these dim-witted giants are not easily dealt with. Proceed with caution." He uttered incantations, and with a flick of his staff, an elemental aura enveloped the surrounding humans. A first circle spell, lightness. Yuga the Bonebreaker recognized the casting of magic and, with a fierce roar, charged ahead, followed closely by the remaining Dragonvein ogres. As the 5 tank-like ogres galloped at full speed, the ground trembled violently beneath them, striking fear into the hearts of the human group. Especially as they drew nearer, the humans beheld the true size of the Dragonvein ogres, each towering over 3 meters, adorned with minute scales, exuding a ferocious aura that made it nearly impossible to breathe. The human mage's fingers turned pale as he hastily cast additional spells for his comrades before the ogres could reach them. A second circle spell, weapon enchantment. The weapons of the human warriors sharpened. A first circle spell would armor. A layer of vine-like armor entwined around their upper bodies. Simultaneously, the ogres charged into the human defensive line. Yuga the Bonebreaker was the first to arrive, swinging its 2-meter-long black-spiked hammer with ferocity, unleashing a powerful force accompanied by a howling wind. Crash! The faces of 3 human warriors within its attack range paled as their weapons were wrenched from their grip, their bodies flung aside like rag dolls, spinning in a disorienting whirlwind. The wooden armor they bore shattered, preserving their lives but rendering them too weak to rise again. Nearby human warriors, mustering their courage to retaliate, found their enchanted weapons merely inflicting minor, inconsequential wounds upon the ogres. Ha! Weak little beings, are you merely tickling us? The ogres bellowed in giant tongue, continuing their assault. From the onset, the overwhelming ferocity they displayed instilled terror, swiftly tilting the balance of power in favor of the ogres. The human mage at the rear turned pale, striving to maintain composure as he cast his spells. Whoosh! A frost ray struck one of the ogres, but aside from eliciting a glance towards the mage, it had little further effect. With a menacing grin, the ogre leapt high, its towering form vaulting over the front line and landing heavily before the human mage. Moments later, several ogres stood over a scattered array of human bodies, bearing only minor wounds. Knowing that Galen preferred fresh offerings, they left a breath of life in these humans. one ogre hoisted 2 or 3 humans onto its shoulders and strode away, leaving behind a scene of devastation. In the icy cliff dragon lair, Galen had just awakened, contemplating whether to venture out for a hunt to stretch his limbs. Before he could decide, an oddly familiar yet exhilarating voice in giant tongue echoed from below. "Master, Yuga has something splendid to present to you. You will surely delight in it." Upon hearing Yuga the Bonebreaker's excited call, Galen's gaze shifted, and he exited the dragon lair. Moments later, he regarded the gathering of ogres before him. Alongside the magical creatures they had brought, and the 10 or so humans whose life force had waned to the brink of death, could it be that the ogres of the Bonebreaker tribe possess a knack for capturing humans? They had been bringing him humans one after another of late. "Master, Yuga has been exceptionally fortunate recently, encountering rare and delectable humans in succession." Pausing briefly, Yuga the Bonebreaker cautiously added, "Because they possess combat abilities. It was difficult to capture them alive, so I brought them to you in this state." "Yuga, where did you find these humans?" Galen inquired. After a moment of thought, Yuga the Bonebreaker replied honestly, "To the south. Approximately 80 kilometers from our Bonebreaker tribe." Galen remained silent, scrutinizing the humans while pondering. Humans, they appeared to be part of a group, seemingly with a purpose for venturing into the northern ice plains. Not merely intruding here without reason. Galen sensed that their presence might be connected to Morton. The old mage had fled to the northern ice plains, causing this desolate, frigid land to recently witness the arrival of numerous unfamiliar human figures. "What kind of humans do you prefer to eat? Please let Yuga know, and I shall do my utmost to bring suitable ones for you next time." Believing these humans were not to Galen's taste, Yuga the Bonebreaker bravely asked. Noticing Galen's contemplative silence, Galen replied, somewhat resigned to the oddity of his devoted followers' insistence on providing him with human delicacies, "I do not enjoy consuming humans that I in the future. If you encounter humans that seem unique, you may capture them, but for ordinary ones, you can handle it yourselves." Yuga the Bonebreaker was momentarily taken aback, then slowly nodded. "Yuga understands. What about the other 3 magical creatures? Do you find them acceptable?" "Yes, you have done well. You are an excellent follower." Galen praised Yuga the Bonebreaker, a rare compliment. Joy radiated from its face as it exclaimed, "It is an honor for Yuga to contribute food to the great master. Yuga will strive harder to ensure you are not disappointed." Not long after, a multitude of ogres returned to the Bone Shatter tribe. Galen stood at the edge of the dragon's lair, his gaze fixed upon the vast mountain range to the south, which undulated like the spine of a dragon. The recent frequent appearances of humans, along with the involvement of high-ranking mages and adult silver dragons, stirred a sense of unease within him. The ogres had captured individuals whose attire suggested they were scouts. After much contemplation, Galen ultimately resolved to venture southward himself to investigate the situation. Beneath the sky of the far northern ice plains, a massive dragon, measuring 12 meters in length, soared through the air at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Enveloped in a faint mist that rendered it akin to a floating cloud from the ground's perspective. Exercising caution, Galen employed a magical ability akin to cloud mist, shrouding his form within the fog. This precaution ensured that when encountering humans, he would not be detected by their scrying spells at first glance. His extraordinary distance vision allowed him to spot his foes before they could perceive him, provided he remained well concealed. Departing from the icy cliffs of the dragon's lair, he traversed the abandoned glacial territories and crossed the basin of the ogres, before the ogres who had just provided him with prey could return. Galen had already advanced beyond the ogre basin, soaring further southward. As he surveyed the landscape from above, he gradually discerned that the ogre basin lay along a pathway conducive to movement, devoid of perilous ice crevasses or towering snow-capped mountains. It became evident that Uga, the Bone Shatter, and his kin encountered humans not solely due to luck. The Bone Shatter tribe was situated in a relatively southern locale, and as they hunted, they continued their southward journey, encroaching upon the fringes of the far northern ice plains, beyond which lay a series of undulating mountain ridges. Furthermore, for those unable to fly, many of the treacherous terrains in the far northern ice plains were ill-suited for movement. For both humans and ogres, the viable paths were limited. Hence, it was highly probable that humans from the southern kingdoms would collide with the ogres under such circumstances. As time elapsed, Galen flew southward, the mountain range gradually coming into clearer view. With utmost focus, he could faintly perceive a verdant layer of dense forest, akin to a green garment, cloaking the mountain surface. Soon, he arrived at the location indicated by the ogres, hovering above a low snow-capped hill. More accurately, it was merely a gentle snow mound, a modest elevation upon the flat terrain. Within the mist, Galen's expression darkened as he gazed downward, despite being at an altitude of 1,000 meters. His extraordinary vision allowed him to discern a scene of disarray, marked by the scars of battle and frozen blood. This was the very site where the ogres had encountered the human contingent. A three-dimensional map materialized in Galen's mind, and he marked this location. Possessing an image-level memory, he retained vivid recollections of the landscapes and terrains he had traversed, gradually forming a detailed three-dimensional map in his mind that would continue to expand with his exploration of the world. Some true dragons harbored a penchant for traversing the entirety of the continent. At that moment, Galen caught a whiff of a distinctly human scent. His gaze sharpened, his dragon wings thrumming as he ascended rapidly. Once the obstructions to his line of sight vanished, he peered into the distance. Over 10 kilometers away, a dense cluster of small black dots, reminiscent of ants, was steadily advancing. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these dense black dots were flanked by even smaller ones. Seemingly serving as scouts, they were fully armored human warriors, numbering approximately 2,000. With a mere thought, the mist surrounding him thickened, blending seamlessly with the white sky, rendering even a single dragon scale imperceptible. Subsequently, Galen adjusted his speed, ensuring he did not stir excessive turbulence. As he glided toward the position of the human army, the military force of this magnitude would undoubtedly comprise warriors, spellcasters, priests, and archers to avoid detection. Galen soared high above, enveloped in a sea of clouds, with a pristine sky mirrored above him. But as he approached the point where he could discern the enemy's formation, Galen scrutinized the unidentified human army. As he had suspected, their numbers hovered around 2,000, predominantly cavalry. Their mounts were not ordinary beasts, emanating a faint elemental glow, imbued with the essence of magical creatures, maintaining a commendable condition even in the frigid far northern ice plains. These knights were tall and robust, clad in heavy iron armor, bearing large shields on their backs and swords at their waists. The only sound amidst the ranks was the rhythmic cadence of their march. Emanating an aura of seasoned lethality, Galen spotted a thorny emblem, signifying that these individuals hailed from the Duchy of Mascia, the human army of Mascia. Had they come in pursuit of the two high-ranking mages who had already perished? Galen mused softly. The status of spellcasters, particularly high-ranking mages, was always exalted. Their alignment in warfare often stemmed from ties of national lineage or personal loyalty. It was no easy feat for a sovereign to command a high-ranking mage without a compelling justification. Now, with two high-ranking mages fighting for the Duchy of Mascia having gone missing in the far northern ice plains, it was highly probable they had met their demise. To demonstrate their seriousness regarding this matter, it was imperative for the Duchy of Mascia to dispatch an army to investigate, regardless of the outcome. Failing to act would lead to widespread disdain from the entire community of spellcasters, resulting in a gradual decline. In the continent of Noah, a nation devoid of spellcasters would wield no influence. Given the frigid temperatures of the far northern ice plains, ordinary iron armor would prove inadequate for marching. One would be fortunate to avoid freezing to death. What moved Galen profoundly was the fact that all these knights bore magical equipment. Their heavy armor was inscribed with runes, radiating a subtle elemental glow. Though standard issue, the cost of magical items was exorbitant. For a duchy to cultivate an army of this caliber, comprising 2,000 men, would require a significant allocation of resources. Moreover, it seemed they were not merely demonstrating their stance. They appeared to possess a clear objective. A contemplative expression crossed Galen's face. The quality of this 2,000-strong force's equipment was far too exceptional for a mere show of intent. It would suffice to mobilize ordinary soldiers to perish honorably in the far northern ice plains. In addition, at the forefront of the army stood a knight of extraordinary stature, towering over 2 meters, with a powerful build. His entire visage was obscured by a metallic helmet, revealing only a pair of composed brown eyes. Galen sensed a subtle yet palpable threat emanating from this knight. His armor was adorned with intricate runes, some sections studded with small magical crystals, glowing with intense luminosity. This individual could very well be a high-ranking warrior of formidable prowess. In the continent of Noah, other extraordinary power systems, aside from spellcasters, also relied upon elemental energy, albeit with vastly different methodologies and considerably more straightforward techniques compared to spellcasters. High-ranking warriors, regardless of their status or strength, could hardly rival high-ranking mages. Should a high-ranking mage be present, they might have already detected Galen's existence, as mages possessed numerous means of detection, making it difficult to evade their scrutiny using only cloud mist. However, this did not imply that high-ranking warriors were weak. Among the heavy-armored knights, numerous spellcasters and priests were present, continuously casting supportive spells to aid the army's advance. None of these individuals elicited apprehension in Galen. The sudden emergence of such a formidable army in the desolate far northern ice plains startled him slightly. Nevertheless, whether it concerned the two high-ranking mages who had pursued him all the way to the far northern ice plains, or this powerful army, it had long surpassed the realm of mere pursuit. Pursuit was aimed at eliminating foes to prevent retaliation. Yet, such a formidable military force was unwarranted for merely slaying Moulton. The cost they incurred far outweighed any potential gains. Unless Moulton possessed something they deemed worth such sacrifices. Galen moved his tongue, brushing against the spatial ring beneath it, the crimson flame staff. This staff held secrets. What could be the source of that elusive sense of connection? Reflections on Sanjiang. After several years of writing, I have received the notification of recommendation from Sanjiang for the first time. I am profoundly grateful to Editor Rui, who has allowed someone like me, a perennial underachiever, to experience the warmth of numerous recommendations each week. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to all the readers for their unwavering support. Your donations, suggestions, and comments are etched in my heart. I have high hopes for this book, primarily aiming to portray the stature of the immortal dragon, Shiguang Long. Currently, the protagonist's thoughts and character do not align with this ideal. Yet every being undergoes a process of growth, exhibiting vast differences in character at various stages. In times of weakness, one must consider many factors. I believe that an immortal does not inherently possess the demeanor befitting their immortality. It is only through the passage of time, through extensive experiences and observations, that one can perceive the world from the true perspective of an immortal. A protagonist whose character remains static is not what I wish to present to my readers. In summary, those who have read this far likely appreciate this book, and I hope for your continued support in the future. I will strive to write this book well, not to disappoint you. If there are any shortcomings along the way, I kindly ask for your feedback. Should you have any good ideas or suggestions, feel free to leave comments in the reader community. I will take them seriously. Lastly, I would like to recommend some books by author friends. If you are interested, do take a look. Point 1. Mysterious, Ms. Witch and Ms. Hunter. 2. The Three Kingdoms, 2 terrifying 3. Stars, Building Civilization from Scratch. 4. Elves, I Am Not a Team Rocket. Undercover. 5. Full-time Magician, I Am Imo Fan's Sister. 6. The Gate of All Realms. 7. Female Dominance, The Lazy Male God. 8. The Cultivator Traveling Between Two Worlds. 9. This warrior is too crazy. Garen temporarily suppressed his thoughts regarding the Crimson Flame Staff and continued to observe the human army. The vast expanse of the far north ice field made the 2,000-strong troop seem insignificant. Hidden within the mist, Garen tracked their movements. Simultaneously, he turned his head, surveying the surrounding terrain from above, speculating on the route this human army might take. As time passed, Garen's expression grew increasingly somber. Unless unforeseen events occurred, they would pass through the Ogre Basin. However, this was not what concerned Garen. He observed as the spellcasters within the army closed their eyes, employing some form of detection magic. Upon reopening them, they indicated their direction, unmistakably heading towards the Ogre Basin. Prophetic detection spells. Following the clues left by Morton, they advanced steadily, making it only a matter of time before they discovered the Ice Cliff Dragon Nest. Amos and Lilith had been taken to the Ice Cliff territory by the ogres, and the simple-minded ogres had no intention of concealing their tracks. Any discerning individual could easily follow their trail using magic. A well-armed elite army of 2,000, with a significant number of extraordinary warriors and spellcasters, left Garen feeling uncertain of victory. Such a formidable force, even without reaching 1,000, possessed the might to slay dragons. The soldiers within were not ordinary humans. Most were extraordinary warriors capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. Should the white dragon witness such an army, it would flee at the first sight. Dragons can fly, yet spellcasters can employ sky-blocking spells to drag a dragon from the air to the ground. All the spellcasters within the army possess means to counter aerial foes. However, Garen, even if his flight was limited, could not be detained by these individuals unless the area was already riddled with traps and barriers. Nevertheless, the prospect of his flying capabilities being easily restrained left Garen quite displeased. The sky-blocking spell. I have no means to counter it in the future. I must find a means of flight that is unaffected by such spells. Otherwise, I will always be constrained and hesitant. Such thoughts began to take root in Garen's mind. He did not recklessly attack the army alone, but observed their movement for another half hour before retreating into the mist. A troop of this size moving together has many advantages. They are less susceptible to ambush and can support one another. However, there are also disadvantages, quite evident. Their speed of movement is determined by the slowest among them, thus making their progress relatively slow. Traversing the vast ice field to reach the ice cliff dragon nest will require considerable time. Before they arrive at the ice cliff dragon nest, Garen has ample opportunity to gather his followers and plan a preemptive strike. He does not wish to abandon the territory he has just stabilized. Should he encounter this human army, if they discover Morton's relic in his possession, a great conflict would be inevitable. Garen prefers not to sit idly and wait for them to come to him. He would rather take the initiative, gathering his followers. The far north ice spirits, the fearsome lizard, the white hound, and the ogres would form a formidable force, one that could prove useful in such times. While passing through the ogre basin, Garen halted. Yuga, the Bonebreaker, had just returned with a band of ogres, and upon seeing Garen, they displayed expressions of confusion, uncertain why he was present. Garen descended to a lower altitude and addressed Yuga, his voice grave. Bring all the warriors of the Bonebreaker tribe to the Ice Cliff territory and await my command. We shall prepare for a war against the human army. Yuga, sensing Garen's serious demeanor, felt a chill in his heart and responded, At your command. The warriors of the Bonebreaker tribe shall fight for you. The sudden turn of events left Yuga unaware of the reasons behind Garen's orders. Yet he understood that he merely needed to follow Garen's instructions. Roars of excitement erupted among the ogres as they raised their fearsome weapons at the prospect of impending battle with humans. Though named ogres, they had seldom encountered humans and were now filled with a fervent battle spirit. Shortly thereafter, Garen returned to the Ice Cliff territory, gathering the far north ice spirits and informing them of the impending war. Hunting teams, refrain from venturing out for the time being. Consolidate your strength and remain vigilant. The Ice Spirit tribe, capable of combat, numbered around 150, while the total count of newborns lacking combat power exceeded 300. Each Ice Spirit is roughly equivalent to a second-ring low-level spellcaster, albeit with more singular abilities and considerably weaker than typical second-ring spellcasters. The fearsome lizards, possessing greater combat prowess, number 90, while the more average white hounds now exceed 400. Compared to the rigorously trained and disciplined elite human army, they cannot form effective coordination, yet they still constitute a force capable of causing significant trouble for the enemy. After some time, the ogres of the Bonebreaker tribe, trudging heavily with their fearsome weapons in hand, entered the Ice Cliff territory and gathered with other followers. Simultaneously, sensing the heavy atmosphere, the ferocious frost tiger emerged from its den, letting out a mighty roar before approaching Garen, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Observing this, Garen gently stroked the frost tiger's head and murmured, Patience, there will be a time when I need you. The frost tiger, driven by a strong desire for carnage, often returned from hunts, bearing injuries and spoils, exhibiting a far more violent disposition than Garen's other followers. It only showed affection towards Garen, while the others dared not approach the frost tiger. Once all of Garen's followers had assembled, he did not lead them directly out of the Ice Cliff territory, but instead returned to the dragon nest, his mind replaying the geography of the far north ice field and sifting through suitable ambush points based on the army's trajectory. Given the slow pace of the human army, he had ample time. Unbeknownst to them, they had already caught the attention of a dragon. Unlike the straightforward confrontation of two armies, dragons prefer unexpected ambushes, particularly the white dragon. White dragons are masters of hunting, the most skilled predators of the ice field, capable of locating the most advantageous ambush sites in complex terrains. Garen was no exception, extending his dragon claw. Garen unconsciously began sketching a rudimentary map in the icy ground as he pondered. Ice valleys, snowy mountains, and water lakes. After a span of several minutes, Garen's gaze shifted, and he circled a spot on the small map with his sharp claw. It was a steep snow-capped mountain nearly 1,000 meters high. That moment, a familiar aura of draconic majesty surged forth, provoking a fresh bout of displeasure from the frost tiger. Luna, I wonder if her arrival at this time will enable her to assist. Galon turned his head to gaze beyond the dragon's nest. Inside, Luna, the silver dragon with golden hair and fair skin, stood gracefully before him, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she looked up at him. She extended her fair hand, cradling a stone resembling a red gem within her palm. The stone's contours depicted a coiled dragon, its intricate scales and sharp horns vividly apparent, exuding a potent aura of true draconic essence. This was the Dragon Soul Stone. As Galron focused on the Dragon Soul Stone, he felt an overwhelming allure emanating from it, a powerful temptation rooted in dragon instinct, even without knowledge of its effects. He could instinctively discern its value as a precious treasure that he stared intently at the Dragon Soul Stone, gripped by an impulse to seize it and consume it immediately. Luna, noticing Gowron's captivated gaze. Swayed the dragon soulstone, tilting her head back as she melodiously inquired, "Have you given my offer some thought? Hand over Morton's notes, and this dragon soulstone shall be yours." She appeared utterly unguarded, showing no concern that Gowron might attempt to snatch it from her. This was the confidence inherent in an adult silver dragon. Gowron shifted his gaze from the dragon soulstone and retrieved 16 volumes of notes, stacking them in her clawed palm. However, he hesitated to hand them directly to Luna. After a moment's contemplation, he pondered aloud, "Luna, regarding your earlier offer of assistance beyond the dragon soul stone, does that still stand?" Without a moment's pause, Luna nodded affirmatively, stating, "Certainly, I always fulfill my promises. As if sensing that Gowron required her aid, she added, "However, as I mentioned previously, I will not engage in acts of bullying the weak. I will only agree to matters I deem kind and just." Gowron remained silent as he surrendered the 16 volumes to Luna, who likewise presented the dragon's soul stone before him. Upon grasping the dragon's soul stone, a yearning to consume it surged within him, every cell in his body resonating with desire. Yet, he recognized that the moment was not right. The slumber induced by the stone would undoubtedly require considerable time. And with human forces looming nearby, he needed to resolve the immediate threats before utilizing the dragon soul stone. You have a matter for which you require my assistance now?" Luna asked. Her spirits lifted upon receiving Morton's notes, her voice tinged with delight. Gowron did not deny it, responding, "Indeed, with the help of an adult silver dragon, I need not exercise such caution. I could simply charge at Luna, and together we would easily overwhelm the 2,000 human soldiers." Luna's lips curled upward, curiosity piqued. "What is it?" "I shall listen before making a decision." Gowron carefully considered his words, stating, "A human duchy's army has crossed the Dragon Ridge Mountains and entered the northern icefields." "Human army?" Luna's brow furrowed slightly in surprise. Gowron's voice lowered as he continued, "They belong to the Duchy of Mashia. You can surely surmise their intentions." Luna's expression darkened, and she fell into silence. The Duchy of Mashia had obliterated Morton's homeland and was relentless in their pursuit, even hunting down 2 children, trailing them to the northern icefields. Confronting such a malevolent nation does not contradict your principles, does it? After speaking, Gowron observed Luna's reaction. The benevolent and upright silver dragon appeared troubled, and after a few moments of hesitation, she shook her head, saying, "I'm sorry, Gowron, I cannot comply." Pausing, she added, "Humans are complex, and their wars even more so. I never interfere in the conflicts of human nations. Aiding either side is not a righteous act. Unlike the chromatic dragons, who are often driven by greed to meddle in human wars for profit, Luna, as a powerful silver dragon, believed that any allegiance to one side constituted a grievous oppression of the other. Though Luna rejected Gowron's request, he felt no disappointment, having anticipated her response. Metallic dragons steadfastly adhere to their principles, and their convictions are not easily swayed. Gowron refrained from further persuasion, countering, "I understand your perspective. But what would you do if this army found you and demanded Morton's offspring?" At this, Luna smiled gently, declaring, "Should anyone seek to provoke the dignity of a silver dragon, I would not hesitate to make them pay a steep price." Her voice exuded immense confidence. No human would dare confront a metallic dragon. Should they discover that Morton's ally is, in fact, an adult silver dragon, they would have to be mad to provoke her. Moreover, the potential for retribution from a metallic dragon could easily lead to the downfall of an entire nation. Do not underestimate the fighting prowess of humans. Many a young dragon has fallen to their arrogance. Luna continued, "If you are resolute in your decision to battle the human army, you may seek help from other dragons. It is not a matter of shame." Luna did not linger, gracefully departing after offering Gowron a suggestion. Within the icy lair, Gowron fell into deep contemplation. Other dragons? He needed not many. The assistance of just one more adult dragon, regardless of its kind, would bolster his confidence to permanently entrap the human army in the northern ice fields without expending excessive effort. To be prudent, he carefully contemplated Luna's suggestion. Crystal dragons, white dragons. The crystal dragon might not wish to involve itself, but the white dragon. Gowron well understood the nature of ordinary white dragons. As long as there was profit to be gained, they would engage in anything, disregarding any semblance of principle. At present, he was aware of 3 white dragons, his most familiar being the white dragon matron, along with 2 others he did not recognize. Gowron found himself inclined to converse with the white dragon matron rather than the unfamiliar pair. Furthermore, with the time mark's presence, he could easily locate her position, although he had previously robbed her. Leaving a sense of animosity, he was confident that if he promised her a share of the spoils, she would gladly cooperate. Gowron understood the white dragon matron well. She was both lazy and avaricious, yet immensely vain. Now that human soldiers were in play, she would likely choose to temporarily set aside past grievances and agree to collaborate with him. Closing his eyes, Gowron focused on the location of the time mark. Approximately 400 miles to the northeast of the ice cliff dragon nest. Given his speed, this distance was manageable, allowing him to make a round trip before the human army reached his intended ambush site. With ample time to spare, I wonder if the white dragon matron has amassed her treasure hoard once more. Gowron shook his head, dismissing any further thoughts of her. His resentment towards her had largely dissipated. Had he not been expelled with cold indifference and a threatening demeanor, he would not have resorted to such violent means to acquire her treasures. Setting off, guided by his intuition toward the time mark, Gowron departed the icy territory, swiftly soaring northeast, leaving behind a fleeting white silhouette and the howling chill of the wind. Before his departure, he briefed Roy Ice River and Yuga Bone Shatter on the details of the ambush, instructing them to lead their kin toward the designated location. In contrast to the heavily armored human forces newly arrived in the northern ice fields, these creatures, native to the region, moved swiftly and adeptly concealed themselves. Especially the ferocious frost tiger. This 10-meter-long beast possessed a formidable presence and considerable weight, yet it could traverse without a whisper, its stealth unmatched, an altitude of 1,000 meters. The biting cold wind sliced through Gowron's scaled armor, invigorating him, but leaving no other impact. He gazed down at the landscape below, his eyes scanning like radar, gradually enriching his mental map of the far northern ice fields while noting the locations of formidable creatures. Among them, a pack of winter wolves caught his attention. The appearance of these winter wolves bore little difference from ordinary white wolves of the snowy terrain. They were larger, yet their length barely reached 3 meters. From a distance, they appeared to be nothing more than a harmless group of magical beings. However, underestimating them would come at a dire cost, often a matter of life and death. Winter wolves are highly intelligent magical creatures, capable of speaking the common tongue and giant language. Cunning, clever, powerful, and united, they are even referred to as the lords of the ice fields, for their danger often surpasses that of white dragons or frost giants. They are the most perilous pack of wolves in the northern ice fields, wielding icy breaths akin to that of frost dragons and possessing numerous magical abilities. Should a human army attempt to confront them, it would be akin to courting death. Gowron had set his sights on this pack of winter wolves, but taming such intelligent beasts was a formidable challenge. The aloof winter wolves did not regard dragons as superior beings. He resolved to seize an opportunity in the future, deeming the present moment unsuitable. He traveled northeast. Gowron encountered numerous intelligent species, magical beings, demi-human races, and humanoid tribes. Besides the winter wolves, he observed powerful minotaurs, trolls, and a tribe of ice barbarian numbering in the thousands. The creatures of the ice fields in this direction appeared stronger than those Gowron had previously encountered. Should they be united, they could establish an unparalleled city belonging to the beings of the ice fields. Before long, Gowron arrived at the new territory of the White Dragon Lady, sensing the familiar faint aura of a true dragon at the edge. It was a rugged, perilous range of snow-capped mountains, where every glance revealed towering peaks blanketed in white, with glimpses of ice-field creatures' lairs. The new lair of the White Dragon Lady resided among these mountains, neither too high nor too low. The position of the time mark remained static, and Gowron anticipated that the White Dragon Lady was deep in slumber within her lair. The small horde was gone, yet she still had the luxury to sleep. A grin spread across Gowron's face as his platinum dragon eyes turned toward the direction of the sensed lair. In the next instant, his dragon might surged forth like a tide, swiftly reaching its destination. The peak of a snow-capped mountain. Within a rather rudimentary cave, the White Dragon Lady lay asleep, her eyes closed, her expression shifting at times as if she were gritting her teeth, seemingly caught in a troubling nightmare. Nearby, her younger dragon siblings were in the midst of a scuffle, their claws attacking each other without restraint. Simultaneously, the overwhelming dragon might swept over the young dragons, causing them to freeze in place, their bodies rigid as an involuntary shiver coursed through them, the fear of being dominated by their elder brother flooding their minds. Gowron had returned. Tommy blinked wearily. After relocating, the White Dragon Lady's mood had soured further, exuding an air of self-despondency. She no longer sought to drive away the powerful beings within her territory nor attempted to reign in her subordinates. Aside from occasionally providing sustenance for the hatchlings to prevent them from starving, most of her time was spent in slumber. With the presence of frost giants nearby, the young dragons dared not venture out frequently for hunting, leading to increasingly dire days filled with intermittent hunger. In the next moment, the dragon might envelop the body of the white dragon lady. Initially, she trembled but did not awaken. However, moments later, as if suddenly recalling something, her eyes flew open, and her body shot upright, her face a mixture of anger and fear as she gazed outside the cave. "Did you come to seize my territory again? Galen, you shall not think that I fear you." The clear voice of the dragon language escaped from the lips of the white dragon lady on the other side. Galen, having heard her words, discerned her fear and could not help but smile slightly. With a flap of his wings, he descended, accurately locating the new lair of the white dragon lady through the time mark. Compared to the comfortable lair on the 500-meter ice cliff, her new abode was far more modest. With uneven edges and a view obstructed by taller mountains, the ground and walls were unrefined, appearing rugged and coarse. It seemed rather pitiable. Without hesitation, Galen stepped into the lair, surveying the surroundings with an odd expression. Simultaneously, he caught sight of the white dragon lady and her younger siblings, whom he had not seen for some time. The tall and somewhat graceful white dragon lady now appeared quite irate, panting as she stared fixedly at Galen with eyes full of hostility, yet there was a hint of bravado in her demeanor. "Rest assured, I have a fondness for the ice cliff lair. I hold no interest in your little cave." Ignoring the hostility in the white dragon lady's gaze, Galen spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing Galen's words, the white dragon lady grew even angrier. Believing he had come specifically to humiliate and mock her. "If you're not interested, then hurry and leave, Galen. I do not welcome you." The white dragon lady retorted furiously, subtly shifting her body, seemingly attempting to shield her treasures from Galen's view. In truth, this was not a new lair. She had resided here for a time during her transition to the youthful dragon stage before eventually moving to the ice cliff lair, foreseeing potential troubles. The white dragon lady had stored a small portion of her treasures here, not many in number, but now they served as her only solace. However, her peculiar actions drew Galen's attention. He scrutinized closely, his gaze penetrating the gaps of the white dragon lady's body, revealing several gleaming gems and some rough gold nuggets. Realizing Galen had discovered her meager hoard, the white dragon lady immediately assumed a battle stance, baring her sharp claws and declaring in exasperation, "If you lay further claim to my treasure, I shall fight you. These are all I have left." Galen chuckled softly, choosing not to focus on the treasures. "Celia, with such meager possessions, I hardly regard them with any interest." The white dragon lady huffed, exhaling frosty breath, yet remained on guard. "What is it that you seek here?" "What, a human army?" the white dragon lady scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. "These despicable crawlers dare to venture deep into the far northern ice fields." Upon hearing Galen's intent, she sneered, her words revealing her utter contempt for humanity. Her attitude reminded Galen of Luna's recent words. Many young dragons met their demise at the hands of humans due to their arrogance. The white dragon lady epitomized such young dragons, looking down upon nearly all beings aside from fellow dragons, believing only true dragons to be noble and exalted, while all others deserved to cower beneath their feet. "To be precise, it is an army of humans capable of easily slaying you," Galen added, continuing amidst the white dragon lady's skeptical gaze. "This human army is primarily composed of cavalry, extraordinary warriors clad in runic heavy armor. Not the ordinary humans you imagine." After patiently explaining the true composition of the army, the white dragon lady's haughty demeanor softened slightly. "Humph, you just seized my territory and treasures. Now you expect me to assist you? Galen, given our past grievances, do you truly believe I would agree to fight alongside you? I, Celia, would never ally with you." The white dragon lady glared at Galen, her face openly displaying her scorn, as if mocking him for failing to grasp the situation. Galen remained unfazed, fully aware of the white dragon lady's vile nature. He chuckled lightly and replied, "A formidable army of 2,000 elite soldiers, runic heavy armor, magical gear wielded by spellcasters, and an array of treasures they may carry. Defeating them would yield a bounty ample enough to fill your little cave." The white dragon lady flapped her wings, instinctively extending her neck, her restlessness becoming palpable. Her eyes glimmered with greed, an unmistakable yearning etched across her face. Seeing this, Galen recognized her intrigue and shifted his tone, speaking with a hint of regret. "I merely came to extend an invitation for you to partake in this grand feast, considering our past ties. Since you refuse, let it be as if I never came. Until we meet again." After speaking, Galen turned away without a trace of reluctance. The white dragon lady's face displayed signs of struggle. And ultimately, as Galen approached the edge of her lair, her trembling wings poised for flight, she could no longer restrain herself and called out to him, saying, "Wait a moment, I have changed my mind." Galen halted his steps, turned back in surprise, and asked, "What prompted this change of heart? Did you not just say that given our enmity, it was impossible for you to ally with me? I have decided to seek cooperation with other white dragons. So I will not trouble you any further." The white dragon lady raised her head, slamming her claws against the ground, causing the earth to tremble, as if to assert her power. "I, Celia, am the mightiest white dragon of the far north. My willingness to assist you is solely based on our blood relation. You need only share half of the spoils with me." The mightiest white dragon. Galen refrained from further undermining her fragile pride. However, regarding the allocation of loot, he did not acquiesce to her demand for half. "It is impossible to simply divide the spoils in half. We shall distribute them according to our capabilities. The spoils from the enemies you slay will rightfully belong to you." The white dragon lady pondered for a moment and found no fault in this arrangement, replying, "Agreed." Although she had been defeated by Galen, she did not truly believe that she was significantly weaker than him. In fact, she felt her loss was somewhat obscure and had yet to comprehend how she had been bested by Galen. "Since you have resolved to participate, we should not delay. Let us depart at once." Galen unfurled his wings, soaring into the sky with remarkable speed. The white dragon lady, her excitement palpable, followed closely behind as the two dragons ascended into the heights. Three nearly overlooked hatchlings within the lair exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. In the biting winds of the frigid air, Galen flew ahead while the white dragon lady glared at his comparatively smaller form with indignation. She soon realized that no matter how hard she flapped her wings, her speed could not surpass Galen's. He consistently maintained his lead. Initially, she remained skeptical, believing Galen could not sustain such speed for long, but as time passed, his velocity showed no signs of waning. Remaining ahead of her, cursed, the white dragon lady furiously beat her wings, momentarily increasing her speed. Yet, Galen, still in front, also quickened his pace, keeping several body lengths between them. He glanced back at the white dragon lady, who was gritting her teeth and desperately flapping her wings, understanding her intentions quite well. Currently, Galen's maximum acceleration rate was 5 times faster, which consumed the power of time. However, when he maintained a speed of only 1 time, the river of time enveloped him, resulting in no consumption, akin to a solidified permanent passive ability. As they flew in a straight line high above, unimpeded by any obstacles, their pace was swift. Before reaching the ambush site, they encountered Galen's retinue, still on their way. The ferocious frost tiger sensed Galen's gaze immediately, raising its head to look up, and upon noticing the white dragon lady beside him, it instantly became alert and roared with thunderous might. The white dragon lady looked down, letting out a displeased huff as she unleashed her dragon's might. The frost tiger was affected by her presence but soon broke free from its influence, continuing its relentless roars. "Galen, your retinue seems to lack sufficient respect for the true dragons. Were it not for your presence, I would have torn apart this provocation from the frost tiger," Galen replied nonchalantly. "It is a savage breed, not particularly intelligent. As my retinue, it need only show respect towards me." The white dragon lady had her own retinue, which she had taken with her when departing from the ice cliff territory. But midway, she had consumed them out of frustration. In her new environment, she had yet to re-establish her retinue. Without moving forward with her slower companions, the white dragon lady and Galen arrived at their destination first. Observing the ambush point Galen had chosen on the snowy mountain, the white dragon lady nodded and remarked in an expert tone, "This location is quite suitable for a sudden attack. Galen, it seems you possess some skill." Galen. He thought the white dragon lady appeared to have forgotten the fact that he had just thoroughly defeated her. 4 hours later, the retinue also arrived at the site, climbing the snowy mountain to gather before Galen. Simultaneously, the far north granted its native creatures a bounty of snow, which began to fall heavily. Initially, it was just a light flurry, but within mere minutes, it transformed into a blizzard, blanketing the land in white. As howling winds whipped through the air, obscuring the forms of the 2 white dragons and their retinue, the far north was known for its perpetual snowfall, a common meteorological phenomenon. Galen looked up at the sky. Silently praising the favorable weather, he exchanged a knowing glance with the white dragon lady and subtly invoked the miss. In the matter of setting an ambush, their thought processes aligned almost perfectly. 2 clouds of mist spread out, enveloping Galen's retinue and concealing their magical presence. Following this, the white dragon, lying low atop the snowy mountain, melded seamlessly with the mist and the swirling snow, her platinum pupils blinking occasionally as she patiently observed the scene below. Roxa was a warrior, a seasoned fighter who had risked his life countless times for the Duchy of Mascia, born in the slums of a small subordinate city within the duchy. He faced bullying due to his origins, as his mother had been abducted by Highland barbarians and subsequently gave birth to him. Thus, he became acquainted with the dark and treacherous nature of humanity from a young age. His fortunes changed when he was discovered by the young Duke of Thorns, who took him back to the capital of the Duchy of Mascia. Through rigorous training, he became a formidable warrior. To repay the Duke of Thorns for his kindness, Roxa always charged to the front lines during battles for his country, unafraid of death or pain, and through the trials of blood and fire. He grew to become the strongest warrior of the Duchy of Mascia, Steelhelm, Duke of Thorns, Mascia's Wolf. These were the names bestowed upon him by others, some filled with praise and others with scorn. Roxa favored the title of Mascia's Wolf, earned from a battle in which he decimated an army of 10,000. His overall strength ranked just below a few high-ranking mages of the duchy. Yet he was now the most powerful figure in Mascia, for the duchy no longer had any high-ranking mages. Originally, there were 3 high-ranking mages in the Duchy of Mascia. One fell in battle against the Duchy of Walker, a conflict that sealed Mascia's victory. As for the other 2, they met their demise in the icy expanse beneath his feet. Morton's ability to kill 2 high-ranking mages could only be attributed to a mutual destruction or being on the verge of death himself. Rocha was aware of this fact, yet his mood was far from lighthearted. Rumors suggested that Morton's powerful confidant from his early years was likely a mature silver dragon disguised as a human, who had departed from society and journeyed to the farthest icy reaches. Given Morton's resolute flight to the extreme north and the prophecies confirming the involvement of a dragon, the veracity of these rumors had escalated significantly. This army of 2,000 comprised the most elite warriors of the Duchy of Mascia, assembled with the purpose of slaying the dragon, even though they were acutely aware that their adversary was likely a fully grown silver dragon, rendering their chances of success nearly non-existent, and the prospect of perishing here a grim reality. Rocha nevertheless obeyed the Thorn Duke's orders, leading his troops to the extreme north in a desperate gamble to launch an attack against a mature silver dragon. Even if they were to achieve an improbable success, would inevitably invite the furious retribution of metallic dragons once their intentions were revealed. Yet, the Duchy of Mascia could no longer afford such considerations at that moment. It was teetering on the brink of a precarious crisis, leaving no room for contemplation of the future. War is a double-edged sword. The conflict in the south had dragged on interminably, shrouded in smoke and affecting a wide area. The participants included not only the Duchy of Walker and the Duchy of Mascia, but also other ravenous wolves and vicious tigers, driven by hunger and greedily eyeing every nearby existence. Deprived of high-ranking mages and having recently suffered losses from war, the Duchy of Mascia had transformed from a formidable force into a soft target that everyone coveted. Standing at the precipice of peril, the most disheartening aspect was that, despite incurring such grievous costs, they had failed to completely secure the most valuable spoils within the Duchy of Walker. They were rich in treasures, yet barred from access. If they could not reclaim what had been taken by Morton, the Duchy of Mascia would lose its only chance at a turnaround. The best-case scenario would see their national strength plummet, while the worst could lead to complete annihilation like that of the Duchy of Walker, leaving its citizens in disarray and despair. In a bid to avert such a dire fate, the Duchy of Mascia had dispatched a contingent of elite forces, braving immense risks to traverse the extreme northern ice fields, prepared to stake everything on a single throw of the dice. A mature silver dragon, Rochett gazed upward at the increasingly heavy snowfall, his heart laden with apprehension. Though he had never encountered a mature silver dragon, the Duchy of Mascia had invested considerable resources to enlist the aid of a young red dragon over 70 years of age, which had decisively secured victory on the high battleground. Rochett had witnessed that red dragon, its presence radiating heat and danger that was truly disconcerting. The biting cold wind, interspersed with snowflakes resembling goose feathers, assaulted him, striking against his heavy armor, deflected by the shimmering runes that shielded him. Despite the frigid weather and the raging blizzard, this human army pressed onward, their pace unyielding, bolstered by magical equipment and the support of spellcasters. The war in the south raged on. Should anyone notice the Duchy of Mascia's current vulnerability and weakness before they accomplished their mission and returned, the consequences would be dire as time passed. The human army gradually ventured deeper into the extreme northern ice fields, the Dragon's Pine Mountains receding into a mere shadowy outline, engulfed by the white expanse of snow, behind the metallic visors of their helmets. Rochett's expression was grave, his silence profound. For reasons unknown, his unease intensified. The trials of countless battles had ingrained in Ratchet a deep trust in his instinctual intuition on the brutal battleground. There were often moments when rational thought was rendered impossible, leaving only the reliance on instinct, for a fleeting moment of contemplation could result in a blade piercing one's heart. Could the mature silver dragon have already detected our presence? Ratchet furrowed his brow. No, given the nature of silver dragons, even if it were aware of our intentions, it would likely remain indifferent until we initiated an attack. As the leader of this army, the hope of the Duchy of Masha, Ratchet felt an immense weight of pressure, as if a colossal burden was pressing down upon his shoulders. After a moment of contemplation, Ratchet summoned the highest-ranking spellcaster in the army, a seasoned mid-level mage of the Fifth Circle. This mage, specializing in the School of Protection, had fought alongside Ratchet numerous times, and they had saved each other's lives, developing a deep camaraderie. Copophile, I sense a growing unease within me. As a spellcaster, your mental fortitude exceeds mine. Have you perceived any anomalies? Copophile, donned in a deep yellow, voluminous robe, with flecks of white in his beard, appeared to be in his 60s, yet exuded vitality, his complexion rosy and vibrant. The icy wind that battered him was intercepted by his magical wards, leaving him untouched. Upon hearing Ratchet's words, he scanned the surroundings with eyes shimmering with arcane light, then shook his head no after a brief pause. Copophile's expression grew somber. Yet, like you, I too harbor a sense of lurking disquiet. It feels as though an unseen threat is drawing near, and we remain oblivious. After some thought, Copophile conjured a spell, emanating a circular wave of magical energy that enveloped the knights. A faint glow of protective magic enveloped them, enhancing their resistance against sudden magical attacks. Though its potency was modest, its broad range and extended duration were advantageous. Following the casting, Copophile retrieved a magical crystal from his spatial ring, quickly replenishing his expended mana to maintain peak condition. However, the unease that weighed heavily upon both men remained unrelieved by the application of protective spells. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the weight of concern reflected in the other's eyes. The extreme northern ice fields were fraught with peril, far from a benign territory. As time marched on, 3 days swiftly elapsed, and the human army, advancing with solemnity, found themselves passing a towering snow-covered mountain nearly 1,000 meters high. Atop the summit, snow and wind converged, obscuring visibility. The human forces maintained a disciplined march, pausing briefly to observe before continuing forward, gradually approaching the mountain's base. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to the sound of rolling thunder. Deafening in its intensity, the ferocious might of the dragon surged forth like a deluge, sweeping over the human army in a whirlwind. Instantly, pandemonium erupted among the ranks. Steeds imbued with the blood of magical creatures collapsed, their limbs giving way, some even succumbing to sheer terror. Most of the human knights were paralyzed in fear, falling to the ground in disarray, heavily crashing into the snow. Two massive shadows loomed overhead, obscuring the snowfall, having appeared above the human forces unbeknownst to them, casting their ominous shade over all. Concurrently, a large and a small white dragon, surrounded by swirling winds and blizzards, descended from the mountain slope with an unstoppable force. The icy blue glow of danger radiated from their gaping maws. Accompanying the two white dragons was a multitude of magical creatures, their presence awe-inspiring. Among them was a colossal 10-meter-long tiger, ferocious and fearsome, its roar echoing through the heavens. Ratchet and Copophile's faces paled simultaneously as they finally grasped the source of their unease. Yet, they were also taken aback. One of the white dragons appeared to be still immature, and despite its accompanying forces, it should not have instilled such an overwhelming sense of dread, merely a nuisance at most. Copophile raised his staff, having already begun to chant spells upon sensing the disturbance. He completed the incantation swiftly. Anti-dragon aura, a beam of light shot skyward, significantly diminishing the dragon's imposing presence, merging into the surrounding space and sustaining its effect. The knights and their mounts returned to normal, their well-trained instincts prompting them to quickly regain their footing, shedding their panic and drawing their shields to form a defensive formation, rallying with spirited cries, "For the glory of Masha!" The heavy iron shields interlocked, rapidly forming a formidable barrier. The runes etched upon the shields ignited, casting a radiant glow through the swirling snow, signifying an indomitable strength. In the continent of Noah, dragons were not common. Yet they were not entirely rare either. Many nations had experienced dragon attacks, thus training to counter such assaults was an essential part of a human army's preparation. Seal the skies. In the ranks of the army, spellcasters united to weave a formidable incantation, an intangible force of magic extending outward, severely curtailing the aerial capabilities of Galen and the White Dragon Lady. Both dragons felt an immediate heaviness in their bodies, rendering their wings less effective for flight. However, they could still manage a simple glide and dive. Galen did not make his presence overly conspicuous, maintaining a speed comparable to that of the white dragon lady in mere seconds. The two dragons, embodying a tempestuous ferocity, descended upon the human forces, their chilling breath of frost poised to unleash devastation. In the next instant, a brilliant azure frost breath erupted from their jaws, a biting wind interspersed with razor-sharp ice crystals, piercing through the swirling snow and swiftly approaching the human defenses. Simultaneously, Copofiel unfurled a spell scroll, transparent magical luminescence enveloping the iron shields. A fourth-tier spell, granting group resistance to energy. Additionally, the fourth-tier spell could weaken the dragon's breath while simultaneously bolstering the human army's defenses. Boom! Two columns of dragon breath, one thick, the other slender, descended violently upon the knightly shields. Crack! Crack! The runes flared dramatically, entreating the protective magic to halt the dragon breath, yet the frost inexorably encroached, encasing dozens of soldiers directly in the path of the frost breath and lifelike crystalline ice. Despite the exemplary reaction of this human army to the sudden attack, their shield wall was inevitably breached. Yet, the white dragon lady was far from satisfied with this outcome, her ire palpable. She believed that a single breath from her would have been sufficient to slay at least 100 foes. Wretched human vermin! With an enraged roar, the white dragon lady extended her claws and lunged into the human ranks, akin to a white bulldozer, toppling hundreds in her wake and carving deep furrows into the ground as she wreaked havoc within their formation. Galen, having refrained from following the white dragon lady's reckless charge, soon witnessed the consequences of her impulsiveness. Deep within the enemy lines, she found herself ensnared like a creature trapped in a quagmire, subjected to relentless assaults from a myriad of heavily armored knights. The heavy, sharp swords, imbued with elemental energy, struck her, gradually fracturing her dragon scales amidst the cacophony of clashing metal. Each swipe of her claws and sweep of her tail sent some foes flying. Yet she could not eradicate them all, and soon more assailants converged upon her. These heavily armored knights, fortified by protective spells, ensnared the white dragon lady like chains, slowly draining her vitality. Galen's expression darkened, silently berating the white dragon lady for her foolishness and impulsiveness. She had underestimated her opponents, perceiving them as mere soldiers. However, despite her predicament, the white dragon lady had also ensnared a significant number of heavily armored knights. Capturing an adult true dragon was no trivial matter. That moment, Galen's kin arrived on the scene. The ferocious frost tiger led the charge, following the breach created by the white dragon lady, and, like her, barreled into the human army. Its enormous, powerful paws sent several knights flying, each strike claiming lives, while its icy breath, akin to the frost breath, could easily freeze its target solid. Following closely were towering ogres, fearsome crocodilian lizards, and sharp-toothed white hunting hounds, all surging forth to engage the armored knights in close combat, cleaving through the hastily erected defenses of the human forces like a sharp blade. The ogres rampaged through the throngs like tanks, few knights able to contend with them one-on-one, while the hunting hounds maneuvered around, viciously attacking the knights' mounts and effortlessly severing their limbs with their keen fangs. The terrifying lizards, resembling armored crocodiles, breathed fire, igniting knights into blazing torches to in the rear. The Arctic spirits unleashed their spell-like abilities, conjuring a storm of sharp ice crystals that rained down upon the human army. The spellcasters within the army were not to be outdone, retaliating with powerful counterattacks. Ice crystals, flames, lightning, poison, attacks of various attributes flooded the battlefield, and combined with the rampaging dragons and ferocious tigers, the chaos intensified. For Galen's side, this turmoil heralded good fortune. Unlike the white dragon lady, who had plunged into the encirclement, Galen maintained a strategic distance, unleashing his breath to encase heavy knights in solid ice. He conducted himself with decorum, observing the enemy spellcasters without drawing undue attention, thereby evading the brunt of their fire. With the arrival of his kin, the white dragon lady extricated herself from her predicament, wielding her claws with abandon and unleashing her breath to sweep the area, manifesting tremendous destructive power. The army's leader, Rashia, let out a heavy grunt, abandoning his mount and leaping toward the white dragon lady. Midway, an ogre cackled and swung a massive spiked mace at Rashia, who raised his magical greatsword, cleaving the mace and the ogre's body in two with a strike as swift as lightning. Vibrant blood splattering across his armor. He hastily closed the distance to the white dragon lady, delivering a fierce downward slash aimed at her head. The white dragon lady sensed an impending crisis. Startled, and swiped a claw at Rashia, who deftly parried with his magical sword, shattering her scales and causing blood to flow profusely. Pain coursed through her, and her expression turned fierce as she unleashed her frost breath at close range. Even Rashia dared not withstand the breath of an adult dragon. He twisted his body to evade the icy torrent. Meanwhile, shielded by several heavily armored knights, Copperfield focused intently on casting spells to enhance the army's overall defenses. While other spellcasters conjured various incantations to bombard Galen and the White Dragon Lady. The White Dragon Lady, being larger and more conspicuous, drew far more fire than Galen, especially with Rashia's involvement. Leaving her in a precarious position, Galen observed the White Dragon Lady's plight. Though she appeared beleaguered, her resilient scales had yet to fail, which eased his concerns for himself. He found himself underestimated in the shadows of the White Dragon Lady. Few spells were directed at him, as most of the heavily armored knights were occupied by his kin and the White Dragon Lady, with scarcely any actively targeting him. Realizing this underestimation, Galen smirked. Drawing the White Dragon Lady to attract fire had proven to be an astute strategy. Then, Galen's expression turned serious as he quietly recited an incantation, having identified his target, an elderly wizard clad in a deep yellow robe. The magic within him surged into the most potent spell model he commanded. The school of transmutation was renowned for its formidable destructive power, with fire spells being particularly infamous, the fireball spell. As the classic fire transmutation incantation, boasted innumerable high-tier variants, its fearsome destructive capacity instilling dread in all who faced it. The inscribed spell model glimmered in his mind, as magical energy flowed into it, rapidly forming as elemental energy surged restlessly toward Galen. Brilliant crimson elemental luminescence radiated from him, harmonizing exquisitely with his white scales. The interplay of red and white became the most striking spectacle on the battlefield. The spellcasters within the army sensed the anomaly in elemental energy, their faces contorting in fear as they turned their gazes toward the young white dragon they had previously overlooked when they realized what Galen was about to unleash. It was already too late. Copperfield's expression darkened as he bellowed, a mid-tier spell from the school of transmutation. Everyone, prepare for defense immediately. His demeanor grew grave, his staff glowing brightly as he chanted an incantation to erect a protective barrier. Meanwhile, Galen had completed his incantation, successfully unleashing his spell. Before him materialized a fist-sized, dark red fireball, its glow subdued, riddled with rough cracks that pulsed rhythmically like a beating heart, exuding an aura of peril. A fourth-tier transmutation spell, explosive fireball. The ordinary third-tier fireball appeared merely as a pea-sized ember, yet its destructive capability was significant. This fist-sized fireball emanated an air of danger that caught the attention of the human champions within the army, instilling trepidation in their hearts. The White Dragon Lady, previously besieged, found a measure of relief as her most formidable adversary diverted a substantial portion of their focus toward countering Galen's spell. The flames would purify all. As Galen directed his thoughts, his mental energy pinpointed the location of Copperfire, causing the elderly mage, who had seen more than 50 winners, to change his expression slightly. The spells of powerful protection that this individual had continuously cast had already drawn Galen's attention. And it is always prudent to eliminate a formidable opponent first, regardless of the circumstances. The power of time extended to the explosive fireball, and in the next moment, it vanished abruptly from its position. A straight line of fire surged through the chaotic battlefield, propelled by an aura of annihilation as it raced towards Copperfire. The ensuing heat wave affected several heavily armored knights, the warmth seeping through their armor and causing a sudden sensation of heat. Time seemed to slow as Copperfire fixated on the fireball, his formidable mental fortitude allowing him to remain composed. In this tense moment, he precisely articulated the incantation, casting his protective spell, with the explosive fireball piercing through the blizzard and closing the distance to a mere 10 meters. He finally constructed his barrier spell, Arugo's Ruby Shield, a fourth circle protective enchantment. In such a hurried situation, he lacked the time to deploy a fifth or sixth circle spell. Arugo's Ruby Shield was the optimal defense against fire attacks. Suddenly, space rippled like a mirror, folding upon itself to create a tangible barrier of red glass that intercepted the explosive fireball just before it reached Copperfield. In the blink of an eye. The explosive fireball collided forcefully with the ruby barrier, causing a multitude of cracks to erupt across its surface. The explosive wave of superheated air burst forth, sweeping past the ruby barrier's unprotected edges and sending several heavily armored knights flying several meters into the air. With Galen's followers caught in the same fate, their skin turning crimson from the intense heat, the explosive fireball earned its name not merely for its detonation, but for its overwhelming force. Yet, this was merely the prelude. A torrent of flames surged forth, rolling and enveloping an expansive radius of 50 meters in its wake, transforming the white blizzard into a sea of fire. The anguished cries rose and swiftly diminished, extinguished in an instant. Some belonged to heavily armored knights, others to spellcasters, and some to Galen's kin. Amidst the inferno, a human figure staggered forth, his tattered robe revealing skin marred by burned scars. Copafire writhed in agony, his temples throbbing, his mind struggling to concentrate through the pain. He activated a healing spell scroll, managing to alleviate some of his injuries. The close-range explosion of the fireball had shattered the ruby barrier, inflicting severe damage upon him. Fortunately, the fireball's potency had been significantly diminished, and the passive activation of his magical artifacts intercepted the remaining force, sparing him from immediate death. The young white dragon capable of conjuring explosive fireballs. Damn it, why does this strangely shaped white dragon wield fire magic? By the goddess of magic, I nearly perished. The elder mage of the protection school felt a chill of terror, his charred face betraying his lingering fear. Simultaneously, he and Rashia realized the source of their unease, acknowledging their grave error in underestimating this young white dragon, which had momentarily hindered their ability to concentrate on casting intermediate spells, having severely wounded Copafire with a surprise attack. Galen did not relent. His expression remained stoic, his eyes radiating calm as he conjured another explosive fireball, directing it toward Copafire's position, seizing the opportunity to strike while his opponent was weakened. Galen's aim was unequivocal. Copafire's countenance shifted as he exerted all his strength to cast a lower-tier protective spell before him, yet he knew that it would not thwart the explosive fireball. The fourth circle explosive fireball possessed a potency that even surpassed some fifth circle spells. Such was the allure of the fireball spell, captivating many energy mages. A gust of fierce wind swept through the towering leader of the heavily armored knights. Upon realizing Galen's target was Copafire, abandoned the white dragon maiden and sprinted forward with the swiftness of the wind. Rashia seized Copafire, and as the explosive fireball detonated, unleashing waves of searing heat and flames, he hurled Copafire out of the fireball's destructive reach, while he himself was engulfed in flames. Galen, witnessing this scene, wasted no time in casting the accelerated fireball spell, disregarding the expenditure of magical energy, as seemingly innocuous fireballs soared into the inferno created by the explosive fireball. During this, other spellcasters attempted to attack Galen, seeking to aid their powerful ally. However, lower-tier spells merely left superficial scratches upon Galen's dragon scales, failing to even breach the surface. The comprehensive magical immunity characteristic of the time dragon revealed its formidable efficacy for the first time. A handful of intermediate spells were evaded by Galen in an extraordinary display of agility, appearing perilous yet executed with graceful precision. The earth trembled under a cacophony of explosions, the frigid storm distorted and spiraled upward, as the snow-clad world was illuminated in a fiery crimson hue. Simultaneously, the flames twisted, hinting at the imminent emergence of a fierce beast. With a thunderous roar, the flames parted as a magical greatsword cleaved through, forming a passage through which Rashia leaped, his body ablaze. The high-level runic armor bestowed upon him by the Thorn Duke was now marred with deep crimson marks, releasing plumes of white smoke in the cold air. The runes etched upon it had dimmed significantly. Rashia lifted his head, tearing off his metal helmet before discarding the ineffective runic armor onto the scorched earth. His cold gaze met Galen's momentarily, and Rashia, wielding the magical greatsword, surged forward, his muscles taut and powerful, advancing toward Galen. The figure who had previously instilled a sense of danger in Galen now appeared before him in all his unrefined glory. His countenance was somewhat grotesque, adorned with excess flesh, dark skin, a broad nose, and a bald head, resembling a notorious bully. Yet, the coldness and ferocity in his eyes were impossible to overlook. Rashia charged toward Galen. A crimson glow enveloped his skin, and uncontrolled fury sparked in his eyes, accompanied by low growls from his throat. With this unusual change in state, his speed surged, and his aura intensified. Galen's gaze sharpened. Recognizing Rashia's current condition, which bore a well-known name, fury, those imbued with fury could gain substantial physical enhancements, strength, speed, reflexes, and resilience, albeit at the cost of maintaining rationality. Once the fury subsided, their body would succumb to a state of severe weakness. His physique and appearance suggested a mix of human and Orcish or barbarian lineage. Galen furrowed his brow as he launched several accelerated fireballs, which Rashia evaded with an instinctual, albeit crude, maneuver, momentarily slowing his pace. Understanding the determination in his opponent's gaze, Galen resolved to engage him in combat. Warriors typically possessed more straightforward abilities, making them easier to confront than spellcasters with diverse tactics on the opposite side of the battlefield. With Rashia no longer restraining her, the White Dragon Maiden swiftly regained her ferocity, rampaging through the human ranks. With the involvement of Galen's kin, chaos reigned, and the heavily armored knights struggled to regroup. Allowing the White Dragon Maiden to unleash her devastating prowess as the disgrace of true dragons, the White Dragon remained a formidable presence, far more troublesome than other creatures. Meanwhile, the injured Copifier, having been rescued by Rashia, began to collaborate with other spellcasters to assist the remaining heavily armored knights in restraining the White Dragon Maiden. An unchallenged adult dragon posed an overwhelming threat, and they could not afford to ignore it. At the same time, before Galen and Rashia could engage directly, the ferocious Frost Tiger, observing Rashia's fierce charge toward Galen, unleashed an enraged roar, leaping into the fray with the speed of lightning. Pouncing on Rashia from the side, the ambush of the feline predator caught Rashia off guard, knocking him to the ground beneath the weight of the Frost Tiger's paw, with claws as sharp as daggers poised to rend his chest asunder. The enraged Rashia was no easy target. From his towering human form, a deep growl erupted, and with a surge of strength, he lifted the Frost Tiger's paw, defying its snarls. In a swift roll, Rashia evaded another swipe from the tiger's claws, his magical greatsword gleaming with a sharp light as he aimed for the Frost Tiger's throat. The ferocious Frost Tiger nimbly leapt backward to evade the attack, a straight gash appearing on its neck and the scales beneath, sending a pang of pain coursing through its body and manifesting as a fierce expression on its face. Had Rashia possessed a similar physique, that strike could have severed the head of the savage Frost Tiger. Alas, he did not, and thus it merely sustained a superficial wound. The injured Frost Tiger, unwilling to concede, launched itself at Rashia once more. Unable to disregard the threat posed by the Frost Tiger, Rashia was compelled to abandon his thoughts of Galen and engage in a fierce struggle with the beast. A man and a tiger clashed violently. Observing the Frost Tiger's fervent desire to fight and its entanglement with Rashia, Galen refrained from using his accelerated fireball or explosive fireball spells, opting instead to employ various spell scrolls to precisely eliminate the enemy spellcasters, swiftly diminishing their numbers. His spells, enhanced by acceleration, often caught the adversaries off guard. As the number of spellcasters within the human ranks dwindled, they found it increasingly challenging to counter the overwhelming frost magic unleashed by the Arctic spirits, resulting in rising casualties among the heavily armored knights. In a state of desperation, Kofel disregarded his injuries, even worsening them to cast spells, simultaneously defending against the White Dragon Lady and the Arctic spirits. Overwhelmed by the chaos, however, this dire situation was primarily a consequence of the injuries inflicted by Galen, and now he had to bear the bitter fruit of his own actions. The scales of victory had begun to tilt in Galen's favor. He could still afford to keep an eye on the duel between the savage Frost Tiger and Rashia. One was a ferocious beast, the other a berserk warrior, both fighting with unrestrained ferocity. Few dared to approach them, and those who did were torn to shreds or cleaved apart. The magical greatsword cleaved through the howling blizzard, striking the Frost Tiger in relentless waves, while the tiger retaliated with its claws, which were slashed through its scales and flesh, leaving deep wounds that almost exposed the bone. Driven mad by its injuries, the Frost Tiger found its attacks increasingly futile against the agile Rashia, who, unharmed, evaded its strikes. Within a mere 2 minutes, the Frost Tiger was left battered and bloodied, while Rashia bore only minor wounds. Continuing the battle posed a risk of like a baseball being struck. Rashia's body was sent flying like a tattered doll, colliding with dozens of heavily armored knights and several ogres, ultimately leaving a long trench 300 meters away before stabilizing himself. Had it been an ordinary spellcaster, their body would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Galen felt a sharp pain in his tail and glanced back. When Rashia was struck away, he swiftly drew his sword, the exceptionally sharp magical blade slicing through the White Dragon's scales and tearing into the underlying muscle tissue, letting streams of dragon blood flow forth. Had he not employed a giant transformation spell, the wound would have been even larger. Galen's expression darkened as he scanned the chaotic battlefield, and observed Rasha rising to his feet. This red-skinned individual was breathing heavily, his eyes filled with a dense network of blood vessels, veins bulging on his forehead, indicating his distress, yet he still exuded an indomitable fighting spirit. After taking a few deep breaths, his eyes reddened, and he charged through any obstacles in his path towards Galen that he seemed to have succumbed entirely to a berserk state, greatly enhancing his resistance and disregarding pain, though his reason was nearly obliterated. Unfortunately for several unfortunate heavily armored knights who found themselves in front of Rasha, they were mercilessly cleaved in two by his sword. The other knights appeared accustomed to this scene, immediately avoiding Rasha. Now fully engulfed in madness, simultaneously, sporadic spells flew towards Galen, predominantly fire-based attacks, intended to complement Rasha's actions. The human spellcasters mistakenly believed Galen to be a white dragon, fearful of fire-based assaults. Yet, Galen, indifferent to any elemental attack, allowed them to strike him, relishing the sensation akin to a soothing massage. This terrifying magical immunity instilled despair in all lower-tier spellcasters. As the completely frenzied Rasha approached, Galen calmly opened his mouth. An icy blue glow swirling between his fangs, patiently awaiting Rasha's advance. The breath of time was ineffective against a foe of Rasha's vigor, but it was a devastating weapon against elder spellcasters. Rendering all forms of protection futile, Rasha moved with astonishing speed and agility, akin to a tempest, covering distances of dozens or even hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Even with his ability to halt time, Galen needed to be fully focused to keep pace. Moments later, Rasha stepped into Galen's time-stopping zone. Galen stirred his throat and opened his mouth. Upon noticing Galen's movement, Rasha instinctively became alert, prepared to evade the icy breath. Without hesitation, Galen employed his time-stopping ability. In that instant, the wind ceased and the snow fell silent. When time resumed, Rasha found himself enveloped by the icy blue breath of the frost dragon and sharp ice crystals. The concentrated breath struck Rasha directly, submerging his body in a cascade of frost. Rasha, as he faced the relentless onslaught of the ferocious frost tiger, Kobofiel bellowed, veins bursting on his forehead, disbelief lacing his voice. He could hardly fathom that Rasha, in a berserk state, could be so easily struck by the dragon's breath, without even attempting to evade, everything unfolding so abruptly, engrossed in the brutal assault of the frost tiger. Kobofiel failed to notice the temporal stutter in that fleeting moment. After imitating Galen's attack on spellcasters, the ferocious frost tiger soon targeted Kobofiel, relentlessly seeking to end his life, as ordinary spellcasters found it difficult to avoid the tiger's fierce lunges. Kobofiel, being particularly formidable, drew the full attention of the frost tiger. Just as Kobofiel exposed a weakness, the frost tiger leapt with a powerful thrust, its muscular form clearly defined, springing 100 meters and swiping at Kobofiel. Left with no choice, Kobofiel diverted his gaze, focusing solely on countering the frost tiger. An invisible barrier extended, enveloping his form. The efficient deflection field provided excellent protection against physical attacks. When the frost tiger's paw struck the deflection field, it was as if it had hit a slippery eel, the claw veering off course and crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Simultaneously, runes ignited on the ground, rapidly exploding like landmines. The explosive sigil, a rare offensive spell within the protective school of magic, inflicted grievous wounds on the frost tiger, causing it to howl in pain, its movements slowing. The surrounding heavily armored knights immediately brandished their weapons. Yet the injured frost tiger still possessed remarkable agility, first unleashing a chilling breath to push back the nearest knights, then leaping dozens of meters to escape the encirclement. Beside Kobofiel, numerous heavily armored knights gathered for protection. Yet they found it challenging to counter the frost tiger's astonishing speed. Galen cast a wary eye upon this beast's leaping assaults. Even the army leader, Rasha, could easily fall prey to the frost tiger if caught off guard. In the midst of their battle, a torrent of frost dragon breath nearly struck Rasha point-blank, causing his movements to slow as if caught in slow motion, his body becoming encrusted with ice crystals, eventually encasing him in a lifelike ice sculpture. Yet he was not dead. Galen could feel the heartbeat within the ice, the crystalline shell quivering, revealing emerging fissures within. This creature's resilience was formidable, making it difficult to eliminate him as one would other beings. However, inflicting damage with the frost dragon breath before immobilizing him made Galen's next assault significantly easier. With focused intent, he began to conjure spell models in his mind. The profound incantations of the spell school flowed from his lips, drawing forth magical energy, and gradually forming two rapidly spinning spheres the size of millstones before him. Point one was a crystal sphere radiating an unending chill, while the other was a fiery sphere emanating intense heat. Four-ring spell, sphere of cold. Four-ring spell, sphere of flame. These two spells bore striking similarities, allowing Galen to unleash them nearly simultaneously. They were designed to be used in conjunction. Among all schools of magic, the spell school was renowned for its diverse effects and myriad types. Summoning creatures, materializing energy, healing, creating items, teleportation. Some spells that seemed to belong to the school of energy manipulation were, in fact, part of the spell school, not involving the reshaping or intricate control of energy, under Galen's command. The sphere of cold and sphere of flame moved to the front and back of Rasha's body, then collided forcefully towards the center. If both spheres could strike an enemy at the same time, their power would be remarkably devastating, surpassing spells of equal tier from the energy manipulation school, though their slower speed made them harder to hit, presenting clear advantages and disadvantages. Rasha's lips turned pale and the ice began to crack. He felt both the icy chill and the searing heat, perilously close. With a thunderous crash, the sphere of cold and sphere of flame collided, creating a violent explosion that formed a bowl-shaped energy vortex, where the ice and fire elements intertwined in a tumultuous dance, red and blue engulfing the surrounding terrain, causing the earth to tremble and the air to shimmer. The entire battlefield momentarily halted in awe of this astonishing spell. Having just endured the dragon's breath and not yet had a moment to catch his breath, Rasha was once again consumed by the brilliant radiance of the spell. Ultimately, he proved inferior to the spellcaster. Galen shook his head, mourning for Rasha. When human warriors clashed with human mages, unless one could strike with the force of thunder to eliminate the other without granting them the opportunity to cast spells, they would inevitably become ensnared in an unending barrage of magical assaults. The larger and more complex the battlefield, the greater the advantage for the spellcasters. A well-prepared spell in the hands of a seasoned mage can often turn the tide of battle. Such is the reverence accorded to their status that Rasha's body, honed through countless trials, rendered him akin to a humanoid true dragon. Yet, lacking the ability to cast spells, he could only rely on his physical prowess, which proved somewhat inadequate when confronted by a genuine true dragon adept in both magic and martial arts, especially considering Galen's ability to manipulate time with his time-stop technique. As the swirling red and blue energy dissipated, a deep crater with a diameter of several dozen meters emerged, strewn with ice crystal spikes and flames. At the bottom of the pit lay a half-dead figure, motionless, beside a still glimmering magical greatsword. Catching Galen's eye, regrettably for Galen, Rasha had once possessed a spatial ring, now destroyed by the energy vortex. Observing Rasha's faint yet persistent life force, Galen could not help but commend the resilience of this man's vitality. Even a white dragon would be grievously wounded by such an assault, yet to endure it as a mere human speaks volumes of his strength as a warrior. A typical adult white dragon would likely find him a formidable opponent. Without using time stop, it would be challenging for Galen to defeat him in such a manner. Under the relentless onslaught of magic, Galen approached Rasha and, extending his dragon claw, pierced directly into his heart. The sharp talon penetrated the enemy's chest, extinguishing that faint life force completely. Galen then exhaled a breath of dragon fire, burying him amidst the ice crystal thicket. Immediately thereafter, he lifted his gaze to meet the despondent eyes of the old mage. Clearly perceiving the flames of anger and helplessness flickering within them. A mid-tier mage of the fifth circle, Coppofiel wielded numerous fifth circle protective spells, yet due to the swift and severe blow dealt by Galen, he found himself unable to cast even one. The physical and mental states of spellcasters are crucial conditions for spellcasting. Even managing to utilize fourth circle spells after such a grievous injury is commendable for a mage. As time progressed, the battle upon the frigid northern plains approached its conclusion. Galen's followers had suffered 60% casualties, while the human heavy-armored knights and mages faced over 80% losses. Blood flowed like rivers, creating a crimson tapestry against the stark white landscape. With the deaths of numerous spellcasters, the spell to seal the skies had now become ineffective, freed from the constraints of the sky-sealing spell. The white dragon queen unfurled her wings and soared into the air, her triumphant roars echoing as she unleashed her dragon breath upon the ground, occasionally diving to crush those below. As for my thoughts upon publication, I must first extend my sincerest apologies that I in the reader circle. I had pinned a comment claiming to be a newcomer seeking support. This was, in fact, a ruse. I have been writing for 6 years, having operated under numerous pseudonyms on Qidian, exploring various genres. Ultimately, I have decided to remain steadfast with Qidian, as it was my initial exposure to the platform, and I have grown accustomed to its style. Molding my writing to its shape. 6 years is indeed a considerable span of time that I penned my first book during my freshman year, and while I was fortunate to secure a contract, the results were dismal that I devoted several hours each day to writing, often on my phone, leading to painful thumbs, and earned merely a few hundred yuan for my efforts. Yet, even that modest sum brought me immense joy. While my roommates engaged in games or relaxed chats, I toiled away for those few hundred yuan that I longed to join them, to revel in the joys of university life, yet circumstances did not permit. The annual tuition of 3,600 yuan was inexpensive for many, but for my family, it was a sum that required considerable effort to assemble. Until my 18th year, I had only dined out with my roommates on one occasion. Later, during breaks, I took on jobs in tutoring, which increased my earnings, yet I never ceased my writing, as any additional income would alleviate some of the financial burdens on my family. Over time, even someone of my ordinary caliber, devoid of innate talent, gradually discerned some pathways and mastered certain techniques. My books began to show signs of improvement. In my 4th year of writing, I produced my first work that achieved 1,000 units in sales, allowing me to no longer rely solely on the meager earnings from my previous endeavors. Though 1,000 units still did not constitute a remarkable achievement, I found myself immensely satisfied, regrettably, after the conclusion of that book. My subsequent works fared poorly, yet I had grown accustomed to such outcomes and accepted them with ease, until this book. After 6 years of writing, it is the first to garner all recommended placements during its initial release. The editor remarked that it has the potential to become a quality piece. Quality, 3,000 units. For an aspiring author like myself, such achievements are the stuff of dreams. I can hardly fathom being so close to such quality. Many readers in the comments section expressed doubts about the longevity of this work, suggesting it may be abandoned. Yet I implore you to place your faith in me. This is the best performing book I have produced in 6 years, and I shall endeavor to present it to the best of my abilities. I am deeply grateful to all the readers for your continued support, votes, and rewards. I cherish each gesture. Your trust moves me profoundly. As I launch this work, I humbly request your support for the official release. I genuinely need your backing, so that when relatives inquire about my endeavors, I need not stammer in response. After release, I aim to maintain a baseline of 3 updates per day, totaling 6,000 words, though I shall strive to provide more. Currently, the collection approaches 40,000, and the editor notes that the readership stands at over 3,000. Initial subscriptions generally trail behind readership. If the initial subscriptions reach 3,000, I promise a minimum of 10,000 words per day for a month. My typing speed is not particularly swift, and this is the utmost of my capabilities. As for additional updates, fulfilling my initial commitments is already quite challenging, so I would prefer to set higher expectations. For every 5 updates from the Alliance leader, and for every 1,000 monthly votes, I shall add 5 updates. I shall refrain from the incremental additions. As the situation on the battlefield gravely deteriorated, following the death of several commanders, this resilient army finally crumbled, with some soldiers beginning to flee, abandoning their resolve to fight to the death. Galen paid little heed to the few who escaped. His followers had already pursued them, and for humans unaccustomed to the harsh environment of the northern ice plains, evading the pursuit of the native ice creatures proved exceedingly difficult. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards the last remnants of humanity still resisting. Copophiel, along with several heavy-armored knights and mages gathered at his side, found themselves encircled, their numbers dwindling rapidly. Nevertheless, under Copophiel's protective spells, they would not perish entirely in the immediate term. Galen retrieved Rasha's weapon, the formidable magical greatsword capable of easily slicing through dragon scales. And with a powerful beat of his wings, he ascended swiftly into the air, parting the wind and snow as he flew towards Copophiel's position. The White Dragon Queen, in her rather cruel amusement, was toying with isolated enemies, lifting them into the air only to drop them to their demise. Reveling in the spectacle, Galen did not share her malicious inclinations, yet he made no effort to stop her. If she found joy in such actions, he deemed it her prerogative. Were she sufficiently astute, she would recognize the opportunity to strike at Copophiel first, slaying him and thereby claiming the spoils of a mid-tier mage. Positioned nearer to Copophiel, if she were to realize this, she could act before Galen. Meanwhile, when the old mage beheld Galen approaching, a look of resentment and despair washed over his face. Had he not been severely injured by an explosive fireball at the outset, He could have played a more significant role in this battle. Yet, as events unfolded, no amount of regret could amend the situation. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his remorse and physical pain, reciting incantations with a pallid visage. Soon, elemental energy coalesced into several chains with a steel-like sheen, rapidly ensnaring Galen's limbs, their other ends anchored deep into the ground. This fourth circle protective spell, binding chains, struck with remarkable speed. Even Galen, with his speed and reflexes, could not evade it in time. Once the steel chains ensnared his limbs, a powerful tug restricted Galen's movement. Simultaneously, Copperfield tore open a spell scroll, unleashing a shockwave that pushed back Galen's surrounding followers. Bellowing, flee, the surrounding individuals exhibited no hesitation. Seizing the moment when the allied forces were momentarily stunned, they swiftly dispersed in various directions, employing diverse tactics to distance themselves from the battlefield. Galen shook his head, forcefully tugging at the dragon's claw in a desperate struggle. The sound of metal twisting, reminiscent of a dentist's drill, echoed ominously as several chains binding him gradually elongated and eventually broke, transforming into dissipating elemental energy that vanished into the swirling snow. "Tell me, why have you come?" Galen uttered in the common tongue, his voice deep and resonant. Upon hearing the white dragon before him speak, Copperfield momentarily faltered, then retorted with a sardonic expression. "Want to know?" As Tiamat in hell, the despicable and shameless evil dragon will inevitably vanish from the Noah continent one day. A series of explosive magical seals erupted from Copperfield, hurtling towards Galen, only to be obliterated by a mere swipe of Galen's claw, which bore no trace of injury. His defenses were significantly superior to that of a ferocious frost tiger. Galen's expression remained unchanged as he ceased any further banter. He slightly parted his jaws, revealing a formidable array of sharp dragon teeth, lowering his head to aim at Copperfield. There was no brewing, icy blue breath within, yet an instinctive reaction instilled a profound sense of danger within Copperfield. He recognized that the peril originated from Galen, but its exact nature eluded him. Dragon breath. Copperfield glanced around, taking in the sight of the menacing white dragon, the brutish ogres, and the beast-like ferocity of the frost tigers. He inhaled deeply, his expression becoming numb as he began to conjure a spell. Manifestations of blue spiritual light materialized, enveloping his form as though encasing Copperfield within a transparent blue crystal. This blue crystal luminescence was specifically designed to counter the white dragon's breath. Immediately thereafter, an intangible and formless breath of time theft was exhaled from Galen's maw. Midway, the snowflakes touched by the breath of time theft instantaneously melted away, seemingly never having existed, leaving a hollow trace in the air. Such a visual spectacle caused Copperfield's countenance to shift, and his heart grew anxious. In an instant, the breath of time theft engulfed the spellcaster, rendering the protective enchantment ineffective. The blue crystal luminescence surrounding him was penetrated by the formless breath of time theft. Dense wrinkles erupted across Copperfield's face, his once lustrous skin aging rapidly, losing its vitality and becoming dull and saggy, as if he had aged years in mere moments. Realizing the transformation of his body, Copperfield's expression turned to one of sheer terror. Yet soon, he found himself unable to react in fear. The depletion of magical energy, the decline of bodily functions, and the fogging of his consciousness ensued. Within mere seconds, the glimmer of wisdom that once resided in his eyes faded into oblivion. The effects of the breath of time theft inherently posed a significant threat to older beings. For dragons or elves, who possess longer lifespans, the damage inflicted is comparatively minor. As his magical essence dissipated within the breath of time theft, Copperfield's frail and aged body, stripped of magical protection, was laid bare to the biting cold of the storm. A bone-chilling gust swept over him, forcefully extinguishing the flickering flame of his life. With a thud, his aged body fell silently into the snow, resembling a piece of withered wood. Galen averted his gaze, retrieving the undamaged magical artifacts from Copperfield, glancing briefly at them before stowing them away. He then turned his attention to the fleeing humans. Galen's kin were pursuing these individuals, swiftly diminishing their ranks. Simultaneously, the white dragoness, having grown weary of her aerial antics, soared to Galen's side. Observing his relatively unscathed form with a huff, "Galen, I demand a revision of the spoils distribution." Galen turned to face the white dragoness. In contrast to Galen, she bore numerous wounds, her scales shattered in several places, with dried bloodstains nearby, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. These injuries primarily resulted from her initial attempts to draw fire, becoming the focus of the enemy's concentrated assaults. After Rasha had approached Galen, her injuries had significantly lessened. "How do you wish to amend it?" Galen inquired. The white dragoness tilted her head in contemplation, then gestured toward her multitude of wounds, stating, "Look at me." And then at you. Pausing, she feigned vulnerability and threatened, "I have sustained such grievous injuries, nearly facing death. If I do not receive adequate spoils, then I shall." Galen's eyes narrowed as he interrupted, "Then you shall what?" "I shall." The white dragoness bared her fangs, instinctively wanting to utter a threat. However, under Galen's scrutiny, she suddenly recalled that she was no match for him, and observing Galen's performance on the battlefield, the disparity between them appeared to be rapidly widening. "What sort of monstrous dragon have I birthed?" The realization made the white dragoness shrink her neck. "If you seek me again, I shall not come." She begrudgingly altered her phrasing, after speaking, seemingly aware of the feebleness of her words. She could not help but add softly, "You see, I have indeed sustained considerable injuries, and I charged to the forefront during the battle, taking on countless attacks to shield you. If we only count the kills. I have not surpassed you or your kin, but I have exerted significant effort, in an unprecedented display of reasoning for an evil dragon." The white dragoness articulated her case. Galen's magical attacks resulted in widespread devastation. Far more efficient than the white dragoness's efforts, many heavily armored knights had perished in his fireballs. According to the previous spoils distribution method, she would receive a paltry sum. Facing the white dragoness's expectant gaze, Galen pondered briefly before slowly nodding. "You may take half of the magical equipment from these human knights, provided all magical gems remain with me, compared to the cumbersome and ultimately useless ordinary magical artifacts." Galen expressed a keen desire for all magical gems. On the other hand, hesitation flickered across the white dragoness's face. Galen cherished magical gems, and so did she. The white dragoness had also slain several spellcasters, from whom she could find a few gems as spoils, yet the majority remained with Galen. After struggling with indecision for several seconds, the white dragoness tentatively asked, "Could you perhaps spare me a few fewer magical gems? Just a handful? Next time you have need of me, I shall certainly not refuse." Rarely had Galen witnessed the white dragoness exhibiting such a cautious demeanor intertwined with a plea. It uplifted his spirits. He mused, "Very well, but I can only grant you one. This solitary gem would serve to repay the debt incurred from their earlier arrangement. Attempting to extract more gems from his possession would not be a simple endeavor." Observing Galen's seemingly easy acquiescence, the white dragoness's eyes twinkled with cunning as she quickly adopted a pitiful expression, blinking innocently and lamenting, "One is far too little. Please grant me a bit more. You drove me from my territory, inflicted such injuries upon me, and I have 3 bothersome hatchlings to rear." As she spoke, she inadvertently waved her claw, allowing Galen to see the wounds inflicted by Rasha. In her bid to secure more jewels, the white dragoness shed her long-standing hostile demeanor, showing no reluctance to elicit pity from her own offspring, Galen. He suspected that if he were to grant the white dragoness additional spoils, she might even begin to address him as father. "Cease, and if you continue with this charade, you shall receive nothing." Galen interrupted the white dragoness's display of pitifulness. The white dragoness's voice abruptly halted, her previously sorrowful expression transforming into a scowl with the turn of a page. "Galen, you are truly a heartless and greedy dragon. Were it not for me, you would not even exist in this world." Galen's face darkened, and he shifted his claw. The white dragoness's expression changed instantly, and she swiftly flapped her wings, soaring away from Galen to commence gathering the spoils he had promised. Galen gazed upward, observing the feather-like snowflakes continuing to cascade from the heavens, gradually burying the thick crimson stains below. Meanwhile, the kin pursuing the remnants of the army began to return in succession. "Master, a few spellcasters have inexplicably vanished. Should we continue searching this area?" Yuga the Bonebreaker approached, wielding a bloody black mace. Galen nodded. "They likely employed some form of invisibility spell. Bring along some white hounds to scour the vicinity." The white hounds possess an acute sense of smell, making them exceptional pursuers. A portion of the vassals were dispatched by Galen to track down the fleeing spellcasters, while the remainder began to cleanse the battlefield and collect the spoils under his command. Galen soared to the pinnacle of the snow-capped mountains, retracting his wings and standing silently amidst the swirling snow. Observing his industrious vassals, this war concluded in his triumph, yet his forces suffered considerable losses, with nearly 60% perishing in this conflict, while the survivors were all grievously wounded, apart from Yuga, the Bonebreaker. There were originally 4 ogres of the dragon lineage, but now only 2 remained. one of which had lost an arm and was severely injured, had it not been for its robust vitality and diminished sensitivity to pain. It would have succumbed to unconsciousness. Due to Galen's decisive elimination of numerous enemy spellcasters, the frost spirits of the far north sustained only a 20% casualty rate in their exchanges, with an additional 10% falling to the onslaught of heavily armored knights. The greatest losses were among the terror lizards and white hounds, who delved deep into the fray, lacking the strength of their counterparts. Of the 400 white hounds, only a scant few dozen survived. While the terror lizards were nearly extinct, Galen's residual magical force also claimed the lives of many white hounds, as they had little resistance against fire-based assaults. Conjuration spells are typically expansive and potent, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Fireball spells are particularly notorious in this regard, and amidst the chaos of battle, it is nearly unavoidable that allies become ensnared in the magical onslaught. Human adventuring parties, particularly those with conjuration mages, must remain vigilant against both enemies and their own allies to avoid friendly fire in combat. If this continues, I shall face starvation. I need to gather more vassals. Galen felt no pity or sorrow for the substantial loss of his minions. They existed under the protection of Galen's dragon wings, and it was only natural for them to offer their lives when the time was right. This was, in essence, a transaction. With the desire to amass more vassals, Galen immediately thought of the pack of winter wolves. After consuming the dragon's soul stone and entering a slumber to grow, he would then venture to that location. He resolved within himself. Soon, the battlefield was cleared and a vast array of rune-etched magical armor and great swords and shields lay piled together, resembling a small mountain of metal, while the relatively scarce magical gems were individually stored in Galen's spatial ring. As per their agreement, he presented a white crystal imbued with magical energy to the white dragon lady, who regarded him with a face full of resentment. Its appearance and size were similar to the one Galen had initially acquired. Due to the limited capacity of the spatial ring, which could not accommodate such a multitude of magical equipment, Galen ordered his vassals to transport the items back and forth while he stood by, vigilant against any audacious individuals who might attempt to pilfer his belongings. The accumulation of these elementally infused magical items could also serve to gather elemental energy, albeit to a lesser extent than magical gems. Yet it was better than nothing and could enhance the spectacle. Lacking vassals, the White Dragon Lady took it upon herself to carry a large collection of magical equipment back to the dragon's lair. And before departing, she informed Galen, "I have meticulously counted everything here. I will notice if even a single item is missing. Do not dare to hoard anything in my absence. I shall return shortly. Half of this is my loot. Mine." A day later, the spoils from this conflict had been completely divided between Galen and the White Dragon Lady, each returning to their respective territories. During her final departure, she followed Galen back to the Ice Cliff territory and candidly expressed her desire to be included in future endeavors of this nature. Observing her demeanor, it seemed she had entirely cast aside any grievances Galen had caused her in the past. In the face of mutual benefit, their previous conflicts appeared trivial. After all, the competition for treasures and territories was a common occurrence among the chromatic dragons. Furthermore, even if the White Dragon Lady wished to seek retribution, she had no opportunity to do so. Through this joint battle, she had gained a profound understanding of Galen's swift advancement and strength, which far surpassed her expectations for a white dragon. She even began to doubt whether her egg had been swapped by that accursed crystal dragon. Within the dragon's lair, perched atop a steep ice cliff 500 meters high, Galen gazed into the depths of the lair, where magical armors and great swords, each emanating faint elemental fluctuations, lay haphazardly piled together. Resembling a small mountain, though seemingly chaotic, it exuded an air of affluence. While most of these magical items were standardized, they nonetheless constituted a significant wealth. Galen mused that if the opportunity arose, he could trade them for magical gems of his preference. There were many valuable items, yet Galen held a particular fondness for ancient artifacts steeped in the passage of time and charming magical gems. However, just moments ago, Galen discovered a newfound interest in timekeeping devices. Among the spoils of a spellcaster, he unearthed a small object crafted from gold and silver, resembling a pocket watch. The body was made of gold, while the hands were silver, reflecting glimmers of light. With each tick of the hands, the subtle yet constant click of the gears brought him a sense of tranquility. He placed this pocket watch-like timepiece by his bedside and retrieved a spatial ring. Immediately, a ripple of energy surged through the space. and from it emerged a sharp and imposing magical greatsword, along with a modest assortment of magical materials, books, scrolls, and foodstuffs. This ring originated from Copperfield, aside from the magical greatsword, which belonged to Rasha. The remainder were Copperfield's possessions. Galen first examined the magical greatsword. Its long and broad blade was etched with intricate runes, and when the cold wind blew, it seemed to slice through the air, emitting a haunting sound, stained with the blood of the white dragon lady. At the junction of the hilt and blade, a high-quality azure gem was embedded, while indecipherable inscriptions adorned the lower end of the hilt. He surmised that these were the name of the magical greatsword. It was not in the common tongue, and given its size, it did not appear suitable for ordinary humans. Upon channeling his magical energy, a layer of concentrated brilliance enveloped the greatsword. With a slight thrust against the ground, the hard ice crystal and frozen earth were pierced as effortlessly as tofu. It was indeed a fine weapon. Yet Galen felt a pang of regret. True dragons could also wield weapons to enhance their prowess, but due to their size, they could only do so by employing transformation spells to assume a compatible form. Otherwise, the vast majority of weapons would remain unusable. Galen certainly could not charge into battle wielding a weapon akin to a mere chopstick. There should be spells capable of altering a weapon's form. Yet he did not possess such knowledge. Garen gazed at the magical gemstone embedded in the hilt of the sword, contemplating whether he should detach it. After several moments of reflection, he shook his head, dispelling the thought from his mind. Such a weapon, capable of effortlessly cleaving through dragon scales, held value far beyond the mere gemstone, the intricately engraved runes, and the unknown exquisite metal from which the blade was forged were treasures in their own right, far surpassing the worth of a single magical gem. Choosing not to squander such a remarkable artifact, Garen decided to keep it as part of his collection to avoid the risk of injury while he slept. He did not place it upon his bed, which was strewn with gemstones, but instead tucked it away beneath the bed, not far from reach. With this recent acquisition, the thickness of Garen's gem-laden bed had increased by another layer. And as he lay down, he found himself surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colorful gemstones, each breath drawing in a wealth of elemental energy, filling him with immense satisfaction. However, Garen's ambition was to create a grand swimming pool filled with gems, deep enough to submerge his entire body, allowing him to swim freely within. He was still far from realizing this dream. Shifting his gaze to the tomes carried by Copperfield, Garen meticulously perused their contents. His expression a blend of joy and disappointment. The joy stemmed from the foundational runes and spells of the School of Protection documented within, along with several models of incantations. The disappointment arose from the fact that they only contained low-tier spells. The books exhibited signs of significant wear, indicative of their owner's efforts to preserve them, yet time had left its mark, suggesting they were likely Copperfield's cherished introductory texts. Garen cleared a space and placed these books alongside those he had acquired from the two-headed ogre. Although he had committed their contents to memory, he found that occasionally revisiting the texts evoked a much deeper sense of understanding than mere recollection. Lowering his gaze, he examined the human food he had retrieved from his spatial ring. One portion was exquisitely crafted, small in size, emanating a delicate honey-like fragrance, resembling a delightful sweet pastry, while another portion consisted of a bottle of pale red liquid. Upon crushing the cap, the faint scent of wine wafted forth. Pastries paired with wine. The old mage had rather peculiar tastes. Garen seized a sweet pastry and placed it into his mouth, chewing it a few times before washing it down with the wine. He smacked his lips in disappointment, finding the combination rather unsatisfactory. Compared to these offerings, Garen preferred meat, whether cooked or raw. While he was capable of consuming anything, he still harbored his own preferences. After surveying his spoils, Garen solemnly retrieved an item resembling the head of a dragon, a red dragon soul stone. The moment the dragon soul stone was exposed to the air, an uncontrollable desire surged within Garen. Having already communicated numerous matters to his subordinates, he no longer suppressed his yearning and swallowed the stone, which radiated the essence of ancient dragons. The stone was diminutive, barely noticeable as it entered his mouth. But once it traversed his throat and settled in his belly, a torrent of potent energy erupted within him, surging like a tsunami from his stomach, overwhelming his limbs and every fiber of his being. Under the onslaught of this energy, Garen trembled, unable to restrain a few moans, his fingers instinctively curling. A profound ecstasy emanated from the depths of his soul, layering upon itself like ascending a staircase. And after 2 hours of unrelenting intensity, he finally reached the pinnacle of this euphoric experience. Boom! Garen felt his mind blank, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloping him, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. A warm, comforting sensation filled his body, prompting him to instinctively curl his tail and bury his head. listening to the howling winds and snow outside, swiftly descending into a deep, unyielding slumber. Time passed like a fleeting shadow. The river of time transforming into a swirling vortex invisible to other beings, enveloping Garen's form. Threads of temporal essence interwove around him, bestowing a unique melody of age and time upon his being. The Church of the Radiant God, the most populous and influential divine institution on the Noah continent, venerates a truly existent deity, a great god of light aligned with the forces of good. Even among the pantheon of exalted deities, he stands as a paragon, a possessor of formidable divine power. He embodies benevolence, compassion, and mercy, bringing forth the light to combat all forms of malevolence. Beyond the title of the Radiant God, he is known by other esteemed names: the god of the sun and summer, the guardian of time, the deity of agriculture and abundance. His followers, predominantly human, represent the most extensive worshippers among mortals. With his priests widely revered across various strata of society, from the impoverished to the royal, the domains of the sun, light, healing, and strength are his divine responsibilities. His holy emblem is a blazing sun. His devotees are scattered across every nation, and even those who do not profess belief in the Radiant God harbor a deep respect for this magnificent and compassionate deity, while only the malevolent forces dwelling in darkness harbor disdain for him. The Radiant God does not hesitate to unleash his wrath and power. He strikes fear into the hearts of evil beings, rallying the forces of goodness and justice. In the southern lands ravaged by war, the flames of conflict and smoke nearly engulf every inch of territory. Only the land where the Church of Light resides remains sacred and unblemished. The followers of the Radiant God, motivated by kindness, have taken in and assisted many who have been displaced by the turmoil, including soldiers, providing sanctuary under his protection, where no faction dares to inflict harm. Within the heart of the Grand Cathedral, the central temple is adorned with murals depicting the Radiant God's teachings of goodness and justice, as well as tales of triumph over evil. Brilliant sunlight streams through the windows, casting a dazzling white glow that makes the surroundings feel dreamlike. The elderly pope, staff in hand, sits with his eyes gently closed, an expression of compassion etched upon his face. Scenes of war and human suffering play before his mind's eye, prompting a deep sigh as he silently prays for the people of the southern nations, hoping they too may find the Radiant God as shelter and escape the ravages of war. After a moment, the Pope of Light opened his eyes. May the Radiant God's brilliance illuminate the earth, cleanse the scourge of war, and purify humanity. May all evil and darkness vanish from the land, allowing light to endure eternally. The benevolent-looking white-haired elder let out a deep sigh. Despite possessing legendary strength, as the representative of the God of Light, he was unable to intervene in the wars among human nations unless there existed an insidious force at play. The High Priest of Light indeed sensed a flicker of malevolence, emanating from the crumbling empire of Demo, which was slowly being eroded away. The fires of war in the south had ignited due to the decline of the empire of Demo, leading the High Priest to further suspect the presence of a dark force scheming in the shadows. Yet, this malevolence remained elusive, merely a vague intuition and conjecture on his part. Currently, he resided within the Grand Cathedral of Light in the capital of the Empire of Demo. He had traversed the royal palace, the Mage Academy, the noble estates, down to the most marginalized districts, exploring every nook, but he had yet to uncover the true source of the evil power. Thus, he could not act, remaining ever vigilant over the Empire of Demo to prevent the insidious spread of that unknown malevolent force. However, it seemed that the dark power had sensed the High Priest's scrutiny, retreating into deeper shadows, becoming dormant and elusive, even beyond his reach to perceive. The utmost he could do now was to open the temples wide, offering healing and provisions to those suffering amidst the ravages of war. Presently, the High Priest of Light dutifully prayed to the divine, yearning for a response from the God of Light to guide him towards the righteous path. However, concerning the wars among humanity, those not of a continental scale, even if driven by an evil force, the God of Light seldom responded. This was not due to indifference towards his tormented followers, but rather because his gaze extended far beyond this world. The High Priest understood this, and thus, while he prayed, he held no excessive expectations for a divine reply. Yet, as his prayer neared its conclusion, an intangible, transcendent power suddenly descended. The white-haired elder shivered, lifting his gaze. In his sight, the towering statue of the God of Light radiated an infinite brilliance, its gem-encrusted eyes now gleaming with a divine light of profound wisdom. What ought to have been an inanimate sculpture came to life, surrounded by an aura of pure, sacred light. God, you have finally heard the prayers of your humble servant. Descending here in glory, the high priest of light was overwhelmed with emotion, prostrating himself before the statue, trembling with excitement. This was indeed the first time in his entire tenure as high priest that he encountered a response from the divine, not through dreams, but through a solemn and rigorous manifestation of the sacred. The eyes, filled with boundless radiance, gazed upon the prostrate devotee, conveying a series of vivid visions. A black sun hung high in the sky, its darkness embodying his radiance. Tendril-like shadows emerged from the abyss, while black crows danced and fluttered, methodically eroding and tearing apart the luminous sky. Below, the earth was steeped in despair, and mindless, grotesque black beasts slaughtered the followers of the god of light, leaving desolation in their wake. Witnessing this scene, the elder's countenance turned ashen, his heart gripped as if by a powerful hand. From that dreadful black sun, he perceived the chaos and malevolence that sent shivers down the spine of even one of his legendary stature, nearly robbing him of breath. Compared to the cataclysmic darkness sweeping across the continent, the wars he was concerned about among a few nations were but trivial skirmishes.